You have traversed through 99 lifetimes. In every incarnation, one stands as the foremost figure, surpassing the prodigies of their time. Yet in every lifetime, I have fallen victim to the tribulations of ascension. Countless esteemed figures lament the cruel hand of fate that stifles exceptional talent. However, you remain utterly indifferent to this, for everything is a deliberate act on your part. The objective is to accomplish 100 cycles of a task. Completing the task grants the gift of immortality. In this final cycle, the system beckons you to join the Qingyun Sect in service to the clan. You initially believed the task to be exceedingly straightforward. However, when you inadvertently activated the Sword Master's sword intent in front of the spirit monument, the usually aloof leader of the celestial sect surprisingly gazes at you with reddened eyes, inquiring why your sword intent mirrors that of my master and others. At this moment, during the grand disciple selection ceremony of the Qingyun Sect, upon arriving at the square, you immediately caught sight of the spirit testing steel. Seemingly an ordinary object, it nonetheless stirred within you an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At that very moment, within the hallowed halls of the sect, Yu Yao was seized by an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Could it be that some momentous event was about to unfold? The sixth sense of a cultivator seldom arises from mere whimsy. Yet, she could not discern the source of this peculiar feeling. After much deliberation, Yu Yao turned her gaze toward the direction of the sect's plaza, where the grand disciple recruitment ceremony was currently underway. Why not go and witness it for herself? At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the square. He raised his voice, which, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. This caused quite a few individuals to feel a surge of spirit. The competition was among the nascent soul cultivators. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, gazing at the middle-aged man with expressions of profound reverence. Yet you cast your gaze towards the depths of the sect behind square. Although you are merely immortal at this moment, the insight gained from 99 cycles of reincarnation remains within you. Undoubtedly, there are formidable beings in the profound depths of the sect observing this scene, instilling within you an unsettling sense of being watched. Thus, you turn your head to look at Jiuyou, who has just arrived with you. It appears that the other party is also gazing into the depths of the sect. It seems this individual has taken notice as well, demonstrating quite a keen perception. Truly, they are worthy of being a scion of an illustrious lineage. You silently commend, your gaze reflecting a hue of reminiscence. You recall a particular cycle of rebirth, wherein you were born into a family renowned for its longevity. In front of the square, the venerable elder of the nascent soul announced the commencement of the talent assessment. The crowd promptly formed a queue to partake in the evaluation, and you too joined the lengthy line. To the eternal moon, perfectly square, it has likewise followed suit. As if Ping harbored great interest in this matter, you paid no heed, merely contemplating in your heart how, upon joining the Qingyun Sect, you would sacrifice yourself to safeguard the sanctity of the sect. It seemed that all that was required was to quietly toil when the sect faced peril. You believed that being designated as a menial disciple within the Qingyun Sect was the most suitable arrangement for yourself. Venturing out alone, one encounters a bully who insults the sect. Subsequently, in a bid to uphold the sect's honor, one steps forward only to be beaten down. Though clicked, such scenarios are undeniably convenient and straightforward, proving to be quite effective. In the realm of the three systems, one possesses the spirit roots of the medium grade. Among the four kin, the spirit roots are of the superior grade. Now, it is your turn. As thoughts swirl in your mind, a disciple from the outer sect of the Qingyun Sect calls out to you, directing his gaze towards you and Jiuyou Yaohong. In an instant, all eyes around turned toward your direction. Specifically, it fell upon Jiuyou Yaohong. As the disciple present with the highest cultivation, everyone was profoundly curious about Jiuyou Yaohong's extraordinary talent. A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped you, for you stood directly before Jiuyou Yaohong. You were acutely aware of your own circumstances. Possessing a fifth-tier inferior spiritual root, one could say you had the most dismal of talents. To have your aptitude measured in such a conspicuous setting would undoubtedly lead to utter humiliation. It was one thing to refrain from boasting in this lifetime, but to suffer disgrace was simply unacceptable. You could not allow such an occurrence to transpire, especially as you drew ever closer to the spirit testing tablet. An uncharacteristic feeling of unease began to creep into your heart. With a furrowed brow, you retreated behind Jiuyou Fangzheng. Brother Jiuyou, please, you go ahead. Jiuyou Fangzheng is quite unreserved. In any case, it's merely a matter of time. Brother Mu, I shall commence the testing now. You nodded slightly. Before you, Jiuyou Yaohong approached the spirit testing stele, gently extending his hand to touch the ancient monument. Everyone around held their breath, gazing intently. Even within the depths of the sect, the esteemed elders of the Qingyun Sect, seated high above the clouds, were likewise observing this scene. In the next moment, a surge of azure and violet radiance erupted from the spirit testing stele, ascending towards the heavens. A divine aura unleashed itself chaotically in all directions, reminiscent of turbulent ocean waves. It tore through the clouds above, heralding the emergence of the wind and thunder, dual, mutated spiritual roots. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the azure and violet luminescence surged forth, a golden streak of brilliance soared amidst it, rising once more to the sky, overpowering the azure and violet glow. It proceeded to disperse the clouds within 100 miles above the Qingyun Sect, manifesting the holy body of wind and thunder. Yet, in the face of such an extraordinary phenomenon, Jiuyou Fangzheng remained remarkably composed. He turned to you and said, Brother Mu, it is your turn. You nod in silence. Such talent, if placed within a lineage of longevity, would undoubtedly be extraordinary. As anticipated, the protector behind this young man is likely at the outset of the Great Ascension. At that moment, an elderly figure materialized out of thin air, standing tall against the vast expanse of the sky. Although he emitted no discernible aura of power, his mere presence seemed to weigh heavily upon the hearts of those present, as if a great stone had been placed upon them. Your expression shifts subtly. This old man is undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, the click drama has unfolded. You remain inconspicuous at the side, merely a spectator to the unfolding spectacle. Upon the appearance of the venerable elder, he cast his gaze upon Jiuyou and spoke in a calm tone. Young friend, would you consider taking me as your master? After a brief pause, the elder, seemingly unsatisfied with his initial words, hastily added, I am Qingyun, a senior elder of the Wang Defa sect, possessing the pinnacle of Tao integration. Yet, no sooner had Wang Defa completed his statement than, at that moment, several figures emerged, their presence almost rivaling that of Wang Defa. Their ranks were either that of intersect elders or elders from the law enforcement hall, all seeking to take Jiuyou Fangzheng as their disciple. Upon witnessing this, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, all curious to gaze upon Jiuyou, pondering which esteemed master he would choose to apprentice under. Amidst the keen attention of the masses, Jiuyou Fangzheng exudes an air of tranquil composure, his lips adorned with a subtle smile. You, who have been attentively observing the performance, are well aware that this individual will not join the Qingyun Sect. How could a scion of the Changshan family possibly align himself with a modest sect presided over by a mere tribulation-transcending master? What piques your curiosity, however, is the conspicuous absence of the tribulation-transcending leader of the Qingyun Sect. Jiuyou Fangzheng's reaction was indeed as you anticipated. He clasped his hands in gratitude and said, Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your kind intentions. However, he continued, if I wish to join, your Qingyun Sect is truly not yet qualified. It truly makes your lips twitch. I am merely accompanying a friend here. Brother Mu, it is now your turn to test your talents. Upon uttering these words, everyone turned their gaze towards you. You find yourself inwardly lamenting. What the pradicamin? I had no intention of putting on airs. Silently, you mentally take note of Jiuyou Fangzheng. My friend, are you aware of what you are articulating? Fortunately, an elder from the inner sect above once again interjects, redirecting the attention of some individuals back to that side. Even when confronted by a great ascension venerable, Jiuyou Fangzheng remains poised and unruffled. I am merely accompanying a friend. If you desire my allegiance, your Qingyun Sect is still far from worthy. Though his words ring true, the expression of nonchalance he wears is rather provoking. The countenance of the inner sect elders was decidedly grim, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly turned solemn. Witnessing this, a realization struck you: an imminent crisis loomed over the sect. How splendid! If the Qingyun Sect were to clash with the Changshan Gyue family, your mission would surely be accomplished in the blink of an eye. All it would take was for an elder of the Qingyun Sect to unleash their wrath upon Feng Zheng of the Gyue family, and then, under the guise of a disciple, you could rise against the Gyue family. Would that not lead to a triumphant conclusion, replete with celebration? You boldly step forward to stoke the flames. The Qingyun Sect is, after all, a prominent force in the southern frontier. What do you believe your words will cast upon this grand sect? Are you holding the Qingyun Sect in such contempt? You point at Gyue Fengzheng with a look of disbelief. As soon as these words were uttered, the expressions of several disciples from the Qingyun Sect indeed grew even more dismal. The elders bore unkind gazes, yet among the inner sect elders, there appeared to be one with discerning insight. Upon hearing the name Gyuyou, they could not help but hesitate. Gyuyou, was it not the illustrious Gyuyou of Zhongzhou? Gyuyou nodded calmly, affirming, "Indeed, it is my family." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the elders in the heavens underwent a tumultuous transformation. "You are a scion of the eternal clan," they exclaimed in disbelief. Why was this not disclosed earlier? The elders found themselves in a predicament, caught in a tempest of fury but unable to act, neither able to ascend nor retreat. Equally speechless are you. I shall refrain from speaking further. Where has the majesty of your prowess gone? At that moment, when the atmosphere was exceedingly awkward, Gyuyou turned to you once more. "Thank you, Brother Mu, for your guidance. My previous remarks were indeed somewhat inappropriate." He then clasped his hands towards the elders in the sky, saying, "I, Feng, have been rather reckless. I hereby offer my sincerest apologies to the Qingyun Sect. It is now time for you to assess my talent." Your face turned ashen in an instant. It appears that this individual must be dealt with today. A touch of desolation graced your countenance. 3 parts sorrow and 4 parts reluctance. As the crowd observes your theatrics, a wave of uncertainty washes over them. What transpires? It is merely a test of talent. Why the elaborate display? Suddenly, you erupt in a laughter, declaring, "Since I am here, I shall see it through." Your only task is to complete the mission swiftly, for no one will ever know the identity you once bore. This lifetime of embarrassment concerns you not. Your palm meets the stone tablet, and in that instant, a warm energy begins to circulate throughout your being. Upon witnessing this, the crowd held their breath, their gazes fixated upon the spirit-testing monument. Yet, the monument remained eerily still, devoid of any sign of activity. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glow of the 5 elemental colors finally emanated from the top of the monument, indicating a low-grade spirit root of the 5 elements. How utterly vexing. Are you all satisfied now? A stirring sensation coursed through you as you scrutinized the spirit-testing monument before you. To your astonishment, delicate patterns began to emerge from the point of contact between your palm and the monument, swiftly spreading to envelop the entire surface. In the next moment, the spirit-testing monument erupted explosively. A breathtaking sword intent surged forth from the spirit-testing steel, stirring the winds and clouds, and instantly clearing the skies within a radius of 100,000 miles. The inner gate elders, who had long stood resolutely beneath the heavens, were directly swept away by this overwhelming sword intent. The disciples present felt an unparalleled, astonishing sword aura that rendered their faces pale, causing them to kneel upon the ground. Gyuyou Fengzheng Samlin gazed intently at the sword intent that soared through the heavens. He struggled against that astonishing sword energy, yet within mere moments, he too succumbed to his knees. Xingjing's sword intent pierces the vast skies, unparalleled and unmatched, as if the very heavens and earth must yield to its presence. You furrow your brow, wondering how your sword intent could manifest in this place. In this moment, enlightenment dawns upon you. You finally comprehend the inexplicable familiarity you feel towards the spirit-testing steel. It is because this is but a fragment of your sword intent from your first life. Who has concealed my sword intent here? Just as you are about to employ certain measures to disperse the sword intent suspended high in the firmament, a graceful figure suddenly descends, appearing before you. Who are you, that you can evoke the sword intent of my master? Chapter 6. What to do? The vestments are about to be stripped away, urgently awaiting help. Salutations, esteemed sect master. As the ethereal figure of the cold and graceful woman appeared, the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect bowed in reverence. The inner sect elders, however, were sent flying by the overwhelming sword intent she exuded. Her presence halted the flow of spiritual energy around her, causing the very essence of the universe to slow, as if she were the nucleus of existence itself. She was none other than Yun Yaohong, the master of the Qingyun Sect, an immortal. Jiuyou, kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could such a small sect as Qingyun possess an immortal? Although he could not discern the exact realm of this woman, the aura she radiated was strikingly reminiscent of the elusive ancestral immortals of his own clan. No, her pressure surpassed even that of those ancestors. Undoubtedly, this woman was a formidable force among immortals. Yet, Yun Yaohong paid no heed to the crowd. Her eyes reddened as she fixated intently on Zhang Xuan, her expression a tumult of confusion, astonishment, disbelief, excitement, and bewilderment. The moment Zhang Xuan laid eyes on Yun Yaohong, he was momentarily entranced. Xiao, Yao. He stood frozen, memories of his past life flashing through his mind. Master, I can't move anymore. The little girl before him feigned innocence. Do you dare to strike me? Whoa, master, you're so mean. Ah, then I shall not buy you candied hawthorn. Master, I was wrong. You are the best. Hey, you little rascal. Once we enter the city, I shall buy you candied hawthorn. Yea, on the ancient path. A young man clad in blue, sword in hand, led a filthy little girl, both walking toward the horizon beneath the setting sun. The girl, with two pigtails and drool at the corner of her mouth, gazed at him with eyes full of yearning for candied hawthorn. Whoa, master. The senior brothers at the academy stole my candied hawthorn. The girl lamented to the young man. Outrageous. How dare they bully my little Yao? I shall retrieve it for you. The young man soared into the sky with his sword drawn. Shortly after, two bruised figures appeared, clutching a bundle of candied hawthorn, while the sword in the young man's hand had vanished. Master, I'm sorry. It was my fault that you got into trouble. What nonsense. Can't you keep your mouth shut, even while eating candied hawthorn? Master, it's just that I couldn't compete. What could I do when the ancestor showed up? Do not worry, little Yao. After I cultivate for another 2 years, I shall teach that ancestor a lesson. You, master. You're so disgusting. Silence. Enjoy your candied hawthorn. Master, little Yao has never allowed you to rest easy. It seems this time I will again bring trouble upon you. The woman stood gracefully, yet a trickle of blood escaped her lips, her gaze filled with despair as she looked upon the multitude of powerful figures above. She had merely slain a young scion attempting to take advantage of her, never anticipating the wrath it would invoke from so many formidable beings. She felt no regret, only a sense of wistfulness, lamenting that she could no longer accompany her master and repay the kindness he had shown in nurturing and imparting wisdom. The grace of her master could only be repaid in another life. As the young woman gazed at the colossal hand descending from the heavens, despair enveloped her, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. How audacious to dare bully my little Yao. Yet in the next moment, a beam of sword light illuminated the world. The woman opened her eyes in astonishment, beholding a figure clad in a blue robe, sword in hand, amidst the cascading corpses of cultivators. The blue-robed figure turned slightly, revealing a sharply defined profile and a mischievous grin. Xiao Yao, do you think your master is amusing? The woman broke into a smile, nodding vigorously. Answer me. How could you invoke my master's sword intent? Yun Yaohong, her eyes reddened, pressed Zhang Xuan, her voice quivering slightly. Zhang Xuan, pulled from his reverie by her voice, looked at Yun Yaohong with a complex expression. Was this not the very disciple from his first life as the Tsangming sword sovereign? He had never anticipated that years later, the little girl who had once filled his heart with worry was now the leader of a sect and had ascended to immortality. Indeed, had she not become an immortal, she might not have survived through the long years. Zhang Xuan felt a wave of emotion swell within him. Seeing Zhang Xuan's gaze, Yun Yaohong was deeply moved, as if an unseen force had grasped her heart. That gaze was all too familiar. It was the very same look her master had bestowed upon her in countless dreams. Master, what? The moment those words escaped her lips, a stir rippled through the crowd. The elders and disciples of Qingyun Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. This fellow is the master of the sect leader? Jiuyou Yaohong's pupils constricted in shock. Zhang Xuan is the master of an immortal? What is happening? The crowd was incredulous, their eyes darting between the two figures still standing amidst them. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan's heart sank. For the instant Yun Yaohong uttered master, an alert sounded in his mind. Warning, the host is about to be recognized as the former Tsangming sword sovereign. This mission is on the verge of failure. If the mission fails, The host will reincarnate as a woman in the next life. Current exposure level of the Zhangming Sword's sovereign identity. 1. Passively activating the host's first life talent. Chaotic, limitless sword body. Boom. In the next moment, a magnificent radiance surged from Zhang Xuan, a sacred aura expanding wildly from him in all directions. Under this pressure, the swords of the Qingyun Sect disciples resonated incessantly as they bowed in reverence towards Zhang Xuan, a gathering of swords returning to their master. Hiss! Such a phenomenon, terrifying in its magnitude, caused all to gasp in astonishment. Those cultivators whose swords reacted struggled to suppress their weapons, their faces etched with confusion. Yun Yaohong felt an inexplicable pressure, as if he were sinking into a marsh, his breath becoming labored. His wind and thunder sacred body was inexplicably suppressed. He discerned that Zhang Xuan seemed to have activated a certain extraordinary physique, the specifics of which remained unclear to him. However, it was evident that this physique surpassed even his own sacred body. Brother Zhang, Yun Yaohong offered a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that this individual was indeed extraordinary. Yun Yao gazed at Zhang Xuan with a mixture of surprise and excitement, for she recognized this unique trait. It was none other than the unparalleled and unprecedented chaotic infinite sword body of her master. This ability could invoke her master's distinctive sword intent, coupled with the chaotic infinite sword body, and that gaze. Tears shimmered in the corners of Yun Yao's reddened eyes. Given the circumstances, she was nearly certain that the person before her was likely her master, Zhangming Sword Sovereign. As for why her master's appearance had drastically changed and why he had become immortal, Yun Yao surmised that her master might have encountered some unforeseen mishap. Now that she had ascended to immortality, she believed she could assist her master. As long as her master returned, all other problems could be resolved. Contemplating this, a captivating smile involuntarily graced Yun Yao's otherwise serene face. However, Zhang Xuan, the one at the center of this revelation, wore a troubled expression, feeling none of the anticipated thrill of flaunting his prowess. Especially when confronted by Yun Yao's gaze, he found himself utterly at a loss. What to do? The facade was about to be unveiled, and he was anxiously awaiting a resolution. Chapter 7. The Chaotic Limitless Sword Body. The heavens have not given birth to the vast abyss. The path of the sword endures through the ages like an endless night. Zhang Xuan's thoughts whirled chaotically as he desperately contemplated how to navigate the current predicament. It was inconceivable to acknowledge his identity. Once exposed, not only would the mission fail, but he would also be doomed to reincarnate as a woman in the next life. Such a fate would utterly obliterate his centuries of wisdom. He would never allow such a calamity to transpire. At this moment, he finally grasped why this life's mission was so seemingly straightforward. To his astonishment, the leader of the Qingyun Sect was none other than his first life's female disciple. Was this not akin to delivering goods right to his doorstep? As for the sword intent within the spirit testing tablet, Zhang Xuan began to comprehend its significance. Before his fall in his first life, he had bestowed upon Yun Yao 3 protective sword intents. Surely, she had concealed them within the tablet as a safeguard against the sect's formidable enemies. Damn it, system! What have you done to me? Zhang Xuan cursed vehemently in his mind. Master, at this juncture, the sword intent in the heavens, having failed to locate an adversary, dissipated on its own. The surrounding crowd was no longer restrained, and they gradually rose to observe Yun Yao and Zhang Xuan. Just as Yun Yao was about to speak, Zhang Xuan abruptly interrupted. I pay my respects to the sect leader, he declared with a respectful bow. This elicited a frown from Yun Yao, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Master, what is the matter with you? Zhang Xuan felt a jolt of apprehension and hastily lowered his head. Heavenly Sovereign, please do not belittle this humble disciple. How could I possibly be the master of the Heavenly Sovereign? I am but a mere mortal, unworthy of such a title. He assumed a demeanor of utmost reverence. Seemingly overwhelmed by fear, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, now coming to their senses, were equally perplexed. What has come over the sect leader? Could this lad truly be the master of the sect leader? How is that possible? Isn't the altar of the sect leader's master still enshrined in the sect's ancestral hall? He certainly does not resemble one. The sect leader is a figure of great renown, while this lad is merely a mortal. How could there be any connection between them? A multitude of elders and disciples engaged in fervent discussion, struggling to comprehend the events unfolding before them, particularly the notion of associating this mortal, Zhang Xuan, with the master of the sect leader seemed utterly implausible. Yun Yao, a transcendent figure, was a formidable force the founding ancestor of the Qingyun Sect, and an unparalleled sword cultivator of the southern regions. Each of her identities was far beyond the reach of the common populace. They were unaware of the identity of the sect leader's master, but how could they not recognize the sect leader herself? Would the master of the sect leader truly be a mere mortal, or a mortal with inferior spiritual roots? Such a notion was laughably absurd. Jiuyou Yaohong's brow furrowed deeply, unable to fathom the situation. While he did not fully grasp the true identity of the immortal Yun Yaohong, it was inconceivable that Zhang Xuan, no matter how unique, could be the master of an immortal. Their lifespans simply did not align. Zhang Xuan, overhearing the discussions around him, maintained his lowered gaze, exuding an air of trepidation. Damn it, what do you all mean by this? If it weren't for my inconvenient circumstances, I would certainly leave you all astounded. Master, you cannot deceive me, Yun Yaohong said, her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes glistening with emotion. The chaos-boundless sword body is a unique trait possessed solely by my master. No one else in this world could possibly possess such a physique. Yun Yaohong declared with unwavering conviction, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan could not help but shake his head internally. The system has deceived me. Indeed, the chaos-boundless sword body is a singular endowment, cultivated through the system. For it is an acquired physique rather than an inherent one like the holy body of typical prodigies. This extraordinary trait was forged during Zhang Xuan's first life through relentless comprehension of the sword path. Such a physique necessitates the system's assistance, others, even if they share Zhang Xuan's insights into the sword, cannot replicate it. Similarly, other extraordinary physiques and bloodlines have been either comprehended or integrated by Zhang Xuan with the system's guidance throughout his past reincarnations. This is why Yun Yaohong is so resolute in her belief that Zhang Xuan is the Zhangming sword sovereign. Although she is unaware of the system's existence, she has never encountered anyone capable of realizing the chaos-boundless sword body. The surrounding crowd was left bewildered by Yun Yaohong's proclamation. Chaos-boundless sword body? What is that? I've never heard of it. It sounds impressive. One of the brothers from the Jiuyou family, you possess the wind and thunder holy body. Have you heard of this so-called sword body? Given Jiuyou Fangjing's distinguished identity, and the fact that the inner sect elders dared not provoke him, it was clear he was well-versed. Thus, some turned to Jiuyou Fangjing, earnestly seeking his insight. However, Jiuyou Fangjing paid no heed to the inquiries. His pupils constricting as tumultuous waves surged within him. He had encountered records of the chaos-boundless sword body in ancient family texts. It is the only supreme acquired sword body throughout history, capable of overwhelming all other holy bodies. Only one individual is documented to possess such a physique, the Zhangming sword sovereign. Jiuyou Fangjing gazed at Zhang Xuan, filled with uncertainty. At this moment, the identity of Yun Yaohong became clearer in his mind. She is the only disciple of the Zhangming sword sovereign, the sword immortal Yun Yaohong. This female sword immortal hails from over several 100,000 years ago, a veritable ancient entity within the realm of cultivation. No wonder the aura she exudes surpasses even that of some ancestral figures within his family. However, at this moment, Yun Yaohong was not the focal point. Zhang Xuan was. Indeed, Yun Yaohong was correct in asserting that the chaos-boundless sword body belongs exclusively to the Zhangming sword sovereign. No one else in the world has ever been known to possess such an attribute. It is truly unparalleled in history. Therefore, the chaos-boundless sword body, an unparalleled acquired sword body, could never manifest within an ordinary person. Could it be that Zhang Xuan is truly the Zhangming sword sovereign? Jiuyou Fangjing gasped in disbelief at his own thoughts, unable to accept the reality before him. He recalled little of the records regarding the Zhangming sword sovereign, save for one line. Heaven did not give birth to Zhangming. The sword path remains an endless night. He shook his head, struggling to believe the surreal events unfolding around him. The surrounding crowd, witnessing his reaction, found themselves equally perplexed. What is this? It sounds so formidable, yet it appears less impressive than a holy body. Alas, how powerful could a physique, known to so few, truly be? However, this seems to be the constitution of the esteemed master. Is it truly appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? The discussions among the crowd continued incessantly. Yet at this moment, Yun Yaohong was too preoccupied to pay them any mind, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan's forehead was marked by the throbbing of veins. What do you know, you ignorant fools? And that Jiuyou Fangjing, what do you mean by shaking your head? He raised his head, prepared to speak in defense of his first life, but in the next moment, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Warning, the identity of the host, Zhangming sword sovereign, has raised suspicions among individuals other than Yun Yaohong. Current exposure level, 10. Exposure level increased. Activating the host's first life sword intent. Note, due to the host's reincarnation, the sword intent will gradually restore to the pinnacle of the first life. The host should proceed with caution. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. Jiuyou Fangzheng. Aye. Boom. In the next instant, a surge of sword intent erupted from Zhang Xuan, crashing outward. The surrounding discussion ceased abruptly, and Yun Yao's eyes narrowed, her expression filled with excitement. I knew you were the master. Chapter 8. Master, do you no longer want Xiao Yao? Is this truly our sect leader? Zhang Xuan erupted with supreme sword intent, leaving everyone astonished and speechless. The swords of the assembly had gone awry, for just as the chaotic limitless sword body awakened, the swords of those present, which had merely been in reverence, suddenly surged uncontrollably towards Zhang Xuan. In an instant, the entire Qingyun Sect's swords flew towards him, encircling him as if to welcome their sovereign's return. Everyone was left agape, and some sword cultivators who were in secluded meditation deep within the sect could not help but curse. What the hell, my sword? What is happening? Damn it. Who stole my sword? A myriad of swords in submission. However, some elders discerned the truth, their pupils constricting in realization. Is that sword intent? One elder gasped in disbelief. Jiuyou Fangzheng also widened his eyes, involuntarily gasping in awe. It is indeed sword intent. For such a concept is profoundly mystical, intricately tied to the Tao. To reach the transformation stage, cultivators must comprehend the laws of the universe, and intent, along with certain special physiques, serves as the finest key to this comprehension. In fact, in some respects, the priority of intent surpasses that of special physiques. Possessing intent makes it almost effortless to grasp laws and subsequently comprehend the great Tao, free from any bottlenecks. It can be stated that innate spiritual roots and special physiques merely expedite the cultivation process, providing opportunities for cultivators to reach the great ascension or tribulation phases, where they can comprehend the laws of the universe. Yet, it is intent that enables cultivators to understand the laws in the great Tao with the ease of eating or drinking. The might of a cultivator's innate talent and the uniqueness of their physique do not necessarily make them a prodigy. However, those who can grasp intent are undoubtedly prodigies. For each form of intent signifies a particular path. Sword intent, in particular, embodies the sword path. Even Jiuyou Fangzheng, a candidate for the position of a young clan leader of the Chongqing Jiuyou family, finds the comprehension of intent to be an elusive endeavor. Yet here, before him, stood an ordinary mortal, radiating supreme sword intent. How could he possibly maintain his composure? This is the true seed of an immortal. However, after the initial shock, Jiuyou Fangzheng pondered something, and his expression grew peculiar. For Zhang Xuan possessed a low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements. Such roots absorb spiritual energy at a sluggish pace, making even the foundational establishment seem daunting. Jiuyou Fangzheng found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the inevitability of fate in every trivial matter. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, the subject of all this, had no time to reflect on such thoughts, for at that moment, Yun Yao gazed at him with an intensity that suggested she might devour him whole. Master, this is your sword intent, Yun Yao declared, not as a question, but as affirmation. This supreme sword intent was also the hallmark of the Zhangming sword sovereign. Zhang Xuan could only shake his head in resignation, turning to Yun Yao and saying, all right, I confess. This is indeed the chaotic limitless sword body and supreme sword intent. Joy and excitement visibly illuminated Yun Yao's countenance as she exclaimed, Master, I knew it was you. As she spoke, she instantly teleported before Zhang Xuan, appearing as a delicate young woman, ready to embrace him. The elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes. Had they truly witnessed their sect leader in such a guise? Could this young man truly be the master of their revered leader? Wait, Zhang Xuan swiftly stepped back, evading Yun Yao's embrace. Esteemed Celestial, I have not acknowledged you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao furrowed her brow once more, her eyes brimming with tears. What do you mean, Master? The chaos infinite sword body and the supreme sword intent have manifested, yet you still do not acknowledge it? Do you no longer want little Yao? The elders and disciples of Qingyun Sect felt a chill run down their spines at this scene. Was this truly their decisive and formidable sect leader? Jiuyou Yaohong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. Was this an immortal? Would his encounter with an immortal in such a state lead to any repercussions? Although the Jiuyou family was one of the superpowers of the Tai realm, their influence over immortals was not as formidable as they had imagined. Immortals transcended the mundane, no longer defined by worldly constraints. While the Jiuyou family had indeed achieved victories against immortals in the past, engaging in battles with them was something to avoid at all costs due to the immense price it exacted. Zhang Xuan found Yun Yao's demeanor somewhat unbearable, momentarily transported back to years gone by. Yet, he simply could not concede. He did not wish to become a woman in his next life. Esteemed Celestial, I can explain the Chaos Infinite Sword Body and the Supreme Sword Intent. I truly am not your master, so please refrain from addressing me as such. It is truly an embarrassment for a junior like me. Zhang Xuan spoke nervously, trembling with apprehension. Sensing the deliberate distance in Zhang Xuan's tone, Yun Yao appeared somewhat incredulous. Esteemed Celestial? Her fists clenched tightly, a hint of anger evident in her demeanor. Very well. Then explain to me why your sword intent is identical to that of my master. Zhang Xuan could not fail to detect Yun Yao's ire. Yet he could only sigh inwardly. Little Yao, I am truly sorry. Once I complete my duties in this life, I shall certainly acknowledge you. He then solemnly clasped his hands in front of Yun Yao and slowly spoke, Esteemed Celestial. The Chaos Infinite Sword Body and the Supreme Sword Intent are inheritances I have received. When I recently came into contact with the Spirit Testing Steel, I was drawn into a peculiar space where I encountered a senior clad in blue holding a sword. He proclaimed that my talents were extraordinary, a rare genius in the way of the sword, and thus imparted upon me the Chaos Infinite Sword Body and the Supreme Sword Intent. Zhang Xuan spun an earnest tale, his words flowing with fervor, appearing utterly convincing. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao found herself momentarily lost in thought. A senior clad in blue holding a sword. The surrounding crowd also widened their eyes in astonishment. Goodness, so that is how it is. There is indeed an inheritance within the Spirit Testing Steel. How come I, as a disciple of Qingyun Sect, was not aware of this? Such incredible fortune, isn't it? Jiuyou Fangxing was also taken aback, filled with uncertainty. This sounds somewhat implausible, doesn't it? Yet, aside from this, there is truly no better explanation for the current situation. After all, the esteemed Songming Sword Master was a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could he possibly be this mere mortal, who has just stepped into the realm of cultivation? When faced with something utterly outrageous, people often find it difficult to believe. Therefore, at such moments, as long as a somewhat reasonable explanation is provided, no matter how absurd it may be, as long as its absurdity does not exceed that of the initial claim, it can garner trust. It is akin to persuading everyone to eat something unpalatable. Naturally, they would resist. However, if Zhang Xuan then suggests they drink water from the Ganges, it would certainly be more acceptable. At least it wouldn't stick to their teeth. Of course, Zhang Xuan did not expect anyone to genuinely believe him. After all, this was merely a hastily concocted tale, lacking the time for refinement. Yet, as long as no one questioned his identity as the Songming Sword Master, it would suffice. Observing the expressions of the crowd, it was evident that they were somewhat convinced. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction, having temporarily navigated this predicament. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yun Yao let out a cold laugh. Her gaze firmly fixed on Zhang Xuan. Clearly, she remained unconvinced. As a disciple and now a celestial being, how could she not discern whether there was any inheritance within that sword intent? Seeing this, Zhang Xuan could only smile wryly in his heart. The little girl had grown up and was no longer easily fooled. Nevertheless, he had resolved to deny it to the bitter end. What could she possibly do? Could Yun Yao really kill him? Thus, Zhang Xuan stood before her, exuding an air of nonchalance, almost mocking. How strikingly similar he appeared. Observing Zhang Xuan's audacious demeanor, Yun Yao's eyes reddened as she gritted her teeth in frustration. This expression, this infuriating visage, was it not unmistakably that of her master, the Songming Sword Master? She had realized that her master simply refused to acknowledge his true identity. Feeling somewhat helpless, she pondered that she couldn't possibly threaten him with the sword to force a confession, could she? After all, her master valued his pride above all. Suddenly, an idea struck Yun Yao. Looking at Zhang Xuan's infuriating countenance, she felt a surge of determination. Master, since you refuse to admit it, I shall compel you to do so. Rest assured, I will sincerely apologize afterward. Chapter 9. The Reversal of the Celestial Principles. Master, you wouldn't want to. So it is, I never expected that the young friend has received the legacy of my master. It seems I was rather reckless just now. Yun Yao, with her icy demeanor, suddenly spoke. With her words, The situation was effectively clarified. The surrounding crowd understood and accepted the matter. I thought to myself, how could this fellow possibly be the master of the sect leader? It turns out he has inherited the legacy. This individual is indeed fortunate. To possess the legacy of the sect leader's master is no small feat. The chaotic infinite sword body, while perhaps not on par with the holy body, should still be quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Certainly, the sect leader is a transcendent being, and the legacy from their master must be formidable. The crowd began to murmur, their expressions toward Zhang Xuan tinged with envy. Some cultivators, more knowledgeable about the intricacies of the immortal realm, glared at Zhang Xuan with reddened eyes, fully aware of the significance of such a legacy. The sect leader of Qingyun Sect is indeed a transcendent being, thus, their master must be equally remarkable. A legacy comparable to the transcendent realm is akin to soaring into the heavens. Some elders of Qingyun Sect perceived even more. With the emergence of sword intent, Zhang Xuan could be likened to an immortal prodigy akin to Jiuyou Fangzheng. Having obtained the legacy of the sect leader's master, he could be considered part of the Qingyun Sect, which is poised for ascension. Yet, none observed as much as Jiuyou Fangzheng, for he knew all too well the stature of the sword master of Zhangming. The supremacy of the sword path is the true essence of an immortal. This is an immortal legacy that stirred his envy. However, reflecting on Zhang Xuan's spiritual root, Jiuyou Fangzheng found himself caught in a mix of laughter and tears. In an instant, it seemed that everyone had turned the page on the earlier incident, save for Zhang Xuan, who furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. That girl had appeared skeptical just moments ago. How could she suddenly change her stance? Zhang Xuan sensed a whiff of conspiracy. Sure enough, the next moment, Yun Yaohong spoke again. Since the young friend has inherited my master's legacy, he is indeed a member of my master's lineage. Moreover, the young friend has come to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony of Qingyun Sect, which surely indicates an intention to join us. Why not? Yun Yaohong's voice suddenly faltered, as though she hesitated. Zhang Xuan's heart tightened, an ominous feeling growing within him. Master, you are forcing my hand. Observing Zhang Xuan's indifferent demeanor, Yun Yaohong finally gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, then how about the young friend becomes my disciple? I shall teach you the sword path. In doing so, you may better comprehend the true essence of my master's sword path. Upon her pronouncement, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, their envy deepening. A transcendent being taking a disciple? What in the world? The elders and disciples of Qingyun Sect were equally astonished. The sect leader was actually accepting a disciple? It is known that since the establishment of Qingyun Sect over 20,000 years ago, Yun Yaohong, as the founding ancestor, had never hinted at taking on disciples. Now, she intended to accept a disciple, and that too, a mere mortal without any cultivation? Upon reflection, it is only natural for one to feel envious of Zhang, who has received the esteemed legacy of the sect master, possesses the chaos supreme sword body, and harbors the sword intent that could captivate the sect leader's heart. Jiuyou Fangzheng shares this sentiment of admiration. The prospect of being accepted as a disciple by an immortal is something he cannot even dare to contemplate at this moment. Typically, for an immortal to take on a disciple, the candidate must at least reach the divine transformation realm to meet the threshold. Currently, Brother Zhang is merely a mortal. Yet he has drawn the attention of an immortal. This is truly an extraordinary ascent, particularly since this immortal is a disciple of the renowned Zhangming Sword Sovereign, a master of the sword path, a veritable ancient figure within the realm of cultivation. In this moment, it appears that Zhang Xuan has finally caught the eye of Jiuyou Fangzheng. To be accepted under the tutelage of this sword immortal surely renders Zhang's mediocre 5-element low-grade spiritual roots insignificant. The so-called innate talent of spiritual roots holds little weight in the eyes of immortals. There exist numerous methods in this world to enhance one's spiritual roots. Jiuyou Fangzheng mused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although he hails from the ancient Jiuyou lineage, he is merely one of the candidates for the position of junior clan leader. To truly become the junior clan leader, besides talent and strength, connections are equally pivotal. Clearly, Zhang Xuan is a promising prospect, endowed with the legacy of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign and the mentorship of a sword immortal. This investment seems utterly risk-free. Moreover, through Zhang Xuan, he could establish a connection with that sword immortal. It appears he must deepen his relationship with Brother Zhang. Jiuyou Fangzheng had already made up his mind. As for his previous remark about the Qingyun Sect being unworthy of accepting him, that thought had long since slipped his mind. At this moment, everyone had already regarded Zhang Xuan as a disciple of Yun Yaohong. The celestial sovereign herself has spoken. How could a mere mortal be dissatisfied? Yet, as the focal point of this situation, Zhang Xuan took a step back, trembling, nearly gasping for breath. How could this be? The audacity. This girl actually wishes to take him as her disciple. A rebellious disciple. Zhang Xuan lamented internally, caught completely off guard. After declaring her intent to take on a disciple, Yun Yao also exhaled, her eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. However, upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's incredulous expression, her resolve only strengthened. Master, surely you would not wish to publicly acknowledge me as your disciple? If that is the case, then please, Master, confirm it. Yun Yao smiled faintly, as if victory were assured. Although somewhat audacious, it was a necessity. To handle a dignified master, this was the only recourse. As for Zhang Xuan's reaction, to the onlookers, it appeared he had been overwhelmed by joy, rendered almost incoherent with excitement. So, young friend, would you be willing to accept me as your master? Yun Yao inquired with a playful smile directed at Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan fixed his gaze upon Yun Yao, tremblingly extending his finger toward her. Then, overwhelmed by emotion, he collapsed to the ground. Goodness, has he fainted from excitement? The sect leader personally accepting a disciple, who wouldn't be exhilarated? This fellow's composure seems lacking. How would you fare in a similar situation if you were a mortal? The crowd discussed Zhang Xuan's fainting in hushed tones. Yun Yao could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking, Master, evasion is futile. As a celestial being, she discerned at a glance that Zhang Xuan was feigning unconsciousness. With a mere wave of her hand, Zhang Xuan involuntarily rose to his feet and opened his eyes. Oh, what a worthy sect leader, capable of reviving someone in an instant. After all, who could doubt the authority of such a leader? The ceremony of accepting disciples is indeed a grand affair, necessitating a lavish banquet. The crowd buzzed with excitement, engaged in fervent discussions. Zhang Xuan, however, wore a face of despair and indignation, lamenting, this rebellious disciple has brought me to my knees. A banquet? Nonsense. Burp. Once again, Zhang Xuan found himself unable to catch his breath and fainted once more. Yun Yao chuckled coldly, still pretending? She waved her hand again, lifting Zhang Xuan up. Burp. He collapsed yet again. Yun Yao waved her hand. Burp. Down he went. Yun Yao gestured again. The spectators were left in utter astonishment as an extraordinary scene unfolded in the square. Each time Yun Yao raised Zhang Xuan, he would immediately faint anew. Brother, are you possessed by the Chaos Infinite Sword Body? Is this a penchant for fainting? They wondered. Yun Yao felt no impatience, rather. This spectacle reminded her of her own past when she had feigned exhaustion while training, only to be seen through by her master. It dawned on her how her master must have felt in that moment. After a dozen back-and-forth exchanges, Yun Yao instinctively waved her hand once more, only to realize something was amiss. Zhang Xuan, surprisingly, had ceased his charade and stood quietly in place. Embarrassed, Yun Yao withdrew her hand and regarded Zhang Xuan with an expression of calm. Young friend, have you regained your composure? It is time to answer whether you wish to take me as your master. Zhang Xuan observed Yun Yao's relentless demeanor, clenched his fists, and seemingly resolved himself. You little girl, you are quite formidable. Is it merely apprenticeship you seek? Better than living as a woman in the next life. After all, no one knows my past identity. With that thought, Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth and, with a resounding thud, knelt before her. Disciple pays respects to the master. At this moment, it was Yun Yao's turn to fall silent. Chapter 10. The Young Master of Qingyun Sect. Bound to remain in Qingyun Sect for a millennium. As she gazed upon Zhang Xuan, who knelt before her, Yun Yao found her mind enveloped in confusion. Could this truly be her revered master? Was she mistaken? Perhaps he was not her master at all. Yet, as she recognized the familiar demeanor of Zhang Xuan, a pang of bitterness surged within her heart. If her master had returned and arrived at Qingyun Sect, why would he not wish to acknowledge her? Did he prefer to publicly apprentice her rather than admit to his true identity? Yun Yao's expression fell into despondency as she subtly avoided Zhang Xuan's act of reverence. Zhang Xuan, noticing her slight gesture, felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Humph, little girl, you think you can play this game with your master? You are still too naive. However, when he raised his gaze to meet Yun Yao's sorrowful eyes and the melancholy etched upon her face, his heart trembled. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Little Yao, I am sorry. He could only utter these words within the confines of his mind. Once I fulfill the tasks of this life, I shall surely acknowledge you. Once the formalities of apprenticeship were concluded, Yun Yao waved her hand, hastily assisting Zhang Xuan to his feet. Given the circumstances, it was clear her master would not affirm his identity at this moment. Although the reasons remained elusive, as long as her master stayed at Qingyun Sect, she would find a way for them to ultimately recognize one another. Turning to address the assembly of Qingyun Sect members, she declared, "From this day forth, Zhang Xuan shall be my disciple, the true heir of Qingyun Sect and the young master." Her proclamation left the elders and disciples of Qingyun Sect in a state of astonishment. The title of true disciple and young master was equivalent to that of the inner sect elders. It was well known that inner sect elders had reached the God transformation stage, with the most powerful among them even achieving the Great Ascension. The mere mortal Zhang Xuan was now positioned to rival those esteemed great ascended beings. This was indeed a meteoric rise. Instantly, countless envious and jealous gazes were cast upon Zhang Xuan. If he were truly an ordinary mortal, he would have crumbled under such immense pressure. However, the elders and disciples did not dare to underestimate him simply due to his mortal origins. With the resources available to the young master of Qingyun Sect and the legacy he had inherited, reaching the level of those inner sect elders was merely a matter of time. Thus, while the disciples looked upon him with envy, the elders contemplated far deeper implications. Observing that the matter had reached a conclusion, Zhang Xuan could not help but sigh inwardly. Although the journey had been fraught with twists and turns, he had successfully integrated into Qingyun Sect. Yet, the circumstances had shifted, and how to complete the tasks of this life would require careful consideration. Initially, he had intended to assume the identity of a mere servant disciple, quietly fading into obscurity. With his lackluster talent, he believed the process would be relatively untroubled. Who could have anticipated the current turn of events? Now, as the young master of Qingyun Sect, if he did not plan his fall meticulously, it could provoke unforeseen consequences. With this thought, Zhang Xuan sighed once more. This final task was indeed more complex than he had envisioned. After announcing Zhang Xuan's status, Yun Yaohong turned her attention to Jiuyou Fangzheng. The Jiuyou clan? Jiuyou Fangzheng respectfully clasped his hands in greeting towards Yun Yaohong, acknowledging her with the title of respected celestial. At this moment, he understood her desire to conceal her identity as an immortal. "Did you just say that my Qingyun Sect is unworthy of accepting you?" Yun Yao's voice suddenly turned icy. The atmosphere around them immediately grew tense. Was the sect master about to hold Jiuyou Fangzheng accountable? Indeed, Fangzheng's previous remarks had been quite disparaging towards the Qingyun Sect. As the founding master, it was only natural for the sect master to feel disgruntled. However, the Qingyun Sect truly could not afford to provoke a family of longevity. Several elders who were aware of Jiuyou Fangzheng's background felt a surge of anxiety, preparing to dissuade the sect master. Jiuyou Fangzheng felt a pang of foreboding in his heart, and couldn't he help but smile bitterly. He had come to a profound realization of the saying, "Calamity arises from the tongue." Just then, two figures resembling soaring swans suddenly approached from the distant horizon, landing before Jiuyou Fangzheng and shielding him from harm. They were indeed two protectors of the Great Ascension. Upon sensing their presence, the elders of the Qingyun Sect felt as if they were facing a formidable adversary. However, the two protectors, upon their arrival, respectfully clasped their hands towards Yun Yaohong, saying, "Senior, our young master was unaware that the Qingyun Sect is under your esteemed lineage. Thus," he spoke without restraint, "we humbly ask for your forgiveness." As members of the family of longevity, they could discern Yun Yao's celestial aura, which made them exceedingly anxious at this moment. "Enough," Yun Yaohong retorted coldly, her eyes even glimmering with a hint of murderous intent. This made several of the aware elders from the Qingyun Sect tremble inwardly. "Sect master, please be cautious. Those are people from the family of longevity." Zhang Xuan could only smile wryly and shake his head, quietly standing by as an invisible observer. He could see that little Yao was genuinely enraged. As for the reason, it was likely primarily due to himself, with Jiuyou Fangzheng merely serving as an igniter. He cast a sympathetic glance at Jiuyou Fangzheng, silently conveying that his brother was in for a rough time. Of course, if little Yao truly intended to harm Jiuyou Fangzheng, he would intervene. After all, this young man had accompanied him throughout the journey and was not a bad person. Feeling Yun Yao's murderous intent, the two great ascension protectors broke into a cold sweat. When an immortal is enraged, the heavens themselves may change. Gritting their teeth, they took a step back, positioning themselves behind Jiuyou Fangzheng. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. However, Jiuyou Fangzheng was entirely unfazed, simply smiling bitterly. The candidate for the young master was ultimately just a candidate. And moreover, he was still in the foundation establishment stage. Even though he possessed remarkable talent, and the sacred body. Without having matured, he remained merely a foundation establishment cultivator. To offend an immortal for the sake of an unproven sacred body, especially one as unique as Yun Yaohong, was a folly the family of longevity would never commit. The choice made by the two protectors would not elicit any reproach upon their return to the Gu family. This exemplifies the essence of the family of longevity and the reason behind their everlasting existence. With no hesitation, Jiuyou Fangzheng knelt before Yun Yaohong. He understood that without demonstrating a modicum of sincerity, the events of this day would be difficult to resolve amicably. Just now, the junior spoke disrespectfully and showed a lack of reverence towards the Qingyun Sect. I humbly apologize to the Qingyun Sect, although I am aware of my transgressions. The situation is irreparable, and thus I shall leave my fate in the hands of the elders. Upon finishing, Jiuyou Fangzheng deeply bowed, pressing his forehead to the ground in a display of utmost humility. This scene instantly sent ripples of shock through the hearts of the elders of Qingyun Sect. A scion of the Chongqing family forced to kneel in apology? If the Jiuyou family were to learn of this, it would spell disaster for Qingyun Sect. The sect leader must not. A number of informed elders were about to interject to dissuade Yun Yaohong. Yet, Yun Yaohong spoke first, disregarding the elders completely. If that is the case, you shall remain in the Qingyun Sect for a millennium, and without my permission, you shall not depart. With that said, Yun Yaohong vanished in an instant. The elders of Qingyun Sect found themselves seated on the ground, their faces pale, detaining a scion of the Chongqing family. Qingyun Sect is doomed. Zhang Xuan also raised an eyebrow in surprise. Given Xiaoyao's temperament, she should not have taken such a lenient approach. Based on his understanding of Yun Yaohong, the former version of her would have, at the very least, confronted Jiuyou Fangzheng directly for an explanation, perhaps even extorting the Jiuyou family. This would have aligned with her high-profile demeanor. Yet now, Zhang Xuan sensed that he was beginning to misinterpret Xiaoyao. It seemed that the little girl from years past had truly matured. Chapter 11. A Grand Era. The 99 Prodigies of Immortal History. Jiuyou Fangzheng was equally taken aback by Yun Yaohong's decision. He had prepared himself for the worst. Given the current circumstances, it was far beyond his expectations, and he could not fathom what the female sword immortal was contemplating. Young master. The two great transcendents assisted Jiuyou Fangzheng to his feet. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need for concern. That esteemed elder has shown mercy, merely remaining in the Qingyun Sect for a millennium. It is hardly significant." He had initially intended to stay at the Qingyun Sect for a while to strengthen his bond with Zhang Xuan. Hence he saw no cause for alarm. Any disciple of an ancient force would traverse the world, visiting various places to broaden their horizons. He merely embarked on this journey at a relatively lower realm. Now, encountering that female sword immortal and being able to remain at the Qingyun Sect could, from another perspective, be regarded as a fortuitous opportunity. Then, young master, regarding the situation here, one of the great transcendents hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Jiuyou Fangzheng replied, "Just report the truth to the family. I believe they will comprehend." His gaze was profound, evidently reflecting a multitude of thoughts. The emergence of the Zhongming sword sovereign's legacy and the unveiling of Yun Yao's sword immortal lineage would undoubtedly stir significant waves within the Tai realm. That female sword immortal showed no inclination to maintain silence, nor did she intend to conceal anything. As for why she presented herself at the tribulation transcending celestial realm, Jiuyou Fangzheng could only express his inability to see through it. The machinations of immortals were beyond his current understanding. Subsequently, the two great transcendents withdrew. One returned to the central continent to report, while the other concealed himself outside the Qingyun Sect. As for entering the Qingyun Sect, the immortal's domain was not to be entered without permission. Zhang Xuan approached Jiuyou Fangzheng and jested, "Brother Jiuyou, do you now understand the virtue of humility?" Jiuyou Fangzheng smiled wryly and shook his head, appearing somewhat disheveled. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan was somewhat surprised by his earlier willingness to kneel. Many disciples he had encountered from ancient forces were arrogant and haughty, yet Jiuyou Fangzheng displayed a remarkable degree of humility. Zhang Xuan then turned to the elder of the Qingyun Sect sitting nearby and inquired, "Esteemed elder, now that I am a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, where should I go?" An outer sect elder, regaining his composure, respectfully replied, "As the direct disciple of the sect master, you should proceed to the main peak, where the sect master will personally instruct you." "Oh, where's the main peak?" Zhang Xuan asked, following the elders. He saw that it was the highest mountain deep within the Qingyun Sect. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude and prepared to head towards it. Given the recent developments, he needed to contemplate his next steps, leaving no time for further delay. However, after taking only a few steps. He paused and turned back to the elder who had just given him directions. Esteemed elder, could you accompany me? It's a bit far. The elder finally realized that Zhang Xuan was still a mere mortal, although the Qingyun Sect may not be grand in scale. Traversing from this location to the main peak would likely take Zhang Xuan several years. Logically, since the sect leader has taken on disciples, the young master should have accompanied him upon departure. It is perplexing that he left his own disciples behind. The elder expressed his confusion, while Zhang Xuan awkwardly scratched his nose, realizing the little girl was probably upset. Following this, the elder led Zhang Xuan away, leaving the disciple recruitment ceremony in progress, as other elders brought forth a new spirit testing stone. However, many of the subsequent testing disciples approached the stone with hesitant touches, seemingly hoping to elicit some revelation. Brother Jiuyou, I shall take my leave now, Zhang Xuan called out to Jiuyou Fangzheng before following the elder. Jiuyou Fangzheng was already occupied with other arrangements made by the elders. The situation at the Qingyun Sect appeared momentarily stable. Yet the incident involving Zhang Xuan awakening the supreme sword intent was far from over. In the Tai realm, central state, this region represents the heart of the Tai realm, more expansive than the combined territories of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Countless powerful beings and celestial sects converge here, alongside numerous ancient forces. However, at the moment Zhang Xuan activated the supreme sword intent, countless celestial beings were stirred. What is that? Such terrifying sword intent. It seems to emanate from the southern frontier. Has a sword cultivator attained immortality there? The sword intent was astonishing, indicating that this individual possesses strength on par with our own. On that day, the celestial beings of Central State turned their gaze toward the southern frontier, filled with uncertainty. In such a remote area, a sword cultivator has actually achieved immortality? It seems Central State may soon witness the rise of yet another sword sect. The celestial beings engaged in fervent discussions, curious about the identity of this individual. Beneath the celestial realm, even the tribulation transcending exalted beings could not perceive that sword intent, as the distance was simply too great, resulting in an air of calm. Beyond the ordinary celestial beings' curiosity, some ancient forces elders were predominantly puzzled. This sword intent seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of descriptions found in some ancient texts. The ultimate sword intent did not suggest that someone had achieved immortality, but rather that a dormant sword intent had been awakened. Investigate for me. I must know the origins of this sword intent. In an instant, many ancient forces stealthily dispatched their strong practitioners to the southern frontier to uncover the truth. When the news returned, the ancient forces were astounded. What? It is that individual. The legacy of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign has emerged. The sect is located in the southern frontier? The disciple of the Sword Sovereign serves as the sect leader. The Jiuyou family's descendants are detained in Qingyun Sect of the southern frontier. A torrent of information spread rapidly among the upper echelons of Central State, thrusting Qingyun Sect into the spotlight of elite attention. There was no denying it. Any force with historical records of immortals could not afford to underestimate the name, Tsangming Sword Sovereign. Although he was not a practitioner of the Tai realm, his name reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 domains during his era. Such figures, though numerous throughout history, each represented unparalleled prodigies that dominated their times. It was calculated by an immortal from the boundless realm that over the past several 100,000 years, there had been only 99 such prodigious beings, each defying the heavens. Certainly, Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to the fact that there were individuals who meticulously calculated such matters. Had he been aware and willing to reveal his identity, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "Lo and behold, all 99 of them are me." Are you not astonished? Are you not surprised? Over the span of countless millennia, prodigies have emerged like rain, dazzling like meteors as they traverse the pages of celestial history, seemingly heralding the dawn of a grand epoch. The number 99, signifying the utmost, coupled with the emergence of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign's legacy, suggests that a true grand era is on the verge of unfolding. In a moment, ancient forces long dormant have awakened, eager to contend for supremacy in this shifting tide. These are the once mighty prodigies who had been subdued by Zhang Xuan in bygone ages, unable to rival him. They were compelled to seal their lifespans and succumb to slumber, yet now, one by one, they have arisen. Even some prodigies from the era preceding the Tsangming Sword Sovereign have emerged from their secluded domains, stepping into this present age. In an instant, the central continent has become a cauldron of excitement. Most factions, unaware of the underlying events, simply sensed a sudden surge of vibrancy within the region. Such monumental movements within the Tai realm could not escape the notice of other realms. However, the ancient forces of the central continent shared an unspoken understanding, collectively sealing any information regarding the Zhongming sword sovereign and Yun Yaohong. In the contest for dominance, a single step ahead can often lead to a cascade of advantages. Of course, this news would not remain concealed for long. Eventually, the entire 9 heavens and 10 domains would inevitably plunge into a fervent era. At this moment, within the Chongqing ancient moon family of the central continent, the patriarch of the Jiuyou clan sat in the family's esteemed position, his expression grim. Chapter 12. The destruction of the Qingyun Sect is imperative. Farewell, ancestor. Such audacity. A mere small sect in the southern wilderness dares to detain our clan's disciples. They must be eradicated. The barbaric land of the southern frontier is utterly ignorant. It is high time they are shown the consequences of their actions. It seems that the ancient Moon clan has been excessively discreet in recent years, allowing even the most insignificant beings to bully us. Within the Grand Hall, the esteemed elders of the ancient Moon clan were embroiled in a heated debate, their emotions running high. The current clan leader, Jiuyou, sat in the main seat, his expression equally grim. They had already learned of Jiuyou Fangxing's detention by the Qingyun Sect, a disgrace to the Chongqing clan. How could a mere sect led by a transcendent being dare to provoke the Chongqing clan? Such folly is laughable. If this matter is not resolved satisfactorily, the prestige of the ancient Moon clan may suffer a significant decline. As for the origins of this incident, they cared not. The dignity of the Chongqing clan is not to be trifled with. However, Jiuyou remained silent, for he had received more information. He raised his hand gently, signaling for silence, and then spoke slowly. According to the news from Jiuyou Fangxing's protector, the leader of the Qingyun Sect is not merely a transcendent being, but an immortal who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. This matter requires careful consideration. Upon hearing this, the elders paused momentarily, yet their anger remained unabated. What of an immortal? The ancient Moon clan has slain immortals before. Indeed, our clan's authority must not be challenged. If the adversary is an immortal, then let us summon our ancestor from seclusion. Yes, let us summon our ancestor to eradicate them. It must be done. The elders were unwavering in their resolve, remaining steadfastly in favor of war. Jiuyou nodded slowly in agreement with this decision. They were well aware of the sword master of Zhongming and knew that Yun Yaohong was the disciple of that very same master. But what of it? The sword master of Zhongming had long since passed into legend hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if his disciple is an immortal, what could that possibly mean? Can one defeat an immortal, and then 10 more? The foundation of the Chongqing clan cannot be shaken by a single immortal. Moreover, the ancient Moon clan had been somewhat subdued in recent years. Those unaware might even think they were no longer part of the Chongqing clan. Thus, let us summon our ancestor from seclusion. Jiuyou made the decisive call, and the elders expressed no dissent, their fighting spirit igniting. They had been restrained for far too long, and a sense of restlessness began to brew among them, especially in the current realm of Tai. With prodigies emerging from various eras, they seemed unwilling to remain in obscurity. If Zhang Xuan were present, he would surely applaud this fervor. Just as the decision was solidified, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly froze, and the crowd felt as though they were trapped in a quagmire. Without warning, an elder's figure appeared in the hall. We greet the 13th ancestor. We greet the 13th ancestor. The assembly hastily rose to pay their respects, including Jiuyou, for the newcomer was none other than the immortal of the ancient Moon clan, the former 13th clan leader. This being, too, was an ancient entity who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The ancient patriarch of the Jiuyou clan, with a face etched by deep lines and an air of impending demise, nodded calmly. Yet, all present were acutely aware that this venerable elder could easily endure for several more millennia, serving as the true cornerstone of the Jiuyou lineage. The assembled elders turned their gazes toward Jiuyou, recognizing that the patriarch's timely emergence from seclusion provided an opportunity to eliminate the Qingyun Sect. Jiuyou nodded, preparing to speak, but the patriarch preemptively inquired, "Do you wish to confront the Qingyun Sect?" Taken aback, Jiuyou wondered if the elder was already aware of their intentions. He solemnly clasped his hands and fervently replied, "Indeed, we implore you to take action." The other elders echoed his plea, their hands raised in supplication, creating an atmosphere heavy with tension and resolve. However, the patriarch merely shook his head in silence. Jiuyou and the others were momentarily bewildered. Did the elder hesitate to act? No matter, there were other ancestors to call upon. The audacity of the Qingyun Sect could not go unpunished. Yet, the patriarch's voice cut through their fervor, his tone laced with authority. I have not finished speaking. Why do you chatter incessantly? At this rebuke, Jiuyou and the others fell silent, their expressions betraying their unease. They had allowed their excitement to overtake their judgment. The patriarch continued, engaging in war with the Qingyun Sect would be an unwise course of action. Should hostilities commence, it may jeopardize the very foundation of our Jiuyou clan. At his words, the faces of Jiuyou and the others shifted to a mix of disbelief and confusion. How could the annihilation of a mere Qingyun Sect threaten the essence of the Jiuyou clan? It seemed implausible. Observing their reactions, the patriarch sighed softly and shook his head. I understand your skepticism, yet the reality remains. You younger generations fail to grasp the significance of that female sword immortal. She is not an ordinary celestial being. Realization dawned upon Jiuyou and the others. The patriarch had coexisted in the same era as this formidable figure. It appeared that the Qingyun Sect's immortal was indeed exceptional. Patriarch, could it be that this immortal possesses extraordinary strength? Jiuyou inquired. The patriarch nodded, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. Though he was not well acquainted with the renowned Song Ming sword master, whose rise and fall had transpired before his birth, he had witnessed the ascendance of Yun Yaohong. At that time, she was merely a major cultivation practitioner, whereas Yun Yaohong had already achieved immortality, even boasting a record of slaying celestial beings. He had not comprehended the gravity of this until he himself attained immortality, at which point he recognized the terrifying reality. Every immortal being is a paragon of excellence. Therefore, while victories among immortals may be discerned, the finality of life and death is a far more complex matter. To eliminate an immortal, one would require the strength of at least 3 peers of the same realm. Yet, that female sword immortal had once single-handedly slain celestial beings. Such prowess is indeed fearsome. Although the Jiuyou clan boasts numerous immortals, confronting Yun Yaohong would necessitate readiness for the fall of several among their ranks. To act rashly in a moment of anger would be nothing short of folly. Thus, in response to the bewilderment of Jiuyou and the others, the patriarch simply stated, should we seek to slay that sword immortal, the Jiuyou clan shall face the obliteration of our celestial beings. Upon the utterance of those words, Jiuyou and his companions gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom the reality before them. An immortal's demise? The strength of a single celestial from the Qingyun Sect was indeed formidable. At this moment, Jiuyou and his companions fell silent. What a jest it would be to sacrifice their revered immortal ancestors for the sake of momentary pride. Surely, the immortal ancestors would be more inclined to eliminate them first. Simultaneously, they were struck by an even more terrifying thought. If Yun Yaohong was already so fearsome, how formidable must her master, the venerable Songming sword master, have been in his prime? Heaven did not give birth to Songming. The sword path remains as eternal as the long night. At this instant, they began to grasp the true weight of the phrase that had been immortalized in the annals of celestial history. Could this truly be the work of a mere mortal? Witnessing the shock among the crowd, the 13th ancestor sighed softly. These young ones, not having been born in that era, could never truly comprehend the gravity of it all. In his youth, he was but one among countless ordinary prodigies. Comparing himself to the Songming sword master was a futile endeavor. Even in relation to Yun Yaohong, he found himself lacking. However, this incident undeniably tarnished the prestige of the Jiuyou family and could not be overlooked. I shall personally visit the Qingyun Sect to seek an explanation from that individual. As for the rest, refrain from taking any further actions, the 13th ancestor declared solemnly. Instantly, Jiuyou and his companions stood in reverence. This was their family's immortal. Even aware of the odds against him, he still chose to proceed. Had the 13th ancestor already resigned himself to the possibility of his own downfall? Thus, the group solemnly clasped their hands in respect and bowed deeply. May the ancestor fare well. Observing the reaction of Jiuyou and the others, the 13th ancestor's eyelids twitched. What did this signify? Were he privy to their thoughts, he might have erupted in anger. I am not yet finished with this life. He did not linger, leaving behind further instructions before making his way directly toward the Qingyun Sect in the southern wilderness. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun Sect, Zhang Xuan stood before a pavilion, his lips twitching uncontrollably. For this very pavilion was the abode of Yun Yaohong, yet the door remained firmly shut, clearly unwilling to permit Zhang Xuan's entry. It seemed as though he had been cast aside. Chapter 13. Master, Please let me in. A new task discovery? This little girl certainly has quite a temper. Gazing at the firmly shut doors of the pavilion, Zhang Xuan shook his head. He was certain that Yun Yao was inside, for wherever an immortal resides, there exists a certain aura of the Tao. Although he was merely a mortal at present, he possessed this much insight. But what if Yun Yao refused to open the door for him? Zhang Xuan pondered, his mind racing. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He seated himself before the pavilion and began to weep loudly. Master, Master, please open the door. Have you forsaken me? It is so cold outside, Master. Can you bear to leave such an obedient disciple out here? Oh, Master. In an instant, the scene was one of anguished cries, truly heart-wrenching for anyone who chanced to hear. Indeed, Yun Yao was meditating in the uppermost chamber of the pavilion. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's lamentations, a frown marred her brow. She had intended to employ this method of cold indifference to compel her master to acknowledge her, yet she never anticipated that her master would respond with such childish antics. Truly, only he could devise such a scheme. In the past, her master had used this tactic on others. Now, experiencing it firsthand, she grasped its formidable nature. Master, Xiaoyao wants candied hawthorn again. More? You have already drained my finances dry. Xiaoyao, be good. Those things are exceedingly sweet and bad for your teeth if consumed in excess. No, Xiaoyao insists on having them. Do you believe I won't spank you? Even if you spank me, I still want to eat. It has been 3 days since I've had candied hawthorn. The swordsman in the blue robe was at a loss. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed not purchased candied hawthorn for the girl in several days. But what could he do without money? Suddenly, inspiration struck him as he led the girl to a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Without uttering a word, he stood beside her, fixated on the vendor and the enticing treats in his hands. Are you here to buy candied hawthorn? The vendor inquired. The swordsman shook his head, and after glancing at him, the girl followed suit, though her mouth watered at the sight. The vendor, now wary, pondered the unusual situation. As he shifted position, the swordsman and the girl mirrored his movements, their eyes glued to the candied hawthorn. After several hours, the vendor could no longer endure the persistent attention. Hey, please stop following me. I still have business to attend to. How about I give you a stick of candied hawthorn? The girl's eyes lit up instantly as she accepted the treat and popped it into her mouth, beaming with delight. The vendor swiftly departed. How about that? Isn't Master impressive? The girl nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at the swordsman in blue. Master is the best. Hee. Master, it is so cold outside, and I am so hungry. I beg you, please let me in. Master, I am about to depart. Your only disciple may soon be lost. The voice of Zhang Xuan outside the building interrupted Yun Yao's reminiscence, and the warmth in her eyes vanished in an instant. She closed her eyes, furrowing her brow, overwhelmed with annoyance. This maneuver from her master had even shaken her steadfast resolve cultivated over countless millennia. Master, if you refuse to acknowledge me, do not expect to enter. Yun Yao scoffed inwardly and resolutely sealed her 5 senses. Outside, Zhang Xuan lamented for several hours, his voice growing hoarse from the lack of response, until he finally ceased his wailing. This little girl is truly difficult to appease. He gazed at the tightly shut door of the pavilion with a hint of exasperation. If she refuses to let me in, so be it. I shall see how long she can withstand this. Zhang Xuan decided to abandon his previous concerns and instead contemplated the current situation. System. What is the nature of this exposure value? Zhang Xuan inquired internally. During the disciple initiation ceremony, Yun Yao's and Gu Yuefeng's suspicions had inexplicably resulted in the emergence of this exposure value, a phenomenon he had never encountered before, and now that he had the time, he naturally wished to clarify it. Exposure value represents the extent of the host's past identity being revealed. The more individuals suspect the host's identity, the higher the exposure value. As the exposure value increases, the host will passively awaken certain special abilities corresponding to their identity, which will further elevate the risk of exposure. Therefore, the host is advised to proceed with caution. Once the past identity is completely revealed, the exposure value will reach 100%, resulting in the failure of the current reincarnation task. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Xuan finally comprehended. If someone suspects his identity, the exposure value will manifest. The exposure value is related to the situation of identity revelation, but mere suspicion cannot fully unveil one's identity. For instance, Yun Yao, although she has confirmed his identity, adamantly refuses to admit it, leaving her powerless. This does not constitute complete exposure. Only when the identity is entirely made public does it qualify as full exposure. As for the increase in the exposure value awakening corresponding abilities, Zhang Xuan harbored serious doubts that the system was up to mischief. Damn it. What does awakening abilities entail? I already faced the risk of exposure, and now you throw me another curveball. Isn't this akin to delivering incriminating evidence to others? Zhang Xuan mentally cursed the system, but ultimately, it was but an inanimate entity and offered no reply. After a brief moment of cursing, Zhang Xuan could only ponder his next steps. Now that he was the young master of the Qingyun Sect, he could not afford to fall too recklessly. Otherwise, it would lead to complications. At this juncture, Zhang Xuan suddenly froze. Wait a moment. This is my final task. What does it matter if I perish recklessly? As long as I complete the mission, isn't that sufficient? Zhang Xuan felt he had stumbled upon a brilliant insight. In this final task, as long as he died, he could transcend. What is there to fear? Once he transcended, who discovers his past identity would be of no consequence at all. Even if you fail to recognize me, I shall boldly declare, I am he. In that moment, Zhang Xuan felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if he was gazing into an expansive sky. The burden of his previous cycles had ingrained in him a certain cognitive inertia, a fear that miscalculations would render his subsequent tasks insurmountable. He vividly recalled his existence as the divine pharmacist, where his unwed bride steadfastly refused to accept his demise, relentlessly searching for him, which nearly led to their paths crossing in his later lives. Now, however, such dilemmas were non-existent. All that was required was to keep his identity concealed during this life's mission, and as for how to meet his end, he could choose the swiftest route possible. If he desired a quick demise, he must provoke chaos. Although the task stipulated that he should perish while defending the sect, there was ample room for manipulation within those parameters. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a mischievous grin escaping his lips. When it came to stirring trouble, who in this world could rival him? At that moment, he yearned for a prodigy or an ancient being to arrive at Qingyun Sect, so he could assert his dominance without hesitation. Concurrently, the esteemed ancestor of the ancient moon, Jiuyou, who was en route to Qingyun Sect, suddenly felt a chill creeping down his spine. Is there a scheme afoot? Yet, it appeared that the threat was not directed solely at him. Furrowing his brow, Jiuyou felt the swift, fleeting nature of a celestial intuition that left him unable to sense much more. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, he shook his head and continued his journey towards the southern frontier. Chapter 14. Living a Life of Indolence. The Sect Grand Competition? As the seasons transitioned from spring to autumn, a year slipped by in haste. On the peak of the Qingyun Sect, the sounds of lamentation echoed. Master, please open the door. Master, it has been a year. Allow me to enter. My dear master, come and behold your handsome and charming disciple after an hour of wailing. Zhang Xuan decisively ceased his cries, as if he had accomplished a certain mission. Yet, gazing upon the still-closed door of the loft, he could not help but shake his head. Throughout the year, he had lamented at the entrance for an hour daily to coax Yun Yaohong, but the results seemed rather lackluster. Zhang Xuan understood that the little girl had been waiting for him to acknowledge his identity, which was why she was sulking. However, he truly could not confess his identity, thus falling into a vicious cycle. Well then, master, I shall descend the mountain to play. Zhang Xuan called out to the loft before soaring down the mountain. At this moment, he had successfully drawn energy into his body and entered the qi refinement stage, specifically the second layer of qi refinement. This was, of course, not due to his active cultivation, but rather the result of consuming various spiritual fruits on the main peak. In his words, if he were to actively cultivate, what if he became too powerful and others could not defeat him? Especially now, with the awakening of the chaos infinite sword body and the resurgence of the supreme sword intent. The sword intent and sword qi within him were constantly coalescing and intensifying. Thus, despite appearing to be merely at the second layer of qi refinement, if he truly unleashed his full power, with the combat experience from his previous 99 lives combined with the unparalleled sword intent, slaying a foundation establishment cultivator would be as easy as spilling water. This was all under the condition that he consciously suppressed the chaos infinite sword body. If he did not suppress it, the resurgence of sword intent would be even more terrifying. His inferior five-element spiritual root restricted the speed of his advancement, which Zhang Xuan could only regard as a blessing in disguise. Were it not for the concern that a mortal's lifespan of 100 years might not suffice to complete his tasks, he would not have wished to advance at all. Currently, he was content to consume spiritual fruits and drink from the spiritual springs, gradually increasing his cultivation and extending his lifespan in this life, living a life of indolence. He had calculated that by subsisting on the spiritual fruits of the main peak daily, even with his inferior 5-element spiritual root, he could eventually amass enough to reach the golden core stage. With a lifespan of 500 years at the golden core stage, that should be sufficient to complete his tasks, he mused. Of course, one cannot merely wait idly. What if no one came to confront him over the course of 500 years? Thus, he must find ways to actively create opportunities to stir up trouble. Over the course of this year, he had gained a general understanding of the situation within the Qingyun Sect. The sect, while not overly large, was not insignificant either, as it was reputed to be overseen by a transcendence master and ranked among the notable sects in the entire southern wilderness. Within the Qingyun Sect, the outer disciples and elders numbered in the thousands, with cultivators ranging from qi refinement to golden core. The outer elders mostly possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. As for the inner sect, there were only a few hundred disciples and elders, but this faction constituted the backbone of the Qingyun Sect, with cultivators ranging from the transformation stage to the great ascension stage. The inner disciples of the sect mostly engage in secluded cultivation, emerging only occasionally when tasked with sect duties. As for the inner elders, they are responsible for overseeing various matters within the inner sect. This can be considered the foundational framework of most cultivation sects, and Zhang Xuan has encountered it numerous times. Presently, he is soaring from the depths of the sect's main peak towards the outer gate. As he passes the residence of the inner disciples, he scarcely sees anyone. However, upon reaching the outer disciples' quarters, he finds an increase in numbers. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. The outer disciples bow in reverence upon seeing Zhang Xuan. He, too, stands with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of benevolence towards the younger generation, which elicits peculiar expressions from many who offer their salutations. As soon as Zhang Xuan flies away, they immediately begin to whisper among themselves. How is it that the young master has only reached the second level of qi refinement? Are you not aware? The young master possesses a low-grade spirit root of the 5 elements. For him to attain the second level of qi refinement so swiftly, one can only imagine the resources the sect master has invested. Goodness, a low-grade spirit root of the 5 elements can still earn the sect master's favor? What kind of fortune has this lad stumbled upon? Indeed, I can hardly fathom the amount of cultivation resources he must have consumed over the past year. Zhang Xuan remains oblivious to their discussions, for his spiritual awareness at the second level of qi refinement is not yet so keen. Nevertheless, he is aware that he is a topic of considerable gossip within the sect. He has often contemplated how to clarify matters but finds himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he can only console himself with the thought that these individuals understand nothing. After a flight of about an hour, Zhang Xuan finally arrives at the foot of a mountain, where a humble thatched cottage stands, starkly contrasting with the residences of the outer disciples. This is indeed the dwelling of Jiuyou Fangzheng. Speaking of Jiuyou Fangzheng, his position within the Qingyun Sect is quite precarious. If one were to label him a guest, he cannot leave the sect, and the cottage is one he constructed himself. If he were to be regarded as imprisoned, no one within the Qingyun Sect dares to restrict his freedom. Following the incident where Zhang Xuan's sword intent sent several inner elders flying, those elders were horrified to learn of Jiuyou Fangzheng's detainment and sought out Yun Yaohong on numerous occasions. However, Yun Yaohong refused even to meet with him, let alone those inner elders. As a result, the inner elders live in constant trepidation, fearing that at any moment, the Chongqing Jiuyou family from the Central Plains might arrive, and thus they dare not impose any constraints on Jiuyou Fangzheng, treating him as though he were invisible. Zhang Xuan can only conclude that they are overly anxious to dispatch a significant number of cultivators to assault a sect, journeying from the Central Plains to the southern wilderness. Even at the fastest pace, would take no less than a decade. This world is vast. Of course, if it were an immortal, that would be another matter entirely. They could arrive in a year or two. Moreover, Zhang Xuan secretly hopes for their arrival at that time. He could present himself as the young master of Qingyun Sect and offer an apology with his life, task accomplished. Brother Jiuyou. Upon his arrival, Zhang Xuan spots Jiuyou Fangzheng seated in meditation before the thatched cottage. This young man is indeed diligent. Even while detained in Qingyun Sect, he does not neglect his cultivation. Presently, the aura of Jiuyou Fangzheng at the peak of foundation establishment is increasingly profound. indicating that he can break through to the golden core stage at any moment if he so desires. At times, Zhang Xuan pondered whether his daily visits were inappropriate. "I hope I haven't interrupted your cultivation," he inquired with a smile as he landed gracefully. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiuyou Yaohong opened his eyes, concluding his practice with a resigned smile. "Zhang brother, you've come again. Why toil so hard in your training?" The pursuit of longevity is meant for the enjoyment of life and the freedom of existence, not merely for the sake of cultivation, Zhang Xuan remarked, tossing a spiritual fruit to Jiuyou Yaohong. Accepting the fruit, Jiuyou Yaohong could only shake his head with a wry smile. He had heard such sentiments from Zhang Xuan numerous times, yet he could never adopt such an open-minded outlook, as his background dictated a different path. As for the spiritual fruit, he was not hesitant to accept it, for one such fruit could sustain him for 3 days of cultivation. Even within his family, he could not afford to consume such treasures as casually as Zhang Xuan did. These fruits could only be cultivated in lands imbued with celestial essence. At times, he couldn't help but wonder just how inferior a low-grade spiritual root could be. The female sword immortal had invested such effort into Zhang Xuan, yet it took him an entire year to reach merely the second layer of qi cultivation. What he did not know was that, throughout the past year, Yun Yaohong had scarcely attended to Zhang Xuan. He had harvested those fruits entirely on his own. After all, one knows their own circumstances best and sees no need to divulge them to others. As for why he visited Jiuyou Yaohong daily, it was primarily because, apart from Yun Yaohong at Qingyun Sect, he was most familiar with Jiuyou Yaohong. With nothing else to do, he could only pass the time in this manner. Additionally, as a scion of a long-lived family, Jiuyou Yaohong possessed a deeper understanding of the current state of the Tai realm, if not exhaustive. Having not been a native of the Tai realm in his previous life, Zhang Xuan needed to comprehend the contemporary situation and assimilate information to discern how to stir up trouble. By the way, Zhang brother, I have heard that the Millennium Sect competition in the southern wilderness is about to commence. Do you have any interest in participating? Jiuyou Yaohong suddenly remarked. The sect competition? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Chapter 15. Uninvited intrusion into my Qingyun Sect. Where do you come from, old man? Regarding the sect competition, Zhang Xuan was naturally aware. As many newly initiated disciples were engaged in fervent discussions, this so-called sect competition is akin to a revamped form of an arms race, where all prominent sects in the southern wilderness showcase their recently recruited disciples over the past century, vying to demonstrate whose disciples possess greater potential. The aim is to enhance the sect's influence and authority within the southern wilderness. However, this competition is not merely a matter of proclaiming one's innate talent. If that were the case, those with lesser gifts would abandon cultivation altogether, leaving resources solely for the more gifted practitioners. Thus, the sect competition assesses the comprehensive strength of the disciples. It is understood that during each sect competition, all sects in the southern wilderness send forth a portion of their most promising disciples to embark on wilderness exploration and survival within a secret realm. The final ranking is determined by the number of surviving disciples and the resources they bring back, a rather primitive and brutal method. Consequently, each sect is allotted a fixed quota of 100 disciples, and currently, numerous disciples within the Qingyun Sect are covertly vying for these positions. This arrangement is quite unfair to smaller sects, which may struggle to muster 100 disciples, thus starting off significantly disadvantaged compared to larger sections. Even when smaller sects manage to send a few disciples, their survival is not guaranteed. Nevertheless, this is the nature of the cultivation world, where the strong perpetually dominate. The absolute suppression of power renders the notion of grassroots teams achieving a sudden turnaround virtually non-existent. In the words of Zhang Xuan before his transmigration, how could one possibly compare to a being that has transcended through 3 generations? Of course, this is not an absolute rule. In his previous 99 lifetimes, even beings of 30 generations might have paled in comparison to him. However, generally speaking, the weak must abide by the rules, while the strong have the privilege of crafting them. That said, the rules often serve to protect the weak. For even the powerful have descendants who must commence their journey from humble beginnings. But that is a different discussion. Returning to the subject of the sect competition, the participating disciples typically range in cultivation from qi refinement to golden core, predominantly consisting of outer disciples from major sects or exceptionally gifted true disciples. As this is a contest among the new generation, yet, the issue persists that smaller sects may lack even a handful of golden core disciples, with many not even having enough foundation establishment disciples to compete. One might question why smaller sects would even participate if the odds are so skewed. This brings us to the resources within the secret realm. While these resources may seem trivial to major sects, they are invaluable to smaller sections. Each time disciples return from the sect competition laden with resources, these treasures belong to their respective sects, which is the very reason smaller sects eagerly partake in this endeavor. In summary, the sect competition serves as a playground for large sects and a beacon of hope for the ascent of smaller sects, where major sects engage in vendettas and fiercely attack their rivals, while smaller sects eagerly seize every opportunity. In the previous sect competition, although Qingyun Sect ranked favorably, it merely managed to secure a position within the top 10. After all, Qingyun Sect has only been established for a little over 20,000 years, which pales in comparison to those sects boasting histories that span hundreds of thousands of years. Achieving the 10th position is quite commendable under such circumstances. In this current sect competition, Zhang Xuan, as a representative of the new generation of disciples, certainly qualifies to participate. Whether he will take part, however, remains uncertain. Initially, upon hearing the news of the sect competition, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of excitement, as this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Yet, the system elucidated that if Zhang Xuan were to perish during the competition, it would not fulfill his mission. The task demands the protection of the sect, and the competition merely constitutes a contest. Even if he were to die in the process, it would only be seen as safeguarding the sect's interests, not true guardianship. Zhang Xuan, frustrated by this semantic game, cursed vehemently, realizing that the final task was indeed not as straightforward as he had hoped. He understood that only when the sect faced formidable enemies and he stepped forward, even at the cost of his life, would he truly fulfill his mission. Trivial matters that didn't significantly impact the sect would not count. Nonetheless, Zhang Xuan did not abandon hope, for this was an exceptional opportunity to stir up some trouble. Lacking enemies, he would create them. If foes did not come, he would lure them in. Of course, he must ensure that Qingyun Sect remained intact, especially since it was established by Xiao Yao. Thus he had to consider the aftermath carefully. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's response, Guyu Fangjing remarked, "If Brother Zhang wishes to participate, it seems you must hasten to elevate your realm. The sect competition is set to commence in merely 10 years. Zhang Xuan was taken aback, pondering the implication of such words. Did they imply a lack of faith in his current realm? Realm is a trivial matter. With determination, he could establish his foundation by tomorrow and achieve the golden core by the day after. Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Guyu Fangjing merely shook his head and smiled. Seemingly accustomed to Zhang Xuan's demeanor, Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "You seem quite interested in the sect competition?" Guyu Fangjing did not hesitate, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit as he nodded, "Indeed, I am very interested. Brother Zhang should already be aware that I hail from Zhangzhou and have traveled to Nanjing. During my years in Nanjing, I have yet to witness the talents of the region. Such a grand event, if given the chance, I would naturally wish to behold. Alas, as I am not a disciple of a Nanjing sect, it is challenging for me to leave Qingyun Sect." As he spoke, a profound sense of regret filled Guyu Fangjing's eyes. Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding. As a prodigy from the Guyu family, he naturally yearned to compete with his peers, unlike Zhang Xuan, who was solely focused on the system's tasks. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "How about I help you devise a plan for your participation?" Guyu Fangjing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Zhang, truly? Count on me. I will simply speak with my master," Zhang Xuan exclaimed, throwing an arm around Guyu Fangjing's shoulders and confidently patting his chest in assurance. Although Xiao Yao was currently reluctant to see him, such trivial matters could easily be resolved with a mere word. They were hardly significant. "However, my dear brother, while I am willing to assist you, I have one condition." Zhang Xuan suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation. Guyu Fangjing did not hesitate and readily replied, "Brother Zhang, feel free to speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not shy away from my responsibilities." He perceived that he had previously angered the celestial being, and now, while Zhang Xuan appeared to be assisting him in finding a way to participate in the sect competition, he was, in fact, alleviating his culpability. Thus, he agreed to Zhang Xuan without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction, appreciating his younger brother's understanding. "Do not worry. Dear brother, it is not a difficult task. During the sect assembly, simply heed my instructions. Of course, should you encounter those prodigies, I will not hinder you. Rather, I shall endeavor to create opportunities for you." Zhang Xuan's eyes crinkled with a harmless smile. With Guyu Fangjing's involvement, he would have greater latitude for his schemes. Jiuyou Fangzheng did not dwell on this matter and inquired, "Brother Zhang, have you also decided to participate?" Zhang Xuan nodded, "Of course, since you are participating. How could I allow you to fight alone?" Jiuyou Fangzheng was moved. "Brother Zhang, your loyalty is commendable. I shall ensure that you face no danger. With your assurance, I am at ease," Zhang Xuan exclaimed. The two shared a deep bond of brotherhood, nearly on the verge of swearing an oath of kinship. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but reflect on the gullibility of youth. He had acquired his first younger brother in this life. As they engaged in their jovial conversation, an elder suddenly appeared without warning. The moment the elder materialized, Jiuyou Fangzheng was taken aback, sensing a profound bloodline connection. "Jiuyou Fangzheng?" The elder spoke softly. Jiuyou Fangzheng's expression turned serious as he promptly rose to pay his respects. "It is indeed the junior. May I inquire about your esteemed identity, senior?" "Jiuyou Shanin." The elder's name left Jiuyou Fangzheng astonished. 13th ancestor? He was well aware of this name, as it belonged to the celestial being of his family. The family's celestial being had personally descended. What could this signify? However, before he could ponder further, Zhang Xuan suddenly interjected, "Impudent! What brings you, old man, to intrude upon my Qingyun Sect?" Jiuyou Fangzheng's face instantly turned ashen. Chapter 16. If you wish to harm the Qingyun Sect, you must first step over my corpse. Old man. Jiuyou Shirzing could hardly believe his ears. How dare someone address him in such a manner? "What are you staring at?" "I am speaking to you, old man. You trespass upon the territory of my Qingyun Sect without cause. What is your intention?" Zhang Xuan bellowed, adopting a stance of confrontation. Jiuyou Fangzheng quickly intervened, grasping Zhang Xuan's arm and whispering, "Zhang, brother Zhang, this is our esteemed ancestor from the Jiuyou clan, a celestial being." He then respectfully explained to Jiuyou Shirzing, "Ancestor, brother Zhang is unaware of your status, and thus he has spoken out of turn. I implore your forgiveness." After a brief pause, he felt it necessary to add, "Brother Zhang is the heir of the Sword Sovereign, a disciple of the renowned female sword immortal." In that moment, Jiuyou Fangzheng could only hope that their ancestor would show leniency towards Zhang Xuan, considering his prestigious lineage. Zhang Xuan, however, was fully aware that the elderly figure before him was indeed a celestial being. He had discerned it upon the man's arrival. Yet what of it? Celestial beings were not unfamiliar to him. He had vanquished many in the past. It was precisely because the man was a celestial being that Zhang Xuan felt emboldened to confront him. The unexpected appearance of this ancestor of the Jiuyou clan at Qingyun Sect was evidently linked to Jiuyou Fangzheng's affairs. Was this not an opportune moment? The completion of his mission was nigh. A celestial being? Do they presume to intimidate me? My Qingyun Sect is a formidable power in the southern region, old man. Your unannounced arrival gives me ample reason to believe you harbor ill intentions toward us. Speak. Are you here to attack my Qingyun Sect? Zhang Xuan unabashedly displayed a fearless demeanor. I am the young master of Qingyun Sect, sworn to protect it. Even against a celestial being, I shall not falter. He glanced around, picked up a wooden stick, and pointed it defiantly at Jiuyou Shirzing. If you wish to harm Qingyun Sect, you must first step over my corpse. Come, strike me down if you dare. He silently urged within his heart. Jiuyou Fangzheng's face drained of color. Brother Zhang, you urge me to remain low-key. Yet you display such bravado? He struggled to comprehend Zhang Xuan's audacity. As he observed Jiuyou Shirzing's darkening expression, Jiuyou Fangzheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped forward. Brother Zhang is a good man. Even aside from our friendship, should he be struck down by our ancestor, the female sword immortal may very well take offense against our clan. Though I am uncertain of her true strength, making an enemy of a celestial being is undoubtedly unwise. So I must speak up. Ancestor, such courage. However, before he could finish, Jiuyou Shirzing let out a cold laugh. Even as a celestial being, you dare to unsheath your sword. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy stagnated. The flow of the Tao gradually slowed. A terrifying aura permeated the air, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Jiuyou Shirzing was clearly enraged. Indeed, what is so remarkable about celestial beings? Upon entering my Qingyun Sect, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must abide by our rules. If you seek to bring harm upon Qingyun Sect, you must first step over my corpse. Zhang Xuan stood resolute, the wooden stick unwaveringly aimed at Jiuyou Shirzing. As he pondered within his heart, he wondered if this fellow would dare to strike at the entire Qingyun Sect directly. Surely, Xiaoyao would be able to withstand such an assault, wouldn't she? Presently, his own realm fell short, rendering him unable to discern the old man's true strength. However, Xiaoyao was someone he had personally instructed. she could undoubtedly handle an average immortal. Thus, if he were to allow himself to be struck down, Xiao would protect the Qingyun Sect in turn, perfectly orchestrated. With a gaze of condescension, Zhang Xuan looked down upon the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou. Come now, old man, act swiftly. Jiuyou Fangzheng had already succumbed to despair. The patriarch was thoroughly enraged. When an immortal is angered, the heavens and earth may tremble. Zhang Xuan was doomed. He lamented inwardly. I cannot save you this time, brother Zhang. Yet, as he observed Zhang Xuan standing unwaveringly before the overwhelming presence of his ancestor, a sense of admiration welled within him. To stand resolute in the face of a mortal oppression, that is the way of a cultivator. However, even if brother Zhang were to remain unafraid, it seemed that salvation from the divine was beyond reach. As anticipated, the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou extended his skeletal hand, slowly descending towards Zhang Xuan. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the very heavens conspired to exert pressure upon Zhang Xuan. Though he maintained his stance, he appeared diminutive in comparison. The wrath of an immortal mirrored that of the heavens. Jiuyou Fangzheng sighed within, farewell, brother Zhang. Yet Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He laughed within. I shall fulfill my mission. Old man, unleash your full strength. Do not hold back. Come on. However, in the next instant, the anticipated scene of Zhang Xuan being struck down did not materialize. Instead, the 13th ancestor's hand gently rested upon Zhang Xuan's shoulder. Cultivators who fear not death prioritize the dignity of their sect above all else. Indeed, splendidly so. To everyone's astonishment, the formerly grim visage of the 13th ancestor transformed into one of appreciation as he lightly patted Zhang Xuan's shoulder. Upon hearing these words, Jiuyou Fangzheng was taken aback, and Zhang Xuan stood equally astonished. Ancestor Yu, Jiuyou Fangzheng, present. As a scion of the Jiuyou family, you ought to learn much from this young friend. Remember, there are certain ideals worth defending with one's very life. At times, even in the face of insurmountable odds, one must dare to raise the sword. Such courage is what our Jiuyou family presently lacks. The 13th ancestor concluded with a complex expression, filled with sentiment. Jiuyou Fangzheng's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he respectfully clasped his hands. The younger generation shall heed the teachings of the ancestor. Elation surged within him. Brother Zhang was safe. He had not anticipated that the ancestor would be such a reasonable individual, especially in his favorable view of brother Zhang. Zhang Xuan, however, was left bewildered. What did this mean? Old man, strike me down already. I'm in this state, and yet you refrain from action. Panic surged within him as he prepared to speak again, when suddenly, a stunning figure descended before him. Yun Yaohong had arrived. It is an honor to meet the Qingyun Sword Immortal. The 13th ancestor of Jiuyou greeted her with utmost courtesy. Yun Yaohong nodded indifferently, not glancing at Zhang Xuan behind her, but he instantly comprehended the situation. It appeared that Xiao had been keeping a watchful eye on this matter. She must have had her sights set on this old man from the very beginning, which was why he dared not act. Realizing this, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but inwardly curse. Coward. In truth, it was indeed the case that the esteemed ancestor Jiuyou had contemplated taking action, even if it meant not striking Zhang Xuan down but merely demonstrating his formidable presence. After all, he was an immortal. And did he truly think he could be trifled with? However, the moment he unleashed his aura, he was met with an imposing force that locked onto him, sending a chill down his spine. In that instant, he had no doubt that should he dare to act, he would certainly meet his demise today. Otherwise, would an immortal be so easily intimidated? Zhang Xuan, filled with resentment, was unwilling to forfeit such a splendid opportunity. He understood that with Yun Yaohong present, his chances of survival were slim. Nevertheless, he was determined to instigate some turmoil that would linger in the elder's mind, ensuring that the thought of killing him would persist. Thus, he continued to provoke, wearing an air of audacity, while also implicating the Qingyun Sect. Old man, my master has arrived. Have you yet to explain your intentions for visiting the Qingyun Sect? Speak. Are you plotting something against us? Chapter 17. Is this not bullying the innocent? Bandit master and apprentice. Arrogant, indeed exceedingly arrogant. Zhang Xuan's current demeanor incited a desire in everyone present to silence him, and Jiuyou's 13th ancestor was no exception. Has this fellow become overly audacious? Yun Yaohong furrowed her brow. Although her master had once been exceedingly proud, he had never behaved in such a manner. What on earth has transpired now? However, her curiosity was piqued regarding the purpose of the celestial being from the Jiuyou clan visiting Qingyun Sect. Prompting Yun Yaohong to speak, might I inquire the purpose of your visit to our Qingyun Sect? I recall that there seems to be no connection between our two clans. Guiyu's 13th ancestor paid no mind to Zhang Xuan, perceiving him as somewhat deranged. He turned to Yun Yao, his tone notably amiable. I have come on behalf of the Guiyou clan's disciples. Then why did you not knock? Zhang Xuan interjected, irritation seeping through. I have long heard of the Qingyun sword immortal, and upon meeting you today, I finally grasped the elegance of your swordsmanship. Truly befitting of a disciple of the sword sovereign. Spare me the flattery, I said. Why did you not knock? You flatter me, esteemed friend. I have long held the Guiyou clan in high regard. Am I invisible? Seeing the two engrossed in their own conversation, Zhang Xuan felt like a mere jester, utterly exasperated. He decided to disregard the pomp and continued to relentlessly provoke Guiyu's 13th ancestor with incessant banter, daring him to retaliate. Guiyu's 13th ancestor's forehead pulsed with veins, while Yun Yao's frown deepened. What on earth does my master intend? Is it merely a disdain for this Guiyou 13th ancestor? Her thoughts raced as she pondered the situation. Meanwhile, Guiyou Fangzhong, standing by, felt utterly numb. Brother Zhang, are you unwell? Since you claim to represent the Guiyou clan in your visit, does this imply you are here to offer an apology? Suddenly, Yun Yao shifted the conversation. Guiyu's 13th ancestor was taken aback. An apology? What do you mean by an apology? Zhang Xuan's eyes gleamed with the flicker of an opportunity. Indeed, old man, you mentioned you came on behalf of Fangzhong. Thus, you are here to apologize for the Guiyou clan, correct? Realizing the implication, Guiyu's 13th ancestor was both furious and amused. He had come to demand an explanation from Yun Yao, yet now he was being asked to apologize for detaining a disciple of the Guiyou clan? Is this not a blatant act of bullying the innocent? Do you not find this notion absurd? He retorted coldly, aware that he represented the Guiyou clan and could not afford to yield. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan was instantly invigorated, his anger flaring. What is absurd about it? If one errs, they must acknowledge it. Does Fangzhong's disrespect towards our Qingyun Sect warrant no apology? Although he is my half-brother, the principles of propriety must be upheld. Zhang Xuan argued vehemently. Yun Yao remained silent. Since her master appeared displeased with the elder, she resolved to take action. On the side, Guiyou Fangzhong refrained from speaking, knowing he lacked the boldness to interject in a conversation amongst immortals. My young friend, if we are to adhere to this logic, how then do we address your earlier disrespect towards me? Guiyu's 13th ancestor engaged in the dispute with Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan paused, pondering deeply. It appears you have a point. Guiyou Shizing let out a cold snort, pondering how he could endure this if not for the presence of Zhang Xuan's master. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Xuan unexpectedly bowed at a 90-degree angle and exclaimed, My apologies, old man. I spoke a bit too loudly earlier, and I wish to express my regret. This is my token of contrition. With that, he stood up and tossed a spiritual fruit toward Guiyou Shizing. Instinctively, Guiyou Shizing caught the fruit, momentarily taken aback. Was he truly apologizing? But what was the meaning of a mere spiritual fruit as recompense? Before he could gather his thoughts, Zhang Xuan continued, All right, old man, I have apologized and offered my gift. Now, shall we expect something from the Guiyou family in return? A few celestial artifacts or materials would suffice. No need for formality. Crack. Guiyou Shizing inadvertently crushed the spiritual fruit in his grasp, his mind in turmoil. Celestial artifacts and materials. Did he truly dare to demand such things? The issue was not merely about the artifacts. The compensation itself was unwarranted. Guiyou Shizing turned to Yun Yao, his voice gravely serious. Is this also your sentiment, friend? Seeing that the situation had settled to a point, Yun Yao replied calmly, There is no need for further compensation. Young friend Fangzhong has already offered his apologies in the past. His stay at Qingyun Sect for a millennium is more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, Guiyou Shizing's demeanor softened slightly, acknowledging the reasonableness in her statement. However, Yun Yao's subsequent words unsettled him once more. Nevertheless, young friend Fangzhong must continue his cultivation in our Qingyun Sect. Our sect is relatively new, with limited resources barely sufficient for our disciples. Young friend Fangzhong is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Even the lifespan of a golden core cultivator may not reach a millennium. Therefore, this matter should be the responsibility of the Guiyou family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan internally applauded Yun Yao, recognizing the exceptional synergy between them. Guiyou Shizing's expression darkened, clearly perceiving the underlying intent to extort the Guiyou family. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words against Yun Yao's reasoning. Could he truly allow Guiyou Fangzhong to perish within Qingyun Sect? Such talents as Guiyou Fangzhong were rare within the Guiyou clan. each one a potential future clan leader or even a celestial being. It would be a pity to abandon them. However, acquiescing to such terms left a bitter taste. He glanced at Zhang Xuan and Yun Yao, noting Zhang Xuan's lewd grin and Yun Yao's calm smile. As if they were cut from the same cloth, truly a teacher and disciple, perhaps even with a background as rogues? If Zhang Xuan were aware of his thoughts, he would likely give a thumbs up, exclaiming how accurately he judged people. In their earlier years, both had humble beginnings, resorting to robbery and extortion for cultivation resources. Gu Shizhu turned to Yun Yao, speaking solemnly, "This matter can be discussed. But I have long heard of the esteemed Qingyun Sword Immortal, yet have never had the honor to witness it firsthand. Today, I am fortunate and wish to experience it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes, sensing that a confrontation was indeed imminent. He had anticipated that the visit to Qingyun Sect was not as simple as it appeared, and thus he stepped forward decisively. "If you intend to lay a hand on my master, you must first step over my dead body." However, before he could finish, Yun Yao raised a hand. "Please." In the next moment, the two vanished from their location, ascending into the heavens. Zhang Xuan's lips twitched. Damn it, they were ignoring him again. He gazed upward, a hint of concern in his eyes. With his current limited capabilities, he could not discern who was more formidable between Xiao Yao and that old man. Although he held faith in Xiao Yao, what if she were to be injured? What if that old fellow had ulterior motives? What if there were celestial beings lying in ambush beyond the skies? The experiences of 100 lifetimes made him ponder deeply. For the realm of cultivation was never a tranquil place. The reason that the old man, Jiuyou, had repeatedly shown tolerance towards Zhang Xuan was merely due to his apprehension of Xiao Yao's strength. Should he probe into Xiao Yao's situation and contemplate acting against the Qingyun Sect, what then? Although the legacy of the Sword Sovereign was non-existent, he had already spoken of it, inevitably attracting covetous individuals. Thus, he had to remain vigilant against many things. Zhang Xuan sighed inwardly. Originally, Xiao Yao had been living well within the Qingyun Sect, but his arrival had thrown her life into disarray. This damned system was truly infuriating. This final task was indeed more complex than it appeared. Zhang Xuan cursed the system vehemently in his heart. "Brother Zhang need not worry," Gu Fangzheng remarked. Noticing the worry etched on Zhang Xuan's face, "The ancestor is a reasonable person. The two are merely engaging in a simple discussion of principles, and no unforeseen incidents will occur." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan merely shook his head. The youth was so naive. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, he turned to Gu Fangzheng and, after much deliberation, finally spoke. "Brother Fangzheng, there is a question I have long wished to ask. Might you be able to provide me with an answer?" "Brother Zhang, please feel free to inquire. Do you have an elder brother by the name of Gu Fangyuan?" Chapter 18. The growth of sword intent is beyond my control. In the past, I could suppress them. Now, I can still do so. Gu Fangyuan. Gu Fangzheng pondered seriously upon hearing this, then shook his head, having never heard of such a person within the family. "What is the matter with Brother Zhang?" Zhang Xuan let out a sigh of relief, glad that there was no such individual. "However, you must remember this. If such a person appears, you must eliminate him at the first opportunity. Do you understand? Also, if he recites poetry, you must tear his mouth apart immediately." Upon hearing this, Gu Fangzheng appeared puzzled. "Does Brother Zhang have any particular reasoning behind this?" Zhang Xuan did not elaborate, as the matter was difficult to explain. "It's fine. Just remember it." Zhang Xuan had intended to ask about Gu Fangzheng when he first heard the name. This world indeed possesses Gu cultivators, with some exaggerated Gu insects reaching celestial levels. However, he had never heard of anything like the spring and autumn cicada. Yet, if such a person truly existed, Zhang Xuan felt a sense of trepidation. He had his own advantages, but that individual would be formidable. There was a saying before his transmigration: "One may aspire to be a great benevolent immortal, but one must never allow another great benevolent immortal to exist nearby." Noticing Zhang Xuan's vague responses, Gu Fangzheng grew increasingly curious, especially upon seeing the apprehensive expression on Zhang Xuan's face. However, as Brother Zhang did not wish to elaborate, he refrained from pressing the matter, simply committing the name to memory. Soon, Yun Yao and Gu Shizhu returned. Yun Yao still wore a faint smile, appearing unchanged from before. In contrast, Gu Shizhu's complexion paled, and his gaze towards Yun Yao was filled with apprehension. Her strength surpassed his expectations significantly. At that moment, he believed that the Gu family had made a wise decision in not opposing the Qingyun Sect, although their confrontation lasted but a brief moment. He was nearly certain that to encircle and eliminate Yun Yao, at least 10 celestial beings of the same realm would need to be mobilized. And they must be prepared for the possibility of losing more than 2 celestial beings, which was utterly unfathomable. Especially considering that she was merely a disciple of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign. How formidable must the Zhangming Sword Sovereign have been? It was said that he perished during the celestial tribulation, cursed by the heavens, but was the truth truly so? Guyu Shizuzu harbored doubts. Ancestor. Seeing Guyu Shanin's visibly displeased expression, Guyu Fangjing anxiously approached. Guyu Shizuzu waved his hand, indicating that there was no issue, merely that the sparring had been somewhat taxing. Guyu Fangjing felt relieved upon hearing this. Truly, the Qingyun Sword Immortal has broadened my horizons. Guyu Shizuzu solemnly saluted Yun Yao. Yun Yao returned a faint smile and gracefully replied, "You are too kind, my friend. Master, are you all right?" Zhang Xuan quickly stepped forward to inquire about Yun Yao's condition. In his haste, he nearly let slip his thoughts, but fortunately corrected himself in time. Yet, how could Yun Yao be unaware of what he was about to say? Her expression shifted, and she looked at Zhang Xuan with a knowing smile. "Master, you have finally revealed your true colors, haven't you?" "I am fine," Yun Yao replied, feeling touched. Indeed, her master remained the same, still caring for her well-being. Especially when she was absent earlier, the master displayed an unwavering determination to protect the Qingyun Sect in front of the ancient moon family as celestial beings, which did not escape her notice. His demeanor mirrored the devotion he once showed in safeguarding her. "Now, it is my turn to protect my master," Yun Yao mused to herself. Alas, Zhang Xuan, oblivious to Yun Yao's thoughts, mentally berated himself for his own folly as his exposure value surged yet again. Detected an increase in Yun Yao's affirmation of the host's identity. Exposure value increased by 1. Current exposure value for the identity of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign stands at 11. Exposure value rising. Sword intent reviving. Boom. In the next moment, unparalleled sword intent erupted from Zhang Xuan, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. This is the 13th ancestor of the ancient moon narrowed his eyes, regarding Zhang Xuan with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Sword intent? He only knew that Zhang Xuan seemed to have inherited the legacy of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign. Yet he was unaware of the specifics of that inheritance. Witnessing the surge of sword intent now left him utterly bewildered. This was a manifestation that pointed directly to the path of the great Tao. With it, barring any unforeseen circumstances, ascending to the realm of immortals would be a certainty. Even now, although he had already attained immortality, he had yet to comprehend any form of intent, while Yun Yao possessed sword intent. This disparity in their powers was one reason for the vast chasm between them. The presence or absence of intent delineates the boundary between the immortal and the mortal, serving as a true dividing line among the prodigies. Yet here he was, witnessing sword intent emanating from a mere practitioner at the second level of qi refinement. How could he possibly maintain his composure? Seeing his ancestor in such a state of shock, Guyu Fangjing could only offer a wry smile, as he too had not fared much better in the past. Zhang Xuan, meanwhile, was left in a state of exasperation. During his first life, the chaos infinite sword body and sword intent had been gradually accumulated with the system's assistance, akin to collecting water. Now, with the awakening of the sword body and the revival of the sword intent, it was akin to unleashing a torrent, particularly with the system's resurgence rendering him unable to exert control. Although it was somewhat gratifying to see the ancient moon 13th ancestor's astonishment, he truly did not desire this attention. Therefore, he explained, "This is an inheritance. The chaos infinite sword body allows for the spontaneous accumulation of sword intent and sword energy. I have no control over it." His words, once spoken, left everyone present in stunned silence. "Did you truly mean to say that? You have no control?" The ancient moon 13th ancestor exhaled deeply, feeling that this fellow was indeed infuriating, capable of affecting even the mindset of an immortal. Guyu Fangjing sighed internally. "Zhang Xuan, while advising others to maintain a low profile, you yourself are anything but discreet." Yun Yao, meanwhile, covered her mouth in embarrassment, struggling to suppress her laughter. Truly, he is the master. However, the ancient moon 13th ancestor did not take Zhang Xuan's words to heart, but instead began to earnestly sense the sword intent emanating from him. The chaos infinite sword body, legendary for its ability to autonomously coalesce sword intent and accumulate sword energy. Unparalleled sword intent. Supreme sword path, truly worthy of the legacy of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign. Regrettably, I was born a little too late and missed the era of that great figure. The ancient Moon 13th ancestor sighed with a sense of nostalgia, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the Zhangming sword's sovereign exerting dominance over all sword cultivators in the world. Just envisioning such a scene ignited a fervor within. Zhang Xuan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Ah, so I have a fan after all? Had I known, I would have refrained from reproaching that old fellow earlier. Soon, the revival of the sword intent concluded, and tranquility returned to Zhang Xuan. Jiuyou, the 13th ancestor, also regained his composure. However, he continued to regard Zhang Xuan with a sigh, remarking, "Your progress in cultivation seems to have slowed considerably," which is rather concerning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of displeasure. Who did he look down upon? Why did everyone seem to think this way? What was wrong with his cultivation? Do you not believe that tomorrow I shall establish my foundation, the day after I shall attain the golden core, and by the third day, I shall ascend to immortality? Zhang Xuan retorted. Jiuyou, the 13th ancestor, chuckled and shook his head, seemingly having begun to comprehend Zhang Xuan's character. He disregarded the remark and continued. The news of the Zhangming sword sovereign's legacy has nearly reverberated throughout the Tai realm. Numerous prodigies from the central continent have emerged, traversing the world, and there are even rumors of ancient prodigies awakening. At this point, you cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Xuan. Many of those prodigies belonged to the era of the Zhangming sword sovereign, and they had been suppressed by him in the past. Now that they were awakening, their disposition towards the inheritor of the sword sovereign's legacy would likely not be amicable. Yun Yaohong narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. Yet, Zhang Xuan remained indifferent. They were merely a bunch of insignificant figures. He had subdued them once before and could do so again. However, it soon dawned on Zhang Xuan that this was not a trivial matter. What if those individuals from back then truly recognized him? How troublesome. Why did this final task have to be fraught with complications? Especially according to the old man Jiuyou, the awakened ancient prodigies were evidently not limited to the era of Zhangming, but included others from different times as well. Would his other identities also be at risk of exposure? In an instant, Zhang Xuan was engulfed by despair. Chapter 19. The task of wielding the sword is challenging, and the task of laying it down is equally daunting. Should I simply renounce my identity? Seeing Zhang Xuan's despondent expression, the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou assumed he had absorbed the gravity of the situation and continued. This is but one aspect. The second is that the legacy of the sword master of Zhangming is exceedingly alluring. While I am not privy to the specifics of the inheritance, the mere existence of the chaotic, limitless sword body could attract countless covetous eyes. At this juncture, the 13th ancestor paused before elaborating. The physique suited for cultivation, particularly one acquired postnatally, can indeed be usurped. Although our Jiuyou clan does not engage in such malevolent practices, other ancient powers might not adhere to such scruples. The news of the sword master's legacy has already begun to circulate, although it is currently suppressed by some ancient forces within the Tai realm for certain reasons. It cannot be concealed from other realms for long. A young prodigy who has yet to grow is merely a prodigy. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Xuan and Yun Yao's expressions darkened. In his first life, Zhang Xuan's chaotic limitless sword body was cultivated gradually, and by the time it reached its zenith, he stood among the ranks of formidable beings, with none daring to covet his sword body. Yet now, awakening his sword body during his weaker phase poses significant peril. While the rules are designed to protect the weak and mutual competition among peers is customary, those rules are established by the powerful. Under such temptation of an extraordinary physique, it is difficult to guarantee that some individuals will not resort to unscrupulous means. Despite Yun Yao's strength, the age-old adage rings true. A thief may evade capture for 1,000 days, but a guard may only last for a day. What complicates matters further is that the adversaries are targeting Zhang Xuan, making his demise a matter beyond the defense of Qingyun Sect. Damn that system for compelling me to awaken my sword body. Zhang Xuan cursed inwardly. Now he finds himself in a precarious position. Should he strive to enhance his strength, he risks being unable to defend himself against others during the completion of his task. Conversely, should he refrain from strengthening himself, he may perish due to unforeseen circumstances, rendering the task impossible to fulfill. Truly, whether one wields the sword or lays it down, the task remains formidable. Yun Yao gazed at Zhang Xuan, her eyes reflecting a depth of thought. Suddenly, the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou chuckled. These are merely my speculations, not necessarily the truth. Zhang Xuan shot him a disdainful look, wondering, then what are you implying? Are you here merely to propagate negativity? However, he only harbored these thoughts internally, for he had anticipated such scenarios long before. It was merely that the 13th ancestor had brought them to light. Zhang Xuan initially planned to complete his task before these challenges arose, thus avoiding any complications. But now that the 13th ancestor had explicitly acknowledged these circumstances, it seemed that the situation would not unfold ideally. I must take my leave now, the 13th ancestor stated once more, turning to Jiuyou Fangzheng. You shall remain at Qingyun Sect for a millennium, diligently cultivate, and do not tarnish the reputation of our Jiuyou family. Jiuyou Fangzheng solemnly bowed his head. Yes, ancestor. The 13th ancestor then regarded Yun Yao, saying, Dear friend Yun Yao, should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to inform us. Our Jiuyou lineage is willing to aid you within our means. Thank you, my friend. Yun Yao replied, bowing gracefully. Regarding the goodwill of the Jiuyou family, Zhang Xuan and Yun Yao did not pay it much heed. The stakes placed by the other party were neither too heavy nor too light, and within their means, it implied that the interpretative authority belonged to them. This maneuvering space was indeed considerable. However, the virtue of the Chongsheng family was as such that expecting them to stake everything was unrealistic. The relationship between both parties had not yet reached that level of intimacy. The 13th ancestor of the Jiuyou clan nodded, turning his gaze back to Jiuyou Fangzheng, saying, Come, I have some words to share with you. Jiuyou Fangzheng's heart leapt with joy. Was the ancestor offering him guidance? He promptly stepped forward, following the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou as they strolled into the distance. Zhang Xuan squinted, wondering what secretive conversation the grandparent and grandchild were engaged in. Yun Yao then turned to Zhang Xuan, saying, Master, it is time for us to have a discussion as well. Zhang Xuan's expression shifted. Had the young girl finally quelled her anger? After all that cold treatment, had she finally reached her limit? He felt a surge of pride, yet maintained a facade of trepidation as he corrected her. Master, please do not belittle your disciple. You are truly my master. Yun Yao's eyelids fluttered, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xuan as she inquired, Master, what exactly do you intend to do? Since you have returned, why do you hesitate to acknowledge me? Is there some pressing reason behind your silence? As Zhang Xuan prepared to further clarify himself, he noticed Yun Yao's eyes were shimmering with unshed tears. He sighed inwardly, suppressing his usual nonchalance, and spoke in a subdued tone, Master is jesting. What pressing matters could I possibly have? I am merely an ordinary person. Seeing Zhang Xuan still reluctant to acknowledge the truth, Yun Yao slowly closed her eyes, seemingly repressing her emotions, and exhaled deeply. If Master refused to admit it, so be it. As long as Master remained present, that was enough for her. Hearing her words, Zhang Xuan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. At times, he pondered the multitude of hardships Yun Yao must have faced over the millennia. When he fell during the celestial tribulation, how heartbroken must she have been? The once innocent and adorable girl had grown into the formidable Qingyun Sword Immortal, a transformation that surely had not come easily. This was also one of the reasons Zhang Xuan felt compelled to arrange for his affairs in every lifetime. As he journeyed through the ages, there were always those he could not let go. Ensuring the well-being of those around him offered a sense of solace. Yet, Yun Yao was his first disciple. He had been lacking in many ways back then, leaving her with little more than skills and 3 life-preserving sword intents. In hindsight, he realized he owed her far too much. Thus, he sometimes found himself contemplating whether to forego acknowledging his identity altogether. Yet, the mere thought of failing his mission and being reborn as a woman in the next life sent shivers down his spine. Master, Yun Yao opened her eyes once more, her expression now regaining its icy composure. She retrieved a sword tassel from her sleeve, her eyes brimming with nostalgia as she remarked, This is what you gifted me years ago. Whether you are my master or Zhang Xuan, I now present it to you. The moment Zhang Xuan laid eyes on the sword tassel, he was taken aback, for it was an item that had once adorned his own sword. The tassel itself was fashioned from ordinary materials, yet due to the companionship it had known and the patina of time, it had transcended its mundane origins. He recollected the 3 strands of sword intent he had once bestowed upon Xiao Yao, now concealed within. However, upon sensing, he discovered that they had vanished. This indicated that the sword intent previously measured by the spirit stone was the last remnant, and the other 2 had been utilized. Xiao Yao had undoubtedly faced 2 life and death crises. A tremor coursed through Zhang Xuan's heart as he slowly reached for the sword tassel. The tassel possessed a spirit and seemed to sense its former master, swaying gently towards Zhang Xuan despite the stillness of the air. Witnessing this, Yun Yao's gaze sharpened. Only the master could invoke this tassel, and indeed, you are the master. Warning: detection of Yun Yao's deepening affirmation of the host's identity. Exposure value increased by 10. Current exposure value of the Tsangming Sword Master is 21. Exposure value rising. Sword intent reviving. Damn, it's a trap. In the next moment, the sword intent erupted from Zhang Xuan, heavy as a mountain and turbulent as the sea. Not far away, the ancient ancestor Jiuyou and Jiuyou Fangzheng both turned their heads in astonishment. The chaotic and limitless sword body, truly formidable. Chapter 20. Regardless. You are my master. Xiao Yao, please wait for me. Feeling the surge of Zhang Xuan's sword intent, Jiuyou 13 ancestor couldn't help but express his astonishment. While others sought to comprehend and accumulate insights, which was often a matter of chance, the chaos infinite sword body astonishingly accumulated power autonomously, defying the natural order. Such a physique might even captivate certain celestial beings. Although the Qingyun sword immortal was formidable, he could not always safeguard the young man's growth. Noticing Jiuyou Fangzheng's expression of admiration, even envy, Jiuyou 13 ancestor cautioned, do not envy too much. Such a prodigious legacy appearing in the world may not necessarily be a blessing. Jiuyou Fangzheng, taken aback, grasped the elder's meaning but remained perplexed, asking, did not the ancestor express a willingness to assist the Qingyun Sect? With a shake of his head and a smile, Jiuyou 13 ancestor replied, if only my Jiuyou clan were the sole guardians of such a remarkable talent, I would certainly extend my utmost support, even considering his inclusion in our clan. To produce another Tsangming sword sovereign would be a rare fortune. However, with the knowledge of this matter now widespread, our clan may lack the means to protect him. Regardless of any faction, even those of ancient lineage, disciples with exceptional gifts are typically kept hidden until they embark on their path of cultivation. The emergence of the chaos infinite sword body in a qi refining stage cultivator would undoubtedly stir considerable turmoil. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangzheng's expression shifted. Though a member of the Jiuyou clan, he was still a youth, oblivious to the deeply intricate circumstances surrounding this situation. Perceiving Fangzheng's thoughts, Jiuyou 13 ancestor reminded him, do not underestimate the myriad forces in the world. The Chongqing family is but one among many ancient powers. Who can truly fathom the depths of these other forces? He withheld further commentary, knowing that the relationship between their clans was not as amicable as it might appear. Should they venture to assist, the favor might not be reciprocated. Such nuances need not be conveyed to the younger generation, as it would seem overly worldly for an elder to express. Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. Jiuyou Fangzheng replied earnestly, acknowledging the profound insights he had gained today, insights that were rare even in his extensive travels. Jiuyou 13 ancestor nodded, then shifted the conversation. As for Zhang Xuan, do not draw too close, yet there is no need to deliberately distance yourself. Maintain a private friendship. Understanding the elder's intent to keep their familial ties separate from his friendship with Zhang Xuan, Jiuyou Fangzheng found himself puzzled by the paradox of being advised to invest in a relationship while simultaneously being cautioned against entangling the family. He voiced his confusion directly. With an encouraging pat on Fangzheng's shoulder, Jiuyou 13 ancestor seemed to hold a favorable view of this descendant. Among the clan's youth, few dared to question the directives of celestial beings, but Jiuyou Fangzheng was an exception. Unbeknownst to him, he had been influenced by Zhang Xuan, leading him to perceive celestial beings as less than infallible, thereby somewhat diminishing their mystique. Had he known, it might have unsettled his composure. The ancient ancestor of the Jiuyou clan, Jiuyou Shizeng, spoke with a knowing smile. The reason I advise you to act this way is that the young man may have some issues with his judgment. Disrespecting the immortal will inevitably lead to dire consequences. Though the Chongqing clan is not afraid of karmic repercussions, it is unwise to provoke unnecessary entanglements. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangzheng began to understand, a wry smile escaping his lips. Ancestor, you certainly did not say this previously. However, given Brother Zhang's temperament, it is indeed likely that he will stir up significant trouble in the future. As for the ancestor urging him to befriend Zhang Xuan while simultaneously fearing repercussions for the clan, Jiuyou Fangzheng bore no grievances. It was entirely natural for him to reciprocate the clan's support with his contributions, particularly as he held a personal affection for Brother Zhang, who was genuinely loyal. Noticing that Jiuyou Fangzheng had taken his words to heart, Jiuyou Shizeng nodded in satisfaction, increasingly optimistic about this junior. Yet, he soon recalled that his purpose here was to seek an explanation. Nevertheless, allowing Jiuyou Fangzheng to remain at Qingyun Sect for a while might indeed present a valuable opportunity. That is about all, and today is a rare occasion. Should you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to voice them, Jiuyou Shizing said with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, oblivious to the old man's clandestine scrutiny, would undoubtedly have offered a warm greeting had he known. At that moment, however, he found himself in a predicament. Master, I knew it was you. It wasn't me, Master. Please don't speak nonsense. This is you, Master. Stop pretending. That is not me, Master. Please stop. Then how do you explain this sword tassel? Yun Yao interrogated, her gaze fixed on the swaying tassel in her hand. Zhang Xuan, watching the tassel dance before him, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Be still, for heaven's sake. He silently roared, glaring at the tassel. The next moment, the tassel indeed ceased its movement. Zhang Xuan, overjoyed, pointed at it and declared, "See? It has stopped. It was merely the wind. It had nothing to do with me." Huh? Yun Yao scoffed. Was there really wind just now? Yes. Was it so windy that Master did not feel it? Oh, I see. Master, with your formidable cultivation, the winds and frosts do not affect you, so you cannot sense them, Zhang Xuan replied, his face alight with admiration. Yun Yao fell silent, continuing to scrutinize Zhang Xuan. He, too, held her gaze unwaveringly. After a moment, Yun Yao conceded defeat. What could she do against a master who could lie so effortlessly? Master, I do not understand why you refuse to acknowledge your identity, but regardless, you are still my master. Zhang Xuan quickly corrected her. Master, please do not say such things. I cannot bear it. Yet before he could finish, Yun Yao interjected, regarding what Jiuyou Shani mentioned earlier, I believe you are well aware of it. The current situation is complex, and I have noticed that you have not cultivated at all this past year. Is it due to your inferior spiritual roots in the 5 elements? Zhang Xuan waved his hand, reassuringly stating, Master, do not worry. The spiritual root is not a significant issue. As long as I set my mind to it, my cultivation can ascend in a matter of moments. Yun Yao sighed in relief, believing that this would pose no challenge for her master. That is good to hear. If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to support you. Zhang Xuan smiled and replied, Master, what problems could I possibly have? You need not fret excessively. He dared not impose any demands on Yun Yao. The fear of inadvertently revealing evidence regarding his true identity loomed heavily over him. The two shared a tacit understanding, each speaking their own thoughts while maintaining the appearance of a devoted master and disciple. Yun Yao nodded and chose not to linger any longer. She held the words of Jiuyou Shani close to her heart, aware that many matters required her attention. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Xuan, prompting him to speak. By the way, Master, I and that lad Jiuyou Fangzheng are preparing to participate in the sect's grand competition. Should we arrange for him to acquire the identity of a disciple from Qingyun Sect? You may decide that for yourself, replied the master. Zhang Xuan grinned upon hearing this, agreed. As Yun Yao began to take her leave, she hesitated, and in one final moment of reluctance, she asked, Master, can you truly not acknowledge me? Zhang Xuan fell silent for a moment. Then with a wry smile, he said, I am truly not the Zhang Ming sword master. Disappointment washed over Yun Yao as she departed. Zhang Xuan remained rooted in place, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. As for the sword tassel, it had been left behind by Yun Yao. After an extended period, he finally picked it up, gazing at it and softly murmuring, Little Yao, do not worry. Once I fulfill my mission, I shall surely acknowledge you in the next life. Please wait for me. Wait for me. Chapter 21. The young master's participation in the sect grand competition, a chance for rapid advancement in cultivation. After a considerable time, Zhang Xuan regained his composure and gazed at the sword tassel in his hand. Initially an unremarkable object, the tassel had transformed into something extraordinary after accompanying him and later Yun Yao through the passage of countless years. In its infancy, it served merely as an ornament, but after Zhang Xuan's refinement, it gained the ability to harbor sword intent. Now, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the tassel not only retained sword intent, but also possessed a spatial dimension within it, capable of storing items. In the realm of cultivation, storage devices are primarily represented by storage bags and storage rings. Storage bags are typically utilized by lower-tier cultivators, while storage rings, being more expensive and offering greater capacity, are predominantly employed by higher-tier practitioners. Beyond these, there exists a myriad of storage devices, yet they remain beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. The current sword tassel is akin to such a storage device, with a spatial capacity that surpasses that of a storage ring by a staggering 10,000 times. sufficient to contain the entirety of the Qingyun Sect. How vast is the Qingyun Sect? A mere mortal, traversing from one entrance to the opposite end without pause, would require over a decade to complete the journey. In other words, prior to Zhang Xuan's reincarnation, the storage space within this tassel could easily accommodate several Earths, rendering it akin to a small world. An artifact carried by an immortal is undoubtedly not of ordinary caliber. However, this object holds a more profound significance for both him and Yun Yaohong. Regrettably, it was currently void of any contents. Upon this realization, a twitch of his lips betrayed his thoughts. Could it be that little Yao was being mischievous? Yet, having just boasted, he felt reluctant to turn back and request cultivation resources from her. With no other option, Zhang Xuan shook his head and carefully hung the tassel at his waist. As for whether to elevate his cultivation, he had already made a resolute decision. He would advance. After all, the prospect of untimely demise leading to mission failure was hardly amusing. As for the opportunities to fulfill his tasks, he would assess the situation when the time came, deciding whether to ease up against adversaries or pursue other strategies. Zhang Xuan did not place much weight on his inferior 5-element spiritual root talent. He possessed numerous methods to enhance his cultivation. The only variable was the pace at which he could ascend. While he contemplated these matters, Guyu Fangzheng returned. Zhang Xuan, Guyu Fangzheng called out. Fangzheng, you've returned, Zhang Xuan replied with a smile, dismissing his earlier thoughts. I have good news to share with you. My master has agreed to let you participate in the sect's grand competition. We can now proceed to secure your identity as an outer sect disciple. Instantly, Fangzheng's eyes sparkled, and he respectfully clasped his hands before Zhang Xuan. Thank you, brother Zhang. There's no need for such formality between us. Let us go and arrange for your identity right away. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Nodding in understanding, Fangzheng, now familiar with Zhang Xuan's character, refrained from further politeness. And the two set off towards the outer sect disciple office. Before long, they arrived at a pavilion, the very office for outer sect disciples. This is the designated area for outer disciples to undertake sect missions and receive their rewards. At this moment, a considerable number of individuals are present, ranging from those in the Qi refinement stage to those in the golden course stage. However, the majority are still at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. Among them are several disciples who appear to have just returned from their external training, exuding an air of stern competence. The arrival of Zhang Xuan and Guyu Yaohong instantly draws a multitude of gazes. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Ah, splendid. Zhang Xuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, adopts an air of inspection, responding to the greetings of those around him with a nonchalant demeanor. Guyu Yaohong, following closely behind, chuckles and shakes his head. He has come to realize that Zhang Xuan is not one to shy away from the spotlight. They proceed together into the pavilion. At this moment, the elder on duty at the outer sect office is a venerable golden core practitioner. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, he respectfully bows. For the position of the sect's young master is equivalent to that of an inner sect elder. Greetings, young master. Ah, I have brought Brother Fang here to attend to some matters, specifically, to grant him the status of an outer sect disciple, Zhang Xuan states casually, his expression somewhat aloof. However, to avoid any complications, he adds, my master has already consented, and both Brother Fang and I will participate in the upcoming sect competition. Upon hearing this, the Golden Core Elder is momentarily taken aback. He certainly does not believe Zhang Xuan is fabricating orders from the sect leader. In fact, he feels a sense of relief. The elders are well aware of Guyu Yaohong's background, and the fact that he was detained by the Qingyun Sect had caused them considerable concern. Now that he is to become a disciple of Qingyun Sect, it is indeed a positive turn of events, alleviating the prior awkwardness. His astonishment stems from Zhang Xuan's mention of participating in the sect competition. A disciple in the Qi refinement stage competing in such an event? That would be absurd. Traditionally, only those at the foundation establishment stage are eligible to compete. What seems to be the problem? Zhang Xuan inquires, noticing the elder's moment of hesitation. The Golden Core Elder's expression sharpens as he shakes his head. There is no issue. I shall attend to this matter immediately. He would not question the sect leader's decision and promptly turns to organize the relevant details. However, the disciples surrounding them erupt in a flurry of astonishment. The young master is going to participate in the sect competition. Is this a jest? The young master has only reached the second level of Qi refinement in a year. Although the competition is still a decade away, will he be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage by then? Perhaps he could, but think of the resources required. How fortunate the sect leader must be. Everyone is aware of Zhang Xuan's inherent talent with his 5 inferior spiritual roots, and thus, their gazes are filled with envy and jealousy. They certainly do not perceive Zhang Xuan's participation in the sect competition as a path to demise. Rather, they envision the sect leader utilizing resources to elevate his cultivation. Just how many resources would be necessary to rapidly elevate a practitioner with 5 inferior spiritual roots to the foundation establishment stage? The mere thought incites a pang of envy among some disciples. Zhang Xuan, of course, overhears their murmurs, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had not received any substantial resources from Xiaoyao, aside from the wild fruits scattered across the mountains. Before long, the Golden Core Elder presents an array of items before the two. This is the identity token of an outer sect disciple. Simply infuse it with a trace of your essence. This attire signifies your status as an outer sect disciple and serves as a form of identification. It is not mandatory to wear it at all times, but when you venture outside, donning it will reveal your identity. And here is a storage pouch. The Golden Core Elder introduced each item in turn. After listening attentively, Jiuyou Fangzheng graciously accepted them and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder." The Golden Core Elder nodded with satisfaction, appreciating the refined upbringing of the young scion from a prestigious family. He then offered a piece of advice. By the way, may I inquire if you are a sword cultivator? If so, the sect does provide swords. However, the swords issued by the sect are quite ordinary. It is preferable to forge your own. Of course, you may also seek a sword at Sword Mountain, where many blades were left behind by our esteemed predecessors before their ascension, alongside some exceptional swords acquired by the sect leader. However, be warned that the sword aura there is quite potent, and even the sword intent of the sect leader lingers. Many sword cultivators go there to hone their skills, but one must exercise caution to avoid being harmed by the sword intent and aura. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangzheng chuckled and replied, "I appreciate the elder's kind intention, but I am not a sword cultivator." The Golden Core Elder understood and chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan's eyes brightened at the elder's words. According to the old man, Sword Mountain was abundant with sword aura, which could be immensely beneficial for his rapid cultivation advancement. Thus, he promptly inquired, "Where is Sword Mountain?" The Golden Core Elder was taken aback. Does the young master intend to go there? Surely, the young master does not possess a sword? The elder was momentarily perplexed, as the sect leader's direct disciple. It was surprising that the sect leader had not provided the young master with a sword. Zhang Xuan, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Well, my master intended to prepare one for me, but my exceptional talent renders ordinary swords unworthy of me, so I have yet to receive one." The Golden Core Elder's lips twitched in disbelief, unsure whether to believe him, but he simply remarked, "Sword Mountain is somewhat perilous. Given the young master's current cultivation, it may not be prudent to venture there. Just tell me where it is. I will shoulder any dangers myself," Zhang Xuan insisted. What a joke. Beneath the chaos and ultimate sword body, could any ordinary sword aura truly harm him? However, he refrained from elaborating further, as some things might not be believed, and explaining would only waste time. Demonstration would suffice. The Golden Core Elder's expression turned pained as he cautioned, "Young master, it is not that I wish to prevent you from going. It is simply that one must at least be at the foundation establishment stage to ascend Sword Mountain. Perhaps it would be better to wait until you reach that stage." Jiuyou Fangzheng also encouraged, "Zhang Xuan, based on what you've said, it may indeed be unwise to go now. Waiting until you reach foundation establishment would be more prudent." Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. With his inferior 5-element spiritual root, rapidly advancing his cultivation was indeed a challenge, and Sword Mountain might present the opportunity he sought. Thus, he resolved to investigate regardless. "Fine, if you want to tell me. I'll seek others for the information myself. I will go." The Golden Core Elder felt helpless. What if the young master went alone and encountered trouble? Reluctantly, he conceded, "I can accompany you to Sword Mountain, but you must promise me that if you cannot ascend, you will return and wait until you reach foundation establishment." Understood, understood. Lead the way." Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The elder of the Golden Elixir sighed and shook his head, leading Zhang Xuan and the other individual towards Sword Mountain. Chapter 22. The Sacred Ground of the Sect. Courage, my friend. Zhang Xuan's intention to ascend Sword Mountain swiftly spread, as there were numerous disciples present at the outer sect's office at the time. Even some inner sect disciples, who were in seclusion, were stirred. "Hurry, let us see. The young master is about to ascend Sword Mountain." "Young master?" Which young master? Have you been in seclusion for several years? The sect leader accepted a disciple a year ago. It is said that he has inherited the teachings of the sect master, possessing a low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements, and is now at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. What? A low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements can truly be transmitted? What sheer luck? What? Ascending Sword Mountain at the Qi refinement stage? Is this a jest? Countless disciples from both inner and outer sects flocked towards Sword Mountain, eager to witness this fortunate young master of the sect and discern his true capabilities. Meanwhile, some inner sect elders, upon receiving the news, were filled with indignation. Nonsense. Ascending Sword Mountain at the Qi refinement stage is nothing short of childish play. The sword energies atop Sword Mountain are fearsome. Even those in the Great Ascension stage must avoid its sharpness. Why is no one stopping the young master? They tried, but they could not hold him back. We must hurry to see. Come, the young master must not be harmed. The inner sect elders were equally agitated, hastening towards Sword Mountain. Compared to the ordinary disciples, the inner sect elders understood Zhang Xuan's worth far better. Possessing sword intent, he was a potential candidate for ascension. Although Zhang Xuan had a low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements, as long as he persevered through the initial stages of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he would eventually grasp the laws of the universe, leading to a smooth path ahead. In their eyes, Zhang Xuan was the person most likely to attain immortality, second only to the sect leader, and thus must not be allowed to falter. In an instant, nearly the entire Qingyun Sect was set in motion, converging towards Sword Mountain. At the foot of Sword Mountain, Zhang Xuan gazed upward, exhibiting a keen interest. Along the way, he had heard many tales concerning Sword Mountain, a renowned site throughout the southern wilderness. Before him stood a stark mountain peak, merely 100 zhang high, which paled in comparison to the surrounding peaks that soared thousands or even 10,000 zhang high. At most, it could be likened to a small hillock. Yet, this barren hillock was adorned with a multitude of swords, densely packed like a forest. When the wind blew, the sword waves surged like a tide, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Above Sword Mountain, there was not a trace of cloud or mist, as if the clouds themselves deliberately avoided this mountain. This was the Sword Mountain established by Yun Yaohong, intended to hone the sword cultivators of the sect, a veritable holy ground of Qingyun Sect. Zhang Xuan could surmise the inspiration behind this mountain. It was likely modeled after the Boundless Sword Tomb, though it fell significantly short in grandeur compared to that ancient site. In his first life, he had reincarnated within the Boundless Realm, and as a sword cultivator, he had naturally witnessed the ancient power of the Boundless Realm. The sacred ground for sword cultivators, the Boundless Sword Tomb. That tomb was far more magnificent than the Sword Mountain before him. Of course, considering that Qingyun Sect had only been established for over 20,000 years, it was understandable that it could not rival those ancient forces. For little Yao to achieve such a feat was already quite remarkable. At this moment, many cultivators atop Sword Mountain were meditating, undergoing the tempering of sword energies, while others seemed intent on comprehending sword intent. As for the foot of the mountain, it was already crowded with disciples from both the inner and outer gates, as well as some elders, engaged in animated discussions. Is that the young master? Quite an audacious appearance. One cannot help but feel an urge to belittle him. Don't speak like that. The young master is undeniably handsome. He may surpass me in looks by a trifling 3 points, but it is evident that he possesses no other remarkable qualities. Countless gazes converged upon Zhang Xuan, who remained composed amidst the scrutiny. This was merely a minor spectacle. He had endured far worse situations under the spotlight. Today, he sought nothing more than to vindicate himself. He, Zhang Xuan, was formidable. This was the Sword Mountain, where the sword energy was exceedingly fearsome. As one ascended the mountain, they would be incessantly assailed by the sword energy, which could both erode the body and, conversely, strengthen it. Furthermore, the oppressive sword intent of the sect leader loomed above, capable of tempering the resolve of the cultivators. With every step taken upward on the Sword Mountain, the pressure from the sword energy and intent would increase, to the extent that even those of the Great Ascension realm would have to retreat. As for the summit, no one could ascend it except for the sect leader. The Golden Core Elder beside Zhang Xuan began to elucidate the nature of the Sword Mountain, seemingly wishing for Zhang Xuan to reconsider. However, upon hearing this, Guyu Fangjing's eyes sparkled with excitement. To think it can hone the will of the cultivators. What a remarkable place. It is no wonder it was established by an immortal. Though my Guyu clan possesses something similar, the essence is entirely different. Initially, he had merely accompanied Zhang Xuan, but now he too yearned to venture further. Noticing the eagerness in Guyu Fangzheng's eyes, Zhang Xuan smiled and inquired, Fangzheng, would you care to ascend with me? Indeed, that is precisely my intention, Guyu Fangzheng replied with a grin. The Golden Core Elder's eyelids twitched at this exchange. Were the youth of today so audacious? Guyu Fangzheng held a unique status. Should any misfortune befall him, it would pose a significant problem. He was about to voice his concerns when Guyu Fangzheng preemptively spoke. Elder, there is no need for worry. Should danger arise, I shall withdraw at once. The Golden Core Elder was at a loss for words. If he could not dissuade them, then so be it. As long as they remained at the foot of the mountain, it would not pose much of a problem, for he could intervene in time to bring them back. However, the thought of the two ascending the Sword Mountain had never crossed his mind. Zhang Xuan and Guyu Fangzheng exchanged knowing smiles. And then Guyu Fangzheng took the lead, stepping toward the Sword Mountain. Yet, as soon as he set foot on the mountain, his expression changed dramatically. A tumultuous wave of sword energy rushed toward him, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. This was still bearable. However, the sword energy found its way into his body through the pores of his skin, relentlessly burrowing within. Consequently, a layer of blood beads began to form on the surface of Guyu Fangzheng's skin. This was merely the sword energy from the summit. A heavy sword intent descended upon Guyu Fangzheng like a celestial decree, shaking him to his core as though he were facing the entirety of heaven and earth. Beneath the onslaught of sword energy and intent, he felt like a solitary leaf in a tempest, on the brink of being torn asunder. The Sword Mountain was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Guyu Fangzheng stood rooted to the spot, desperately striving to adapt without resorting to any magical power for resistance. As the sword energy tempered his body, the essence of the sword refined his will. The moment he ascended the Sword Mountain, many cultivators meditating on its peak opened their eyes, gazing at Guyu Fangzheng, whose eyes sparkled with brilliance. Some elders and disciples below raised their brows in surprise. It was his first time on Sword Mountain, and he had not been instantly overwhelmed? Is this truly a descendant of the Guyu clan? Truly, the lineage of a prominent family breeds exceptional talent. It is a pity, however, as I have heard that this individual is not a sword cultivator. Otherwise, he would have been a promising prospect. How high do you think he can ascend? I wager he will reach 7 or 8 zhang. I estimate he will descend at 5 or 6 zhang. Observing Guyu Fangzheng's reaction to his ascent, admiration shone in the eyes of the onlookers, many of whom began to speculate on how high he might climb. As for the beads of blood that emerged from his body, no one paid them any mind. Mere surface wounds, nothing unusual. Guyu Fangzheng, after adjusting to the intensity of the situation, finally exhaled deeply and regained his composure. He gazed towards the summit, particularly at the sword cultivators meditating there, and a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. The 100 zhang Sword Mountain serves as a demarcation of significant realms every 10 zhang. The first 10 zhang are nearly insurmountable without foundation establishment. Within 20 zhang lies the Golden Core stage, and within 30, the nascent soul. Following this logic, only those of celestial cultivation could hope to reach 80 to 90 zhang. What an impressive Sword Mountain! Guyu Fangzheng marveled, then turned to Zhang Xuan. Brother Zhang, each 10 zhang on this mountain marks a crucial threshold. It is indeed formidable for those in the qi refinement stage. He spoke with the intent of dissuading Zhang Xuan from attempting the climb. However, Zhang Xuan merely chuckled in amusement. Are you suggesting I just stand by after your grandstanding? Ignoring Guyu Fangzheng, he turned to the gathered crowd. Esteemed guests, upon hearing Zhang Xuan's voice, the crowd turned their gaze, their expressions laced with mockery. Could it be that the young master was daunted by Guyu Fangzheng's display? Yet Zhang Xuan boldly proclaimed, "Watch closely. I shall now commence my grand display." With that, he dashed towards the Sword Mountain, singing aloud and even providing his own background music. Brave, brave, my friend, even if tomorrow brings no rainbow. The crowd was momentarily stunned, but soon fear took hold of them. Wait, why is he running? Young master, you mustn't run. You mustn't. Quick, stop the young master. A throng of disciples and elders, their eyes wide with alarm, realized the peril. The sword energy of the mountain was dreadfully fierce. To charge upward was akin to hurling oneself against a blade. This endeavor was not something one could conquer with mere momentum. Guyu Fangzheng's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Brother Zhang, you cannot run." However, Zhang Xuan's sudden movement left everyone too late to intervene, and in the next instant, he set foot upon the Sword Mountain. A collective gasp echoed in their hearts as they thought, "This is it. Chapter 23. You who do not practice the sword, see me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the bright moon. All present here are mere trash. Where is the young master? Quickly stop him. He is still in the chi refining stage and not yet ready to ascend Sword Mountain. A group of inner sect elders arrived late, filled with anxiety. However, upon their arrival, they witnessed Zhang Xuan dashing towards Sword Mountain. What the hell? Is that the young master? Is he truly attempting to ascend Sword Mountain? What audacity! Forget the audacity, stop him quickly. How can he still have a running start? The elders shouted in alarm, their hearts racing with fear. Yet, Zhang Xuan's actions were so abrupt that no one could react in time to thwart him. In the next moment, he charged up the sacred mountain. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of Zhang Xuan being gravely injured did not unfold. Instead, bolstered by his running start, he soared to a height of 7 or 8 zhang. This spectacle left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. What is happening? The young master is unharmed? This is wonderful. What if he had been injured by the sword qi and compromised his foundation? The group of elders and disciples breathed a sigh of relief, shaken by the experience. However, as they regained their composure, confusion set in. How is the young master unscathed? He truly ascended Sword Mountain. Is this not a matter of metaphysics? Many disciples were perplexed, and the elders also appeared uncertain. Even a chi refining disciple, witnessing Zhang Xuan's ascent, felt compelled to give it a try. Seizing an opportunity when no one was paying attention, he accelerated and dashed towards Sword Mountain. Suddenly, he spewed blood, flying backward, with blood and body tracing a perfect parabola in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, bouncing twice. What the hell? The chi refining disciple, expending all his strength, managed to utter this before losing consciousness. Hiss! The other eager disciples immediately inhaled sharply. Their aspirations extinguished in an instant. Carry him away. The elders hurriedly called for assistance to carry the injured disciple away for treatment, momentarily at a loss for words. Subsequently, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Xuan, their expressions a blend of confusion, disbelief, astonishment, and a sense of the uncanny. Meanwhile, some practitioners atop the mountain, who had been meditating, were also taken aback by the scene. Jiuyou looked towards Zhang Xuan, equally perplexed. Zhang Xuan, you. Observing the injured disciple being carried away, Zhang Xuan marveled inwardly. What a brave lad. Hearing Jiuyou's words, he snapped back to reality, waving his hand dismissively. Do not be infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. No, Zhang Xuan, what I mean is, did you not feel the erosion of sword qi and the pressure of sword intent? Jiuyou inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan understood. Sword qi and sword intent. He certainly felt their presence, but what of it? The chaos infinite sword body, do you think it is a joke? The physique of this individual transcends mere accumulation of sword intent and sword energy. It is equally capable of absorbing sword energy. Otherwise, how could it exert pressure upon the sacred body, compelling those contemporaneous sword cultivators to lower their heads? As for sword intent, little Yao's understanding of sword intent was gleaned under his guidance. To dare to confront him would be akin to defying the very heavens. Zhang Xuan gazed toward the mountain peak, observing that the sword intent atop dared not approach him, instead parting to grant him passage. The sword energy, in contrast, flowed around him obediently, brushing against him as gently as a spring breeze. He felt not discomfort, but rather an exquisite sense of ease. While others endure the torment of sword energy to temper their physiques, he came merely to bask in its warmth. Brother Fangjung, you still do not comprehend the true essence of the chaotic infinite sword body, Zhang Xuan remarked, his back turned to Jiuyou, hands clasped behind him. If you do not practice the sword, you perceive me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Should you take up the sword, my presence would be akin to an ant beholding the vast sky. His voice resonated, reaching the ears of all present. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, a tingling sensation coursing through their scalps. What a brazen proclamation! Those sword cultivators meditating atop the mountain opened their eyes, including several inner disciples, all of whom possessed at least the cultivation of the transformation stage. Yet now, their gazes were drawn to the figure at the foot of the mountain, a silhouette with hands clasped behind, eyes glimmering with fervor and a burgeoning battle spirit. Sword cultivators, the most formidable among all practitioners in terms of combat prowess, were inherently combative. How could they remain unmoved by Zhang Xuan's words? This was tantamount to belittling every sword cultivator in existence. The elders and disciples below marveled at the audacity of Zhang Xuan's statement, while the inner elders shook their heads in disapproval. The young master shines too brightly. A tree that stands out will inevitably attract the wind. This is not auspicious. I beg to differ. Is a young man truly young if he lacks vigor? A sharp sword boldly forges invincibility, and I find the young master's demeanor commendable. The inner elders bore varied expressions, some among them being sword cultivators who regarded Zhang Xuan with less than benevolent eyes. Standing a short distance behind Zhang Xuan, Jiuyou appeared somewhat entranced. Gazing at the figure above, he envisioned a young man clad in blue, sword in hand, striding upon the earth, surveying the world with disdain. As if there were no issue that a single sword could not resolve, that silhouette gradually overlapped with Zhang Xuan's own. Brother Zhang. Jiuyou's gaze was complex, lost in thought. Zhang Xuan remained unaware of the turmoil within Jiuyou's mind, merely exchanging glances with the sword cultivators on Sword Mountain. What do you stare at? I am not targeting anyone specifically. I am merely stating that all present are but worthless. At this proclamation, the sword cultivators atop Sword Mountain erupted in fury, some even rising from their meditative stances. Among the elders and disciples below, several sword cultivators tightened their grips on their swords. This is utterly outrageous. I long to strike him down. Wait. He is merely at the chi refining stage. If you truly take action, you might inadvertently kill him. A cacophony of discussions ensued, with the sword cultivators and elders casting fierce glances at him. If Zhang Xuan's earlier remarks were merely brash, his current words have transcended into sheer audacity. It is as if he is defiantly relieving himself atop everyone else's heads. Naturally, should other cultivators become aware of the sentiments harbored by this faction of sword cultivators, they would hastily distance themselves, claiming, the young master refers solely to the sword cultivators. It does not pertain to us. Yet, it is undeniable that, at this moment, every sword cultivator's gaze upon Zhang Xuan is imbued with a fervent martial spirit. Among sword cultivators, the distinction of superiority can only be determined through combat. Such arrogance from a cultivator. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the mountaintop. A young man, seated at a height exceeding 70 zhang, slowly opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward Zhang Xuan. His eyes gleamed like swords, and he exuded an aura akin to a sharp, formidable blade. It was none other than Brother Wang Xiaohu. It turns out he has been cultivating on Sword Mountain. No wonder I had not seen him these past years. Brother Wang has ascended to a height that only those of the great ascension stage may tread. I recall that he had only recently broken through to the harmonization stage. Did I not? As soon as the young man spoke, disciples below recognized his identity, sparking a flurry of discussions. Moreover, some disciples revealed that he is the strongest sword cultivator of the Qingyun Sect, second only to the sect leader, who had once considered taking him as a disciple, but ultimately declined. Now, it appears Brother Wang is poised to confront the young master. Chapter 24. I can satisfy you right now. Would you like to learn? Allow me to teach you. Elder Wang Defa, among the inner sect leaders, wore a proud expression. For Wang Xiaohu was indeed his son. He had reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm while Wang Xiaohu was merely at its initial stage, making their status within the Qingyun Sect quite elevated. At that moment, when Wang Xiaohu spoke, several inner sect elders cast curious glances toward Wang Defa. Elder Wang, I recall that Xiaohu has only just broken through to the harmonization realm, yet he has ascended to the 70 zhang height of the Sword Mountain. Truly, he possesses extraordinary talent. I remember when Xiaohu first broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he managed to reach a height of 20 zhang on the Sword Mountain, a limit typically reserved for golden core cultivators. I have believed in this child since he was young, and he has certainly not disappointed. The inner sect elders showered him with flattery, as if the figure atop the Sword Mountain were their own child. Wang Defa beamed with joy, his eyes squinting with delight. I am grateful to all of you, esteemed friends, for your regard towards my son. I am confident he will not disappoint you. At that moment, Zhang Xuan, standing at the foot of the mountain, overheard the discussions and glanced at the young man at the summit with understanding. It turned out to be someone who did not meet Xiao Yao's approval. He shook his head with a smile, dismissing the matter entirely. Could someone without any sword intent truly be considered his equal? Sensing Zhang Xuan's disregard, Wang Xiaohu, seated at the highest point, furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. To dare ascend the Sword Mountain during the Qi refinement stage shows commendable courage. However, your cultivation is far too insufficient to be my opponent. Should you ever reach my realm, I shall permit you to duel with me. Wang Xiaohu's eyes burned with a fierce combat spirit as he regarded Zhang Xuan. He had also heard the voices from below and learned that Zhang Xuan was the disciple of the sect leader. In the past, he had been overly confident in his swordsmanship, believing no one could rival his talent, and thus sought to become a disciple of Yun Yaohong. To him, only a sect leader who could dominate the entire southern region with a sword was worthy to be his master and guide him in the way of the sword. At that time, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet he was invincible within that realm. However, upon learning of his ambitions, the sect leader merely instructed him to ascend the Sword Mountain. Wang Xiaohu took this as a test of apprenticeship. Thus, without hesitation, he ascended to the 20 zhang height, a limit achievable only by golden core cultivators. Yet, the sect leader did not even spare him a glance before turning away. Everyone knew the sect leader looked down upon him, yet he refused to accept this notion. In his mind, the sect leader's indifference was merely a temporary circumstance, and he would never give up. Consequently, with each breakthrough in his cultivation, he would return to the Sword Mountain to prove himself, consistently surpassing the limits of his own realm. Unfortunately, the sect leader still showed no intention of accepting him as a disciple. Now that this young man at the foot of the mountain could attract the sect leader's attention even at the Qi refinement stage, Wang Xiaohu naturally felt a pang of resentment. However, as a fellow disciple of the Qingyun Sect, he refrained from using his cultivation level to belittle others. As he had stated, once Zhang Xuan reached the same realm as him, he would allow him to prove himself in battle. He too wished to demonstrate his worth. Alas, it seemed he had misjudged his opponent. Do you permit me to battle you? Laughter erupted, a cascade of mirth spilling forth. Zhang Xuan could not contain himself, clutching his stomach in amusement, on the brink of rolling on the ground. Observing Zhang Xuan's demeanor, the sword cultivators at the foot of the mountain exchanged glances of discontent. What does the young master mean by this? Although he has achieved the remarkable feat of ascending Sword Mountain, he is merely at the Qi refinement stage, vastly inferior to Brother Wang. I cannot fathom what is so amusing to the young master. Is this truly a source of laughter? The sword cultivator's esteem for Zhang Xuan diminished significantly, for in the hearts of the Qingyun Sect's disciples, only Yun Yaohong and Wang Xiaohu held the highest regard. This was an affront to their idol. Wang Xiaohu's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said? There is no issue, Zhang Xuan replied, but it has been ages since a sword cultivator dared to speak to me in such a manner. Gradually, he tempered his laughter, casting an encouraging glance at Wang Xiaohu. Brother, you possess admirable courage. I have faith in you. However, these words of praise fell bitterly upon Wang Xiaohu's ears, and the faces of the other sword cultivators soured. What does this mean? Has the young master lost his senses? He cannot even be 20 yet. Could he be possessed? What right does a Qi refinement practitioner have to speak thus to a formidable Taoist expert? Anger simmered within the sword cultivators, and they were ready to confront that arrogant individual. Yu Yaohong shook his head with a bemused smile, though he felt no surprise. Brother Zhang shows no reverence even to immortals. What is a Taoist genius to him? Moreover, while Wang Xiaohu may be considered a top-tier genius within the Qingyun Sect, or even all of the southern wilderness, in the central state, he is merely one among many. The next moment, Yu Yaohong's gaze towards Zhang Xuan turned solemn, for he discerned that Zhang Xuan seemed genuinely serious this time. When it came to the sword path, he appeared transformed. Zhang Xuan also suppressed his laughter, inwardly scolding himself. How foolish of me to become so arrogant. Thankfully, Yun Yaohong is not present, otherwise my exposure would surely increase. Wang Xiaohu's countenance darkened as he prepared to speak. Yet, Zhang Xuan interjected, if you wish to compete with me on the sword path, there is no need to wait. I can accommodate you now. With that, Zhang Xuan strode towards the summit, taking one step, then two, then three before anyone could comprehend. He had ascended to a height of over 10 zhang. This was a realm only accessible to golden core cultivators. What does the young master intend? My goodness. He is actually climbing higher. 15 zhang no, 20 zhang and still ascending. What is happening? Could it be that the young master intends to confront Brother Wang directly? As Zhang Xuan continued his ascent on Sword Mountain, all present were rendered speechless. They struggled to comprehend how he achieved this feat. It was utterly devoid of any mysticism. Wang Xiaohu, watching Zhang Xuan approach step by step, was equally incredulous. He wishes to challenge me on the sword path here, on this mountain? A mere second-layer Qi refinement practitioner. This appears utterly absurd. However, The reality is that the Qi Refinement Stage 2 practitioner is steadily ascending to heights that do not rightfully belong to him, advancing towards Wang Xiaohu. Wang Xiaohu seems momentarily frozen in place, while Zhang Xuan proceeds with an unhurried grace, step by step. As for the so-called increasing intensity of sword energy and pressure with each upward movement, it holds no significance for him. Rather, he finds increasing comfort in his ascent. As he continues to rise, the seated sword cultivators around him stand in turn when Zhang Xuan reaches their level, watching as he leaves them behind. The dissatisfaction that once marred their expressions vanishes in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of loss as they realize that a mere Qi refinement practitioner has surpassed them. Is his talent in the sword way truly as formidable as this? They turn to gaze at Zhang Xuan's ascending figure, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. With each sword cultivator he surpasses, more and more can only look up in awe at Zhang Xuan's back. He continues his ascent, 30 zhang, 40 zhang, 50 zhang. His pace remains unhurried, as if strolling through his own garden, his demeanor relaxed and carefree. At last, he arrives at the 70 zhang mark, facing Wang Xiaohu. In that moment, Wang Xiaohu seems to regain his senses, instinctively rising to his feet. You, young brother, you still need to practice. Yet Zhang Xuan merely pats his shoulder, leaving him behind as he continues upward. He has never considered Wang Xiaohu a match for him in the sword path. The earlier words were merely to showcase the essence of genius to certain onlookers. Wang Xiaohu's face is a canvas of disbelief. Listening to the footsteps behind him growing fainter as they ascend higher and higher, leaving him bewildered. Especially feeling Zhang Xuan's almost palpable indifference, he finds himself at a loss. Equally astonished are the group of sword cultivators below. The young master has surpassed Brother Wan. How can this be? The young master is only at the Qi refinement stage. Surely, I must still be dreaming. The crowd, as if witnessing a ghost, cannot believe their eyes. Zhang Xuan, at Qi refinement stage 2, has indeed overtaken Wang Xiaohu. This defies their understanding. Look, the young master continues to ascend. Could he truly be aiming for the summit? Someone exclaims, and all eyes fixate on the figure still climbing the mountain, curiosity filling the air. Can the young master truly reach the top? It is said that the pinnacle of Sword Mountain is a realm only accessible to immortals. The inner door elders, standing beneath the heavens, also fixate on Zhang Xuan's silhouette. Their expressions tinged with curiosity. They are unaware of how the sect leader, an esteemed transcendent, crafted Sword Mountain. But they have long speculated that only an immortal could reach its summit. Now, apart from the sect leader, it seems the young master is also destined to ascend? Are they, perhaps, witnesses to this moment? Zhang Xuan senses the gaze of the crowd upon him. He appears to relish this feeling, for the heavens grant not without merit. Those who feign cannot escape the judgment of fate. Thus, he did not look back, but resolutely advanced, for a true man never glances behind. 70 zhang, 80 zhang, 90 zhang. Finally, at the last 10 zhang, Zhang Xuan maintained his pace without the slightest hesitation, step by step, until he reached the summit of Sword Mountain. Surrounding the mountain was an eerie silence. In that moment, everyone widened their eyes, gazing in awe at the silhouette atop the peak. The young master had truly ascended to the summit. Wang Xiaohu stood at 70 zhang, staring at the figure above with disbelief etched upon his face. Although there was merely a distance of 30 zhang remaining, which posed no challenge for cultivators of the harmonious path, it now seemed an insurmountable chasm for him. How did you accomplish this? Upon hearing Wang Xiaohu's question, Zhang Xuan slightly turned his head, offering him a proud silhouette and a sharply defined profile. His expression imbued with a hint of amusement, a touch of indifference, and a profound nonchalance as he casually replied, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." Chapter 25. You're dreaming. Deep within the mountain peak, the young master has astonishingly reached the summit. Does this not imply that his swordsmanship surpasses that of senior brother Wang? Is this merely a matter of strength? This is a defiance of the heavens. The pinnacle is a domain accessible only to the sect leader. The young master is truly remarkable. I shall henceforth be his devoted admirer. I aspire to be his loyal follower. Beneath the Sword Mountain, after a brief silence, a fervent discussion erupted. The crowd gazed at the silhouette atop the summit with exhilaration. Here stands the young master of Qingyun Sect, a genuine prodigy of swordsmanship. Some female cultivators blushed, their hearts fluttering, as they ardently expressed their admiration. Meanwhile, the sword cultivators appeared despondent, their spirits dulled. Unlike ordinary practitioners, they comprehended the significance of the mountain's peak. yet were bewildered by how Zhang Xuan achieved this feat. It seemed that only an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship could account for it. However, some sword cultivators, observing Zhang Xuan's figure, felt their resolve solidify further, as if they had found a target to pursue. When Zhang Xuan surpassed Wang Xiaohu, they perceived the twilight of one sword genius while simultaneously witnessing the dawn of another. Elder Wang Defa from the inner sect wore a complex expression. He held no resentment towards Zhang Xuan for overshadowing his son. After all, they were all part of Qingyun Sect, and the stronger, the better. His only concern was that Wang Xiaohu's mind might waver, affecting his future cultivation. Who could have imagined the young master's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship? For a Qi refinement stage cultivator to conquer Sword Mountain is simply unfathomable. Could it be that the legacy of the sect leader truly defies the heavens? I am unfamiliar with the Chaos Infinite sword body, but the distinction between sword cultivators with sword intent and those without is indeed a chasm. The inner sect elders began to voice their thoughts, and among them, the sword cultivators discerned deeper meanings. Most attributed Zhang Xuan's miraculous achievement to the sect leader's lineage, yet this did not diminish their optimism regarding him. Fortune, after all, is sometimes an integral part of strength. This sentiment was shared not only by the inner sect elders, but also by those who harbored feelings of discontent. They merely viewed Zhang Xuan as fortunate, having acquired an extraordinary legacy. Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to these sentiments. After all, he possessed no mind-reading abilities. Even if he were aware, he would not feel compelled to clarify. For how could one explain that perhaps there was no legacy at all, and that the sword body and sword intent were inherently his? Wouldn't that be akin to self-deception? At this moment, after leaving a remark for Wang Xiaohu, he prepared to explore what lay at the summit of Sword Mountain. Wang Xiaohu finally regained his composure and, gritting his teeth, glared at Zhang Xuan, declaring, "You want me to become your disciple?" "Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan halted, momentarily speechless. What fantastical dreams was this lad indulging in? "I'm afraid I do not take disciples. My previous words may have led to some misunderstanding, so allow me to clarify. What I meant was, if you wish to learn from me, I can offer you some guidance. However, the notion of accepting you as a disciple is rather fanciful." Upon the utterance of those words, not only was Wang Xiaohu taken aback, but the assemblage of cultivators at the foot of the mountain was equally astounded. It would have been more appropriate to say he was accepting a disciple. Wang Xiaohu's chest heaved violently, clearly incensed. At the mountain's base, Yun Yaohong couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement, albeit somewhat hesitant to express it. Zhang Xuan's ability to provoke was indeed exceptional. After all, if even the immortal ancestor could be influenced by him, it was evident that Wang Xiaohu's composure was considerably lacking. No guidance, he thought. Very well then. My insights are coveted by many sword cultivators, yet today, in a rare moment of good spirits, this young man fails to appreciate it? Zhang Xuan shook his head, dismissing the matter. Wang Xiaohu, however, was utterly beside himself. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? A mere Qi refinement stage attempting to advise a true monarch of harmony? Do you think this is a work of fiction? Zhang Xuan, what is the meaning of this? Once your realm matches mine, I shall engage you in a duel, wagering the honor of sword cultivators." His eyes blazed with fervor as he fixed an intense gaze upon Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan's lips twitched. The young man was clearly indignant. Lacking even a trace of sword intent, it was perhaps best to spare him from further humiliation. You merely had the fortune to acquire a legacy. What right do you have to utter such words?" This thought remained unspoken by Wang Xiaohu, for he was overwhelmed and had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "Goodness, someone, quickly, help him," cried the inner sect elder from above. Wang Defa, quick-witted and agile, rushed up the sword mountain to retrieve Wang Xiaohu. Observing the scene, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but grin wryly. The young man's state of mind was indeed rather fragile. Yet he had not intended to provoke. He merely spoke the truth. Once his unparalleled sword intent manifested, few sword cultivators could even lift their blades, let alone someone devoid of sword intent like Wang Xiaohu. This was ultimately for the latter's benefit. Nonetheless, the young man had truly lost consciousness, prompting Zhang Xuan to cast an awkward yet polite smile towards Wang Defa. "Elder Wang, your junior brother still has much to hone in his state of mind." Wang Defa had anticipated some words of apology from Zhang Xuan, yet was taken aback by his remark. The young man had fainted, and here Zhang Xuan was, making such comments. "Are you even human?" Wang Defa's lips twitched, but he could only reply, "Thank you for the reminder, master. I will ensure to guide Xiaohu." Zhang Xuan nodded, choosing to disregard the matter further, and turned his gaze towards the summit of the Sword Mountain. As he ascended, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, reminiscent of an experience from a year prior when he encountered the spirit testing tablet that concealed his sword intent. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Xuan ventured deeper into the mountain's heart. The surrounding elders and disciples watched as Zhang Xuan entered the depths of the Sword Mountain, their gazes retracting in unison. Though they were intrigued by what lay within, they recognized their lack of qualification to inquire. Meanwhile, the cultivators at the mountain's base, after a brief discussion, dispersed to engage in their respective training or sect duties. Nonetheless, the events of the day had afforded them a glimpse into Zhang Xuan's formidable swordsmanship, and none dared to underestimate him any longer. Undoubtedly, what left the most lasting impression was Zhang Xuan's audacious demeanor and his infuriatingly brash manner of speaking. At the foot of the mountain, the ancient moon, square in form, shook its head and chuckled softly, for Brother Zhang was indeed anything but discreet. He had been positioned at a distance of 10 feet from the base of the Sword Mountain, and at this moment, he finally resumed his ascent. However, due to Zhang Xuan's extraordinary prowess displayed earlier, very few people remained attentive to him. As for Zhang Xuan, he ventured deeper into the heart of the Sword Mountain. At the summit, countless swords hovered in the air, resembling a vast forest that obscured the depths of the mountain. This phenomenon explained why, despite the mountain's modest height, practitioners could gaze upon it from afar yet remain oblivious to the circumstances at the peak. As Zhang Xuan proceeded, he marveled at the sword forest above him. Acknowledging that Xiao Yao had indeed created a commendable illusion, he silently thanked his fortune that Xiao Yao was not present. Otherwise, his ascent to the summit would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He continued deeper into the sword forest, and after a brief moment, he finally beheld the scene at the very core of the sword thicket. There was nothing extraordinary there, only a single sword encircled by myriad others. The multitude of swords seemed to be reinforcing their sovereign. Yet, the sword itself, both in its sheath and on the exposed hilt, was riddled with countless cracks, as if it would shatter upon the slightest touch, appearing as though it were assembled from innumerable fragments. Upon laying eyes on the sword, Zhang Xuan stood frozen in place, for it was unmistakably his own sword. Chapter 26. Qi is Qi, and sword Qi is also Qi. The system has another function? Caution. The moment Zhang Xuan beheld the sword, he could not help but exclaim. He was not warning anyone. Rather, the sword bore the name Caution. This was the sword that had been his companion in his first life. Although he had sold it several times to buy candied hawthorns for Xiao Yao, and even misplaced it on a few occasions, he had always managed to retrieve it in the end. The name he had given the sword had once deceived many adversaries during battles. Regrettably, as more individuals became aware of it, the tactic lost its effectiveness. To think I would see you again. Zhang Xuan stepped forward, gradually approaching Caution. The sword was enveloped by the sword intent of Yun Yaohong, swirling around it like a mist, seemingly nurturing it. As Zhang Xuan drew closer, Yun Yao's sword intent parted to grant him passage, offering no obstruction. He slowly extended his hand to grasp Caution and withdrew it, gently caressing the scabbard and hilt, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, predominantly astonishment. He recalled that during his demise in the first life, Caution had been destroyed alongside him in the calamity. Now, as he traced the cracks on the sword, he could not help but realize that Xiao Yao had painstakingly collected the fragments, piecing them together and nurturing them with sword intent for hundreds of thousands of years to restore it. Yet, despite such efforts, the cracks still marred the sword's surface. Zhang Xuan's hand trembled slightly as he held the sword, his eyes reddening, his heart brimming with unuttered words. Ultimately, staring at the sword in his grasp, he could only utter one promise. Caution, rest assured, I shall not abandon you again this time. And Xiao Yao, you must wait for me. Caution was originally a celestial sword, imbued with spirit, and had the potential to manifest a sword spirit. However, due to the calamity, it now offered no response to Zhang Xuan's words, clearly indicating that its sentience had perished. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He must swiftly complete the task of this life, achieve true transcendence, and reunite with Xiao Yao. He thought, for himself, for Xiao Yao, and for Caution. With unwavering determination, he gripped the hilt and drew forth the once mighty celestial sword. Caution, let us battle once more in this life. Clang. The celestial sword was unsheathed, not with earth-shattering might, but rather with fragments cascading to the ground. Zhang Xuan was instantly petrified. What the? He hurriedly crouched down, staring at the scattered pieces, utterly at a loss. Damn it, it turns out it wasn't repaired. Zhang Xian's eyelids twitched furiously as he carefully picked up the fragments, piecing them together. If Xiao Yao finds out about this, I'm finished. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he hastily buried himself in assembling the puzzle. This piece should be here, right? Perhaps? Damn, no, why is there a piece missing here? Shit, this doesn't fit either. How do I piece this together? Zhang Xian's scalp tingled. Had he known the sword was still broken, he wouldn't have been so reckless in drawing it. Fortunately, after a month of painstaking effort, Zhang Xian finally managed to reassemble the sword. It should be about right now. Looking at the sword in his hand, Zhang Xian's tone wavered with uncertainty. At this moment, the fissures on the sword had been reinforced by his sword intent, yet the blade appeared uneven and jagged, resembling a saw rather than a true sword. Nevertheless, he thought it inconsequential, as it would remain concealed within its sheath. He dismissed any further concern and sheathed the sword, subsequently nurturing it with his supreme sword intent. At this juncture, Zhang Xian began to comprehend that Xiao Xian, being his own sword, required meticulous care, although Xiao Yao had nurtured it with sword intent for countless years. The essence of sword intent inherently varied, rendering complete restoration impossible. He believed that by nurturing it himself with sword intent, he could one day restore it entirely. As for the temporary inability to wield Xiao Xian, he had no intention of seeking another sword. After all, it would be futile to use a different sword now that Xiao Xian had returned. What difference would it make, after all, to wield another sword when it would be akin to disrespecting Xiao Xian directly? Ultimately, given his prowess in swordsmanship, the absence of a sword would not significantly hinder him. With a sigh of relief, he gazed upon Xiao Xian, now restored to its former appearance. As long as he refrained from drawing the sword, no one could discern its true condition. He set Xiao Xian aside and affixed the tassel from his waist to the sword's hilt. The tassel swayed gently in the air, as if the celestial sword had come to life. Zhang Xian smiled softly, his eyes radiating warmth. Then, he lifted his gaze with determination. It was time to cultivate. His journey to Sword Mountain was not solely to prove himself. He harbored another purpose, to absorb the sword chi present here. For ordinary cultivators, the sword chi of Sword Mountain primarily served to temper the body, but for Zhang Xian it held much more significance. With a low-grade spiritual root of all 5 elements, his absorption of spiritual energy was sluggish and posed a considerable challenge. Although he possessed numerous methods to resolve this, most involved the conventional pursuit of rare materials to enhance his aptitude. He was aware of various elixirs that could elevate his qualifications, even knowing their locations. Yet the prospect of seeking them was still too slow. Alternative methods were similarly challenging to achieve in a timely manner. He was truly unwilling to endure the scorn of those who underestimated his cultivation any longer. Thus, he resolved to absorb sword chi for his cultivation. Spiritual energy is energy, and so is sword chi. Why not utilize it for cultivation? Zhang Xian smiled confidently. Should this notion become known to the outside world, it would likely revolutionize the entire realm of cultivation. For sword chi, cultivated exclusively by sword cultivators, was traditionally regarded as a means for combat, fundamentally distinct from spiritual energy, a widely accepted truth. Yet, what was impossible for others became feasible for Zhang Xian, who possessed the chaos infinite sword body. This unique physique inherently allowed for the absorption of sword chi. Previously, he had employed sword chi to nurture his sword body, enhancing it to better accumulate sword intent and condense sword chi. Now, he aimed to directly utilize it for cultivation. Of course, while it was easy to articulate, the challenges to overcome were numerous, given that sword chi and spiritual energy were ultimately different. However, Zhang Xian was confident, for he had a system. Initiate the calculations. I wish to cultivate using sword chi. Zhang Xian communicated to the system in his mind. Please input the information required for the calculations, host. Zhang Xian presented his own concept, articulating various hypotheses on how to harness sword energy for cultivation, akin to absorbing spiritual energy. Subsequently, he integrated this multitude of information, amalgamating diverse techniques, and submitted them for system analysis. Before him, a luminous screen materialized, revealing an anatomical diagram of human cultivation. The sword energy coursed through the meridians, continuously operating in accordance with Zhang Xian's designs. This exemplifies the system's most significant capability beyond facilitating his reincarnation, its power of deduction. However, it is more accurate to refer to this as validation, for it is not merely a matter of Zhang Xian presenting a random idea. Rather, he must supply the requisite operational information. For instance, after the sword energy enters the body, how can one ensure it achieves the efficacy of spiritual energy, traversing the meridians to ultimately transform into magical power? Furthermore, how should the sword energy circulate within the body to avoid injuring the meridians? These inquiries necessitate solutions proposed by Zhang Xuan, subsequently validated by the system. In essence, the system functions as a supercomputer, enabling Zhang Xuan to validate any conjecture or theory without incurring any cost, provided the information is sufficiently comprehensive. This capability is the reason he achieves peak mastery in each of his lifetimes, whether in alchemy, bloodline purification, or the creation of extraordinary physiques. Zhang Xuan can amalgamate his insights with known information, allowing the system to assist in validation. At first glance, this functionality may seem somewhat superfluous, yet Zhang Xuan, having utilized it countless times, perceives it as extraordinary. The system's validation occurs instantaneously and without expenditure. It is important to recognize that the creation of techniques or the consolidation of elixirs demands significant human and material resources, and the validation process can be time-consuming, especially following failures that require repeated accumulations. However, the system can yield results in an instant, enabling Zhang Xuan to engage in iterative deductions, ultimately discovering a path guaranteed to be correct, which he can then pursue. This constitutes his truly extraordinary talent. At this moment, although Zhang Xuan's aspiration to cultivate using sword energy may seem fantastical, combined with the insights of his 99 lifetimes and his understanding of the chaos limitless sword body, it appears to hold some potential. Perhaps, in several 100,000 years, the chaos limitless sword body will ascend to new heights. Chapter 27. Wang Xiaohu's descent from the mountain. The sound of myriad swords resonated, a day to establish one's foundation. As spring turned to autumn, a year quietly slipped by. For cultivators, a single year is hardly significant, as even foundational practitioners may spend several years in seclusion. Within the Qingyun Sect, life proceeded as usual. Disciples diligently practiced their cultivation and undertook various missions, with no extraordinary events unfolding, though there was no shortage of lively occurrences. The foremost event was the awakening of the Taoist true monarch Wang Xiaohu, who resolved to leave the sect and embark on a journey across the lands. When he proposed this notion, many elders and disciples urged him against it, but he remained resolute, seemingly affected by Zhang Xuan's previous remarks. Wang Xiaohu boldly declared, "If I cannot comprehend the essence of the sword during this descent, I shall not return." This proclamation left the elders and disciples in a state of shock, for Wang Xiaohu was a leading figure among the Qingyun disciples, who would take up the mantle if he were to depart. Although the young master possessed remarkable talent, he had yet to fully mature. Among the elders, Wang Defa was the most apprehensive, appearing to age considerably overnight, as the saying goes. A father worries for his son traveling 1,000 miles. Although Wang Xiaohu had ventured beyond the sect before, he had never prepared to leave for good. Indeed, to the majority of the elders and disciples, Wang Xiaohu's statement implied an uncertain return, as the comprehension of sword intent is not something one can simply will into existence. Across the southern region, countless sword cultivators exist. How many possess true sword intent? What if he spent his entire life seeking it and never returned? Amidst all the voices, a few sword cultivators and former admirers of Wang Xiaohu expressed their support. "Brother Wang, you are doing great. We believe in you." They asserted that the young master's sword intent was merely an inherited legacy, and they had faith that Brother Wang's innate talent was not inferior to that of the young master. "Go forth, Brother Wang. We await the day of your return to challenge the young master." Thus, with unwavering determination, Wang Xiaohu departed from the Qingyun Sect, leaving Wang Defa as an empty nester. Of course, Wang Defa harbored no resentment towards Zhang Xuan, believing that he had not driven Wang Xiaohu away. After all, a nobleman's aspirations lie beyond the horizon, and Wang Xiaohu was destined to forge his own path. Yet, on the day of Wang Xiaohu's farewell, it seemed that Wang Defa discreetly wiped away tears. In addition to Wang Xiaohu's departure, another topic of discussion among the disciples and elders was Jiuyou Fanzheng. Following Zhang Xuan's ascension to the Sword Mountain, he did not leave, but instead continued ascending, ultimately reaching a height of 10 zhang after half a year. This was the maximum altitude attainable for foundational practitioners. Unfortunately, he was not a sword cultivator and could ascend no further. Many sword cultivator elders within the sect expressed their regret that Jiuyou Fanzheng did not practice swordsmanship. During this time, Numerous elders inquired whether Jiuyou Fangzheng intended to shift his focus to the sword path, to which he politely declined each time. Thank you for your kind intentions, but with talents like Brother Zhang in the sword path, my modest abilities would only invite ridicule, he would respond to the elders. No one could find fault with this, for who among the Qingyun Sect did not recognize Zhang Xuan's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship? Only the elders of the sword cultivators were left speechless. Did they mean to imply that because the young master possessed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, they should cease their own practice? Nevertheless, Jiuyou Fangzheng, with his unique status, had clearly declined, leaving them with little recourse to argue further. As for Zhang Xuan, he was the subject of much discussion among the disciples and elders. After all, he had spent a full year atop the Sword Mountain. It is worth noting that foundation-building cultivators typically ascend the mountain for no more than a month, golden core cultivators for a maximum of 6 months, and only those in the nascent soul stage might remain for a year. Yet Zhang Xuan, still merely at the qi refining stage, had astonishingly lingered at the summit for an entire year, showing no signs of descending. This left many disciples and elders curious about just how long the young master could continue his cultivation up there. Today, Jiuyou Fangzheng rose from a height of 10 zhang on the Sword Mountain, exhaling deeply to conclude his own practice. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, clearly indicating significant gains. He could now prepare for a breakthrough to the golden core stage. Jiuyou Fangzheng contemplated this, then turned to gaze at the peak. Was Zhang Xuan not planning to come down? He shook his head, considering how truly extraordinary the other was. Jiuyou Fangzheng had reached his limit after 6 months of cultivation at 10 zhang, and any further effort would be counterproductive. Yet Zhang Xuan had remained atop the mountain for an entire year. His talent in swordsmanship was likely even more formidable than Jiuyou had imagined. He couldn't help but recall the sword cultivator prodigies of the central continent, who would surely pale in comparison before Zhang Xuan. If Zhang Xuan ever ventured to the central continent, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle. With this thought, Jiuyou Fangzheng smiled. As for comparing himself to Zhang Xuan, he had indeed entertained the idea, for he too was a prodigy, confident in his abilities. Zhang Xuan's genius lay in swordsmanship, while his own path diverged. Who was to say who was stronger without a battle at the same level? Peering towards the mountain's peak with narrowed eyes, a flicker of battle intent glimmered within him. With a sense of anticipation, he turned and made his way down the mountain. Suddenly, a violent surge of sword energy erupted from the summit of the Sword Mountain. At that moment, the sword energy of the entire mountain seemed to coalesce, forming a formidable sword poised high in the sky. The swords upon the mountain emitted a resonant hum, restless and agitated. The commotion was so great that the entire Qingyun Sect felt its tremors, prompting many elders to swiftly descend upon the Sword Mountain, their expressions rife with confusion. What was happening? Why had the sword energy of the mountain erupted? Could it be the young master at the summit who had caused this? It seemed implausible. After all, the young master was still in the qi refining stage, surely. Even with remarkable talent, he could not provoke the sword energy of the entire mountain. Elders exchanged glances. Their expressions varied as they debated the situation, while the disciples gazed at the mountain in astonishment. In that moment, no one suspected that Zhang Xuan was the cause, for even a great ascendant master would find it impossible to rouse the sword energy of the entire Sword Mountain, and even a tribulation-transcending master would struggle to exert such influence. Among the crowd, Jiuyou Fangzheng furrowed his brow, puzzled. Could it be you, Zhang Xuan? But the next moment, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Having spent nearly a year on the mountain, he understood all too well that without celestial-level cultivation, it was inconceivable to affect the Sword Mountain. After all, the creator of Sword Mountain is none other than the revered Qingyun Sword Immortal, a figure that even the ancestors regard with trepidation. How could it be Zhang? How could sword energy possibly erupt? Jiuyou looked on in bewilderment. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the crowd, deep within the pinnacle of Sword Mountain, the exuberant laughter of Zhang Xuan echoed. Ha ha ha, I've done it. I have succeeded. Zhang Xuan beheld the luminous interface of the system, overwhelmed with elation, for he had finally derived a cultivation method utilizing sword energy. This method, born from the accumulated wisdom of his 99 lifetimes and countless ingenious thoughts, alongside the system's rigorous validation, had at last manifested in this moment. It is a technique potent enough to revolutionize the entire realm of cultivation. However, Zhang Xuan had no intention of disseminating it, for others would find it impossible to cultivate. The crux of this method lies in the chaotic, limitless sword body. Without this sword body, cultivation is simply unfeasible. Although the chaotic, limitless sword body can be cultivated after birth, reaching a consummate state would require one to ascend to immortality, who would forsake their cultivation to start anew. Thus, this method is truly suited only for Zhang Xuan. Let me give it a try. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Zhang Xuan's eyes, and without hesitation, he sat down to begin his practice. He harbored no doubts about the system's validated results, as the system's simulations had already proven successful. At this moment, all he needed to do was follow the derived methodology. Zhang Xuan closed his eyes, and in the next instant, sword energy surged wildly from all directions, converging directly into his body. The influx of external sword energy could devastate the meridians and dantian of any cultivator, especially given the chaotic and diverse sword energy present atop this mountain, a veritable melange of every type imaginable. If any disciples or elders from the Qingyun Sect below were to witness this scene, they would likely be utterly horrified. Such a tumultuous influx of sword energy could gravely injure even a perfected cultivator, potentially leaving indelible scars on their path, enough to make even a transcendent being shudder. Yet Zhang Xuan remained unfazed, accepting it all without reservation. Had it been the previous chaotic, limitless sword, he might have hesitated to absorb such a massive amount of sword energy, relegating his sword body to a passive process of refinement. However, that concern was now non-existent. As long as he guided the absorbed sword energy along the prescribed route of the derived technique, he faced no issues. Before long, the sword energy traversed a complete cycle within his body, transforming into the first strand of magical power. This strand was remarkably pure, imbued with a sharpness reminiscent of sword energy, causing Zhang Xuan to raise his brow in surprise. It worked. He rejoiced internally, wasting no time in continuing to cultivate. Gradually, a second strand of magical power formed, then a third, a fourth. Before long, Zhang Xuan's dantian was brimming. However, despite his eyes being tightly shut, a slight frown marred his otherwise ecstatic visage, indicating a hint of dissatisfaction. The speed of absorbing sword energy for cultivation was akin to that of a spiritual root absorbing spiritual energy, yet it still felt somewhat sluggish. The primary issue lay in the efficiency of the transformation of sword energy into magical power, which required optimization. If those with spiritual roots were to hear Zhang Xuan's sentiments, they might very well be driven to despair. And you are still not satisfied, they would exclaim. For the spiritual root is known as the fastest talent for cultivation. But to Zhang Xuan, slow is simply slow. He was, after all, undergoing his 100th attempt at refining his realm, all while possessing a familiar constitution. Such sluggishness could only invite ridicule from other transmigrators. Zhang Xuan meticulously noted the various shortcomings of the cultivation method in his mind, one by one. These were mere trifles. The technique had already been deduced, and the subsequent optimization would be considerably simpler, thus he paid little heed to them. At this moment, he was merely reveling in the exhilarating sensation of enhancing his cultivation. Having spent a year atop the sword mountain, the sword chi was constantly tempering his body, and the chi refinement stage was a crucial phase for drawing in chi and refining one's physique. Consequently, when the sword chi could be successfully harnessed for cultivation, his progress surged forward at a speed akin to that of a soaring sword. His aura, initially at the second layer of chi refinement, astonishingly ascended directly to the third layer after merely circulating the technique a few times. Yet, this was just the beginning. His aura continued to rise, reaching the fourth layer, the fifth layer, the 10th layer of chi refinement, culminating in the foundation establishment. Boom. The moment Zhang Xuan crossed the threshold of foundation establishment, the entire sword mountain erupted with a fervent gathering of sword chi towards its peak, and the myriad swords atop the mountain resonated with a harmonious clangor. As he cultivated using the sword chi, his success resonated with the sword chi of the mountain, creating a profound communion. At this moment, it seemed as though the very essence of the sword mountain was celebrating Zhang Xuan's breakthrough. A symphony of myriad swords rang out. A day of foundation establishment. Chapter 28. The ascendance of the chaotic, limitless sword body. A decade of golden core. Zhang Xuan gradually opened his eyes, his expression remarkably serene. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to establish a foundation and a century to attain the golden core. Such feats are reserved for the truly extraordinary. Yet, Zhang Xuan's foundation was established in a single day, a feat that, while not earth-shattering, would undoubtedly overshadow many a prodigy. However, he remained unfazed, for he understood that all this was merely a natural progression. During the chi refinement stage, one draws chi into the body, utilizing spiritual energy to temper the practitioner's physique, cleansing the sinews and marrow to transcend mortal limitations. The sword aura at the peak of the Sword Mountain far surpasses ordinary spiritual energy in its ability to refine the body. Having spent an entire year atop the mountain, Zhang Xuan experienced sword aura of an unimaginable intensity, the refining effects vastly superior, 1,000-fold compared to those below. It would indeed be peculiar if one could not step into the foundational realm under such conditions. As for the rapidity of his progress, Zhang Xuan did not perceive it as particularly swift. In this lifetime, he had been cultivating for a mere 2 years, although the time spent in earnest practice was minimal. Reaching the foundational stage within 2 years felt rather ordinary to him. In contrast, disciples from ancient sects often begin with foundational cultivation, truly embodying the term heavenly prodigies. Furthermore, in his 99 reincarnations, his fastest ascendance to the foundational stage had taken merely half a month, rendering his current situation insufficient to provoke excitement. What truly captured his attention were the methodologies he had derived and the subsequent effects of his cultivation. Following his entry into the foundational realm through sword aura, it appeared that the chaotic, limitless sword body underwent a remarkable transformation. Previously, the sword body could only passively absorb sword aura to enhance its constitution and accumulate sword intent. Now, it could actively absorb sword aura for cultivation. Moreover, the sword body seemed to exert a unique suppression over sword cultivators. As Zhang Xuan meticulously contemplated the changes within his body, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the chaotic, limitless sword body had indeed advanced. Originally capable of overpowering all sacred bodies, he could only speculate what heights it might reach after this enhancement. The limits of its potential were yet to be fully realized. The emergence of a new technique raised the ceiling of the sword body, and at present, having just entered the foundational stage, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of enhancement. There was much to look forward to. Concerning the sword body's suppression of sword cultivators, Zhang Xuan sensed a resemblance to the bloodline suppression characteristic of demon or beast races, a most intriguing phenomenon. This was the true essence of the sword body. Rather than being exhilarated by his breakthrough in realm, Zhang Xuan found himself invigorated by the transformation of his sword body. Initially, he sought merely to devise a technique that would facilitate his cultivation in this life. Unexpectedly, he had managed to elevate his sword body as well, a delightful surprise indeed. Moreover, the transformation did not end there. The sword body, already capable of autonomously accumulating sword aura, especially during combat when mana continuously fueled the sword aura, could now, to a certain extent, achieve a self-sustaining cycle. By releasing sword aura and subsequently absorbing it for cultivation, it could be deemed a remarkable advantage. Of course, a perpetual motion machine was impossible, as there would inevitably be mana loss during the conversion of mana into sword aura. The efficiency of absorbing sword aura for cultivation could never reach 100%, thus complete self-sufficiency was unattainable. Recovering mana would still require spiritual energy. Even so, it is nothing short of miraculous, for the newly derived cultivation method, in conjunction with the chaos infinite sword body, has entirely resolved the shortcomings associated with low-grade spiritual roots of the 5 elements, enabling a cultivation speed that rivals that of celestial spiritual roots. Although Zhang Xuan remains somewhat dissatisfied with this pace, he acknowledges that improvements can be made gradually, should he engage in self-sustaining cultivation. The speed of his progress would depend on the rate at which he absorbs spiritual energy to restore his magical power, thus necessitating a method to enhance his spiritual root quality. Yet, if he were to elevate his spiritual root quality, why would he still need to cultivate using sword energy? Zhang Xuan pondered potential solutions, but soon found himself at an impasse. Rather than dwelling on it, he decided to set aside the matter for now, for inspiration might strike him at any moment. Furthermore, in a place as rich in sword energy as Sword Mountain, such concerns would be rendered moot. He could simply absorb the sword energy to cultivate. He resolved to advance his cultivation level further, recognizing that after establishing his foundation, his cultivation speed would inevitably slow. With only 9 years remaining until the sect's grand competition, the thought of potentially being looked down upon due to his cultivation level made Zhang Xuan grimace. Wasting no more time, he immediately closed his eyes once again after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, entering a state of deep meditation for cultivation. The foundation establishment period, wherein the Dantian transforms into a sea, is a crucial step in the path of immortal cultivation. If one were to traverse this stage without guidance, the repercussions could be profound. Many cultivators falter at this stage, leading to foundational weaknesses that hinder their subsequent ascension, causing numerous high-level practitioners to revisit and reinforce their basics. However, such issues do not pertain to Zhang Xuan, as he has traversed this path 99 times before. He is well versed in the art of forging an unparalleled foundation. Though he claims that his cultivation is slow, it is merely relative to his own standards. His cultivation speed, comparable to that of celestial spiritual roots, has already surpassed that of 99% of cultivators in the world. Moreover, the sword energy atop Sword Mountain not only refines the body but also strengthens the foundational basis of one's path, rendering it an exceptional place for cultivation. Even the esteemed Jiuyou Fangjung spent half a year fortifying his foundation at Sword Mountain before opting to break through to the Golden Core stage. Thus, Zhang Xuan's cultivation at the pinnacle of Sword Mountain would only accelerate further. Time flew by like an arrow, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. The upheaval at Sword Mountain caused by Zhang Xuan's breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage left the disciples and elders of the Qingyun Sect searching for answers. Yet they found none and soon dispersed to attend to their own affairs. However, unbeknownst to them, atop the mountain, Zhang Xuan had already advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage. This time, however, there were no extraordinary phenomena. Everything remained tranquil. 2 years later, above a peak of the outer sect of Qingyun Sect, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and flashes of lightning drew the attention of many disciples and elders. The storm appeared for only a brief moment before expanding across a radius of several dozen miles, instilling a sense of trepidation among numerous Qingyun Sect disciples. A golden core thunder tribulation? How could its reach be so vast? An elder recognized the origin of the thunderclouds and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In the pursuit of immortality, adherence to the way of heaven is paramount. Thus, when a cultivator seeks to break through to the Golden Core stage, they must earn the recognition of the heavens, which is why tribulations descend. Having successfully transcended the tribulation and gained the recognition of heaven and earth, one either emerges unscathed or suffers grievous injuries, rendering further progress in cultivation impossible. In the worst case, one may perish entirely. Typically, when cultivators face the Golden Core tribulation, the calamity clouds extend no more than 10 miles. However, the current tribulation clouds envelop a radius of several dozen miles, indicating that the individual overcoming it possesses strength several times greater than that of their peers. Do we truly have such foundational disciples in the Qingyun Sect? While the elders pondered this, Jiuyou Fangjing suddenly manifested, treading upon the void. With a resplendent golden core shimmering above his head, boldly confronting the tribulation. It dawned on the elders that it was he. If it were Jiuyou Fangjing undergoing the tribulation, it was indeed expected. He hailed from a lineage of longevity, endowed with the dual mutated spiritual roots of wind and thunder, and possessed the sacred body of wind and thunder. It would be strange if his golden core tribulation were to create any significant disturbance. As Jiuyou Fangjing stood beneath the tribulation, his figure appeared diminutive, akin to a mere insect amidst a tempest. Yet, his countenance bore no sign of fear. Instead, it radiated a longing for the path of cultivation that lay ahead after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, as if the impending tribulation were of little consequence. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the 9 celestial tribulations descended, unleashing a total of 27 bolts of lightning, each thicker than the last, leaving many disciples of the Qingyun Sect trembling with trepidation. Even some elders had their eyelids twitching, acutely aware that had they faced such a tribulation in their youth, they likely would not have survived. Nevertheless, Jiuyou Fangjing exhibited remarkable resilience. The lightning struck him, merely causing him to stagger slightly. Before long, the tribulation dissipated, and the sky returned to its serene state. Jiuyou Fangjing's robes were tattered, his complexion pale, and he appeared quite disheveled, yet none dared to underestimate him. Some elders discerned that he had sustained no injuries and could not help but express their admiration. Truly, he was a scion of a prestigious lineage, destined for limitless potential. Jiuyou Fangjing humbly bowed to those around him before departing to consolidate his realm. The crowd marveled at Jiuyou Fangjing's strength, engaging in fervent discussions until they eventually dispersed. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Xuan was still engrossed in his cultivation. A year after Jiuyou Fangjing's breakthrough, Zhang Xuan ascended Sword Mountain for 5 years and successfully advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. This time, he too did not incite any extraordinary phenomena, merely experiencing a minor breakthrough. He did not cease his cultivation. His eyes remained firmly shut, as if oblivious to the passage of time. 3 years later, a total of 8 years had elapsed since Zhang Xuan's ascent of Sword Mountain, during which he had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He continued his practice, showing no signs of halting, seemingly having completely forgotten the world outside. Time flowed unnoticed within the mountains, and a decade had passed since Zhang Xuan first climbed Sword Mountain. On this day, Zhang Xuan finally opened his eyes, a flash of sword light gleaming within them, radiating brilliance. Above his head, a round and resplendent golden core revolved slowly, with hints of sword light flickering upon it, imparting an impression of sharpness. A decade of seclusion, a decade yielding a golden core. Chapter 29. For the growth of the young master, everything else can be set aside. A single sword strikes back the heavenly tribulation. On this day, numerous disciples of the Qingyun Sect gathered at the foot of the Sword Mountain, with several inner sect elders in attendance. The day of the grand competition among the southern sects was imminent, to be held at the Ziki sect of the southern region, and they needed to set off soon. All disciples participating in the competition were prepared, save for Zhang Xuan. 10 years prior, before ascending the Sword Mountain, Zhang Xuan had declared his intention to partake in the sect competition, yet at present, he showed no inclination to descend, causing uncertainty among many. Would the young master still attend? Had he lost track of time in his cultivation? With only a low-grade spiritual root across 5 elements, even if he practiced at the summit of the Sword Mountain, a decade might not yield significant advancement. Perhaps it would be best to forego the competition altogether. The outer disciples, awaiting the young master's descent, engaged in hushed discussions, yet they bore no contempt for Zhang Xuan. After all, his ascent to the mountain's peak a decade ago had already attested to his capabilities. However, the limitations of a low-grade spiritual root posed undeniable challenges, and the young master's realm remained a considerable flaw. Among the waiting crowd stood Jiuyou Yaohong, also a participant in the sect competition. Beside him were over 10 outer disciples at the Golden Core stage, including some in the latter stages of Golden Core. Behind him trailed foundational stage disciples, the weakest among them at the mid-foundation level. This represented the formidable foundation of a first-rate sect in the southern region, though they could not rival the more ancient powers. Selecting 100 foundational and Golden Core disciples was certainly within reach. The elder primarily responsible for leading the team to the competition was Elder Wang Defa from the inner sect. Hearing the murmurs of his disciples, he could not help but furrow his brow. The time afforded to the young master was ultimately too brief. His moment to flourish had not yet arrived. He gazed at the Sword Mountain, shaking his head, and then addressed the participating disciples. We shall wait here for one day. If the young master has not descended by then, we shall set off. Upon hearing this, the disciples nodded in agreement, raising no objections. Just as Elder Wang concluded his statement, he suddenly shifted his tone and added, there is one more matter. Should the young master indeed descend, it is imperative that you ensure his safety during the competition. You are all aware of his talent. Currently, he is merely constrained by his spiritual roots, resulting in a slow ascent in realm, yet his potential in the sword path is boundless. The decision for the young master to participate in this competition was made by the sect leader, and we have no recourse. However, we must not allow any misfortune to befall him. As these words echoed, the foundational stage disciples nodded in agreement, while the group of Golden Core disciples exchanged subtle frowns, revealing their discontent. They had no qualms about protecting the young master, recognizing his talent. However, the sect competition was no trivial affair. It was a place where lives could be lost. To act as guardians for a Qi refinement stage cultivator seemed to undermine their purpose. They were there to bring glory to the sect, not to serve as caretakers. Elder Wang Defa, discerning the dissatisfaction among the Golden Core disciples, reiterated, this time, the sect rankings should not be our primary concern. The safety of the young master is paramount. The young master, brimming with youthful exuberance, should be regarded as an opportunity for experience. Once he matures, the significance of a mere ranking in the grand sect competition will be trivial. This decision, reached collectively by the elders, reflects their desire to postpone all matters until Zhang Xuan has grown. Upon hearing this, the Golden Core disciples could voice no objections. Any dissatisfaction they harbored was relegated to silence as they nodded in agreement. Very well, it appears we are merely to serve as caretakers. Of course, should the young master choose not to descend from the mountain, then there would be no issues at all. Such were the thoughts coursing through the minds of the disciples. Seeing the disciples acquiesce, Elder Wang nodded and cast his gaze back towards Sword Mountain. In truth, he harbored a desire for Zhang Xuan to remain on the mountain. particularly after witnessing the latter's prodigious talent. Over the years, the elders had frequently approached the sect leader at the main peak, hoping to rescind the order permitting Zhang Xuan's participation in the sect competition. However, it seemed that the sect leader was nowhere to be found within the Qingyun Sect, leaving them at an impasse. For now, they could only hope that the young master truly lost track of time and thus missed this grand competition. Gu Yaohong, furrowing his brow as he regarded Sword Mountain, pondered whether Brother Zhang had indeed lost track of the time. Just as the crowd was lost in their thoughts, the sky above Sword Mountain suddenly darkened, thick with ominous clouds, and flashes of lightning illuminated the atmosphere. The dark clouds swiftly expanded, enveloping a radius of 10 miles, casting an awe-inspiring celestial pressure. Observing this, Elder Wang raised an eyebrow. Was this the Golden Core tribulation? Was someone attempting to form their Golden Core on Sword Mountain? The crowd turned their gaze to the foot of Sword Mountain, where the Foundation establishment practitioners, caught off guard, wore expressions of confusion. "It's not us," they exclaimed in unison, bewildered. Who else could possibly be breaking through to the Golden Core on Sword Mountain? As the crowd pondered this, the calamity clouds spread further, now encompassing a radius of 100 miles and still expanding. Witnessing this spectacle, Elder Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the Golden Core tribulation? Typically, the calamity clouds for a Golden Core tribulation would cover merely a span of 10 miles. Even Gu Yaohong, with his exceptional talent, had only seen his calamity clouds extend to a few dozen miles. Yet here, the clouds loomed over a radius of 100 miles and continued to grow. How could this be? "Look, that is the young master." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing towards the pinnacle of Sword Mountain. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily turned their attention and indeed saw Zhang Xuan emerging from the depths of the mountain. He wielded a long sword, marred with cracks, and above him hovered a perfectly round golden core, from which brilliant sword radiance emanated, rendering it almost blinding. Could it be that the young master was undergoing the Golden Core tribulation? Elder Wang could scarcely believe his eyes. The young master had only reached the second level of Qi training a decade ago, and now he had actually formed a Golden Core? Was this the cultivation speed of a low-grade 5-element spirit root? Surely, even those with celestial spirit roots would not advance so swiftly. However, the most astonishing aspect was that the calamity clouds had expanded to a radius of 500 miles and showed no signs of cessation. The expansion of the calamity clouds naturally drew the attention of other disciples and elders of the Qingyun Sect, all of whom were stirred and turned their gazes towards the tumultuous sky above Sword Mountain. The clouds continued to expand ferociously, reaching 500 miles, then 800 miles, until they finally ceased only upon enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. At this moment, all the elders of the Qingyun Sect gasped in astonishment, as if they had encountered a specter. They had never witnessed such an exaggerated Golden Core tribulation, one that rivaled the severity of a nascent soul's 4-9 tribulation. Was the young master's talent truly so extraordinary? Gu Yaohong, one of the disciples, felt a tremor in his eyelids as he gazed at the ominous clouds above, filled with dread. He understood the implications of the tribulation cloud's expansive reach. He had thought his own Golden Core tribulation, which spanned several dozen miles, was formidable. Yet Zhang Xuan's cloud was utterly astonishing. Did this not imply that Zhang Xuan's strength was equivalent to that of 100 in the same realm? No. With such a fearsome tribulation, could the young master truly endure it? An intersect elder who had rushed over suddenly recalled something. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the disciples and elders shifted dramatically, their hearts sinking. This tribulation was already on par with that of the nascent soul. How could a Golden Core cultivator possibly survive? It was over. This was the heavens punishing exceptional talent. The young master was defying the natural order, something that heaven could not abide. The elders lamented, their faces clouded with worry. Wang Defa and the other intersect elders exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Regardless of the circumstances, they must protect the young master. During a cultivator's tribulation, outsiders must not intervene. Otherwise, the tribulation would only intensify. Yet, given the young master's extraordinary talent, they could no longer afford to be cautious. They had to ensure his safety. As for Zhang Xuan, the one facing the tribulation, he regarded it with a calm demeanor. For him, such tribulations were not unfamiliar. He had faced many before, unknown to others. The clouds extending for 1,000 miles were not his limit, but rather that of the tribulation itself. The cosmos operates under certain rules. A Golden Core tribulation cannot exceed that of a nascent soul, thus setting the upper limit at 1,000 miles. Any further expansion would surpass the tribulation's prescribed boundaries. As for his current strength, he was somewhat uncertain. In his first life, he had begun with the sword path from humble beginnings, achieving greatness only in later stages. However, he had now directly awakened the sword body and intent from his first life, along with a profound understanding of the sword path from his peak period, even enhancing his sword body. Thus, he was unsure of how formidable he truly was among his peers. In any case, defeating 100 opponents would pose no challenge. If they were sword cultivators, it would be even simpler. Suddenly, one elder voiced his confusion over the delay of the tribulation. Why had it yet to descend? It seemed to be still brewing. How much stronger could this tribulation possibly be? The elders felt a weight in their hearts. Just how terrifying was the young master's talent that the tribulation required further preparation? Was it determined to obliterate him? Wang Defa and the other inner sect elders wore solemn expressions, for this tribulation likely exceeded their wildest imaginations. If they intervened, the tribulation could escalate to the level of harmony or even great ascension. Did they truly have a chance to save the young master? Standing at the pinnacle of the Sword Mountain, Zhang Xuan, noticing the tribulation's persistent delay, slapped his forehead in realization. He was atop the Sword Mountain, where the ethereal sword intent of Yun Yaohong lingered. Thus, this mere golden core tribulation naturally dared not strike. The immortal is not a being that can be trifled with by mere tribulations. The tribulations faced by immortals are known as celestial tribulations. However, once he steps out from the Sword Mountain, he shall be met with the fury of thunder. Zhang Xuan had never contemplated undergoing such tribulations. For a cultivator's trial is merely a process of gaining recognition from the heavens and the earth. The nature of this process is inconsequential. What truly matters is earning the acknowledgement of one's strength from the cosmos. Thus, he would not allow the celestial tribulation to leave him in a disheveled state. Scatter, Zhang Xuan exclaimed, forming a sword gesture with his fingers, and with a swift motion, he sliced toward the ominous clouds above. The supreme intent of the sword erupted forth, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the heavens and the earth, soaring from the pinnacle of the Sword Mountain. The sword energy emanating from the mountain seemed to be drawn in tandem with that brilliant beam, charging toward the celestial clouds to cleave the sky. Boom! As the sword light swept across the expanse, the vast clouds of tribulation were cleaved asunder. The rumbling within the clouds echoed continuously, as if the heavens were enraged. Yet, after the resounding thunder, no lightning descended. In fact, the ominous clouds began to dissipate gradually. Moments later, the severed clouds vanished completely, as though nothing had ever transpired. Beneath the Sword Mountain, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. What had they witnessed? The young master had repelled the celestial tribulation with but a single stroke of his sword. Chapter 30. Invincible in the Golden Core Stage. 1-for-1 above the nascent soul. Victory is assured for the Qingyun Sect. The members of the Qingyun Sect were left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. To repel the heavenly tribulation was an act that transcended their understanding, particularly the elders, such as Wang Defa, who had just moments before been contemplating how to ensure Zhang Xuan's survival through the tribulation, now found themselves in disbelief as he effortlessly severed it. Such a colossal heavenly trial, reduced to naught in an instant. The crowd struggled to grasp the magnitude of what had transpired. Jiuyou was equally taken aback, never having imagined that one could navigate a tribulation in such a manner. However, it was no fault of his own. Zhang Xuan's extraordinary display was likely beyond the experience of even the most venerable ancestors of the Jiuyou clan, rendering it utterly inscrutable to the common practitioner. Even in the annals of celestial history, such events would not be recorded, as they were deemed impious by the majority of cultivators. Only someone like Zhang Xuan, who had undergone 99 lifetimes of cultivation, could execute such a feat, having long since grasped the underlying principles governing the cosmos. The notion of a heavenly principle was nothing more than an illusion. The so-called rules of the universe were akin to an AI program, merely existing to maintain the harmony of existence. Were there truly a celestial doctrine, a being like Zhang Xuan, who had retained memories across cycles of reincarnation, would have surely drawn attention long ago? Was it time for the sect's grand competition? It seemed his timing was impeccable. Zhang Xuan swallowed the golden core and descended from the Sword Mountain, approaching the bewildered assembly. The crowd remained momentarily dazed, casting uncertain glances at Zhang Xuan. What transpired? Noticing their reactions, a strange expression crossed Zhang Xuan's face, though internally he reveled in delight. Did my display truly astonish you? Young master, you have attained your golden core? After the initial shock, Elder Wang Defo was the first to voice his thoughts. Zhang Xuan turned to him with a smile. Did you not witness the golden core in the heavenly tribulation? Is there any doubt left? The crowd's eyelids flickered. Indeed, there was no deception. But how had he cultivated to such a level? Wang Defo voiced the collective curiosity. Young master, were you not of the inferior five-element spiritual root? To this, Zhang Xuan countered. Indeed, and what of it? Wang Defo's lips twitched. What of it? An inferior five-element spiritual root achieving a golden core in a mere decade? Even those with celestial spiritual roots could not boast such exaggeration. Yet, the onlookers discerned that the young master was reluctant to elaborate further, and they respected his silence. For everyone harbored their own secrets. Seeing their astonished expressions, Zhang Xuan chuckled softly, having no intention to divulge more. After all, the technique he had derived could only be cultivated in conjunction with the chaotic infinite sword body. Revealing it to others would serve little purpose. As for the name of the technique, he had not intended to spread it, nor did he care to name it. Then, young master, what of that heavenly tribulation just now? Wang Defo inquired again. What is your current strength? The assembly turned their curious gazes toward Zhang Xuan. The recent golden core heavenly tribulation was comparable to that of the nascent soul stage. Such a tribulation indicated that the young master's prowess exceeded all expectations, especially since he had repelled the tribulation with a single sword strike, leaving the crowd in awe. Many could not help but speculate whether the young master's golden core could rival that of the nascent soul. Zhang Xuan did not conceal his confidence, proudly stating, in the golden core stage, I am invincible. In the nascent soul stage, I can hold my own. However, if it's a peerless genius of the nascent soul stage, I shall have to see for myself. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Speculation was one thing. Hearing the young master affirm it himself was quite another. They held no doubts, especially after witnessing the recent tribulation, which rivaled that of the nascent soul's tribulation. Thus, after the initial shock, a wave of exhilaration swept through them. They had assumed the young master's talents would only manifest in later stages. Yet he had already defied expectations at such an early phase. Our Qingyun Sect is destined for greatness, exclaimed an elder, tears welling in his eyes. The young master is invincible. The young master is incredible. Cheered a disciple, their excitement palpable. All were uplifted, their gazes filled with admiration for Zhang Xuan. As the most loyal disciples and elders of the Qingyun Sect, they felt an immense pride in witnessing the young master's formidable strength. Zhang Xuan, too, was moved by the atmosphere and could not help but reflect, this feels exhilarating. Elder Wang Defo and the other inner sect elders were equally elated, though a sigh escaped their lips. For Zhang Xuan had just repelled the celestial tribulation with a single sword strike, far exceeding the capabilities of a nascent soul. It seemed the young master was withholding some of his power in his public assertions. They were unaware that this was Zhang Xuan's first experience with cultivation and that he was still grappling with the nuances of power classification. Or perhaps he felt a slight disconnect from the Qingyun Sect. The former was acceptable. In time, the young master would come to understand. As for the latter, well, he had only joined the Qingyun Sect a mere decade ago, and there was ample time ahead, so there was no need for haste, they collectively mused. Suddenly, after the initial excitement, Elder Wang Defo spoke up. Relay my orders regarding the young master's breakthrough to the golden core. We must seal this information and ensure it remains unknown to outsiders. This declaration left many disciples and elders puzzled. Why conceal such a momentous event that could elevate the sect's reputation? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, instantly discerning the underlying reasoning. Indeed, Elder Wang Defo smiled and elaborated. Young master, the sect's grand competition is approaching, and the other sects are unaware of your strength. We can certainly surprise them. At this revelation, the crowd understood. And soon the entirety of Qingyun Sect erupted into sly laughter. Zhang Xuan pointed at Elder Wang. You rascal. Yet this suited him perfectly. Revealing his strength too soon could complicate matters. Moreover, he had indeed understated his abilities, as he was still uncertain of his true power. What he had conveyed was simply a conservative estimate. Furthermore, should his full strength be revealed and lead to unforeseen complications, how would that affect the completion of his system tasks? Thus, after reaching a consensus, they finally set forth to participate in the sect's grand competition. The elders had initially hoped Zhang Xuan would take more time to consolidate his realm, yet he insisted it was unnecessary. He was no novice to cultivation. Stabilizing one's realm was crucial for others, but not for him. However, unable to withstand the elders' resolve, Zhang Xuan reluctantly took a step back and agreed to stabilize the journey. The elders, unable to counter Zhang Xuan's arguments, had no choice but to acquiesce. Before setting off, Zhang Xuan made a brief return to the main peak. He had intended to greet Yun Yaohong, but upon arrival, he discovered that she was not present at Qingyun Sect. Where could she have gone? Glancing at the still-closed doors of the loft, Zhang Xuan had no inclination to intrude. As a parent, he believed that children, especially as they grow older, deserve a measure of privacy. Of course, the situation would be different if it were a boy. With Yun Yaohong absent, Zhang Xuan had no desire to linger and proceeded directly to depart alongside Elder Wang and the others, heading towards Ziki Sect. All disciples and elders of Qingyun Sect gathered to see them off, wishing the young master triumph, wishing all brothers success. The elders and disciples stood at the mountain gate, bowing towards the distant flying vessel carrying Zhang Xuan and his companions, their voices echoing through the air. On the flying vessel, the disciples and elders beside Zhang Xuan returned the gesture, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Even Gu Yuefang was similarly affected. Such exhilarating scenes were seldom witnessed in the Chongqing family, as ancient powers had long surpassed that fervent era. If one were to envision the entire Qingyun Sect as a single entity, it could be likened to youth in its prime, passionate and relentless. All disciples of Qingyun Sect participating in the sect's grand competition, even aware of the potential dangers, showed no signs of retreat. Those unable to participate lamented their lack of strength and wished to bring glory to their sect. In this moment, Zhang Xuan could not help but feel exhilarated. Raising his sword high and shouting, "With Qingyun Sect, victory is assured." The disciples aboard the vessel echoed his fervor. "With Qingyun Sect, victory is assured. With Qingyun Sect, victory is assured. Here they come. Esteemed readers, please show your support for the Qingyun Sect disciples and cheer for Zhang Xuan. Qingyun Sect. With all of you, victory is certain." Chapter 31. The significance of the Qingyun Sect as the disciples bid farewell to their sect. They collected their thoughts and dispersed aboard the flying vessel. Each disciple was provided with a room to facilitate their mental preparation for the upcoming sect competition, ensuring they would present themselves in the best possible light. However, several disciples lingered on the deck, captivated by the surrounding scenery. Among them was Zhang Xuan, accompanied by Gu Yufangzang, who also chose to remain outside. At the forefront of the vessel, Elder Wang Defa and two other inner sect elders, both at the harmony stage, stood vigilant, scanning the horizon. "Brother Zhang," Gu Yufangzang suddenly spoke. Zhang Xuan turned to him. "What is it? You seemed hesitant to speak earlier. Feel free to share your thoughts." Gu Yufangzang smiled, no longer hesitating, and inquired, "Brother Zhang, how did you manage to repel the heavenly tribulation with that sword strike atop the sword mountain yesterday?" Initially, he had hoped to battle Zhang Xuan when they were at the same level, but after witnessing that sword strike, such thoughts evaporated. That strike was beyond what a golden elixir stage cultivator could achieve. Even an average nascent soul practitioner would struggle to replicate it. Upon hearing Guyu's question, Wang Defa and the other inner sect elders pricked up their ears in anticipation. "Of course, if it is inconvenient for you to disclose, there is no need to do so," Gu Yufangzang added. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "There is nothing I cannot share. That sword strike was influenced by the surrounding environment. I chose to conceal part of my strength, not out of distrust towards the Qingyun Sect, but because I have faith in the sect established by Xiaoyao. However, it remains true that exposing too much of my strength might inadvertently affect my ability to complete the system's tasks." At that moment, standing atop the sword mountain, my sword intent resonated with the sword energy present there, allowing for such formidable power. Otherwise, how could a mere golden elixir practitioner achieve such prowess? Zhang Xuan chuckled. Upon hearing this, not only did Gu Yufangzang breathe a sigh of relief, but so did Wang Defa and the others in the distance. It became evident that the young master had not intentionally concealed his strength. They had witnessed the sword energy being summoned from the sword mountain, and thus had no reason to doubt Zhang Xuan's words. "I see," Gu Yufangzang smiled, seemingly relieved of a heavy burden. He had almost believed the chasm between himself and Zhang Xuan was vast. "Brother Zhang, I have a humble request," he said earnestly. Zhang Xuan replied with a smile, "Speak freely. There is no need for formality." Gu Yufangzang continued, "After the sect competition, I wish to spar with you." Previously, He had felt the disparity between them too great to warrant a contest, but now, enlightened by the truth, he found his fighting spirit rekindled. Despite the remaining differences, he believed that a duel would reveal just how considerable their disparities were, and thus he appeared extremely serious. Zhang Xuan did not decline, understanding the nature of the ancient sect's prodigies, and nodded in agreement. Gu Yufengzhang's face brightened, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. Zhang Xuan shook his head, but then a thought struck him, and he suddenly transmitted a message. Brother Fangzheng, how much do you know about my master's past? Gu Yufengzhang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the members of the Qingyun Sect were unaware of the true identity of the fairy Yun Yaohong. He then responded through a transmission, I do not possess much knowledge myself. I have merely encountered some records in the family's annals of celestial history. According to these records, the sect master is a disciple of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign, known as the Qingyun Sword Immortal, who rose to prominence in the Boundless Realm. Beyond that, there is little information available. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan nodded, feeling a stir within his heart. The reason he inquired about this was that he had not forgotten that the life-preserving sword intent he had bestowed upon Xiao Yao had been utilized twice. This indicated that Xiao Yao had faced at least 2 life-and-death crises. How could he remain indifferent? However, he found it inappropriate to directly question Xiao Yao about it, so he sought to glean information from Gu Yufengzhang. Regrettably, Gu Yufengzhang's knowledge was limited, suggesting he would need to devise other means to uncover the truth. The names Qingyun Sword Immortal, the green-clad figure, and Yun Yaohong, alongside the Qingyun Sect, began to coalesce in Zhang Xuan's mind. He felt as though he was beginning to grasp Xiao Yao's intentions in establishing the Qingyun Sect. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the sect, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, Xiao Yao, I shall safeguard the Qingyun Sect diligently, he murmured to himself. In that moment, his resolve to protect the Qingyun Sect was rooted not in the obligations of a system task, but purely from the depths of his heart. Zhang Xuan continued his conversation with Gu Yufengzhang regarding Yun Yaohong, but the latter's knowledge remained scant. It seemed that to thoroughly investigate matters from the past, he would have to devise further plans. Shortly thereafter, Elder Wang Defa and other elders approached, urging Zhang Xuan to stabilize his cultivation. Unable to resist the insistence of these old-timers, he retreated to his chamber. 1 month later, Zhang Xuan and his companions finally arrived at the location of the Ziki sect, where they beheld a magnificent celestial gate soaring into the clouds from a distance. Behind the celestial gate lay the peaks of the Ziki sect, shrouded in mist, suffused with a purple glow, teeming with spiritual birds. Even the spiritual energy here was far denser than that of the outside world, presenting an unmistakable visage of a sacred realm for cultivation. Many disciples of the Qingyun sect were left awestruck by this spectacle. Surrounding the Qingyun sect's flying vessels, other sects had also sent their own vessels to participate in the sect competition. The cultivators aboard those vessels were equally astonished by the Ziki sect's surroundings. They merely indulge in such flashy displays. The disciples of the cultivation sect are the core. What use is all this grandeur? It is nothing but a show. Elder Wang Defa scoffed disdainfully. Another inner sect elder remarked with a smile, I have heard that the Ziki sect relocated from the Boundless Realm. Perhaps this is indeed their original appearance. Zhang Xuan, with narrowed eyes, recalled having learned this information during their journey. The Ziki sect had once produced an immortal, but regrettably, it had since declined, and no cultivator had achieved immortality for a long time. Unable to thrive in the Boundless Realm, they had migrated to the southern region of the Tai realm. During his time in the Boundless Realm, he had never heard of the Ziki sect. It appeared they had indeed fallen out of favor. However, Zhang Xuan's concern lay not with their current status. Those who had come from the Boundless Realm might possess knowledge about Xiao Yao. His mind stirred with the possibility of exploring the celestial histories recorded by the Ziki sect. Several elders conversed, and then turned their gaze towards Zhang Xuan. Young master, the Ziki sect recently accepted a disciple with an immortal spiritual root, who is now also at the Golden Core stage, though the specifics of their realm remain unknown. Exercise utmost caution should you encounter them, Wang Defa advised. Zhang Xuan nodded helplessly, for this warning had already been reiterated multiple times during their journey. Before long, the flying vessel of the Qingyun sect descended into the grounds of the Ziki sect. Wang Defa led Zhang Xuan and the others off the vessel and onto the plaza, which was already teeming with disciples and elders from various sects of the southern wilderness, engaged in animated discussions. Taoist Wang, it has been quite some time. A voice called from afar as an elderly man clad in a yellow and purple Taoist robe approached. gracefully landing before the gathered assembly and respectfully clasping his hands in greeting to Wang Defa. Master Li, Wang Defa responded with a reciprocal gesture, then turned to introduce Zhang Xuan and the others, saying, "This is Li Yuanzhao, the master of the Zhang Sect." Zhang Xuan and his companions returned the greeting with a bow, opting to maintain a low profile for the time being, knowing it would be more advantageous to act once the grand competition commenced. Li Yuanzhao regarded Zhang Xuan and the others with a smile, inquiring, "I have heard that your esteemed sect boasts a disciple who has received the legacy of Master Yun, and another hails from the ancient Jiuyou family. Might I inquire who these two prodigies are?" He regarded them with genuine curiosity. Chapter 32, the 10th level of Qi refinement? Has it been discovered? In light of the significant events unfolding within the Qingyun Sect, it would be inconceivable for Li Yuanzhao to remain oblivious to the news. Not only was he aware, but he possessed more information than the average individual, given that the Zhang Sect had previously thrived in the boundless domain. When the Zhang Sect first arrived in the southern regions of the Tai domain, they indeed regarded the Qingyun Sect with disdain, viewing it merely as a nascent sect established for just around 10 millennia, hardly deserving of their attention. However, after the incident involving Zhang Xuan, they uncovered a plethora of information that left many within the Zhang Sect astounded. It turned out that the leader of the Qingyun Sect was an immortal, and a disciple of the renowned Songming sword master from the annals of immortal history, which truly shocked them. Now that the legacy of the Songming sword master had emerged, they naturally placed great importance on it. Regrettably, although our sect's young master had received this legacy, his innate talent was merely average, which would surely amuse sect Master Li. Wang Defa, while speaking, cast a glance at Zhang Xuan and Jiuyou Fengzang, noting that the young master had merely come to the sect's grand competition to broaden his horizons, and he hoped that the disciples of the esteemed sect would show mercy upon their young master. Zhang Xuan and Jiuyou Fengzang also stepped forward to bow respectfully, though Zhang Xuan wore an expression of embarrassment. The 10th level of Qi refinement? Li Yuanzhao looked at Zhang Xuan, his eyelids twitching momentarily. Indeed, a low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements. Zhang Xuan offered an awkward smile. Li Yuanzhao's lips twitched as he struggled to find the right words. Although he had long been aware of this news, he still could not fathom that the illustrious legacy of the Songming sword master would be bestowed upon such an individual. It was simply preposterous. Originally, he had anticipated that the grand competition would present a formidable opponent, yet this was the reality? Li Yuanzhao's gaze shifted primarily to Jiuyou Fengzang, who was at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, a commendable achievement. Furthermore, he was a scion of a long-lived lineage, suggesting that his true power might surpass initial estimations. So this was the twist of fate, Li Yuanzhao thought, managing a smile that was both awkward yet polite. Wang Defa also wore a look of regret, his acting quite on point. Zhang Xuan's cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement was, of course, a fade. They had all conspired to present a delightful surprise to the other sects in the southern regions. However, some Foundation establishment disciples at the back could hardly contain their laughter at Wang Defa and Zhang Xuan's serious demeanor. Fortunately, their companions nudged them into silence, averting any potential blunders. Li Yuanzhao, naturally, noticed the subtle antics of the Qingyun Sect disciples, but did not dwell on them. Given Zhang Xuan's innate spiritual root, achieving the 10th level of Qi refinement in just over a decade was already a remarkable feat, and such cultivation must have resulted from the substantial resources invested by the Qingyun Sect. It seemed that the primary force of the Qingyun Sect would still be that disciple from the Jiuyou family. May I inquire as to why your esteemed sect's Yunzong master is absent? Li Yuanzhao shifted the topic, engaging Wang Defa in conversation about other matters. Wang Defa, ever loquacious, expressed regret. The sect master is currently occupied with matters outside, hence his inability to attend. Li Yuanzhao nodded in understanding, surmising that he was likely seeking rare materials to enhance the young master's innate spiritual root. Otherwise, what could possibly warrant the attention of an immortal? Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation about various topics before Li Yuanzhao bowed and took his leave. If Elder Wang has any instructions for the disciples, I kindly urge you to convey them promptly. Once the various sects of the southern border have gathered, the grand competition will commence, and I must attend to the needs of the other sects, so I shall take my leave. Wang Defa nodded in acknowledgement, allowing the sect master Li to proceed as he wished. As Li Yuanzhao departed, Wang Defa turned to the group of disciples participating in the competition, his expression darkening as he spoke in a low tone. Who among you failed to restrain yourselves just now? Once we return to the sect, You shall face punishment in the law enforcement hall. Do you not realize you nearly exposed the identity of our young master? The disciples fell silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. While Wang Defo was amicable in front of Zhang Xuan due to his status as the young master, the esteemed elder of the harmonious Tao was a figure of great authority in their hearts. Zhang Xuan merely shook his head, recognizing the need for the youth to cultivate their discipline. Soon, a disciple from the Zhiki sect led Zhang Xuan and his companions to the designated resting area in the square. With the grand competition approaching, no accommodations were arranged. During the wait, numerous sects had heard of the situation concerning the Qingyun Sect and turned their gazes in that direction, curious to discover the identity of the one who had inherited the legacy of the Sword Sovereign. However, upon noticing Zhang Xuan's qi-refining 10th layer cultivation, they were left speechless. The disciples from the major sects participating in the competition were all at the foundation establishment stage. Yet the young master of the Qingyun Sect was merely at the qi-refining stage. Consequently, few took Zhang Xuan seriously, their attention more focused on Guyu Fangzhen. Zhang Xuan was content with this state of affairs, relishing the opportunity to remain low-key. At last, the various sects from the southern border continued to arrive at the Zhiki sect, and all had gathered. The square was filled with hundreds of renowned sects from the southern border, with thousands of cultivators present. Li Yuanzhao, the sect master of the Zhiki sect, led the participating disciples to the forefront of the square, channeling his spiritual energy as he proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our Zhiki sect. The grand competition of the southern border, held once in a millennium, truly brings honor to our sect with your presence." Li Yuanzhao's words were largely ceremonial, and few were genuinely attentive. Most gazes were directed toward the disciples behind him, particularly the white-clad youth wielding a sword. Undoubtedly the disciple with a celestial spiritual root from the Zhiki sect. Wang Defe's eyes glimmered with recognition. Indeed, a formidable character at the late Golden Core stage. In an instant, the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect felt a sense of solemnity wash over them, their hearts filled with apprehension. Could the young master contend with such an individual? Zhang Xuan also took note of the white-clad swordsman, initially indifferent to him. However, when the swordsman seemed to sense his gaze and looked back, Zhang Xuan's heart stirred. Could it be that this was the individual from the Boundless Sword Tomb? Behind Li Yuanzhao, the white-clad swordsman coldly questioned the elder from the Zhiki sect beside him. Is that the one who inherited the legacy of the Songming Sword Sovereign? His words were devoid of reverence, even when addressing a Zhiki sect elder of greater cultivation. This demeanor was not an expression of his character, but a reflection of the merciless sword path he practiced. Li Xiaobai, one of the candidates for the next generation of swordsmen from the Boundless Sword Tomb, had cultivated the heartless sword technique, resulting in his indifferent nature and aloof attitude towards others. This is also the reason why Zhang Xuan could deduce the origins of the other party merely through a glance. Such an aura is something that ordinary cultivators cannot feign. Indeed, it is he. However, it is said that he possesses only a low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements and is currently merely at the 10th level of qi refinement. Thus he is not worth concerning oneself with. The elder of the Zhiki sect shook his head, equally dismissing Zhang Xuan. Yet upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai shook his head and coldly remarked, "No, he is quite formidable." These words elicited a solemn expression from the elder of the Zhiki sect, who did not doubt Li Xiaobai's assertion. It seemed that Qingyun sect was concealing its true strength. Did Xiaobai possess the confidence to overcome his opponent? After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobai calmly replied, "I do not know. Only after a battle will we ascertain the truth." The elder of the Zhiki sect was taken aback. The fact that Li Xiaobai regarded his opponent with such seriousness was notable. It is important to remember that while Li Xiaobai was merely one of the candidates for the sword-bearer of the Boundless Sword Tomb, his chances of selection were exceedingly high. Were it not for the fact that the sect leader and Li Xiaobai hailed from the same family, he might not have come to assist the Zhiki sect in this so-called sect competition. The name of the individual, the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign, was indeed not to be underestimated. At that moment, Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter the emotionless sword practitioner here. It appeared that something had been discerned. Zhang Xuan's gaze was imbued with curiosity, yet he remained unperturbed by the other. The sword-bearers of the Boundless Sword Tomb from years past also practiced the emotionless sword path, but they nearly shattered his sword heart. This individual appeared to be significantly inferior to those of that era. As far as Zhang Xuan was concerned, any sword practitioner was inconsequential in his presence. Regarding whether the other could perceive his true identity, Zhang Xuan was not concerned. It was evident that the individual belonged to this generation. and his use of the inheritance to conceal his identity was entirely plausible. Upon noticing the other's status, he was more inclined to ponder other matters. The relationship between the Boundless Sword Tomb and myself had been somewhat strained. I wonder if they have troubled Xiaoyao after my demise. If so, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes. He would undoubtedly make them regret it. Once inside, perhaps he could interrogate that arrogant fellow. What needed to be said has been expressed. Thus, the grand competition among the sects of the southern wilderness shall commence. At the forefront of the square, Li Yuanzhao concluded his opening remarks. With a wave of his hand, a spatial teleportation portal manifested above the square, clearly a prearranged measure by the Ziki sect. Before commencing, I must remind everyone once more, this sect competition will last for 6 months, with no restrictions on resource acquisition. After 6 months, the ranking will be determined based on the surviving disciples of each sect and the resources acquired. Each participating disciple will receive a teleportation jade slip. Shattering the slip will allow one to exit the secret realm. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, please prioritize preserving your life. Furthermore, upon entering the portal, disciples will be randomly dispersed throughout the periphery of the secret realm. I implore everyone to exercise caution. Now, disciples from all sects may enter the secret realm. With a smile, Li Yuanzhao stepped back half a pace and cupped his hands in salute toward the various sections. After the arrival of various sects, the words he spoke were echoed by disciples of the Purple Qi sect, mirroring the circumstances of previous years, the only difference being the distinct secret realm. Thus, no one raised any objections. As soon as he finished speaking, a number of cultivators swiftly departed from the plaza, rushing into the teleportation portal. Primarily disciples from smaller sects seemingly there to procure supplies. The elders from the larger sects, however, took the opportunity to reiterate their instructions to their disciples, remaining unhurried. Master. Bai mentioned that the young master of the Qingyun Sect may not be as simple as he appears. The elder of the Purple Qi Sect promptly relayed the earlier situation to Li Yuanzhao. Oh, Li Yuanzhao frowned, turning to Li Bai. Do you have confidence, Bai? Just seeking a battle. Li Bai replied coldly, casting a glance in the direction of Zhang Xuan before swiftly leaping into the teleportation portal. The disciples of the Purple Qi Sect hurriedly followed suit. At the Qingyun Sect's location, Zhang Xuan, keenly aware of Li Bai's gaze, regarded it with evident interest. Has that fellow set his sights on me? Excellent. Training a practitioner of the ruthless sword path will undoubtedly be quite intriguing. Elders such as Wang Defa observed Li Bai's unusual demeanor, casting worried looks at Zhang Xuan. Young master, do you think that fellow has discerned anything? Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. If he sees something, so be it. It's merely a small matter. At this moment, the grand competition had commenced, and Wang Defa felt it inappropriate to say more, merely advising, young master, please exercise caution. Your safety is paramount, as long as the green hills remain. One need not worry about firewood. Understood, understood, I'm off. Zhang Xuan replied with exasperation before soaring into the air and entering the portal, followed eagerly by Yun Yaohong and others. Wang Defa gazed at the departing figures of Zhang Xuan and the rest, letting out a deep sigh. I hope this journey goes smoothly. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, a group of dark-clad, demonic cultivators suddenly descended into the depths of the secret realm, their demonic aura surging, with cultivators ranging from the peak of tribulation to the lowest level of golden core. As the secret realm was originally intended for the competition among those below the nascent soul stage, the arrival of the tribulation-level cultivators immediately rendered the space somewhat unstable. Among the numerous demonic powerhouses, the leader turned out to be a golden core cultivator. To stabilize the secret realm, I shall meet with the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. The demonic golden core cultivator licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. The chaos infinite sword body shall be seized at all costs. He proceeded to instruct the other demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators, upon hearing his words, exhibited no signs of anger. Even the tribulation-level cultivators showed utmost respect, clearly indicating the elevated status of the golden core cultivator within the demonic clan. Yes, Master Mosey. Chapter 33, The Blood Plague Array. Just break through. The formidable beings of the demon clan watched as the demon prince departed, devoid of any concern for his safety. They had thoroughly investigated this secret realm, discovering that its most formidable inhabitants were merely golden core beasts, posing no real threat to the esteemed demon prince. Their singular purpose for this expedition was to assist the demon prince in seizing the chaos infinite sword body. Although the news of the emergence of the Zhangming sword sovereign's legacy was concealed by some ancient forces within the Tai realm, it did not escape the attention of the Demon Clan. The Crystal Palace Night Club of the Demon Race, the Human Alliance's Celestial Paradise, and the Demon Race's Purple Capital Club are renowned as the most powerful intelligence organizations across the 9 heavens and 10 domains. These organizations are widespread throughout the realms, gathering information from various sources, ensuring that no significant event eludes their scrutiny. As for the name of these intelligence organizations, it is, of course, a tribute to their founder, Zhang Xuan. Now that the Demon Clan had received this intelligence, they would naturally devise a series of plans targeting the inheritor of the Zhangming sword sovereign's legacy. In the competitive landscape of the 9 heavens and 10 domains, where myriad races vie for supremacy, similar to the major sects of the southern wilderness, each faction aspires to dominate the world. Thus, the various races engage in self-serving schemes. The absence of the demon race was merely due to the great distance between the Tai realm and the Tai realm. The Deluo-Tian realm of the Demon Clan is relatively close to the Tai realm, allowing them to arrive first. They set up the Blood Plague Array, ensuring that their operation would be foolproof. After the Demon Prince's departure, a Tribulation Stage demon cultivator spoke in a solemn tone. Indeed, this Blood Plague Array was created by their Blood Prison Demon Lord. Anyone trapped within the array, unless they possessed the bloodline of the Demon Clan, would succumb to the plague, their cultivation gradually deteriorating until they are rendered mortal. Within this secret realm, their cultivation exceeded the boundaries of the realm, restricting their ability to act freely. They could only protect the Demon Prince at critical moments. However, with the Blood Plague Array in place, they believed that the Demon Prince would face no difficulties in dealing with these indigenous cultivators. The Blood Prison Demon Lord was once a supreme figure of their clan, and thus they placed their unwavering trust in the array he had crafted. Unbeknownst to them, the Blood Plague Array was actually conceived by Zhang Xuan, as the Blood Prison Demon Lord was one of his past incarnations. However, at this moment, Zhang Xuan was equally unaware of the Demon Clan's presence, for he had just entered the secret realm. Is this the secret realm of the sect competition? In a forest, Zhang Xuan gazed skyward. The sky appeared gray and murky, devoid of sun, moon, and stars. This secret realm resembled a miniature world. Although it possessed spiritual energy and the laws of nature, they were evidently incomplete. Brother Zhang. What a coincidence! A familiar voice echoed nearby as Jiuyou approached from the depths of the forest. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Zhang Xuan replied with a slight smile. The positions of the other disciples had been scattered, yet they had been transported together. Luck was indeed on their side. Jiuyou was also surveying the surroundings, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What should we do now? She recalled her agreement with Zhang Xuan, promising to follow his lead during the sect competition, and at this moment, she was upholding her word. As we venture deeper into the secret realm, let us also converge with our fellow brethren, Zhang Xuan remarked while gazing at the sky. This was a consensus reached by everyone prior to entering the mysterious domain. Given the unpredictable nature of the secret realm, pinpointed rendezvous was unfeasible. Thus, they could only proceed further in hopes of gathering gradually. Moreover, the more valuable treasures were typically found in the depths of the realm, prompting Jiuyou Fangzheng to nod in agreement without any objections. However, noticing Zhang Xuan's demeanor, Jiuyou Fangzheng curiously inquired about his observation. Brother Zhang, have you discerned something? After a moment's reflection on the heavens, Zhang Xuan shook his head. Nothing of significance. Let us proceed. Jiuyou Fangzheng chose not to press further, and the two companions ventured onward into the forest's depths. In truth, Zhang Xuan harbored an unspoken sensation of being watched. Nevertheless, considering the current circumstances, he could surmise the source of this feeling. Merely the onlookers outside witnessing the unfolding events, which did not deter him from his intentions. On the contrary, perhaps it would be advantageous for them to witness his endeavors. In the external world, at the Qingyun Sect's plaza, a colossal luminous screen indeed rose into the air, partitioned into thousands of segments, vividly displaying the images of various sect disciples within the secret realm, eliciting astonishment among the elders of each sect. How intriguing! Such scenes from the secret realm were previously unattainable. The Qingyun Sect possesses remarkable capabilities. Truly, a sect hailing from a boundless domain knows how to make an impression. Look, that's our sect's chief disciple, exclaimed one, while another noted a confrontation among disciples. The elders of each sect fixated on their own disciples' scenes, engaged in lively discussions. Li Yuan Zhao and the other elders of the Qingyun Sect wore expressions of pride. This was the formation they had meticulously prepared, and it was indeed paying off. Naturally, the outcome of the competition held paramount importance. Li Yuanzhao had invested considerable effort to bring Li Xiaobai to the Ziki sect, and now he intended for other sects to witness the Ziki sect's prowess. At the Qingyun sect's location, Wang Defa and other elders were equally engrossed in the luminous screen, observing the circumstances surrounding Zhang Xuan and his companions. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan and Guyu Fangzheng teleporting together, they collectively exhaled in relief. With the young master alongside Guyu Fangzheng, their combined strength should mitigate any unforeseen incidents, Wang Defa remarked. Within the luminous screen, Zhang Xuan and Guyu Fangzheng advanced deeper into the forest, soon encountering other cultivators. However, these individuals were not disciples of the Qingyun Sect, but rather practitioners of the Haoyue Sect. The Haoyue Sect was also among the top-tier sects in the southern region. Yet unlike typical sects, its disciples were exclusively female cultivators who practiced enchanting arts. At this moment, it seemed that Zhang Xuan and Guyu Fangzheng had fallen into a predicament, their expressions betraying an unnatural demeanor, which caused the previously relieved Wang Defa and the others to grow solemn. "Brother Wang, it appears that your sect's disciples are not having the best of luck," commented the Haoyue sect's leader, Lu Aihua, with an air of mockery as she took notice of Zhang Xuan's group on the screen. Wang Defa snorted in response, offering no retort, yet his face bore an expression of concern as he observed the unfolding events on the screen. "Brother Zhang, do you sense it?" Yuyu's face flushed with embarrassment as he inquired. Zhang Xuan, his complexion rosy, nodded and remarked, "Have you also felt it? It appears that a practitioner from the Haoyue sect has concealed themselves, and their seductive arts have directly provoked a physical response in us." He reflected upon the intelligence he possessed regarding various sects, nearly certain of their adversaries' origins. With the opponent lurking in the shadows, what could be done? Yuyu's expression turned grim, clearly unaccustomed to such a predicament, having been caught off guard from the very beginning. At present, with the enemy hidden and influencing them, should they launch a surprise attack, he feared he would struggle to defend himself, being merely a vigorous youth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan chuckled. "It's simple. We just charge out." Guyu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his own ears. "Brother Zhang, are you serious?" Meanwhile, on the plaza of the Ziki sect, those who had noticed the situation concerning Zhang Xuan were also taken aback. "Wait, everyone is watching. Are you really going to initiate a confrontation right here?" Chapter 34, The Shadowy Moon's Form. "Woman, you are playing with fire." Above the plaza of the Purple Chi sect, thousands of luminous screens flickered incessantly, with numerous disciples already engaged in combat. However, at this moment, everyone was staring blankly at the screen featuring Zhang Xuan and Guyu Yaohong. Could these two truly be serious? After all this anticipation to witness the grand competition within the secret realm, they had chosen such an explosive beginning? Some female elders from various sects gazed on with eager anticipation, for the two disciples displayed quite the appealing presence. In the area of the Qingyun Sect, elders such as Wang Defa clutched their seats tightly, anxiety coursing through them. Surely the young master wouldn't go this far, with so many eyes upon him. If he truly charged forth, it would bring shame upon the Qingyun Sect. Within the screen, Guyu Yaohong appeared incredulous that Zhang Xuan would propose such an idea. "Brother Zhang, I truly cannot do this," he said, his face flushed, clearly struggling to contain himself. "Just a jest, my young brother. No need to take it to heart," Zhang Xuan chuckled. However, seeing Guyu Yaohong's expression only amused him further, prompting him to encourage. "Are you certain you don't wish to give this method a try? Bottling it up is not advisable." Guyu Yaohong's complexion grew increasingly unnatural, yet he shook his head. Forcing down the turmoil within, "Brother Zhang, it would be wise to think of another approach." Zhang Xuan ceased to tease him, for it was likely that a live broadcast was occurring outside, and should this young man truly charge out, his heart might shatter thereafter. He then shifted his tone. "In truth, there exists a simple solution to this dilemma. Do you possess any large-scale spells or divine abilities?" "I see." Guyu Yaohong's eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding. Though their hidden consciousness could not be detected, the proximity suggested they were not far apart. Thus, compelling the opponent to reveal themselves with a large-scale spell would suffice. In the next instant, Guyu Yaohong's expression turned serious as lightning flickered in his eyes. Countless tiny bolts of lightning began to converge from the forest floor towards him. Not only that, but a sudden gust of wind arose, causing the trees to sway and leaves to flutter down, only to be instantly reduced to ash by the lightning. At this moment, the wind and thunder's sacred body seemed poised to demonstrate its true might. Yet, before Gu Yuefang could unleash his formidable attack. A graceful figure suddenly burst forth from the depths of the forest, charging towards Zhang Xuan. Clearly, the hidden disciple of the Haoyue sect was not inclined to remain passive. Are they attempting to seize me, this soft target? Zhang Xuan mused, his expression peculiar as he observed the approaching figure. Finally, she emerges. Gu Yuefang's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly positioned himself before Zhang Xuan, launching a powerful punch aimed at the oncoming female disciple of the Haoyue sect. His entire right arm was enveloped in crackling lightning, reminiscent of Kakashi's Chidori. However, just as his fist was about to connect with the disciple's face, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Gu Yuefang suddenly diverted his trajectory, striking behind her instead. The lightning barely grazed her delicate features, causing her to flinch, her pupils narrowing in surprise at Gu Yuefang's swift reflexes. She swiftly turned over and delivered a powerful kick with her long leg to Gu Yuefang's chest, forcing him to stagger back several steps before quickly creating distance. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, causing Zhang Xuan to twitch at the corner of his mouth. He noticed that in the final moment, there was a flicker of reluctance in Gu Yuefang's eyes, evidently affected by the allure of his opponent. Otherwise, that strike should have shattered the opponent's head into oblivion. Gu Yuefang, feeling somewhat vexed, cast a glance towards the distant enchanting figure. If the opponent were to confront him directly, it would be an effortless victory. However, the enchantment prevented him from unleashing his true strength, leaving him utterly frustrated. At this moment, the disciple of the Haoyue sect no longer concealed herself. Standing 100 paces away, observing Zhang Xuan and the others, it was Lu Ruyan from the Haoyue sect. She offered a graceful bow to Zhang Xuan and his companion, her flowing veil-like attire accentuating her exquisite figure, especially her captivating peach blossom eyes that seemed to weave a spell with every glance and movement. Zhang Xuan inhaled sharply upon hearing her name. It was the Empress of Smoke, which explained her provocative demeanor. Simultaneously, information about her flooded his mind. The chief disciple of the Haoyue sect, in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and possessing the Yin Moon physique. It was no wonder her seductive techniques could not only influence Gu Yuefang's thunderstorm sacred body, but also had an effect on Zhang Xuan's chaos infinite sword body. For the Yin Moon physique was a naturally enchanting body. Though not on par with a sacred body, it had its own specialties, and she was exceptionally adept at this craft. Truly, as a scion of a long-lived family, she was formidable. Lu Ruyan flashed a teasing smile, her sultry gaze directed at Zhang Xuan and his companion. Despite nearly being struck down by Gu Yuefang moments ago, she appeared unfazed by Zhang Xuan and his companion. The current situation revealed that while she may not be able to overpower Gu Yuefang, her allure combined with the Yin Moon physique rendered him unable to strike against her. Prolonging the encounter would only work to her advantage. Gu Yuefang furrowed his brow, feeling immensely constrained. During the brief exchange, he had contemplated retaliating multiple times, but upon witnessing her provocative demeanor, his resolve to act was significantly diminished. How could he possibly retaliate under such circumstances? He then glanced at Zhang Xuan, sensing that he was the one truly in charge. Lu Ruyan, perceiving this, adopted a pitiful expression directed at Zhang Xuan. This must be the young master of the Qingyun Sect, indeed a striking figure and a youthful hero. With such brilliance and martial prowess, could you truly bear to strike a delicate lady? As she unleashed her charm upon him, seemingly intensifying her efforts, Zhang Xuan revealed a wicked smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. Woman, you are playing with fire. In response to the situation, Lu Ruyan maintained her calm demeanor, thinking to herself, a mere 10th level Qi practitioner, surely he will crumble beneath my allure. What a farce. The inheritor of the Tsangming sword sovereign is utterly weak. She plotted in her heart, maintaining a facade of vulnerability as she gazed at Zhang Xuan. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Aihua, the sect master of the Haoyue sect, observed the scene with a smug expression directed at Wang Defa and the others. Is this truly the young master of your esteemed sect? Is this what a scion of a long-lived family looks like? Hardly impressive. Wang Defa and others wore grim expressions, disdainfully remarking on the use of underhanded tactics. If it came to a direct confrontation, would the disciples of the Haoyue sect truly stand a chance? Lu Aihua let out a cold laugh, declaring that all disciples of the Haoyue sect were adept in the art of seduction, implying that without such skills, they would be as crude as men. Men are utterly useless. Wang Defa was taken aback, realizing Lu Aihua possessed an enchanting demeanor, and an argument ensued. Fortunately, the other elders of Qingyun Sect intervened just in time. The elders anxiously gazed at the luminous screen, urging the young master to regain consciousness. Young master, I acknowledge my faults. Please spare me, Lu Ruyan implored as she intensified her seductive charm, gradually inching closer to Zhang Xuan with a submissive demeanor. It seemed Zhang Xuan and Gui Wefang were oblivious to her approach, allowing her to draw near without resistance. Lu Ruyan's heart raced with excitement. If she could close the distance, perhaps she might launch a surprise attack on the two. In a swift motion, she crossed 100 feet and stood before Zhang Xuan. The gap now reduced to less than a yard, while Zhang Xuan and his companion remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Young master. Lu Ruyan's eyes glimmered with intent as she channeled her inner power, aiming for Zhang Xuan's neck, ready to deliver a lethal blow. However, in the next moment, her outstretched hand was firmly grasped by Zhang Xuan, leaving her in a state of shock. Woman, he warned, I have already told you, you are playing with fire. Chapter 35. Does the young master of Qingyun Sect prefer men? Strip her. Lu Ruyan felt her hand grip tightly, rendering her unable to pull away. Her eyes wide with disbelief. Was this the strength of someone at the 10th level of Qi training? No. It appeared that the other party was unaffected by her charm technique. How was this possible? You. Yet before she could utter another word, Zhang Xuan forcefully tugged Lu Ruyan's hand backward and then delivered a swift kick to her rear. Although his kick lacked significant force, it sent her flying, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. In an instant, Lu Ruyan was left in a state of utter ruin, her body smeared with dirt. A far cry from her previous alluring demeanor. Brother Zhang. Gui Wefang finally regained his composure, cold sweat trickling down his back. He had genuinely failed to react in time. Had Lu Ruyan directed her attack at him, he would have likely faced severe injury, if not death. Never mind, quickly apprehend this one. Zhang Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly. It was merely a charm technique. While it had indeed affected him to some extent, it had not penetrated his mind. One could say that the allure in the realm of cultivation was sometimes overly conservative. Had he heard of the charm of teachers from the island nations, or the exotic allure of the West? Compared to those, Lu Ruyan's mere flirtation was utterly trivial. Moreover, he had encountered far more formidable practitioners of seductive arts. Those who dedicated themselves to the profound path of becoming immortal were truly formidable. A single glance could leave one utterly spellbound. Gui Wefang wasted no time. Now that Lu Ruyan's charm had been dispelled, he swiftly moved to confront her. However, Lu Ruyan reacted with remarkable speed, her figure flashing as she attempted to flee. Thinking of escaping? Gui Wefang snorted coldly, seemingly transforming into a bolt of thunder as he charged towards her, sparks flying as he closed the distance with astonishing speed. Lu Ruyan's complexion paled, and she immediately unleashed her charm once more. Young master. Gui Wefang's gaze softened, his actions slowing. Lu Ruyan sneered, descendant of a long-lived family, nothing more. She then boldly advanced, charging once again towards Zhang Xuan, seemingly intent on targeting him, the perceived soft target. Young master. She swiftly positioned herself before Zhang Xuan, as if to leap into his embrace. How dare you? Zhang Xuan bellowed, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Smack. One side of Lu Ruyan's face instantly swelled, spittle flying from the force of the blow. At this moment, she finally realized that Zhang Xuan was impervious to her charm. How could this be? Lu Aihua, the leader of Jiuyou Sect, stood up in disbelief. She had never witnessed a cultivator immune to the effects of charm techniques. How had the young master of Qingyun Sect achieved this? Unless, she mused, doesn't he prefer women? The speculation hung in the air. The other cultivators present were equally curious about why Zhang Xuan remained unaffected. Upon hearing Lu Hua's words, they were momentarily stunned. The young master of Qingyun Sect, doesn't he prefer women? Could it be that he prefers men? Indeed, his relationship with Gui Wefang seemed rather amicable. Could it be? This was quite the sensational revelation. Wang Defa and others breathed a collective sigh of relief. The young master, it turns out, was entirely unaffected, despite having frightened them moments ago. As for the conjecture of the lord of the Jiuyou Sect, surely it cannot be true? Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the young master remained unscathed. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was oblivious to the rumors swirling outside about him. Otherwise, he would have certainly engaged in a debate with the lord of the Jiuyou Sect. The battle was rapidly evolving, and upon realizing that Zhang Xuan was impervious to her seductive prowess, Lu Ruyan decisively altered her strategy, opting to abandon her charm techniques and confront him directly. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, how could she possibly be unable to subdue someone merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement? With her swollen face, she summoned her mana, charging toward Zhang Xuan, aiming a palm strike at his crown. Seeing her relentless pursuit, Zhang Xuan could only shake his head with a sigh. He had not intended to reveal his true abilities so soon, yet he found himself with no other choice. Lu Ruyin, sensing an ominous turn in the situation, had no time to react before Zhang Xuan flicked his finger, unleashing a blade of sword energy. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, the sword energy struck Lu Ruyin, causing her to spew blood and be violently thrown back, crashing to the ground in a grievous state. You are not at the Qi refinement stage. Lu Ruyin's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Though she had attempted a stealthy ambush, she found herself outmaneuvered. The sword energy that had just struck her bore the power to eliminate her in an instant, and she felt as though she had been played for a fool. Lu Ruyin fainted on the spot. At that moment, Guyu Fangjing finally approached Zhang Xuan, looking rather embarrassed. Brother Zhang, I apologize for being of no help. I may have inadvertently caused you to expose your strength prematurely. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. After all, only this person is aware of it. Guyu Fangjing immediately understood. Shall we eliminate her? Zhang Xuan's eyelids twitched. You truly have no mercy, do you? There's no need. She may still serve a purpose. Let's first remove her clothing. He had plans of his own. Upon hearing this, Guyu Fangjing nodded in agreement, preparing to act, but then paused and looked at Zhang Xuan, uncertain. Brother Zhang, what did you just say? No need to kill her. She may still be useful. No, the next part. Oh, remove her clothing. Meanwhile, outside, the sect leaders and elders were astonished to witness Zhang Xuan's display of power. Though separated by a barrier, the assembled strongmen could discern that Zhang Xuan's sword energy was extraordinary. The young master of Qingyun Sect had concealed his true strength. That sword energy had severely injured Lu Ruyin, a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Zhang Xuan's prowess must be comparable to that of a late-stage golden core. I suspect it is even more than that. Given his nonchalant demeanor, his strength might very well be at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. The elders of various sects began speculating on Zhang Xuan's abilities, their concern for their disciples palpable. This young master of Qingyun Sect had deceived even them. If their disciples were to encounter him, it could spell disaster. The elders of the Ziki sect wore solemn expressions, clearly unsettled by the unfolding situation. Master, the young lord of the Qingyun Sect possesses considerable strength. Could he pose a threat to Xiaobai? An elder gazed at Li Yuanzhao with concern. However, Li Yuanzhao remained composed, his expression serene, urging confidence in Xiaobai. If the young lord of the Qingyun Sect merely demonstrated this level of prowess, he would not be a match for Xiaobai. Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Ziki sect finally felt reassured. In the Qingyun Sect's direction, Elder Wang Defa and his companions were all smiles. Although the young lord's strength had been revealed prematurely, it was only known to those outside. The disciples of various sects within the secret realm remained unaware. Especially when Zhang Xuan effortlessly dispatched Lu Ruyin, who was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Wang Defa and the others were invigorated. A single sword strike had annihilated Lu Ruyin. Indeed, the young lord's might was formidable. I recall the young lord asserting his invincibility within the Golden Core realm. It appears he may not have been merely boasting. This bodes well. Our Qingyun Sect is bound to achieve an excellent ranking this time. The elders were animatedly discussing, inciting ire among the other sections. Particularly, the leader of the Haoyue sect, Lu Aihua, erupted in furious curses. How audacious to conceal one's strength. This man is truly despicable. Base, shameless, vile. To others, her behavior appeared nothing more than that of a petty clown. After all, your Haoyue sect's seductive arts targeting male cultivators hardly elevate your reputation. However, before anyone could react, Zhang Xuan's actions displayed on the luminous screen left everyone utterly astonished. He had actually stripped Lu Ruyin of her garments. Witnessing this scene, Lu Aihua was beside herself with rage. You insolent wretch, how dare you insult the cultivator of the Haoyue sect? Chapter 36. Surely, you wouldn't want the contents of the Shadow Stone to spread, would you? Is this what you call making friends? In the secret realm, Gui Wafang was still unable to engage in such underhanded tactics, and thus he admonished Zhang Xuan. Brother Zhang, although this woman employs wicked methods, is it truly appropriate to take advantage of her vulnerability? He continued, if you genuinely seek companionship, after the grand competition concludes, you may freely visit the pleasure quarters. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to anyone. Upon hearing Gu Yuefeng's words, Zhang Xuan's countenance darkened. What do you take me for? Am I so desperate? Gu Yufeng was taken aback. Then why did you attempt to undress her? I have my reasons, and you shall soon understand. Observing that his companion was hesitating, Zhang Xuan flicked his fingers once more, unleashing a blade of sword energy that shattered all of Lu Ruoyan's garments, leaving only a single piece of intimate attire. At that moment, the scene was undeniably revealing. Though Lu Ruoyan's face was swollen, her exquisite figure, combined with her inherent allure, remained captivating, especially as she lay there quietly. It appeared as though she was at the mercy of others. Gui Weifang felt a twinge of discomfort and averted his gaze. Zhang Xuan, noticing his companion's reaction, couldn't help but shake his head. Such a child. If you were to visit Earth and encountered a multitude of bikini-clad beauties on the beach, you would surely wish to bury yourself in the sand. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment, acknowledging the conservative nature of the cultivation world. Zhang Xuan gestured, summoning Lu Ruoyan's storage ring to him. Inside, he found various elixirs, clothing, and a transmission jade slip, indicating that she had yet to gather her resources. He promptly pocketed the storage ring. All right, wake her up, Zhang Xuan commanded. Gui Weifang turned back, glanced at Lu Ruoyan, and quickly looked away again. This, Zhang Xuan, increasingly exasperated, muttered under his breath, calling him useless, before stepping forward and delivering 2 sharp slaps to awaken Lu Ruoyan. Now both sides of her face are symmetrical. Lu Ruoyan slowly opened her eyes, letting out a soft hum, exuding an innate charm. However, upon sensing her state, her expression shifted dramatically, and she glared at Zhang Xuan and his companion with indignation. Beasts, what have you done to me? Don't overthink it. We have no interest in your body. We did nothing, Zhang Xuan quickly reassured her. Covering her chest with one hand, Lu Ruoyan assessed her condition and, realizing they had indeed refrained from any misconduct, her anger only intensified. You are worse than beasts. Zhang Xuan scoffed. Enough with your incessant whining. You have 2 choices. Either you leave in this state or you accompany us. You have 3 breaths to decide. Fine, I'll go with you. Lu Ruoyan responded without hesitation. It was absurd. In her current state, leaving would be utterly humiliating should she encounter any other cultivators. With her storage ring now in Zhang Xuan's possession, the transmission jade slip lost, and lacking clothing, she had no choice but to comply for the time being, planning to assess her options later. Indeed, Lu Xianzi is truly a person who understands the times. Let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Zhang Xuan chuckled. Lu Ruoyan remained silent, her countenance a blend of indignation and shyness as she gazed at Zhang Xuan. Gui Weifang, upon hearing this, expressed his confusion. Brother Zhang, why must we allow her to accompany us? Is it not somewhat inappropriate to have such an individual by our side? Zhang Xuan patted Gui Weifang's shoulder and replied, My dear brother, it appears you still do not grasp the nuances of human relations. In our pursuit of immortality, it is essential to cultivate numerous friendships while minimizing our enemies. The current competition among sects in the secret realm is futile, rather than engaging in conflict. We should unite to seek resources, thus ensuring an effortless victory in the sect competition. Gui Weifang understood at last. So, Brother Zhang intends for her to assist us in resource gathering? You finally comprehend. Zhang Xuan exclaimed with a smile. However, Gui Weifang shook his head. She is not a disciple of our Qingyun Sect. How can we trust her? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan quickly interjected, Rest assured, esteemed gentlemen. I am now fully aware that I am no match for the 2 of you. I harbor no ulterior motives. As she spoke, she employed her charm technique once more. Particularly effective given the current circumstances, causing Gui Weifang's eyes to redden almost instantly. Smack. Zhang Xuan delivered a slap, exclaiming, What nonsense. Lu Ruoyan instantly covered her face with a look of grievance, perplexed as to why her charm failed to affect him. Could it be that he has no interest in women? The thought crossed her mind, and she felt a surge of anger. The humiliation of today would surely be repaid in kind on another day. Zhang Xuan, oblivious to her thoughts, noted her defiance and promptly produced a recording stone. This device was akin to a camera in the realm of cultivation, possessing vast storage and capable of capturing 3D ultra-clear images. He recorded Lu Ruoyan's current appearance without hesitation. What are you planning? Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the recording stone, and she attempted to seize it. Humph. Zhang Xuan scoffed, unleashing a wave of sword chi that forced her back, then laughed sinisterly. Lu Xianzi, I trust you would not wish for the contents of this recording stone to circulate widely? As long as you heed my instructions during our time in the secret realm, I promise to return the recording stone to you once we exit. You despicable scoundrel. Lu Ruoyan's eyes brimmed with tears. How could Zhang Xuan dare to capture such indecent images of her? Flattery will get you nowhere. Great achievers are not bound by trifles. or else I cannot guarantee your compliance, Zhang Xuan retorted nonchalantly. After all, she had initially intended to kill them, and this was not truly an indecent image, as she was still clothed in somewhat fitted garments. Merely a portrait, albeit one that, from the conservative perspective of the cultivation world, bore little distinction from an indecent photograph. Do you truly mean it? Lu Ruoyan, realizing she had no alternative, had no choice but to acquiesce. Once we exit the secret realm, will you genuinely return the recording stone to me? Indeed, I swear it upon my inner demons, Zhang Xuan declared solemnly. Both Lu Ruoyan and Gu Yuefeng were taken aback. Such a vow was no trivial matter. After achieving the golden core, every breakthrough into a significant realm entails confronting one's inner demons. Should Zhang Xuan violate his oath, he may find it impossible to transcend even to the nascent soul stage. Thus, Lu Ruoyan naturally placed her trust in Zhang Xuan. However, unbeknownst to them, Zhang Xuan had cultivated for 99 lifetimes, and facing the tribulation of inner demons was as familiar to him as returning home. It posed no challenge at all. Very well. I shall trust you. Now, might you return my clothing? Lu Ruoyan inquired. To her surprise, Zhang Xuan replied, find a way on your own. Simply gather some leaves to cover yourself. You. Lu Ruoyan seethed with indignation, but upon noticing Zhang Xuan brandishing the recording stone, she found herself compelled to submit to his intimidation, turning to the woods to gather leaves for crafting garments. Observing her departure, Zhang Xuan let out a cold laugh. Such a vixen did not deserve his kindness, lest she wield her charm to remind him of his subordinate status. Gu Yufengzang shook his head slightly. Although Zhang's methods were indeed somewhat unscrupulous, Lu Ruoyan had initially sought to kill them. The Guyu family showed no mercy towards adversaries, a lesson instilled in him from a young age. Thus he refrained from further comment. Then, Brother Zhang, what shall we do now? Gu Yufengzang inquired. Zhang Xuan tucked away the recording stone and replied with a smile. Did I not just mention it? We aim to cultivate numerous friendships, so naturally, we must recruit more allies into our team. At this remark, Gu Yufengzang's lips twitched slightly. Is this what you call making friends? Chapter 37. Dragging Others Down. Zhang Xuan's unique secret technique? A tumultuous uproar swept across the Qingyun Sect's plaza. Although there was a tinge of regret for not witnessing Zhang Xuan and his companion commit any unspeakable acts against Lu Ruoyan, the methods employed by Zhang Xuan still cast a pall over the faces of the sect leaders and elders. To threaten others with the threat of photographic evidence is a despicable tactic that even those from the demonic path would likely disdain. Yet, Zhang Xuan and Gu Yuefeng's formidable strengths rendered ordinary disciples utterly powerless against them. With such tactics in play, how many within the secret realm could possibly withstand their coercion? Is this how the Qingyun Sect instructs its disciples? This is more demonic than the demonic path itself. The Moonlight Sect's leader, Lu Aihua, was utterly incensed, unleashing a torrent of invective upon Wang Defa and his cohorts. Though Wang Defa and the others privately regarded the young master's methods as less than honorable, they remained united in their external stance. Indeed, it is your Moonlight Sect disciples who harbored murderous intentions first. Now, having been bested, our sect's young master has shown remarkable mercy by sparing her life. How dare you continue to stir trouble here? Indeed, are the methods of your Moonlight Sect not demonic? You dare to seduce men while pointing fingers at others. The contest within the secret realm is a matter of life and death. The young master's decision not to kill is an act of great benevolence. The elders from both sides launched into a spirited debate, resulting in a lively scene in the Qingyun Sect plaza. However, as the insults escalated, some sects, unable to bear the escalating rancor, intervened to separate the two factions. Regarding Zhang Xuan's methods, while some sects were wary, they still held confidence in their own disciples. As long as they were not captured by Zhang Xuan and his companion, they felt assured. The onlookers turned their attention back to the luminescent screen, closely monitoring Zhang Xuan and the others. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan had fashioned clothing from leaves and adorned herself, finally achieving some semblance of modesty. Yet, the garments were rather rudimentary, merely concealing her chest and lower body, leaving her abdomen and thighs exposed to the elements. Furthermore, since the leaf-woven attire was not perfectly fitted, it swayed as she walked, imparting an air of mysterious allure, especially given Lu Ruoyan's own intrinsic charm. What was essentially a wild person's outfit had, in Lu Ruoyan's hands, taken on an unexpectedly provocative appearance, rendering Gu Yuefeng blushing profusely. Zhang Xuan, however, bore an expression of nonchalance, and upon seeing her attire, an idea sparked in his mind. Not bad. I didn't expect you possessed such skills. Lu Ruyan felt a pang of frustration. Did she truly wish to dress this way? However, as a guest in another's domain, she could only respond with a charming smile, as long as the young master is pleased. Put away that provocative demeanor. I have made it clear that I have no interest in you, Zhang Xuan replied, furrowing his brow. Lu Ruyan's tendency to flirt was troublesome, had he not been experienced. He might have found her challenging to deal with. Since you have this skill, why not create several outfits, both for men and women? Lu Ruyan felt her anger rise. She had never encountered a man indifferent to her charms. The young master of the Qingyun Sect was undoubtedly peculiar. Yes, young master. She acquiesced, though soon a question arose in her mind. What was the purpose of crafting so many leaf-woven garments? Thus, Zhang Xuan reiterated his intention to enlist others in his plan to Lu Ruyan, who immediately brightened with inspiration. Given her current predicament, which seemed irretrievable, why not drag others down with her? Embracing this sentiment, Lu Ruyan promptly acquiesced to Zhang Xuan's scheme and swiftly began gathering leaves to weave garments. However, she had one stipulation: others must also be photographed. It was only fair that if she was captured on camera, others should not be exempt. Zhang Xuan, of course, agreed to this request. What are you dawdling for? We must depart. Zhang Xuan gently nudged Yufeng on the shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. Unbeknownst to him, he had been subtly influenced by Lu Ruyan's presence. The Yin Moon physique truly did seem to restrain male cultivators. Brother Zhang. Yufeng felt a bit awkward, but became curious upon seeing Zhang Xuan remain entirely unaffected. Brother Zhang, how is it that you can resist Lu Ruyan's enchanting prowess? Lu Ruyan, busy collecting leaves, perked up her ears at this inquiry. The elders from various sects were equally intrigued. Could it be that the young master of Qingyun Sect harbored no interest in women? Zhang Xuan chuckled. This is my unique secret. Yufeng realized that this must indeed be Zhang Xuan's private method. I see. Then I shall refrain from further questioning. Oh. While I can't share this with just anyone, we are friends, after all. Zhang Xuan, amused by Yufeng's demeanor, considered the potential audience watching their live broadcast. Surely they were also filled with curiosity. Brother Zhang, do you truly wish to share? Yufeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course. But I can only divulge this to you, and it must remain confidential. Naturally, Yufeng responded solemnly, clasping his hands to Zhang Xuan in respect. I humbly request your guidance. With an air of mystery, Zhang Xuan leaned closer to Yufeng's ear and whispered, the method is called Cung. Cung? Yufeng exclaimed in surprise. What sort of method is that? Their conversation was not transmitted through thought, and although Zhang Xuan had lowered his voice intentionally, Lu Ruyan and the onlookers still overheard. Their expressions turned somewhat awkward. They had never heard of this technique before. Zhang Xuan, however, maintained a serious demeanor. Do not underestimate Cung. What is the allure? It merely stirs the desires within one's heart, while Cung can refine a cultivator's will. With sufficient practice, each application of Cung allows one to surpass their limits, forging an unbreakable resolve. Not only will mere allure fail to affect you, but even inner demons may find no purchase. Seeing Zhang Xuan's earnestness, Yufeng pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. It seems to follow a certain logic. Of course. Why would I deceive you? I gain nothing from such trickery. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your enlightenment. Lu Ruyan was left astounded, questioning whether this method could genuinely counteract allure. Once the grand competition concluded, she would need to report this to the elders of her sect without delay. Meanwhile, a gathering of sect leaders and elders contemplated Zhang Xuan's words, finding a semblance of truth within them, especially after witnessing Zhang Xuan's enchanting influence over Lu Ruyan. One can only conclude that such poise must be the result of diligent practice. Could this method truly be effective? Some individuals resolved to give it a try, for the cost was negligible. The cultivators of the Haoyue sect were engulfed in uncertainty. Could their seductive prowess truly be unraveled? Yet, they found themselves unable to test this theory, left only with their anxious thoughts. After Zhang Xuan and his companions concluded their discussions, they resumed their journey. Although Zhang Xuan did not return the storage ring to Lu Ruyan, he did provide her with some healing elixirs, for it was imperative that her battle capabilities remained uncompromised. Nonetheless, throughout their expedition, Lu Ruyan appeared lost in thought, as if burdened by some unspoken concern. The trio ventured deeper into the secret realm, collecting resources as they encountered them, yet they did not encounter any demonic beasts or other sect cultivators. The expanse of the secret realm was vast. And with the competition lasting a full 6 months, it was unlikely to cross paths with others unless they were in close proximity from the outset. After 7 days of relentless travel, they finally encountered their first fellow cultivator. Clad in black, the identity of this individual's sect remained obscured. As Zhang Xuan and his companions approached, the stranger strolled nonchalantly along the path, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of being observed. Upon sensing the presence of Zhang Xuan and his group, the individual's surprise was palpable. Heir of the Songming Sword Sovereign, I have finally found you. Chapter 38. A formidable foe, the demon child of absolute shadow, stripped him of his dignity. Which sect does he belong to? Judging by his attire, he appears to be affiliated with a demonic sect, likely a practitioner from a lesser sect. With his pinnacle golden core cultivation, such prowess should not be obscure. Yet here he stands, a dark horse in this grand competition, truly an unexpected turn of events. In the plaza of the Ziki sect, Zhang Xuan and his companions were astonished to encounter a practitioner at the peak of the golden core stage. Many were taken aback, as the highest cultivation level among the participants from various sects was merely late golden core. Those at the pinnacle were typically preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage. As for his demonic attire, given the proximity of the Tai realm to the realm of the demons, there were indeed some minor demonic sects in the southern wilderness. So the onlookers did not ponder much further. Although they were unaware of the true identity of the young man in black, there seemed to be a collective hope that Zhang Xuan and his companions would face adversity. The peak of the golden core stage? Upon seeing the young man in black, Zhang Xuan and his companions were equally surprised. They too did not dwell on his attire, assuming he was merely a disciple from a minor sect. With a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, noticing Zhang Xuan's cultivation, the young demon was equally astonished. He was indeed the demon child. Having swiftly located Zhang Xuan with the assistance of a strong practitioner from his sect. But how could Zhang Xuan possess such a meager cultivation? It was truly disappointing to discover that the heir of the Songming Sword Sovereign was so lacking in strength. The demon child wore a regretful expression, as he had initially anticipated a battle of equals, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Gui Weifang and Lu Ruyan wore solemn expressions, as the opponent's cultivation was somewhat daunting. Brother Zhang, shall we engage? Young Master Zhang, a peak golden core practitioner, is no trivial matter. The grand competition has just begun, and there is no need to confront a formidable enemy at this juncture, Lu Ruyan cautioned, hesitating. Zhang Xuan understood her sentiments. The opponent's cultivation exceeded their expectations. At the golden core stage, spells had transformed into divine abilities, possessing immense power, as demonstrated by Gui Weifang's Thousand Birds technique. By the peak golden core stage, divine abilities were nearly perfected, signifying a foot already in the nascent soul stage, far beyond the reach of ordinary golden core practitioners. Yet they were not ordinary practitioners. Fear not, we are numerous. What does it matter if he is at the peak of the golden core? Zhang Xuan proclaimed nonchalantly, issuing a direct command. Surround him. Gui Weifang did not hesitate, transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging forth, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Lu Ruyan sighed but followed suit, her mind resolute. If they were to falter, she would ensure to drag these two away. Zhang Xuan maneuvered to the opponent's rear, flicking his fingers to unleash an inconspicuous sword qi, leisurely slicing towards the adversary. Upon witnessing the audacity of the trio's assault, the young man in black erupted in laughter. What audacity! Remember this, my name is Absolute Shadow. To perish by my hand is a privilege. With that, a surge of demonic energy enveloped him, and he delivered a powerful punch towards Gui Weifang. The first to charge forward, Gui Weifang similarly met the oncoming force with a punch, his entire right arm instantly enveloped in lightning, the divine ability activated, unleashing a lethal strike. However, with a resounding thud, Gui Weifang felt as though he had struck an immovable mountain. His right arm went numb in an instant, and the lightning surrounding it dissipated. How could this be? Gui Weifang was incredulous, sent flying backwards, and barely managed to stabilize himself in midair, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just as Jiuyou was about to pursue, Lu Ruyan had already arrived before him, her seductive charm in full effect. Unfortunately, her allure had little impact on a being of superior cultivation. Jiuyou merely paused for a moment before regaining his composure, sneering coldly. The body of Yin Moon? Quite intriguing. You need not die. Simply serve me well from this day forth. As he spoke, he effortlessly swatted Lu Ruyan aside and resumed his pursuit of Gui Weifang, completely disregarding Zhang Xuan. In an instant, Jiuyou stood before Guyu Fangzheng, his speed so overwhelming that Guyu Fangzheng had no time to react. Looking down upon him with disdain, he spoke, as a scion of the Guyu clan. Had your cultivation been on par with mine, you might have had a chance to contend. Alas, that opportunity has slipped away. Zhu Ying's condescending demeanor was unmistakable. As the progeny of the demonic clan, his strength was among the elite of his tier, ranking prominently even among the many scions of the demon lineage. Although Guyu Fangzheng and Lu Rian were indeed prodigies, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Guyu Fangzheng was left in shock, unable to comprehend how such a vast difference in strength could exist. It was unfortunate for him that in the very first battle within the secret realm, he encountered Lu Rian, whose charm rendered him unable to unleash his full potential. Now, in this second battle, he faced a demon prince of unparalleled prowess. At the pinnacle of the gold core stage, utterly crushed without a glimmer of hope for retaliation, Lu Rian, heavily injured and on the ground, looked at the formidable Zhu Ying in disbelief. She realized that she and Guyu Fangzheng were no match for him. He was certainly not an ordinary gold core pinnacle warrior. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. I say, have you forgotten something? Zhu Ying recognized it as Zhang Xuan's voice and turned his head. The inheritor of the Zhangming sword sovereign? Zhu Ying's gaze shifted to Zhang Xuan, who was leisurely directing a stream of sword energy toward him. The sword energy of the Qi refinement stage likely wouldn't even breach his protective demonic aura and was hardly worth his attention. You think you can harm me with such feeble sword energy? He scoffed, raising his hand to swat away the sword energy along with Zhang Xuan. Guyu Fangzheng's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Brother Zhang, do not engage. This man is beyond your strength. You must flee. He understood that Zhang Xuan was stronger than himself, but the gap in realms between them and Zhu Ying was too great. Even united, they might not stand a chance. The only hope was for Zhang Xuan to escape and seek out other disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Thinking of running? Too late. The chaos infinite sword body does not belong to wastes such as you. Zhu Ying laughed coldly and brought his palm crashing down. Who said I was fleeing? Zhang Xuan responded with a calm smile, before forming a sword technique with his hands. The sword Qi, which had originally been moving leisurely towards Zhu Ying, suddenly accelerated, reaching his opponent in the blink of an eye, and then striking down upon him. The protective demonic aura surrounding Zhu Ying was utterly powerless to withstand the sword Qi, which shattered it effortlessly. Thud! Zhu Ying, still in the posture of launching an attack, collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Guyu Yaohong was momentarily stunned, while Lu Rian wore an expression of disbelief. How could such a formidable opponent be unable to withstand even a single sword Qi from Zhang Xuan? Just how powerful was this individual? Zhang Xuan approached the unconscious Zhu Ying, placing a foot on him and spitting disdainfully. I must be truly formidable. Still feeling arrogant. Are we? Little brother, come over here and strip him of his clothes, leaving not a single piece behind. Chapter 39. The Fury of the Demon Clan's Powerhouses. Better to be shattered jade than intact tiles. In the plaza of the Qingyun Sect, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment and disbelief. They had anticipated a fierce battle between Zhang Xuan and the peak golden core demon cultivator. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly swift. The demon cultivator, in a moment of folly, had underestimated the heir of the Zhangming sword sovereign, leading to his swift defeat at the hands of Zhang Xuan, who unleashed his full power before the demon could even manifest his abilities. Particularly, as Zhang Xuan and Guyu Yaohong prepared to strip the demon of his garments, many spectators sighed inwardly. If this demon cultivator had joined their ranks, their collective strength would have been formidable. Who could withstand them in the secret realm then? Had this demon cultivator been foolish in his training, thus dismissing the prowess of the Zhangming sword sovereign's heir? He deserved his capture. We too were privy to the circumstances within the secret realm, thus comprehending the concealed strength of the Qingyun Sect's young master. Who among the other disciples was aware of such depths? It was too late for regrets now. Should they continue to draw in disciples from various sects in this manner, unforeseen calamities might arise during the grand competition. The elders of each sect wore expressions of concern, their hearts heavy with worry for their own disciples, especially with Zhang Xuan employing threats through captured evidence. Should their disciples fall into his hands, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. However, some held differing views. The demon cultivator was not so easily controlled. Lu Rian was threatened solely due to the overwhelming strength of Guyu Yaohong and Zhang Xuan. If they attempted to use similar tactics against the demon disciple, once he regained consciousness, a fierce battle might ensue. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened. Indeed, strength was the foundation of all. Even if Zhang Xuan possessed evidence against the demon cultivator, what would it matter if the demon awakened and unleashed a bloodbath, rendering the threats a mere jest? Eagerly, they focused on the luminous screen above the plaza. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, a powerful demon cultivator, who had been stabilizing the realm's space, suddenly let out a thunderous roar. "My lord demon prince!" Numerous demon powerhouses rushed to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that their demon prince had been ensnared by the heir of the Songming Sword Sovereign, their expressions soured. "I shall rescue the demon prince at once," one of the demon cultivators declared vehemently. "Not so fast." The transcendent demon quickly restrained him. "We cannot act recklessly, otherwise, not only would this secret realm be unable to withstand it, but we may also attract the attention of the southern cultivators, potentially placing the demon prince in even greater peril. As it stands, the heir of the Songming Sword Sovereign appears to have no intention of taking the demon prince's life. We must promptly establish the Blood Plague Grand Formation to envelop the entire secret realm. In doing so, the demon prince will be able to navigate through this danger with his own capabilities. Moreover, by that time, even if the southern cultivators discovered us, it would be of no consequence, for they too would be affected by the Blood Plague Grand Formation should they intrude." Upon hearing these words, the remaining demon powerhouses calmed somewhat, yet their expressions remained fiercely indignant. "We must expedite the completion of the Blood Plague Grand Formation." The various practitioners of the demon clan dispersed to set up formations, while the transcendent being focused on stabilizing the secret realm space and monitoring the situation concerning Jiuyou, preparing for any eventuality. However, upon sensing that Zhang Xuan had brazenly stripped Jiuyou of his garments and was recording the event with a reflection stone, he sprang to his feet in astonishment. "How audacious! To dare humiliate a scion of my clan!" Yet, as he rose, the surrounding space began to fracture, as if the entire secret realm were on the brink of collapse. He hastily sat back down to stabilize the area, consumed by impotent fury. "Damn that inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign! You have sealed your own fate. To insult a scion of the demon clan is to slap the entire clan in the face. He would not let this transgression go unpunished." Zhang Xuan, oblivious to the enmity he had incited within the demon clan's powerful ranks, merely felt as though he was being observed, assuming it was due to an external broadcast of their actions. At that moment, he and Gu Yuefeng had fully unveiled Jiuyou, capturing his robust physique with the reflection stone. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan had retreated to a corner to avoid association with the situation. This young man appears to be a practitioner of the demon clan, with a notably pure bloodline, it seems. During the process of photographing with the reflection stone, Zhang Xuan sensed the bloodline's essence but paid it no mind. Merely a prodigy of the demon clan, likely visiting from the Deluo Tian domain. His misfortune in falling into Zhang Xuan's hands was merely coincidence. As for his identity, Zhang Xuan had little concern. In his presence, one must either coalesce like a dragon or cower like a tiger, for even immortals posed no fear to him. Finished with the recording, Zhang Xuan remarked, "Let's awaken him now." Gu Yuefeng hesitated. "Brother Zhang, this individual possesses formidable strength. Might our actions provoke danger?" Clearly, Gu Yuefeng was mindful of the potential for Jiuyou to lash out upon realizing the truth. Yet Zhang Xuan dismissed the concern. "Rest assured, he is not capable of stirring up much trouble. Wake him." Seeing Zhang Xuan's unwavering confidence, Gu Yuefeng nodded and, invoking a spell, roused Jiuyou before swiftly retreating. Vigilance etched across his face. As Jiuyou slowly opened his eyes, he immediately sprang up, warily scrutinizing Zhang Xuan. "You dare conceal your true strength." But in the next instant, he became acutely aware of his predicament. His clothing and storage ring were completely missing. "Damn it! What have you done to me?" Jiuyou seethed, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed an intense glare upon Zhang Xuan, prompting Gu Yuefeng to adopt a defensive stance. Yet Zhang Xuan remained unfazed, displaying the contents of the reflection stone. The image revealed Jiuyou, completely nude, sprawled upon the ground, every detail meticulously recorded with masterful photographic technique, complete with numerous close-up shots. "Young man, I trust you do not wish for the contents of this reflection stone to circulate?" Zhang Xuan said with a subtle smile. "I now present you with two choices. Join us and assist in our endeavors, and once the secret realm competition concludes, I shall return the reflection stone to you. Or you may depart at once, but I cannot guarantee the secrecy of the stone's contents." Upon hearing these threatening words, Jiuyou's expression darkened significantly. How dare they threaten him? and to attempt to recruit him? Even among the demon clan, even those who possess greater power than he do not dare to act in such a manner. The pride of the prodigies is undeniable. They would rather shatter like jade than remain whole like pottery. Seeking death, Jiuyou was instantly consumed by fury, his demonic energy boiling around him, and above his head, a towering demonic finger, 100 zhang in length, took shape. This was his divine ability. With this strike, he unleashed his most formidable attack. Regardless of how much strength Zhang Xuan concealed, he intended for his opponent to perish beneath this blow. If I eliminate you all, the contents within the recording stone will remain undisclosed. Great wilderness prisoning heaven finger, perish before me. Jiuyou's expression was gravely serious, and beside him, Lu Ruyin stood as if facing a formidable foe. The 100 zhang divine ability was a hallmark of mastery in the Golden Core realm. They were utterly incapable of withstanding it. There stood Jiuyou, entirely unclothed, suspended in the void with the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger above him, resembling a demon god descending upon the world with overwhelming might. Yet, in the face of this impending strike, Zhang Xuan wore an expression of profound peculiarity. The great wilderness prisoning heaven finger? Wasn't he that the divine ability he himself had created? Chapter 40. To confront me with the powers I created? Quite simple. I shall act. In his 17th incarnation, Zhang Xuan led the entire demon clan as the blood-prisoned demon lord. At that time, he not only established the Crystal Palace nightclub, a vast intelligence organization, but also invented numerous demon techniques, among which the great wilderness prison heaven finger is noteworthy. A defining characteristic of demon techniques is that the more formidable the technique, the stricter the requirements for bloodline purity, a trait shared by the demon race. Upon witnessing the opponent wield the great wilderness prison heaven finger, Zhang Xuan became increasingly convinced that the opponent's bloodline was extraordinary. For this technique could only be utilized by those of the main bloodline of the demon clan. As for the absurdity of using a technique he had created against him, it was laughable. He had a habit of ensuring his techniques had a safeguard. They would be ineffective against him, even in his reincarnated form. However, if the opponent were to discover that the technique was ineffective against him, it would inevitably raise suspicions about his identity. Damn it, this must be another mess concocted by the system. Zhang Xuan had not anticipated that participating in a secret realm competition would carry the peril of identity exposure. He had barely managed to gloss over the matter of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign with his inheritance. Now, if the identity of the blood prison demon lord were to be revealed, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Although the myriad races appeared peaceful, there were countless clandestine conflicts. And the consequences of exposing his demon identity would not merely equate to a failed system task. Brother Zhang, I will hold him off. You must flee. At that moment, Jiuyou Fangjing stepped forward, lightning serpents crackling around him, and a thunderous qilin manifested above his head. However, this thunder qilin was only about 20 zhang in size, incomparable to the great wilderness prison heaven finger wielded by Jiuyou. My good brother, I was right about you. Zhang Xuan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Jiuyou Fangjing to step forward. With fervor in his eyes, Jiuyou Fangjing was undeterred. Although he had just been no match for Jiuyou, he did not believe the disparity between them to be insurmountable and was prepared to fight once more. Brother Zhang, dealing with this individual is not so simple. You possess greater strength and swiftness than I. Hurry and find your fellow disciples from the Qingyun Sect. Only in numbers can we confront this foe. I will cover your retreat. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin also prepared to leave with Zhang Xuan. He is correct. We must depart swiftly. Zhang Xuan paid no heed to Lu Ruyin, gazing at Jiuyou Fangjing with profound gratitude. Brother, Zhang Xuan, quickly go. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Jiuyou bellowed, refusing to let Zhang Xuan flee. If the contents of the Shadow Stone were to spread, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. With a fierce gesture, he unleashed his towering magic finger towards Zhang Xuan and his companions. If you wish to confront Brother Zhang, you must first pass through me. Jiuyou Fangjing summoned the thunder qilin above him to meet the attack, his eyes betraying no fear. He was not sacrificing himself for others. As a scion of the Jiuyou family, he possessed the means to protect his life. Even if the opponent was stronger, taking his life would not be an easy task. Brother Zhang, go? Jiuyou Fangjing shouted again. Lu Ruyin also grasped Zhang Xuan's arm, ready to retreat. Yet Zhang Xuan resolutely broke free from Lu Ruyin's grasp, exclaiming, My brother is fighting valiantly. How could I abandon him? Lu Ruyin, her face fraught with anxiety, protested. That individual is beyond our capabilities. His prowess has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and we are no match for him. With a flourish of his sleeve, Zhang Xuan, brimming with fervor, retorted, "What of the pinnacle of the golden core? Do not underestimate the bond we share." As he spoke, he approached Gu Yufangzing and pulled him back forcefully. Gu Yufangzing's technique was abruptly interrupted, causing him to suffer a backlash that resulted in blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of bewilderment. "Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Without my technique, how can I withstand our opponent?" Lu Ruyin was equally taken aback, thinking, what an incompetent ally. Zhang Xuan smiled nonchalantly. "It is quite simple. I shall intervene." With that, he finally ceased to conceal his aura, revealing his true strength, an initial stage of the golden core. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent. Lu Ruyin was left speechless. "You, at the initial stage of the golden core? Are you jesting?" Jiuyou laughed heartily. "I was led to believe you had concealed immense power. It turns out you are merely at the initial stage of the golden core. Prepare to meet your demise." Gu Yufangzing appeared despondent. Although he was uncertain of Zhang Xuan's true strength, he doubted he could compete with Jiuyou, unless Zhang Xuan could replicate the sword strike that had once repelled the heavenly tribulation at Sword Mountain. However, he understood that the might of that blow was due to the unique circumstances of Sword Mountain, while Jiuyou's current strike was already surpassing the golden core level, approaching that of the nascent soul. How could Brother Zhang possibly withstand it? Brother Zhang. Gu Yufangzing smiled bitterly, pondering whether this was their end. The great wilderness captive heaven finger descended, tearing through the firmament towards Zhang Xuan, making him appear diminutive before the colossal finger. Yet, there was no trace of fear upon his countenance. Suddenly, he began to recite, "In my youth, I understood the task was arduous. Yet I still soared like a wild swan amidst the clouds. Throughout my life, I feigned grandeur, drifting alone upon the path of reincarnation. Through countless trials, my heart is as steadfast as iron. The sword returns to my soul, and fate is sealed. This day, my sword points towards the piled clouds, severing immortals, demons, and even the heavens." Upon concluding, Zhang Xuan grasped the hilt of his small sword, his eyes igniting with a glimmer of sword light. Since he could not allow Jiuyou to discern that the great wilderness captive heaven finger was ineffective against him, he had no choice but to reveal a fraction of his strength. Holding the small sword, sheathed, he struck at the descending demonic finger. A breathtaking sword aura erupted from him, akin to a tempest, enveloping 100-mile radius, blanketing the heavens and the earth. In that moment, only a single beam of sword light remained in the cosmos. Die. Upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's might, Jiuyou also exerted himself to the utmost. The opponent's technique was no less formidable than the great wilderness captive heaven finger. He had to give it his all. With a resounding boom, the heavens trembled as a terrifying explosion sent Gu Yufangzing and Lu Ruyin retreating hastily, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is this truly the might that can be unleashed at the golden core stage? As the two techniques collided, a massive cloud of dust erupted, shrouding the area for miles, rendering it impossible to discern the outcome. They exchanged uncertain glances, pondering who had emerged victorious. As the dust settled, one figure stood, sword in hand, while another lay prostrate on the ground. "Brother Zhang, young Master Zhang." Gu Yufangzing and Lu Ruyin hurried forward, and upon discerning the situation, their expressions changed dramatically. At that moment, Zhang Xuan's face was ashen, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, evidently suffering significant injuries. Yet, the state of Jiuyou was even more dire. His body appeared to be ravaged by countless sharp blades, blood flowing incessantly, and he gazed at Zhang Xuan with disbelief. Had he truly been defeated? "Brother Zhang, are you all right?" Gu Yufangzing moved closer, but Zhang Xuan raised his hand to halt him, cautiously pointing at the fallen Jiuyou. "Are you willing to concede?" Jiuyou, filled with reluctance, could scarcely believe his defeat. After all, he was the scion of the demonic clan. His innate talent and strength were unparalleled, even among his own kind. Yet, his gaze gradually dulled as he began to accept the harsh reality, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. "I have lost." Upon hearing these words, Gu Yufangzing and Lu Ruyin were overwhelmed with joy, their hearts simultaneously shaken. Zhang Xuan had actually triumphed. He had truly won. To conquer an opponent at the peak of the golden core stage while being in the early stages himself was nothing short of extraordinary. The shock was palpable among the various sect leaders and elders gathered at the Qingyun Sect square as well. Chapter 41. The advantage remains with me. Who truly embodies the demonic path? In the square, As Zhang Xuan unleashed that astonishing sword strike, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. Today, with his sword pointed towards the cloud-stacked horizon, could he truly slay immortals, demons, and even challenge the heavens? Is this the legacy of the Zhangming sword master? In the early stages of the Golden Core, he was capable of delivering a blow comparable to that of the nascent soul. Such overwhelming might makes one ponder the true strength of the Zhangming sword master in his prime. The demonic cultivator was no weakling either, wielding powers akin to the nascent soul, yet he was ultimately bested by the young master of Qingyun Sect. The crowd was utterly astonished. While they believed that Zhang Xuan's strength stemmed largely from the inheritance of the Zhangming sword master at that moment, no one could deny that he had ascended to the ranks of genuine prodigies. In Zhang Xuan, they seemed to witness the tyrannical dominance that the Zhangming sword master once exhibited. The demonic cultivator, unable to contend even with the scions of the ancient Yu family, had fallen to Zhang Xuan's hand, an outcome that truly no one had anticipated. Concurrently, curiosity regarding Jiuyou began to stir among the onlookers. Several sects appeared to be scheming, preparing to court Jiuyou once the tournament concluded. Only the members of the Ziki sect were grim expressions. Master, does the prowess of Jiuyou and Zhang Xuan not pose a threat to Xiaobai? An elder addressed Li Yuanzhao. Li Yuanzhao's expression mirrored his concern. Judging by the strength exhibited by both individuals, either one seemed to rival Li Xiaobai. Particularly, Zhang Xuan appeared to be drawing Jiuyou closer. If they were to forge an alliance, Li Xiaobai might find himself in peril. However, this was not the moment to diminish their own morale, so he reassured everyone. There is no need for concern. Both have sustained severe injuries from their battle, and such wounds are not easily mended. With only half a year remaining in this tournament, it is likely they will be unable to exert their full strength during this time. The advantage remains with us. Upon hearing this, the members of the Ziki sect breathed a collective sigh of relief. After calming the crowd, Li Yuanzhao's gaze turned to the image of Jiuyou, his brow furrowed. He understood some of the hidden secrets surrounding the bloodline of the demonic race. It seemed that Jiuyou's bloodline was extraordinary. How had such a person come to be in the secret realm? He made a mental note to discreetly investigate Jiuyou's identity, feeling an unsettling premonition. At the Qingyun Sect's side, noticing Zhang Xuan's injuries, Wang Defa and the others wore grave expressions. The young master has acted unwisely. To suffer such severe wounds so early in the tournament is far from favorable. They could only hope that the young master's injuries were not too grave. Otherwise, encountering a formidable opponent could spell danger. Yet, the young master's strength was indeed formidable. They believed the sect's ranking would suffice, merely wishing he would refrain from taking further risks. Anxiety enveloped the crowd as they placed their hopes on the healing elixirs prepared for Zhang Xuan. As for Zhang Xuan's capabilities, although they had anticipated them, they were nonetheless left in awe. To triumph over a peak Golden Core cultivator in the early stages of his own Golden Core phase, could it be that the young master was indeed invincible within this realm? In that moment, Zhang Xuan's earlier assertions seemed to be manifesting. Within the secret realm, witnessing Jiuyou's submission, Zhang Xuan exhaled in relief. It is not due to an injury. The injury is merely a facade. The opponent's formidable attack could not possibly harm him. However, to prevent the adversary from discerning this truth, he has elevated his performance and the effects of his actions to a certain extent, and the results have evidently succeeded in deceiving the other party. Presently, he feigns injury, which provides him with a valid excuse to refrain from engaging in further combat with future foes, allowing him to maintain his hidden strength. If you surrender, then join me, Zhang Xuan stated with a pallid complexion. Impossible. To his astonishment, Jiuyou stubbornly refused to become his subordinate. Anger surged within Zhang Xuan at the thought. I have already exposed some of my strength for your sake, and you dare to act like a martyr? Very well, depart if you wish. I shall disseminate the recording stone. Zhang Xuan was convinced that the opponent's identity within the demon clan was far from ordinary. He might even be a demon prince. Although he was uncertain as to why the other was present, the threat of the recording stone was undeniably significant. Should the other dare to leave, he would ensure the opponent's utter disgrace. Jiuyou, however, lay there as if indifferent to his fate, eyes vacant. Go ahead and kill me. If I fall into your hands, I accept that. As for the recording stone, once I am dead, let it flood the world. Zhang Xuan's fury ignited instantly. You truly have a death wish, don't you? At that moment, Zhang Xuan harbored genuine thoughts of eliminating the other. The young man's identity within the demon clan was certainly remarkable. Should he perish at Zhang Xuan's hands, it was plausible that the demon clan would soon retaliate against Qingyun Sect. thus providing Zhang Xuan with an opportunity to fulfill his mission. Yet, upon reflecting on the significance of Qingyun Sect, he hesitated to instigate trouble, caught in a tumult of conflicting emotions. Seeing Zhang Xuan's anger, Gu Yuefang promptly stepped forward to restrain him. Brother Zhang, it need not come to this. Gu Yuefang, feeling a sense of respect for Jiuyou, continued, if he does not wish to cooperate, so be it. As long as he does not oppose us further in the secret realm. Did you not say that we ought to minimize our enemies and maximize our allies? Hearing these words, Zhang Xuan became even more incensed. Are you now using my own words against me? He forcefully pushed Gu Yuefang aside and glared at Jiuyou. Fine. Since you fear not death, I shall take care not to kill you. Gu Yuefang sighed in relief at this, while Jiuyou remained expressionless. But do not think for a moment that I shall let you off easily. Since you fear not death, I trust you also do not fear torment? Zhang Xuan revealed a sinister smile, then pointed his sword toward Jiuyou's lower body. Rest assured, once I sever this part of you, I will let you go. And do not assume that once your cultivation level rises, it can grow back. I possess secret techniques to ensure it shall never return. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou's face turned ashen, and Gu Yuefang felt a tightening in his own lower region. Brother Zhang, is this a bit excessive? Fear not. I am merely intimidating him, Zhang Xuan conveyed through thought. Yet this was merely a means of comforting Gu Yuefang, whether it was intimidation or not, was ultimately at his discretion. Jiuyou was oblivious to these thoughts, but upon seeing Zhang Xuan's malevolent expression, he felt a genuine fear that the other party could indeed carry out such a deed. Kill me if you must. I shall never yield, he declared defiantly. Is that so? Have you truly considered the consequences? Zhang Xuan retorted, producing a small dagger from the spatial realm of his sword and gesturing ominously towards Jiuyou's lower body. Once severed, it shall never grow back. I can even leave you that shadow stone, as a memento. A shiver coursed through Lu Ruyan, who stood nearby. Aghast at the ruthlessness of this young master of Qingyun Sect, Jiuyou felt a chill deep within, acutely aware of the icy sensation emanating from below. At that moment, fear gripped him. If he were truly to be harmed in such a manner, even in death, he would be reduced to a laughingstock and a source of shame for the demon clan, far worse than any rumors spreading about him. Yet Zhang Xuan was relentless. His words dripped with a sinister allure. Consider your family, your friends. You may choose to end your own life afterward, but they will forever bear the burden of knowing you. You will become a stain on their lives, and all will regret having known you, spitting upon your grave. Have you truly made up your mind? Images conjured by Zhang Xuan's description invaded Jiuyou's mind, a fate more unbearable than death itself. He trembled internally, especially upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's smile. Am I the demon, or are you the demon? You are a true fiend. Jiuyou's composure crumbled. Zhang Xuan, unfazed, simply smiled benignly and inquired, have you reached your decision? I concede to your demands, Jiuyou stammered, his lips quivering, his heart ashen with fear. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan revealed a satisfied smile, sheathing the dagger and turning his attention to Gu Yufangzang and Lu Ruyan. All settled. However, Gu Yufangzang and Lu Ruyan instinctively took a step back, seemingly equally daunted by Zhang Xuan. If even the formidable demons were rendered helpless by this individual, could he truly be a paragon of righteousness? Chapter 42. The Rebellious Spirit of Jiuyou? The Illuminati. Zhang Xuan's words to Jiuyou resonated through the plaza of the Ziki sect, where numerous cultivators from various sects were present. At that moment, the expressions of the crowd were grim. Even the practitioners of the demonic path were visibly shaken. Is this truly a person of the righteous path? Especially with Jiuyou's addition, the strength of Zhang Xuan and his companions had experienced a remarkable leap. With such formidable power, which disciple from the attending sects could stand alone against them? Consequently, the various sects united with the Haoyue sect to confront the Qingyun Sect. Wang Defa and others felt helpless. Indeed, the tactics employed by their young master were somewhat unscrupulous, yet they still felt the need to defend him. The young master was merely intimidating the opposition. He had not actually taken any drastic actions. Why the uproar? In the secret realm competition, where life and death were at stake, what was wrong with employing special tactics? Have the other sects never resorted to inferior methods? Who among them could claim their foundation was truly unsullied? Wang Defa and others engaged in a fierce verbal battle, with saliva flying in the plaza as both sides refused to yield. The literary duel intense. Ultimately, the leaders and elders of the various sects found themselves at an impasse. They could not enter the secret realm and could only return to their seats. their faces etched with concern as they continued to watch the luminous screen intently. They could only hope that their disciples would regroup swiftly to withstand the onslaught from Zhang Xuan and his allies. Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to these developments. And even if he were aware, he would not bother to elaborate. The cycles of reincarnation over 99 lifetimes had made his bottom line exceedingly flexible. As long as he could achieve his objectives, that was sufficient. When an individual's elevation reaches heights unattainable by others, great scholars will inevitably arise to defend his arguments. While strength serves as the foundation of all, it is not the sole requisite for success, a truth that Zhang Xuan had long comprehended. Similar to Jiuyou. Although Zhang Xuan was stronger and could easily eliminate him, if the latter refused to listen, how could he possibly subdue him without employing certain tactics? Whether Jiuyou was genuinely submissive to him was of little concern. At the very least, the current Jiuyou had come to terms with reality, accepting the healing elixirs Zhang Xuan provided and beginning to meditate to recover from his injuries. Gu Yufangzeng and Lu Ruiyan had also sustained some injuries and were likewise recuperating, while Zhang Xuan pretended to consume several healing elixirs. Days later, as their injuries healed significantly, Jiuyou, clad in a grass skirt, was the first to open his eyes. Though his wounds had mended considerably, his appearance remained disheveled, resembling a wild man as he cast a glance at Zhang Xuan, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Perhaps a surprise attack could yield a chance for a decisive blow? But soon, Jiuyou dismissed this notion, for he could not discern Zhang Xuan's true capabilities. In the days that followed, he had been replaying the events of that day in his mind, leading to a peculiar realization. His Dahuang prison sky finger had seemingly inflicted no harm upon Zhang Xuan, and it was highly probable that the latter was concealing his strength. Though this conjecture seemed absurd, it instilled a sense of caution in Jiuyou. These humiliations, the demon prince vowed to avenge. Though he harbored resentment within, Jiuyou's face betrayed none of it. He could only wait for the completion of the blood plague formation by the greedy wolf to have a chance to contend with this individual. The greedy wolf, indeed, was a formidable being among the demonic clan who had attained the status of a transcendent. Regarding the blood prison great formation, Jiuyou exuded an unwavering confidence. After all, it was an unparalleled array crafted by the blood prison demon lord, reputed to possess the capacity to influence even celestial beings in its most formidable manifestation. At this moment, Jiuyou felt profoundly fortunate that he was not venturing into this secret realm alone. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen victim to its perils. With Zhang Xuan's true capabilities still shrouded in mystery, Jiuyou resolved to follow him for the time being. To alleviate Zhang Xuan's concerns, he feigned an agreement, suggesting that once they emerged from the secret realm, Zhang Xuan would spare him. As Jiuyou contemplated this, Lu Ruiyan suddenly rose and gazed into the distance. Her actions did not escape the keen eyes of Zhang Xuan and Gu Yufangzeng, who exchanged glances of mutual understanding. "What troubles you, Taoist Lu?" Zhang Xuan inquired. "I sense that disciples from my Jiuyou sect are hastening towards us," Lu Ruiyan replied, her expression troubled. Zhang Xuan's spirits lifted at the news. "How many are there? And how long until they arrive?" The ability for disciples of the Jiuyou sect to sense one another was promising. It meant their ranks could swell. Lu Ruiyan turned to Zhang Xuan, hesitating slightly. "The sensation is somewhat indistinct, but it appears to be around 4 or 5 individuals." Zhang Xiaozhu, "Might you allow my Jiuyou sect disciples to pass unharmed? I could persuade them to surrender." Lu Ruiyan's concern was palpable. She genuinely feared for her disciples' safety at Zhang Xuan's hands. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment and then asked, "What is their strength?" Lu Ruiyan responded, "Among the disciples participating in this competition, I am the most accomplished, followed by 6 golden core cultivators. The rest are primarily at the foundation establishment stage. Most of those approaching are likely foundation establishment disciples." Zhang Xuan nodded. "I can acquiesce to your request. You need not intervene personally. Let Fangzheng and the others confront the Jiuyou sect disciples directly, but all other matters are non-negotiable. Do not expect any special treatment. If every one of your Jiuyou sect disciples behaves like this, how can we manage the subsequent teams? Furthermore, do you truly believe they will surrender just because you ask them to? They are all proud young individuals, and I have no desire to waste time attempting to persuade them with mere words." Lu Ruiyan felt a sense of helplessness. Convincing her fellow disciples would indeed be a formidable task, yet she dared not ask for more. It was already a stroke of luck that Zhang Xuan would refrain from allowing them to turn on one another. Jiuyou's eyes gleamed. It appeared that the young master of Qingyun Sect intended to employ the same tactic against all. This realization brought him a sense of balance. observing Lu Ruyan's silence. Zhang Xuan addressed Jiuyou and Guyu Fanzheng. As my injuries have yet to heal, I entrust these Haoyue sect disciples to you. Guyu Fanzheng nodded in agreement. But Jiuyou was less than pleased. He still wished to probe Zhang Xian's true capabilities. I too have sustained grave injuries. Why should you be exempt from action while I am compelled to fight? Are you attempting to bargain with me? In response, Zhang Xian produced a recording stone, projecting an image of Jiuyou. Instantly, Jiuyou's countenance darkened, his fists clenched in frustration. You are indeed ruthless. Zhang Xian chuckled, stowing away the recording stone. This individual was clearly rebellious, and he did not fully trust him. However, that was inconsequential. He did not intend to truly recruit him as a subordinate. He merely sought to utilize him. Before long, the group set up their defenses in anticipation of their quarry, preparing to await the arrival of their targets. With the traitor Lu Ruoyan among them, Guyu Fangzeng and Jiuyou had little trouble dealing with several disciples of the Haoyue sect. There were 5 intruders in total, 1 at the early stage of the Golden Core realm and 4 at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, all of whom were easily subdued. Although the seductive techniques of the Haoyue sect were effective against male cultivators, their impact diminished against those of higher cultivation levels. Thus, it was primarily Jiuyou who overwhelmed the adversaries with ease. Once the 5 disciples of the Haoyue sect were rendered unconscious, the task of undressing them was entrusted to Lu Ruoyan. She did not decline, finding it preferable to having Zhang Xuan and his companions perform the task. Consequently, she swiftly adorned the captured disciples in attire reminiscent of wild folk. Following this, Zhang Xuan produced a recording stone and captured a series of portraits of the subdued disciples, subsequently awakening them for a session of intimidation that successfully coerced their compliance. The disciples, filled with indignation and shame, vehemently expressed a desire for their peers to experience the same treatment, insisting that everyone should partake in such photographic sessions. Zhang Xuan, of course, acquiesced joyfully, leading to the further expansion of their wild folk ensemble. Moreover, he even bestowed upon the group the name the Illuminated Society. With the inclusion of the Haoyue sect disciples, future encounters with others became significantly more manageable, particularly when facing male cultivators, as the disciples proved to be remarkably effective. Thus, after overcoming the initial challenges of establishment, the Illuminated Society began to expand rapidly. Chapter 43. The initiation ceremony and the purpose of the Illuminati. Time flies swiftly, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The luminous screens in the plaza of the Purple Qi sect flicker as cultivators from various sects keenly observe the ongoing competition. The assembled practitioners are anything but ordinary. For them, a span of 2 months is insignificant. Initially, the battles amongst the disciples were fervent, but as time progressed, the atmosphere grew considerably calmer. After all, the competition lasts a full 6 months, and at the outset, everyone was primarily focused on reuniting with their fellow sect members to gather resources. It is only in the later stages that the true contest of plunder and supremacy begins. In the early days, resources were scarce, and even victorious skirmishes yielded little gain, often resulting in injuries that proved to be detrimental. Consequently, most disciples remained vigilant around one another, refraining from engaging in any intense conflicts. However, one particular group stood apart. Zhang Xuan reclined on a rudimentary palanquin, lazily gazing ahead. The palanquin was borne by 8 early golden core cultivators clad in grass skirts, their expressions reminiscent of weary beasts trudging to work. Surrounding them were other practitioners from various sects, as well as loose cultivators, their cultivation levels ranging from Qi refining to golden core, numbering nearly 10,000 in total. They shared a common trait: all donned garments woven from leaves and grass, resembling a veritable army of wild cultivators. They were known as the Illuminati. Young master. Suddenly, a cultivator dressed in the attire of the Qingyun Sect approached Zhang Xuan, excitement evident in his voice. Young master, we have captured several isolated cultivators. Should we hold an initiation ceremony? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Following a phase of aggressive expansion, the number of Illuminati members had now stabilized. Although the secret realm was vast, most cultivators tended to venture deep into its depths upon entry, leaving few lingering near the periphery. After 2 months of relentless searching, Zhang Xuan and his companions had nearly recruited all cultivators remaining at the outer edges of the secret realm, and it had been several days since they encountered any others. The prospect of new members joining was a source of great excitement for him. Which sect do they belong to? Zhang Xuan inquired. They are from the Qingyun Sect. all of whom are body cultivators. Oh, Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Qingyun Sect was no ordinary sect. In past competitions, they had consistently emerged victorious, primarily due to the superior combat prowess of body cultivators in the early stages of cultivation. After all, body cultivation does not demand high levels of comprehension or innate talent. It merely requires the ability to endure hardship. Let us go and take a look, Zhang Xuan commanded. The disciples from the major sects typically delved deep into the secret realm shortly after entering. Thus, the Illuminati had not managed to recruit many from the larger sections. This was particularly true for the Qingyun Sect, making this encounter a first. Before long, Zhang Xuan followed the Qingyun Sect disciple to where several Qingyun Sect disciples stood, with Gu Yuefang and Jiuyou by his side. The two had become crucial members of the Illuminati, tirelessly scouting ahead to locate other cultivators. And these Qingyun disciples were evidently discovered by them. The Qingyun disciples, now stripped bare, were trembling as they covered their vital areas, encircled by the curious members of the Illuminati. One of the early-stage Golden Core disciples from the Qingyun Sect, upon seeing Zhang Xuan's arrival, immediately recognized him as the leader and angrily exclaimed, "Despicable scoundrel, how dare you take advantage of numbers? Have the courage to face us in a one-on-one duel." Zhang Xuan, surveying the physique of his opponent, chuckled. The physique of a body cultivator is indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, the members of the illuminating society surrounding them exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of what was about to transpire. The Qingyun Sect disciples' expression darkened under the unabashed scrutiny of the onlookers. "If you wish to kill or maim, do as you please. In 18 years, I shall still be a formidable man. A warrior may be slain but cannot be humiliated. If you have the ability, then do it. We will never submit to a bunch of despicable cowards." Zhang Xuan approached the Qingyun Sect disciple and said with a smile, "My friend, it's a misunderstanding. We are here to invite you to join the Illuminating Society and sweep through the secret realm together." "Bah, is this what you call an invitation? Assaulting us in a group and stripping us of our dignity. What a bunch of shameless knaves." The Qingyun Sect disciple retorted vehemently, seeing the steadfastness of his opponent. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. The members of the Illuminating Society around them wore cold smirks, anticipating the unfolding drama. "Very well, I admire your defiant spirit. I hope it remains intact," Zhang Xuan said coldly. "Sister from the Jiuyou sect, show them what we're made of." Lu Rian stepped forward with her disciples, deploying her alluring skills. Before long, several Qingyun Sect disciples became entranced, completely oblivious to their modesty, their faces betraying lascivious expressions. Zhang Xuan cackled with delight as he produced a recording stone to capture the moment. This was the initiation ritual of the Illuminating Society, an experience nearly every new member had to endure. Naturally, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect were treated differently, as they retained their appropriate sect attire even after encountering Zhang Xuan. Soon, Lu Rian retracted her seductive charm, and the Qingyun Sect disciples regained their senses. Just as they were bewildered by the recent events, Zhang Xuan began to play the contents of the recording stone. "Dear friends, I trust you wouldn't want the contents of this recording to spread, would you? So, will you join the Illuminating Society, or will you join the Illuminating Society?" The Qingyun Sect disciples were struck as if by lightning, their eyes reflecting disbelief, rage, and humiliation, ultimately turning red with indignation. Is this truly something a person can do? In their frustration, they had no choice but to consent to join the Illuminating Society, their expressions devoid of hope. Seeing the initiation ritual concluded, the members of the Illuminating Society approached to offer words of comfort. "Don't take it to heart. We all went through this. If you're feeling particularly unsettled, just drag others down with you. Watching it a few more times will help." Observing the collective awareness among his comrades, Zhang Xuan smiled with satisfaction. However, Gu Yuefang stepped forward to discreetly convey a message. "Brother Zhang, the Illuminating Society is growing in number, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Especially since our Qingyun Sect disciples are exempt from this initiation, many harbor discontent." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan surveyed the gathered members of the Illuminating Society. Noticing the peculiar glances directed at the Qingyun Sect disciples, a cold smile crept onto his face. "Can those of the Qingyun Sect be like you?" He plays the game of differential treatment. "Fear not, I have a plan." Transmitting a soothing message to Gu Yuefang, Zhang Xuan suddenly raised his hands and clapped, drawing the attention of the crowd. "Esteemed guests, today is a rare occasion where brothers from the Qingyun Sect have joined our radiant society, and as the president, I have a few words to share. Currently, the membership of our Radiant Society has nearly reached 10,000, encompassing over half of the cultivators within the secret realm. Such power renders us unparalleled in the entire domain. Zhang Xuan continued, I am aware that everyone is gathered here for the Grand Sect competition, and the president has long had plans regarding this matter. The crowd's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they turned to Zhang Xuan. Indeed, they had come to gather resources and to bring glory to their sections. But what did Zhang Xuan mean by having plans in place? Zhang Xuan spoke passionately, his tone growing fervent. In previous sect competitions, it has predominantly been the top-ranking major sects that have prevailed. Is this fair? This is utterly unjust. Therefore, I have gathered everyone to establish the Radiant Society, primarily to collectively gather resources and then distribute them equitably. This time, we shall bring those major sects down from their pedestals. The strong growing stronger. What nonsense is that? Do nobility and power determine worth? As long as we unite, they shall not stand a chance against us. The Radiant Society, with hearts directed towards the light, embodies our mission. Zhang Xuan raised one hand, his fist clenched and his demeanor commanding attention. This was his method, diverting the conflict. Answer me, shall we bring them down? The crowd stirred with renewed vigor. Do nobility and power determine worth? Well said. Why should those major sects thrive while we cannot also aspire to strength? Thus, the majority of cultivators raised their hands in unison, chanting loudly, Radiant Society, bring them down. Radiant Society, bring them down. Excellent spirit. Seeing that the crowd was energized, Zhang Xuan gestured for silence. Now, I shall not withhold my intentions any longer. In this sect competition, the Qingyun Sect shall claim first place, and from the resources gathered, we shall take 30%. The remainder I will allocate to the various sects, ensuring that each of your standings improve. Rest assured, I, Zhang Xuan, felt by my inner demons that I will provide satisfactory rankings for each of your sects. Upon hearing that the Qingyun Sect intended to take 30% of the resources, some cultivators initially felt discontent. However, upon hearing Zhang Xuan's solemn vow, all were taken aback. Such a fierce declaration? Discontent dissipated as they recalled Zhang Xuan's formidable methods and dared not oppose him. The president was not only tough on others but also on himself, invoking a vow of inner demons who would dare to defy him. Moreover, their mid-sized sects had never ranked highly, and the opportunity to elevate their standings was already a substantial gain. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Zhang Xuan smiled and said, since there are no objections, the resources collected will be managed by me, and once we exit the secret realm, we shall allocate rankings accordingly. Next, we shall embark on a journey into the depths of the secret realm, boldly traversing its enigmatic expanse. The Brotherhood, boldly advancing through the secret realm. The Brotherhood, boldly advancing through the secret realm. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, as if they could already envision a splendid future. Meanwhile, the leaders and elders of various sects outside were utterly unsettled. P.S. Today marks the debut of my work. Although it is not my first book, I still feel a tinge of apprehension, for my previous endeavors did not yield remarkable results. Yet, upon reflection, any improvement, however slight, is still a step forward. Naturally, I must also clarify the rules for additional chapters to prevent any new readers from being left in the dark. Regarding chapter additions, for every 1,000 instances of spreading love, an additional chapter will be granted, with no upper limit. Free gifts will work wonders. Spreading love is complimentary, and each esteemed reader may participate 3 times daily. Thus, with just over 300 readers contributing a little, we can unlock an additional chapter. Furthermore, the instances of spreading love can accumulate, meaning that if yesterday's total fell short of 1,000, but combined with today's it reaches the threshold, an additional chapter will still be granted. As for the precise count, esteemed readers can view the total gifts on the user gift leaderboard. I assure you, I will not shirk my responsibilities. That concludes the rules for additional chapters. I hope for a successful debut, and I wish all esteemed readers the fulfillment of their aspirations and endeavors. Chapter 44. I shall bear all burdens. The actions of the young master are indeed a great merit. Another month has passed, and the time for the grand competition is now halfway through. The Radiant Society continues to push deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, Zhang Xuan and his companions encountered numerous formidable beasts, some even at the Golden Core stage. Yet these creatures paled in comparison to the army of 10,000 cultivators. The Radiant Society forged ahead, amassing countless resources, all of which accumulated in Zhang Xuan's hands. At this moment, Jiuyou and Jiuyou stood solemnly at Zhang Xuan's sides. Brother Zhang, although your speech the other day successfully united everyone, there remains considerable dissatisfaction regarding the Qingyun Sect's appropriation of 30% of the resources. While our progress has been smooth, the sheer number of people has become somewhat unwieldy. I fear that with all resources concentrated in your hands, some may conspire against you. In the span of a month, the Radiant Society has expanded significantly, now boasting a membership of over 13,000, encompassing nearly 70% of the cultivators within the secret realm. Among them are hundreds of Golden Core cultivators, including several at the late Golden Core stage, with disciples from prominent sects also drawn into the fold. Naturally, those disciples from the major sects, facing a fall from grace, are the most restless elements. Such a vast army of cultivators even left Jiuyou somewhat astonished. Had he encountered an already established Radiant Society back then, he might have had no choice but to retreat. No matter how strong an individual may be, it is challenging to contend with hundreds of peers simultaneously. Curiously, Jiuyou turned to Zhang Xuan, pondering how he intended to manage such a formidable force. Unfazed, Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly. It's a minor issue. I anticipated this. Oh, Jiuyou Fangjing's brow furrowed. Is Brother Zhang not worried? Should they unite, we could find ourselves in peril. Then let us prevent them from uniting. Zhang Xuan replied with a confident smile. Jiuyou Fangjing appeared puzzled. How do we accomplish that? Zhang Xuan spoke calmly. Since you have already considered this issue, I entrust it to you. Disperse the disciples of each sect, forming teams without more than one member from the same sect. Then, periodically engage in discussions, encouraging them to report those who are dishonest. Ideally, we should select 2 individuals to make an example of. By doing so, they will be unable to trust one another, and naturally, they will not unite. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangjing's eyes brightened, though he hesitated after a moment of contemplation. Brother Zhang, while this method is indeed commendable, I fear it will soon be discovered, rendering it ineffective in the long run. Zhang Xuan looked at Jiuyou Fangjing, bemused. And if they discover it, what of it? Brother, do you truly wish to lead them indefinitely? Jiuyou Fangjing was taken aback, then realized the truth. Indeed, currently, their union exists solely for the sect competition, to bring down the rankings of those major sections. Once we leave the secret realm, everyone will return to their own homes. There is no need for further concern. Having grasped this, Jiuyou Fangjing couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your reminder. I had been overly fixated. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Jiuyou Yaohong nodded in acknowledgement, but remained lingering. Is there still an issue? Zhang Xuan inquired. Brother Zhang, considering our current course of action, we have surely offended numerous major sections. Might there be repercussions from the Qingyun Sect? Jiuyou Yaohong expressed his hesitance. Zhang Xuan cast a surprised glance at him. Has this lad truly begun to see himself as a disciple of the Qingyun Sect? This thought led him to recall the time he had proposed bringing Jiuyou Yaohong to participate in the sect's grand competition, and how readily Xiao Yao had agreed. Was there perhaps a deeper significance behind that? Or was it simply that his lower cultivation level and humble position prevented him from grasping the broader implications? Zhang Xuan shook his head slightly, not because he believed Xiao Yao would scheme against him, but rather because he sensed that she too might be entangled in her own difficulties, which he could not assist with. He had left her 2 remnants of sword intent, yet he still remembered them fondly. Rest assured, this will not implicate the Qingyun Sect. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the burden alone. Upon hearing these words, Jiuyou Yaohong's expression turned serious. This was precisely why he was willing to confide in Zhang Xuan, even willing to place himself beneath him. Brother Zhang, you are truly righteous. You need not worry. I will not let you shoulder this alone, Jiuyou Yaohong declared earnestly. Zhang Xuan offered no response to this, merely smiling. He secretly hoped for someone to create trouble for the Qingyun Sect, as it would facilitate the completion of his task. Why was this lad so fervently passionate? Meanwhile, Jiuyou listened intently, his perception of Zhang Xuan shifting dramatically. This fellow, while perhaps employing somewhat unscrupulous methods, seemed to possess a commendable character. Moreover, Zhang Xuan's perspective and ambition appeared to transcend that of his peers, which left Jiuyou feeling somewhat disheartened. There were many individuals recorded in the annals of celestial history who shared such extraordinary qualities, and invariably, they rose to become formidable figures. Take, for instance, his idol, the Blood Prison Demon Lord, rumored to have employed every conceivable strategy, ultimately securing his position through immense power. Regrettably, fate was unkind, and the demon lord met a premature demise. Of course, Jiuyou had not yet reached the point of equating Zhang Xuan with the blood prison demon lord. He merely recognized Zhang Xuan as exceptional. Once the blood plague formation was completed, perhaps he could attempt to recruit this individual? Jiuyou mused, contemplating that with such an ally by his side, he too might attain the heights of the blood prison demon lord. In the plaza of the Jiuyou sect, the leaders and elders of various sects were embroiled in a heated argument. They had been closely observing Zhang Xuan's actions over the past few months, particularly incensed by the humiliation suffered by their disciples. Many sect leaders and elders had erupted in anger, while physical confrontations had yet to occur. A war of words had persisted for months, with the major sects uniting against Wang Defa and his companions. As for the smaller sects, they had initially joined the fray. But upon Zhang Xuan proposing a plan to topple the major sects from their pedestals, those sects fell silent. As beneficiaries of the current order, they were not yet inclined to defend the Qingyun Sect, but their withdrawal from the conflict brought relief to Wang Defa and the others. Is this truly how the Qingyun Sect educates its disciples? Such methods are nothing short of diabolical. I am now gravely suspicious that the Qingyun Sect is a cult of malevolent practices, and its sect leader may very well be a practitioner of dark arts. It is utterly shameless and despicable. I demand the disqualification of the Qingyun Sect from the grand competition. The other sects, facing the likes of Wang Defa and his associates, are equally incensed. With Zhang Xuan's radiant society growing ever stronger, which disciples from other sects could possibly stand against them in the secret realms? In the past, we fought our own battles, yet now you conspire to unite against these formidable sects and diminish their standings? How much can one endure? Wang Defa and his companions staunchly defend their position, refusing to yield even an inch, particularly given the current actions of the sect leader. Securing the top ranking for the sect seems entirely plausible. What dark arts are you speaking of? Did you not hear our esteemed leader's declaration? It is the Radiant Society, embodying a heart directed towards the light. In previous competitions, how many disciples perished? Now, our leader has established the Radiant Society, sparing them from deadly conflicts. A tremendous act of virtue. You grand sects simply cannot bear to see others thrive. Our leader's actions are beyond reproach. The debate rages on, with neither side willing to concede. While many major sects agree to revoke the Qingyun Sect's participation, the southern territories are not entirely under their dominion. The silence from the smaller sects is clearly indicative of their dissent. This only heightens the urgency among the major sects, particularly those that have historically ranked in the top 10 during competitions. Chapter 45. Zhang Xuan's plan. Accelerating towards the depths of the secret realm. The position of Qingyun Sect. As a frequent champion of the sect competition, Qingyun Sect began to feel the pressure upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's performance. The disciples participating in this competition were arguably the strongest in nearly a millennium, primarily due to the emergence of several formidable contenders, such as Li Shaobai from Jiuyou Sect and Zhang Xuan alongside Gu Yuefeng from Qingyun Sect. Initially, they believed that their dispatched disciples would be sufficient to handle these challengers. But they were taken aback by the emergence of another powerhouse, Jiuyou, and Zhang Xuan's unexpectedly formidable strength. Nonetheless, they maintained faith in their own disciples. However, when Zhang Xuan gathered disciples from various sects to form the Radiant Society and openly declared his intent to elevate his sect's ranking, panic ensued. No matter how strong their disciples were, they could not confront such a formidable army of cultivators. Yet, they found themselves unable to enter the secret realm, hoping instead that their disciples would avoid encounters with Zhang Xuan and similarly criticize Wang Defa and others. Of course, the most anxious among them were the disciples of Jiuyou Sect. Having only moved to the southern border a few thousand years prior, Jiuyou Sect was still considered somewhat of an outsider. Li Yuanzhao originally envisioned having Li Shaobai lead Jiuyou Sect to victory in the sect competition, thereby solidifying their foundation in the southern border. However, Zhang Xuan's actions shattered his aspirations, leaving him in a state of distress. Consequently, Jiuyou Sect was the most supportive of the proposal to disqualify Qingyun Sect from the competition, though regrettably, they lacked the authority to execute such a decision. While Zhang Xuan was unaware of the external turmoil, he could surmise some of it, especially after hearing Gu Yuefeng's words. He realized that his actions had likely offended numerous major sects, which was exactly his intention. He believed that once the competition concluded, the major sects would undoubtedly retaliate against Qingyun Sect. Seated upon an ornate palanquin, Zhang Xuan maintained a languid demeanor, gazing ahead. When the time came for him, the instigator and the young master of Qingyun Sect, to offer his life in atonement, It could be perceived as a sacrifice for the protection of his sect. This was precisely his initial plan. As for the contingency plan for Qingyun Sect, he had devised that as well, involving the smaller and medium-sized sections. Upon his demise, these smaller sects, as beneficiaries, would likely refrain from assisting the major sects in their endeavors against Qingyun Sect, lest they provoke the major sects into demanding retribution for their gains. Zhang Xuan believed that everything would resolve itself with his passing. While this plan was not without flaws, it was the most expeditious and least detrimental strategy he could conceive for Qingyun Sect in such a short time. Time was still too tight. Zhang Xuan sighed inwardly. To subdue the disciples of various sects within the secret realm to a usable extent in merely 6 months was indeed a daunting task, necessitating some unorthodox methods. Given a longer time frame, he could have ensured that the disciples of those smaller sects would be utterly devoted to him, perhaps even advocating for Qingyun Sect after his departure, which would have effectively resolved future complications. Nevertheless, this approach was still quite sufficient for the present. Zhang Xuan pondered deeply, contemplating areas ripe for improvement while envisioning the myriad unforeseen events that might arise. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from ahead. It was a colossal ape demon beast, towering at an astonishing height of 10 zhang, its mid-golden core aura intimidating all in its vicinity. Yet before it stood dozens of golden core cultivators from various sects, with the formidable Jiuyou leading the charge. A mid-golden core demon beast was, of course, no match for such a formidable assembly of peers. With a swift motion, Jiuyou unleashed a punch that shattered the giant ape's skull, sending its demon core soaring. Foundation establishment disciples hurriedly approached to harvest the various materials from the beast, while others busily gathered the spiritual herbs it had guarded, each knowing their role with clarity. Every cultivator's face was alight with exhilaration, evidently reveling in the ease of this confrontation. Once the assortment of cultivation resources had been amassed, some practitioners presented these treasures to Zhang Xuan. "President, here are the materials we gathered this time," they reported. Zhang Xuan nodded, accepting the resources. The Radiant Society now faced no rivals within the secret realm. Be it formidable demon beasts or sect cultivator squads, they swept through with unyielding force. The Radiant Society resembled a swarm of locusts, amassing resources that had piled high like mountains. At that moment, Jiuyou suddenly soared in from a distance. "Brother Zhang, we've encountered other sect cultivators, over 70 from the Falling Cloud sect." Jiuyou smiled as he approached Zhang Xuan. "They have been subdued. Shall we proceed with the initiation ceremony?" Before long, a throng of cultivators escorted the stripped-down members of the Falling Cloud sect before Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan assessed the newcomers, noting that the highest among them were 3 mid-golden core cultivators, while the rest were Foundation establishment disciples. The Falling Cloud sect was not a major sect, merely a medium-sized one, and it was clear that dispatching such a number to participate in the sect competition was their utmost limit. Now they had been entirely apprehended by Zhang Xuan and his comrades. As the Falling Cloud sect members arrived, one of the golden core cultivators erupted with indignation before Zhang Xuan could even speak. "You lack martial ethics. How could so many of you ambush us? Return our clothes. A soldier may be killed, but never humiliated." The other members chimed in, venting their frustrations at Zhang Xuan and his group. Seeing that these individuals were still oblivious to their predicament, Zhang Xuan coldly inquired, "Where is the junior sister from the Haoyue sect?" Shortly thereafter, disciples from the Haoyue sect stepped forward, and upon the completion of the initiation ceremony, the Falling Cloud sect members fell silent. It was at this point that Zhang Xuan advanced, employing both intimidation and the enticing principles of the Radiant Society to persuade them. They quickly acquiesced to joining. "Brothers, take it easy. The disciples from the major sects went through this too. We are all in the same boat. Don't overthink it. Once we lead members from other sects through the same process, it will feel balanced." As the initiation ceremony concluded, the members of the Radiant Society adeptly offered comfort, and the Falling Cloud sect disciples soon came to terms with their new reality. Particularly, many were excited at the prospect of orchestrating a similar initiation for the disciples of those major sections. Zhang Xuan meticulously recounted the current numbers of the Bright Association, discovering that they had surpassed 18,000, a truly formidable force. Such power could potentially annihilate several weaker, mid-sized cultivation sections. As the grand competition had reached its midpoint, there were few cultivators yet to join the Bright Association within the secret realm. The remainder primarily consisted of disciples from major sections. These individuals had likely ventured deep into the secret realm, amassing considerable resources, and it would not do to allow them to thrive so easily. Thus, Zhang Xuan promptly channeled his magical energy and proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, from this day forth, the Bright Association shall advance with full speed into the depths of the secret realm, seeking out those disciples from the major sects and bringing them down." A resounding cheer of enthusiasm erupted from the crowd. In a nearby corner, Jiuyou silently observed the proceedings, his mind a whirl of thoughts. Days prior, he had clandestinely received messages from the guardian, Tan Lang, indicating that the blood plague array had been successfully established, encompassing the entirety of the secret realm. Chapter 46. The Clash of Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect. The realm of the Great Path, the heart of the sword illuminated. The sky was overcast, shrouded in a thick mist, yet it imparted an ethereal sense of elevation, as if one might become ensnared within its depths upon closer inspection. Boom! The ground trembled violently as the head of a late golden core beast was severed by a single sword strike, its massive corpse crashing to the earth and stirring a cloud of dust. Li Xiaobai stood resolutely with his sword, his expression impassive, despite having just slain a formidable beast. His demeanor remained unperturbed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His white garments bore not a single trace of blood, remaining immaculate. Behind him, the disciples of Qingyun Sect concealed their astonishment and swiftly advanced to dismantle the beast's body with remarkable proficiency. They had witnessed Li Xiaobai's prowess multiple times over the past few months. Late golden core beasts were utterly defenseless before him, falling to a single strike. This realization filled the disciples with exhilaration. Brother Li's strength is truly terrifying. I suspect even peak golden core cultivators would stand no chance against him. It's highly likely that we have yet to see him unleash his full potential. With Brother Li on our side, Qingyun Sect is bound to secure first place in the upcoming sect competition. As the disciples busily discussed amongst themselves, they had immediately ventured deeper into the secret realm upon entry and had long since gathered together, having explored extensively in the depths. Under Li Xiaobai's leadership, Qingyun Sect had amassed an immense trove of resources, instilling confidence in every disciple regarding the outcome of the sect competition. Li Xiaobai overheard their discussions, yet his face remained devoid of any emotion, as if he had transcended all feelings. His gaze was deep and contemplative, fixed on the distance, lost in thought. At that moment, a late golden core disciple of Qingyun Sect approached him. "Brother, we just noticed several cultivators from Qingyun Sect nearby. They swiftly retreated upon being discovered. It is quite possible that we have caught their attention." "Qingyun Sect?" Li Xiaobai inquired, turning his gaze to the disciple. The Qingyun disciple elaborated, "In past sect competitions, Qingyun Sect has consistently claimed the first position. Their cultivators are primarily body cultivators, possessing formidable strength compared to ordinary practitioners in the early stages of cultivation. Notably, among those sent to this competition, one is rumored to have reached the late golden core stage, boasting immense power." Li Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he understood. "It matters not, let them come." With only 2 months remaining until the competition, further exploration for resources holds little significance. It would be more advantageous to seize from others. The vastness of the secret realm makes encounters rare. Should they seek us out, it would save us considerable effort. "Yes, brother." The Qingyun disciple did not contest this, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Before entering the secret realm, the elders of Qingyun Sect had instructed them to heed Li Xiaobai's command, which had initially met with some discontent. After all, their realms were similar. Why should this newcomer be elevated above them? Once they entered the secret realm and witnessed the formidable prowess of Li Xiaobai, no disciple dared to voice dissent. What if the physical cultivators of the Heavenly Heart Sect were powerful? Their brother Li would undoubtedly be even stronger. Should the adversary dare to approach, they would not shy away from combat. Thus, the disciples of the Purple Qi Sect delved deeper into the secret realm, though their focus shifted significantly from exploration to observing traces left by other major sections. As the Grand Sect competition drew near its climactic conclusion in the final 2 months. Half a month later, the disciples of the Purple Qi Sect soared above a desolate expanse. Suddenly, Li Xiaobai halted, turning back to address those following him with a cold voice. "Have you been trailing us all this time, and yet remained concealed?" At his words, the majority of the Purple Qi disciples wore expressions of astonishment. They had been followed? In the next moment, a group of nearly 100 cultivators clad in the garments of the Heavenly Heart Sect appeared in the distance, soaring towards them. At last, the disciples of the 2 great sects, Purple Qi and Heavenly Heart, encountered one another. "Such keen perception. No wonder they are geniuses from the boundless realm," exclaimed a burly youth at the forefront of the Heavenly Heart Sect, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai responded with an equally impassive stare, a surge of battle intent igniting within his eyes. The opponent was formidable. Zhao Guanshan of the Heavenly Heart Sect, the burly youth proclaimed, bowing slightly. Li Xiaobai from the Boundless Sword Tomb. Li Xiaobai replied with a similar gesture. Zhao Guanshan's pupils constricted. He had heard of the Boundless Sword Tomb's illustrious name, a sacred ground revered by sword cultivators across the land. It seemed the Purple Qi sect was indeed making significant efforts to secure victory in the sect competition. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the disciples of both sects distanced themselves, becoming increasingly vigilant. A battle? The fire of combat flickered in Li Xiaobai's eyes. It was precisely his intention. Zhao Guanshan was not daunted by Li Xiaobai's lineage. Instead, his own battle spirit was ignited. He was eager to discover just how formidable a sword cultivator from the Boundless Sword Tomb could be. In the next instant, Zhao Guanshan transformed into a streak of brilliance. Hurtling towards Li Xiaobai, his powerful aura of late golden core phase unabashedly unleashed. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, enveloping him in a torrent of immense power as he closed in on Li Xiaobai, launching a devastating punch. How swift! Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of surprise. Yet his reactions were swift. Though he could not draw his sword in time, he quickly raised it to block. Bang! In the next moment, Li Xiaobai experienced an overwhelming force against his sword, as if struck by an immense mountain, propelling him backward. Was this the foundation of the Purple Qi sect? Merely this. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Guanshan pressed the attack, offering Li Xiaobai no respite, raining down punches with relentless fury. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Purple Qi sect clashed with those of the Heavenly Heart sect, revealing the brutal nature of the sect competition at last. Li Xiaobai scoffed, offering no response. However, having lost the initiative, he could only passively raise his sword to defend, finding himself at a disadvantage. Yet, there was no trace of panic upon his countenance as he maintained an air of composure. In stark contrast, Zhao Guanshan found himself increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. Typically, even a seasoned cultivator would be overwhelmed by such a barrage of blows, their blood surging and panic-inducing numerous vulnerabilities. Yet, Li Xiaobai responded with remarkable composure, seemingly unaffected by Zhao's onslaught. Could it be that his opponent had also trained his body? While Zhao Guanshan was still in a state of shock, Li Xiaobai seized the fleeting moment of distraction, unsheathing his sword in an instant and aiming a cunning strike at Zhao's neck from a most unconventional angle. Startled, Zhao hastily retreated. Although his physique was formidable, it was not resilient enough to withstand a cultivator's magical weapon. Especially knowing that Li Xiaobai's sword could easily overpower even formidable beasts of the same realm. As he withdrew, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With the sword unleashed, a radiant light enveloped Li Xiaobai, and the air around him crackled with sword energy, sweeping outward. Rather than retreating, he pressed forward, releasing his sword as a flying blade that continued its assault on Zhao Guanshan. Simultaneously, he transformed into a living sword, enveloped in magnificent sword energy as he charged at Zhao. Sword heart illuminated? Zhao's eyes finally revealed a look of terror upon witnessing this spectacle. In the realm of cultivation, beyond the fundamental divisions of rank, there exists a classification of the Great Tao, though most foundational cultivators are blissfully unaware of it. In the sword path, it is divided into sword heart illuminated, sword intent, and sword domain. The martial arts similarly categorize into divine fist, fist intent, and fist domain. The myriad paths of the Great Tao fundamentally revolve around these three basic levels of classification. The reason this classification remains unknown to most low-tier cultivators is that the majority cannot even approach the first level of the Great Tao. Nearly 90% of the cultivators in the world fail to step into its first threshold. Even legendary immortals have been known to falter at this initial level. Nonetheless, these three classifications hold great significance. For any cultivator who ascends to the first level of the Great Tao possesses strength that is entirely on a different plane from ordinary cultivators, truly deserving the title of prodigy. Those who reach the second level, mastering intent, can be regarded as true seedlings of immortality, barring any unforeseen calamities. Their ascension is all but assured. As for those who attain the third level of the Great Tao, Zhao Guanshan had never heard of such individuals. For such prowess is seldom recorded even in the annals of immortal history, as it would be deemed disrespectful to the mighty. At this moment, Li Xiaobai had already achieved sword heart illuminated, and his next step would be to grasp sword intent. Zhao Guanshan, who practiced martial arts yet could not even glimpse the first level of the fist path, was simply not on the same echelon as Li Xiaobai. Consequently, He could not withstand this strike. Chapter 47. The Arrival of the Illuminated Army and the Ceremony of Initiation. The heart of the sword is illuminated, and the sword and its wielder are one. In the face of Li Xiaobai's astonishing swordplay, Zhao Guanshan, despite being profoundly shaken, displayed unwavering resolve in his eyes. Truly, he is a prodigy from the boundless sword tomb, but even if your heart is illuminated, what does it matter? Today, I shall witness just how formidable this illuminated sword heart can truly be. After the initial shock, Zhao Guanshan's eyes reflected no fear. Rather, a hint of madness surged within him. With a fierce roar, his garments were instantly torn asunder, revealing a well-toned physique. His vital energy surged, and the full extent of his late-stage golden core mana was unleashed, rendering him akin to a furnace of vitality. Above his head, a golden fist-shaped phantom coalesced, towering at an impressive 90 feet. This was Zhao Guanshan's divine ability, and once he ascended to the pinnacle of the golden core stage, it would reach its full potential. Typically, the divine phantoms of late-stage golden core cultivators measure only between 70 to 80 feet, yet Zhao Guanshan stands at an astonishing 90 feet. A testament to his superiority among peers, he is the genius of the Heavenly Heart sect. At this moment, Zhao Guanshan had pushed his divine ability to its utmost limit. His expression twisted with fierce madness. The mountain-subduing fist. He unleashed a powerful punch, determined to confront Li Xiaobai's illuminated sword heart head-on. The mountain-subduing fist comprises 3 styles: subduing the mountain, subduing the sea, and subduing the heavens. As a golden core practitioner, Zhao Guanshan could only execute the first style. Yet it sufficed to make him proud among his contemporaries. Regrettably, in the face of Li Xiaobai, it seemed somewhat inadequate. The colossal fist shadow descended, while Li Xiaobai's flying sword advanced ahead, accompanied by a magnificent sword aura, his expression as calm as a placid lake. The flying sword met the massive fist shadow first. Yet the phantom crumbled before the diminutive sword as if it were made of mere paper, instantly pierced through. Following this, Li Xiaobai arrived, and the grand sword aura collided directly with the fist shadow. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the vicinity, causing the disciples of the Purple Qi sect and the Heavenly Heart sect to retreat, their gazes fixed on the most intense battleground. A cloud of dust was raised, enveloping both Li Xiaobai and Zhao Guanshan. However, the dust did not linger for long. In the next moment, it was pierced by countless beams of sword light, revealing the scene within. Li Xiaobai stood with his sword, his white garb untouched by any speck of dust. Zhao Guanshan, however, knelt several paces away, a sword piercing through his chest, blood flowing profusely. He had been defeated. The illuminated heart of the sword has truly opened my eyes. Zhao Guanshan accepted his defeat with grace, displaying no signs of resentment. The disparity between them was indeed monumental. His initial ability to briefly suppress his opponent was merely a product of his formidable physical prowess in the early stages. Once the illuminated sword heart was revealed, he was utterly outmatched. Had he not evaded a critical strike at the last moment, he likely would have been pierced through the heart and met his demise. Li Xiaobai gazed at Zhao Guanshan, his eyes devoid of battle intent, replaced instead by a tinge of disappointment. You are commendable, but still not my match. To attempt to seize resources with such meager abilities is rather unwise. Li Xiaobai slowly raised his sword, preparing to deliver the final blow to his opponent. Zhao Guanshan, with a pale visage, spoke hastily, "Li Daoyu, do you truly intend to annihilate me?" He produced a transmission jade slip, poised to shatter it at any moment. "I do not believe you can slay me before I break this slip. Allow me to depart, and I can share a portion of the resources collected by the Qingyun Sect with the Ziki Sect." With over a month remaining until the conclusion of the grand competition, he was reluctant to concede so soon. Though he was no match for Li Xiaobai, he still had time to gather additional resources. If he exited the secret realm now, the Qingyun Sect's ranking would undoubtedly suffer. Li Xiaobai regarded Zhao Guanshan for a moment, seemingly recognizing the impossibility of executing a swift kill. He then nodded and said, "Agreed, but I demand half of the resources from the Qingyun Sect." "Impossible." Zhao Guanshan immediately rejected the proposition. "These resources have taken my sect months to collect. If you were to take half, I might as well leave the secret realm altogether. 20% at most. 30%. Li Xiaobai countered. As he was there to aid the Ziki Sect in claiming the top position, he was determined to diminish the resources gathered by Zhao Guanshan's sect. Zhao Guanshan hesitated. With just over a month remaining, it would be challenging to amass more than 30% of the resources. Thus, he spoke again. 2.5% is my final offer." "Agreed." Li Xiaobai nodded. Although this quantity would not significantly impact the Qingyun Sect's ranking, one must not forget that those 2.5% of resources would bolster the Qingyun Sect's chances of securing the first position. Furthermore, there might be future opportunities to confront Zhao Guanshan again and seize more. As Li Xiaobai contemplated this, Zhao Guanshan produced a storage ring. His expression pained at the prospect of parting with it. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. "Ah, quite the lively scene here." Zhang Xuan, with a casual demeanor, arrived with Gu Yufengxing and Jiuyou, landing before the assembly. "What sort of clandestine transaction is occurring here?" Zhang Xuan inquired, surveying the group with curiosity. The heir of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. Li Xiaobai's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on Zhang Xuan. He overlooked Gu Yufengxing and Jiuyou, sensing their strength. Yet they paled in comparison to the aura emanating from Zhang Xuan, a sensation unique to sword cultivators. Zhao Guanshan, witnessing the arrival of Zhang Xuan and his companions, sensed a shift in the situation and hesitated to relinquish the resources to Li Xiaobai. He cast a puzzled glance at Jiuyou, contemplating, Peak Golden Core? Which sect does this disciple belong to? I do not recognize them. As for Zhang Xuan, merely at the 10th level of Qi training, he did not warrant much concern. You have heard my story. Zhang Xuan turned his attention to Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai tightened his grip on the long sword, his tone growing colder. Legend has it that the Tsangming Sword Sovereign could suppress all sword cultivators, leaving them unable to raise their heads. My Wujing sword tomb was, in fact, severed from an era's spirit. Though I was not born in that age, encountering its heir now, I am eager to experience the true essence of the sword path. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, a look of realization dawning upon him. So, you wish to engage in a contest of skills. He rolled up his sleeves, spat into his palm, and rubbed his hands together, revealing his early golden core cultivation without reservation. I am giving you this opportunity. Let us engage in a one-on-one duel, and neither of us shall flee. With that, Zhang Xuan produced a teleportation jade slip and hurled it into the distance, shattering it with a single palm strike. The space twisted momentarily before returning to its original state. Had he truly severed his own escape route? Zhao Guanshan was filled with uncertainty. Zhang Xuan's early golden core cultivation genuinely astonished him. It was indeed remarkable for someone at the early stage to challenge a late-stage golden core, particularly when the latter possessed such clarity of mind. Was this a jest? Li Xiaobai also displayed an unusual expression of confusion. Early golden core? Is this the extent of your concealed power? Are you jesting with me? He too retrieved his own teleportation jade slip and destroyed it. Very well. Neither of us shall retreat. Yet, if this is all the strength you possess, I must admit I am somewhat disappointed. He raised his sword, pointing it at Zhang Xuan and his companions, exuding arrogance. Upon witnessing that the opponent had indeed destroyed his own teleportation jade slip, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This young man is still too naive. I have tens of thousands of teleportation jade slips in my sword tassel space. He has indeed destroyed his own. Now that Li Xiaobai had lost his means of escape, there was no way for him to flee. Really, can we fight together? Zhang Xuan inquired, hesitantly. Indeed. Good. Have you all heard that, brothers? Let us emerge and confront them together. Zhang Xuan shouted, and suddenly, a multitude of cultivators surged forth from all directions, darkening the surroundings to nearly complete encirclement. Especially striking were the cultivators clad in the attire of the wild men, creating an exceedingly shocking scene. When nearly 20,000 members of the Illuminated Society's Wild Men army fully materialized, both the members of the Purple Qi Sect and the Celestial Heart Sect were left dumbfounded. Zhao Guanshan gaped, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. What is happening? Li Xiaobai's hand, which held the sword, suddenly wavered, as if his mind had entered a state of paralysis. Zhang Xuan then turned to the members of the Illuminated Society and said, now, the only ones left in the secret realm who have yet to join us are the Purple Qi Sect and the Celestial Heart Sect. Brothers, what do you propose we do? Let us hold the initiation ceremony. Let us hold the initiation ceremony. The 20,000 cultivators shouted with excitement. Chapter 48. Has the president sworn with heart demons again? Jiuyou versus Li Xiaobai. The thunderous cheers of 20,000 cultivators reverberated through the air, abruptly snapping Li Xiaobai back to reality. The scene before him sent a shiver down his spine. He found himself besieged by an overwhelming force of cultivators. One stray spell from any of them could spell his doom. It dawned on him that Zhang Xuan's recent suggestion to destroy the transmission jade slip was nothing short of a treacherous plot. Particularly alarming was Zhang Xuan's assertion that only the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect had not joined the opposing side. implying that all other disciples participating in the grand competition of the southern wilderness were here solely to target them. Thoughts swirled chaotically in Li Xiaobai's mind as he grappled with the unfolding predicament. The mention of an enrollment ceremony sounded ominous. Behind him, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect wore expressions of utter bewilderment. With over 20,000 cultivators rallying against them, what folly was this enrollment ceremony? The garb of their adversaries bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a sinister cult. Yet, the current situation was beyond their control. The combined forces of the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect numbered scarcely 200. How could they possibly withstand such a formidable assault? The members of the Bright Association continued to chant, their faces alight with fervor. Should they manage to coerce the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect into joining the Bright Association, not only would the competition conclude, but the reputations of those prominent sects would be thoroughly tarnished. This notion brought a perverse sense of satisfaction to the onlookers, making their initial decision to join the Bright Association appear less egregious. Zhang Xuan raised his hand to silence the crowd, turning to Li Xiaobai and his companions with a grin. Little Bai, as you can see, the situation is thus. Everyone hopes that you will join us. The Bright Association is a harmonious and united family, where we collectively gather resources and progress together. Our organizational philosophy is remarkably progressive. Of course, if you still wish to compete, we can certainly arrange for a spar after you join us. The enrollment ceremony is quite simple. All you need to do is disrobe. And we shall meet in honesty. How humane is that? The disciples of the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect were rendered speechless. Disrobing for an honest meeting? What kind of cultic ritual was this? The thought of being paraded in front of such a multitude was unbearable. Li Xiaobai and Zhao Guanshan were equally astonished, unable to fathom such absurdity. Was this gathering merely to strip them of their garments? At last, Li Xiaobai's demeanor shifted from icy detachment to one of grave concern. His expression darkened as he spoke. Is this truly the character of the southern wilderness cultivators? Is this what the Millennium competition has devolved into? To conspire against us in such a manner, do you possess no sense of decency? As his words resonated, the previously elated members of the Bright Association began to show signs of discomfort. Clad in their wild attire, they were taken aback by the implications of his statement. Zhang Xuan snorted derisively, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Xiaobai. What do you mean, you outsider? Do you look down upon the cultivators of the southern wilderness? Do you scorn the Bright Association? Ladies and gentlemen, this individual hails from the boundless domain and seems to hold a disdain for those of us from lesser places. Observe the brothers of the Purple Qi Sect. Their expressions are indeed grim, evidently having been treated as mere subordinates by this fellow. The disciples of the Purple Qi Sect were about to articulate their grievances, as their pallor was not solely due to his presence. However, before they could voice their concerns, Zhang Xuan continued to sow discord. What is so remarkable about someone from the boundless domain? In light of the current situation, do you still dare to act arrogantly? This shows a blatant disregard for us practitioners of the southern frontier. I ask you, can we endure this? We cannot tolerate it. We cannot tolerate it. The members of the illuminated assembly roared in unison. The cultivators attending the grand competition were predominantly young and impassioned. A mere glance at one another could ignite a conflict. Zhang Xuan's provocations would only serve to incite them further. Li Xiaobai found himself instinctively retreating a step under the weight of their collective outcry, his eyelids twitching. With no means to fight back and no avenue for escape, he felt a genuine sense of panic. Meanwhile, Jiuyou regarded Zhang Xuan with admiration. Recognizing his ability to rouse the emotions of thousands of cultivators with just a few words, truly a talent befitting a general. Zhang Xuan looked at Li Xiaobai with a cold smirk, questioning how a practitioner of the unfeeling sword path could falter so easily. Clearly, his training was lacking. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Little White, though we are numerous, we do not wish to bully you. As previously stated, we propose a one-on-one duel. However, it shall not be I who fights you, but rather Jiuyou. Jiuyou, are you willing to engage Little White in combat?" "Certainly." Jiuyou, clad in a grass skirt, stepped forward, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. A swordsman from the boundless sword tomb, he would indeed be a worthy opponent. Zhang Xuan continued with his mocking demeanor. "What say you? Should Jiuyou be defeated, it shall be as if we have lost, and we will allow you to depart." With the sect competition drawing to a premature conclusion, Zhang Xuan felt no urgency, finding amusement in playing with this practitioner of the unfeeling sword path. Li Xiaobai glanced at Jiuyou, his face marked by gravity. At this moment, discussing swordsmanship with the heir of the Tsangming sword master was secondary. His immediate priority was to devise a means of escape. Thus, he hesitated not, nodding in agreement. However, if I emerge victorious, you must allow us to leave. Naturally, should you win, we shall grant you your freedom. I swear this on my inner demons. The members of the illuminated assembly exchanged curious glances. How many times had the president sworn upon his inner demons? They could scarcely recall, but it seemed to occur at the conclusion of each initiation ceremony. Surely, the president would not jest with such a serious matter, would he? Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's assurance, Li Xiaobai no longer wavered, brandishing his sword as he faced Jiuyou. Likewise, Jiuyou assumed a combat stance, his demonic aura surging. The crowd stepped back, clearing a space for the two to engage. Zhang Xuan repositioned himself for a better vantage point, casting a scornful smile at Li Xiaobai. The youth remained too naive. He merely stated that Li Xiaobai could leave if he won, yet neglected to mention that the Purple Qi Sect and the Qingyun Sect would not be spared. At present, his aim in training Li Xiaobai was solely to facilitate inquiries about Yun Yao's past. "Gentlemen, you may commence," Zhang Xuan announced loudly. In the next moment, the figure of Jiuyou vanished from sight, enveloped in a torrent of demonic energy as it surged toward Li Xiaobai. With a cold snort, Li Xiaobai brandished his sword heart radiating clarity as he unleashed a strike against Jiuyou. Both combatants possessed abilities that far surpassed their peers in the same realm. And as the fierce battle commenced, many spectators found their eyes open to unprecedented prowess. Meanwhile, Yun Yaohong discerned that Li Xiaobai had indeed reached the realm of sword heart clarity, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Despite facing Jiuyou, who was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, Li Xiaobai displayed no signs of inferiority, proving that the reputation of sword heart clarity was well-deserved. However, Jiuyou was equally formidable, his lineage from the demon clan remarkably pure, delivering powerful attacks with each move. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, making it apparent that such a battle would be hard to rival, even among the prodigies of Zhangzhou. This realization brought a sense of defeat to Yun Yaohong, as he recognized the distance between himself and these true geniuses. As for Li Xiaobai's clarity of sword heart, Zhang Xuan was not the least bit surprised. A practitioner of the ruthless sword path could hardly be deemed worthy of travel in the world if they had not achieved clarity of sword heart. However, it was evident that this fellow still fell short of comprehending the essence of the ruthless sword intent, suggesting that future training could focus on this aspect. Zhang Xuan pondered Li Xiaobai's situation while observing a shift in Yun Yaohong's demeanor. Guessing at the thoughts swirling in his companion's mind, he offered words of comfort. "My dear brother, do not overthink it. Your wind and thunder sacred body is commendable, merely in need of more honing. With diligent effort, you need not fall behind them." His tone bore the weight of an elder addressing a younger kin, eliciting a bemused smile from Yun Yaohong. "If you lack training, then what of you, brother Zhang?" Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, knowing Zhang Xuan was quite proud. "Thank you for your guidance, brother Zhang," he replied. Zhang Xuan nodded, indifferent to whether his words had been absorbed or not. Suddenly, Yun Yaohong inquired, "Brother Zhang, who do you believe will emerge victorious between the two?" With a smile, Zhang Xuan responded, "Li Xiaobai is likely at a disadvantage. You have witnessed Jiuyou's strength, with spells and divine abilities reaching the limits typical for the Golden Core stage, far beyond what an ordinary Golden Core can compare to. Though Li Xiaobai possesses clarity of sword heart, his understanding of the ruthless sword path is still lacking, particularly in terms of cultivation. Often, a slight deviation can lead to a significant loss." Yun Yaohong pondered Zhang Xuan's words thoughtfully. "Ruthless sword path? The limits of the Golden Core stage? Brother Zhang, you seem to possess considerable knowledge." Zhang Xuan's voice was not quiet, drawing the attention of many who grew curious about his true strength, given his authoritative tone. After all, most of the members of the Illuminating Society had yet to witness Zhang Xuan in action. Li Xiaobai, overhearing Zhang Xuan's remarks, could not suppress a cold snort. Clearly feeling indignant, he soared into the air, unleashing a burst of sword energy as he prepared to execute his ultimate move. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. In the next instant, an endless torrent of sword energy cascaded down upon Jiuyou, a magnificent display akin to a rain of swords. Jiuyou merely chuckled coldly, summoning his own formidable technique, Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger. A colossal surge of demonic energy, surpassing 100 zhang in height, surged towards the heavens, clashing against Li Xiaobai's magnificent sword aura. In this moment, the prowess exhibited by both parties transcended the realms of the Golden Core. The fierce confrontation of their divine abilities left all present on edge, breathless with anticipation. Who would emerge victorious? With a thunderous roar, an explosive shockwave reverberated throughout the surroundings, distorting the very fabric of the secret realm, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Observing this scene, Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Was there something amiss with the space? The outcome of the battle became apparent. Li Xiaobai knelt on one knee, sword in hand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though Jiuyou bore similar wounds, he remained upright, standing tall in the void, his grass skirt billowing in the wind, exuding an air of confidence. The victor was unmistakable. A murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd. Zhang Xuan's prediction had indeed come to pass. Li Xiaobai had lost. The members of the Qingyun Sect were incredulous, for in their eyes, no one among their ranks could rival Brother Li. Where had this demonic cultivator emerged from? You are no ordinary demon. Li Xiaobai gazed at Jiuyou, his expression grave, clearly aware of the implications of the demonic lineage and abilities at play. The Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger was a signature technique of the Blood Prison Demon Lord, far beyond the capabilities of an average demonic cultivator. A defeat is a defeat. There is no need for further justification. Zhang Xuan stepped forward, a bemused expression gracing his features as he regarded Li Xiaobai. Since defeat had been established, it was time to proceed with the initiation ceremony. The members of the Illuminating Society snapped back to attention, responding with cold laughter. Chapter 49. The competition concludes. The mystic realm goes dark? Upon hearing the announcement of the initiation ceremony, the members of the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect were visibly shaken. Zhao Guanshan, displaying a keen sense of the situation, promptly stepped forward and said, Zhang Xuan, our Qingyun Sect is willing to offer half of our resources. Could you possibly spare us? Just a moment ago, he had only been willing to part with a mere 25% of their resources when faced with Li Xiaobai. Yet now he was ready to relinquish half, clearly indicating his genuine panic. Zhang Xuan did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to the members of the Radiant Society. Brothers, do you agree? Absolutely not. The crowd scoffed, their disdain palpable. We have all endured this. Do you think you can receive special treatment? Impossible. If we bring you in, all the resources of your Qingyun Sect will belong to us. Zhao Guanshan's expression darkened considerably as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xuan. Young Master Zhang, do you not fear incurring the wrath of our Qingyun Sect? Zhang Xuan chuckled. The Qingyun Sect? Is it truly that formidable? Look around. Do you see a shortage of disciples from major sects within the Radiant Society? Zhao Guanshan lifted his eyes and, indeed, noticed disciples from various prestigious sects, all clad in rugged attire, glaring intently at the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect. Why should we suffer embarrassment while you seek to preserve your dignity? Zhao Guanshan could hardly believe it. Had Zhang Xuan truly resolved to offend everyone? Just as he prepared to negotiate further, Zhang Xuan grew impatient. Brothers, let us not waste words with them. Let us act together and subdue them. Agreed. The crowd echoed in unison. And soon a deluge of spells rained down upon the Qingyun Sect members, uncaring of the cost. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosive sounds, the members of the Qingyun Sect lay sprawled on the ground, their garments torn, their spirits crushed. Even though they were cultivators of physical prowess, they could not withstand such a barrage of attacks. Some members of the Radiant Society, positioned further back, regretted their missed opportunity to strike. Encounters like this with disciples from major sects were rare indeed. Seeing the Qingyun Sect capitulate, members of the Radiant Society swiftly moved forward to collect the resources they had amassed and to conduct the initiation ceremony. Lu Ruyan and others from the Haoyue sect executed their tasks with practiced efficiency. Zhang Xuan then turned to Li Xiaobai and the others, smiling as he inquired, Brothers of the Qingyun Sect, will you take matters into your own hands, or shall we assist you? Li Xiaobai rose, gripping his sword tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. A warrior may be slain, but not humiliated. I would rather die. The members of the Radiant Society merely smirked at this glitch. However, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect displayed remarkable pragmatism, already beginning to shed their garments while attempting to persuade Li Xiaobai. Senior Brotherly, the circumstances are against us. There is no need for a life and death struggle. Indeed, Senior Brotherly, look around. If everyone is in the same predicament, does it not render our actions inconsequential? Rest assured. Senior Brotherly, once we emerge from the mystic realm, we shall keep this matter to ourselves. You all. Li Xiaobai gazed incredulously at the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, astonished at their willingness to compromise. Zhang Xuan, equally surprised. regarded the Qingyun Sect disciples with newfound respect for their adaptability. Perhaps, with everyone in a similar plight, they had come to view the situation with indifference. As for Li Xiaobai, his mastery of the heartless sword path was truly lacking, rendering him vulnerable. He recalled the days when he was known as the Zhangming sword master. During that era, there was a girl training in the heartless sword path who never uttered a word, no matter how he bullied her. Little Bai, do you need our assistance? Zhang Xuan inquired with a playful smile. Li Xiaobai's face flushed crimson as he glared intensely at Zhang Xuan. To think that the heir of the Zhangming sword master would resort to such underhanded tactics. How despicable. Zhang Xuan's eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce determination. Well, since you refuse our help, we shall take matters into our own hands. However, should we intervene directly, certain matters might inadvertently reach the Wujing sword tomb. With that, Zhang Xuan produced a recording stone, preparing to document the events. Li Xiaobai's eyes widened in alarm. You dare. Try me and see if I dare not. Zhang Xuan retorted with a cold smirk as the members of the Illuminating Society gradually encircled him. Instinctively, Li Xiaobai took a step back, his complexion paling. You all. Brothers, it seems this fellow is rather ungrateful. Let us show him a lesson. Indeed. The crowd surged forward, swiftly stripping Li Xiaobai of his garments. Zhang Xuan, standing aside with the recording stone, chuckled gleefully, even giving the boy's head a playful flick. Let us see how you handle that. As for the resources collected by the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect, they were soon delivered into his hands. Moments later, the initiation ceremony for the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect concluded, and from that moment forth, only members of the Illuminating Society remained within the secret realm. Excitement radiated from every face, for the sect competition had concluded prematurely. Only Li Xiaobai lay prostrate on the ground, burying his face in the earth, howling in agony. The sect competition is now concluded. We may depart, Zhang Xuan proclaimed. Once we exit, we will distribute resources and rank ourselves. His announcement elicited exhilaration among the disciples of the smaller sects, who were now singing songs of triumph. In contrast, the disciples from the major sects wore expressions of despair. Their merriment had vanished. The Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect were initially oblivious to the situation, but upon inquiry, they learned of Zhang Xuan's intentions, leaving them incredulous. What audacity! Zhang Xuan intends to manipulate the rankings of the competition, incurring the wrath of all major sects. However, given the current circumstances, they could not alter the situation and could only wait until they exited to discuss further. Naturally, Zhang Xuan would not allow the disciples from the major sects to linger in the secret realm. What if they chose to remain behind to gather resources after the others had departed? Therefore, they permitted the major sects to leave first, followed by the smaller sects. And finally, Zhang Xuan's own Qingyun Sect. Zhang Xuan distributed the transmission jade slips, ensuring to place one in Li Xiaobai's hand as well. Li Xiaobai lifted his head from the ground, glaring fiercely at Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan, I swear I shall not rest until this grudge is avenged. Zhang Xuan patted his shoulder nonchalantly. I understand. Once we exit, I have questions for you. So let us move swiftly. Li Xiaobai crushed the jade slip in his hand, preparing to depart. Yet, as the slip shattered, the surrounding space showed no sign of reaction. The two exchanged a glance, an ominous feeling settling in their hearts. In the plaza of the Purple Qi Sect, the expressions of the sect leaders and elders were decidedly grim. Masterly, the sect competition has concluded. It is time to summon them back, exclaimed one. What audacity for the young master of the Qingyun Sect to manipulate the rankings of the competition, a blatant provocation to all sects in the southern wilderness. Masterly, please bring them forth, further competition is unnecessary. The crowd urged Li Yuanzhao, their voices laden with resentment towards Zhang Xuan. Li Yuanzhao, equally somber, prepared to call back the disciples of various sections. He had believed that with Li Xiaobai, the Purple Qi Sect would surely secure first place in the competition. The unexpected outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Zhang Xuan must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed. A sense of foreboding gripping his heart. Had the secret realm lost contact? Moreover, the luminous screen that had previously displayed the happenings within the secret realm suddenly vanished, plunging everything into darkness. Chapter 50. The array is activated. Brother Zhang, how come you are unharmed? What has transpired? Why has the transmission jade slip failed? In the secret realm, disciples from various sects shattered their transmission jade slips, only to find no response, leaving them perplexed. They turned their gazes toward the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, their eyes filled with inquiries. Since the secret realm for this grand competition was presided over by the Qingyun Sect, it was only natural for them to seek answers from them. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect were equally baffled, as they too experienced a lack of reaction upon breaking their slips. Although it was not uncommon for transmission arrays to malfunction, a failure within the secret realm was a far more serious matter. The secret realm represented a separate space, with some even functioning as miniature worlds. Should a transmission issue arise, it would signify potential problems within the realm itself, thereby trapping them inside. Everyone. The situation may be more dire than anticipated, Zhang Xuan stated, rising with a grave expression. He had previously sensed that there was something amiss with the spatial integrity of the secret realm. The secret realm for the sect competition was meant to only permit golden core cultivators, for those surpassing this realm risked collapsing the space upon entry. Yet, the battle between Jiuyou and Li Xiaobai had exceeded golden core levels, yet the integrity of the realm remained intact. Initially, Zhang Xuan had speculated that the Qingyun Sect had established protective formations to ensure stability, but it was now evident that this was not the case. There are other forces at play within this secret realm. Zhang Xuan's gaze shifted towards Jiuyou, suspicion evident in his expression. If there was indeed a problem, this individual was a prime suspect. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's words, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Everyone understood that the secret realm was malfunctioning. But the pressing question remained. What could be done? Jiuyou, noticing Zhang Xuan's gaze upon him, responded with a smile. Stepping forward, he declared, "Your sect competition has concluded. It is now time to resolve my matters." "It is indeed you," Zhang Xuan exclaimed. The crowd remained confused, glancing between the two, uncertain of the implications. Ladies and gentlemen, the failure of the transmission jade slips is likely the handiwork of this individual. He is not one of our southern wilderness cultivators. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, realization dawning upon them. Indeed, there had been no mention of such a formidable golden core cultivator from the southern wilderness. They had previously assumed him to be a dark horse from a minor demonic sect, but it now appeared the reality was far more complex. Jiuyou, taken aback, regarded Zhang Xuan with curiosity. "You seem to have discerned my identity long ago. What gave me away?" He recalled that he had never revealed his true identity, particularly after being defeated by Zhang Xuan, and had consistently played along with the notion that he was merely a disciple of a minor sect. "Your divine abilities are not something an ordinary demonic cultivator could learn or wield," Li Xiaobai interjected, stepping forward, a sense of certainty filling him. "This demonic cultivator's origins are indeed extraordinary." "I see," Jiuyou replied, still fixated on Zhang Xuan. "But I remain intrigued. How did you uncover this?" "The great desert prison sky finger is indeed a supreme divine art of my demonic clan, one that ordinary members cannot learn or wield," Jiuyou continued. While it is not surprising that Li Xiaobai from the Wujing Sword Tomb recognized this, even Gu Fanzheng failed to do so. What was it that allowed you to see through my fade? Everyone was taken aback. A member of the demon clan? No wonder the opponent was so formidable. He was indeed a powerful being from the demon realm. Li Xiaobai also realized that the individual's status within the demon clan was likely not trivial. However, he was equally curious about how Zhang Xuan had come to this conclusion. Especially during the recent battle with Jiuyou, Zhang Xuan had articulated his insights with remarkable clarity, suggesting he possessed extraordinary knowledge. Li Xiaobai could hardly believe that a mere young master from a small sect in the southern wilderness could have such profound understanding. Noticing the gaze of many upon him, Zhang Xuan felt a pang of anxiety. He certainly could not reveal that he had discerned Jiuyou's unusual bloodline long ago. Such a declaration would not align with his background. This was a precarious situation. Would these individuals begin to doubt his identity? Zhang Xuan felt a bit nervous, but fortunately, the system had not indicated any exposure, so he hoped all would be well. As he hesitated to explain, Jiuyou remained indifferent. If he chose not to share, it was of little consequence. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets, and he could respect that. However, Jiuyou expressed his desire for Zhang Xuan to follow him back to the demon clan. "Are you asking me to be your subordinate?" Zhang Xuan laughed. "I believe you may be mistaken. With so many witnesses here, now that it's clear your involvement with the Jade Slip as failure, do you still dare to act so arrogantly?" The crowd cast disapproving glances at Jiuyou. Yet, Jiuyou remained unfazed, surveying the assembly with calm composure. "Yes, I admit I cannot contend with so many cultivators simultaneously, but do you truly believe I would expose myself without any preparation?" With that, a surge of demonic energy erupted from Jiuyou as he shouted, "Greedy wolf, Activate the formation. Upon hearing this, an unsettling sensation gripped everyone, and Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. How had his carefully laid plans taken such an unexpected turn? Before he could ponder further, the previously overcast sky within the secret realm transformed into a vivid crimson. Instantly, a grand formation enveloped the entire expanse of the secret realm, its complex runes shimmering with an eerie blood-red hue that was utterly captivating. As the formation manifested, a wave of weakness washed over all present. What is happening? I suddenly feel drained of strength, and I cannot summon my internal energy. Me too. What kind of formation is this? It can affect all of us simultaneously? This is bad. I feel my cultivation dissipating. The crowd experienced an overwhelming loss of vitality, collapsing to the ground in disarray. Even Li Xiaobai was not exempt. At that moment, he felt as though he lacked the strength to lift his sword. Moreover, the decline of his internal cultivation left his countenance drastically altered. The formation above was siphoning his power. What kind of forbidden demonic array was this? As the crowd lay prostrate, Jiuyou erupted into laughter. This is the supreme formation of my demon clan, the Blood Plague formation, created by the demon lord of the Blood Abyss. Anyone trapped within this array, unless they possess the bloodline of the demon clan, will find their internal energy rendered completely inert, and their cultivation will continuously diminish until they are reduced to mere mortals. The complete formation is so powerful that even celestial beings can be influenced by it. You are but mere insects in the grand scheme of things. Jiuyou appeared to be in high spirits as he elaborated for everyone. Zhang Xuan could comprehend his exuberance. Akin to a gamer taunting an opponent whose last stronghold has been reduced to mere crystals. Yet, gazing up at the celestial formation, Zhang Xuan's expression was one of profound peculiarity, for this was his own array. Upon hearing Jiuyou's words, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. While most were unfamiliar with the Blood Prison Demon Lord, they grasped the implications of the Blood Plague formation. How could they withstand a formation capable of affecting even the celestial beings? Especially now, when their magical powers were rendered ineffective and their cultivation was in a state of continuous decline, they were utterly reduced to mere flesh on the butcher's block. The expressions of the disciples from various sects were bleak. Was their doom truly upon them? How audacious of the demon clan to wreak havoc in our southern wilderness. Do they seek to make enemies of all our sects? Fear not, for our southern wilderness sects have always maintained a presence outside. Surely, they have already noticed the anomalies in the secret realm and will soon send elders to our rescue. Indeed, I advise you to release us promptly. When our elders arrive, you shall face the consequences. The disciples of the major sects attempted to reassure the crowd, displaying a semblance of the demeanor befitting their prestigious lineages, with some even threatening Jiuyou. However, Li Xiaobai, who knew the infamous name of the Blood Prison Demon Lord, was far less optimistic. This entity rivaled the likes of the Sword Sovereign of Tsangming. Could the practitioners of the southern wilderness truly breach such a formidable array? Moreover, it was apparent that Jiuyou alone could not have orchestrated such a grand formation. There were likely powerful allies lurking behind him. Indeed, as if to confirm his thoughts, a formidable aura soon enveloped the surroundings. Powerful beings from the demon clan, including the likes of Tan Lang, made their appearance. We have come to serve you, young master. Tan Lang and his companions presented garments to Jiuyou, who changed out of his wild attire and donned a striking ensemble of black, exuding an air of arrogance. The aura of the tribulation transcending beings among Tan Lang and the others was unabashedly apparent. The space within the secret realm had long been solidified by the Blood Plague formation, allowing them to act at will. Li Xiaobai's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. It was over. Gui Weifeng also felt a chill run through him and hastily inquired, "Brother Zhang, what shall we do now?" Yet, when he turned to look at Zhang Xuan, he was taken aback. "Brother Zhang, how come you are unscathed?" He observed that everyone else had succumbed to the influence of the Blood Plague formation, lying prostrate on the ground, while Zhang Xuan stood there as if untouched. What on earth was happening? Chapter 51. Is the young master of the Qingyun Sect a member of the demon clan? Then I shall annihilate the Qingyun Sect. The crowd turned their gazes towards Zhang Xuan, all filled with confusion. Why was it that while everyone else was affected by the Blood Plague formation, Zhang Xuan remained unscathed? At that moment, Zhang Xuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, unsure of how to explain himself. Surely, he could not divulge that he was the Blood Prison Demon Lord, who had intentionally left a loophole in the very formation he had created, thereby rendering himself immune to its effects. In the sky, Jiuyou and others also looked at Zhang Xuan, their expressions laced with uncertainty. How could this be possible? The greedy wolf was somewhat incredulous. The blood plague formation could not possibly be flawed. Something was amiss with this boy. Jiuyou narrowed his eyes. The grand formation created by the blood prison demon lord was undoubtedly flawless, and since all the cultivators present, apart from Zhang Xuan, were affected, it could only mean that something was indeed wrong with him. Oh dear, what has happened to my spiritual power, my cultivation? Suddenly, Zhang Xuan collapsed to the ground, wailing dramatically, his expression exceedingly exaggerated. The faces of the crowd darkened. Was his performance not a tad too theatrical? Zhang Xuan had no choice. Initially, he had not realized that the phenomenon above was the blood plague formation, and it was also due to the sudden activation of Jiuyou's formation that he had been caught off guard. Now that he had been discovered, he could only feign distress. Stop pretending. Do you think we are blind? Jiuyou's forehead was lined with irritation as he abruptly raised his hand to strike Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened as he swiftly dodged the incoming attack. No. Can't you all just pretend that I was affected too? Everyone else is lying down, and here I am standing. It's quite isolating. Jiuyou snorted coldly. It seems you harbor quite a few secrets. In the next moment, the greedy wolf and others swiftly surrounded Zhang Xuan, with a tribulation transcender at the helm. Along with several great ascension cultivators, their assembly was indeed formidable, more than sufficient to deal with a mere golden core cultivator. I am but an ordinary cultivator. What secrets could I possibly possess? Zhang Xuan replied with an awkward smile. Jiuyou was unconvinced, observing how Zhang Xuan appeared completely unaffected by the blood plague formation. And suddenly, realization dawned upon him. I understand now. Zhang Xuan's heart sank. What had this fellow figured out? The blood plague formation dictated that anyone within its confines, unless possessing the bloodline of the demon clan, would inevitably be influenced by the formation. Since you remain unscathed, there exists but one possibility. Jiuyou's eyes gleamed as he spoke. You too are one of my kind. At this declaration, the disciples of various sects lying on the ground erupted in an uproar. The young master of the Qingyun Sect is of the demon clan? I suspected as much. This fellow's methods were so foul that an ordinary cultivator could never have executed them. He must be of the demon clan. How splendid. If the young master of the Qingyun Sect is indeed a demon, then the Qingyun Sect is likely in collusion with the demon clan. I never expected that our southern wilderness was harboring such a fiend. I had long since something was amiss with Zhang Xuan. Once we emerge from here, everyone must ensure that the entire southern wilderness learns of the Qingyun Sect's true nature. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation in that moment. They felt they had found a breakthrough against the humiliation they had previously endured at Zhang Xuan's hands. A legitimate reason for revenge, especially one that could potentially overturn the results of the sect competition. However, it is primarily the disciples of the large sects who speak out. There are few cultivators from the smaller sects who dare to attack Zhang Xuan, as he has yet to fulfill his promise regarding the upcoming sect competition. Yet now that Jiuyou and his companions have taken control of the entire secret realm, everyone's lives are at the mercy of their adversaries. It is likely that these individuals will soon react and call for Zhang Xuan's downfall. Zhang Xuan is not surprised by this situation. It is quite normal for one to suffer backlash when using special means to control others. He even feels a sense of relief, grateful that Jiuyou's assumptions are not bold enough. Otherwise, the system might have alerted him to his exposure. Zhang Xuan, Jiuyou speaks again. Since you are also one of our demon clan, now that your identity is revealed, it would be better for you to return to the demon clan with me. I shall be frank. I am the demon prince, and my original intention for coming to the Tai realm was to seize the chaos Wuji sword body from you. However, I now perceive that you are of greater importance. Follow me, and in the future, should I ascend to power within the demon clan, you will undoubtedly reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan raises an eyebrow. So, this fellow came to the southern border for the Chaos Wuji sword body. Initially, he thought the other was merely a prodigy from the demon clan on an excursion. As for the identity of the demon prince, he is not surprised. He had suspected the other's extraordinary bloodline from the very beginning. However, the notion that the other wishes to take him as a subordinate. Does he think highly of himself? I must decline, Zhang Xuan states calmly. Hold. The atmosphere suddenly shifts as Tanlang and the others release their imposing presence, preparing to subdue Zhang Xuan. They are aware of the humiliation the demon prince suffered at Zhang Xuan's hands. Now that the prince not only bears no grudge but also seeks to recruit him, how dare he refuse? Jiuyou, however, raises his hand to halt Tanlang and the others' actions, continuing to persuade Zhang Xuan with kind words. May I inquire about your reasons for refusal? Ha! Zhang Xuan scoffs. Do you wish to be my elder brother? No one in this world possesses that qualification. I am a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, a legitimate human being. I was born a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, and I shall die as a ghost of the Qingyun Sect. There is no way I will return to the demon clan. What a jest! How could he possibly fulfill his life's mission if he were to join the demon clan? The crowd is unaware of Zhang Xuan's thoughts, yet his words evoke a strong emotional response. This young man possesses such backbone. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect are also moved. Witnessing their young master stand fearless in the face of a tribulation-level threat, steadfastly identifying himself as a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. He is indeed a paragon of the sect's spirit. Tan Lang and the others, however, wear grim expressions, thinking that this fellow is utterly oblivious. Demon Prince, allow us to take care of this young man. We will ensure he submits, Tan Lang respectfully suggests. Yet Jiuyou shakes his head once more and speaks again. Zhang Xuan, I acknowledge your talent, strength, and cunning. I understand your reluctance to submit to others. However, what the Qingyun Sect can offer you, I can provide as well. What the Qingyun Sect cannot offer, I can also grant you. Would you reconsider? Zhang Xuan resolutely declines. I will never leave the Qingyun Sect. Jiuyou's expression darkens. He was reluctant to employ harsh measures against Zhang Xuan, for the strong possess their own pride. Forcibly subjugating him might yield a worthless individual instead. Once the spirit of a strong person is shattered, they become utterly incapacitated. However, Zhang Xuan's blatant disregard for the situation was beginning to test Jiuyou's patience. Do you truly grasp the gravity of your circumstances? He inquired. Do you genuinely believe that I am powerless against you? Zhang Xuan, displaying a defiant demeanor, retorted with a cold smirk. Feel free to unleash your abilities. If I so much as furrow my brow, I cease to be your brother Xuan. Observing Zhang Xuan's resolute defiance, Jiuyou sneered. Very well, then I shall obliterate the Qingyun Sect. When the Qingyun Sect is no more, I shall see how you continue to claim the title of a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect felt a sudden tightening in their chests. Could this demon truly possess such formidable power? Yet, with a transcendence expert guarding him, and being a scion of the demon clan, it was not outside the realm of possibility. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect were filled with trepidation. Chapter 52. Has Zhang Xuan lost his courage? Brother, allow me to eliminate them. Are you jesting? Zhang Xuan scoffed. Do you possess the strength to annihilate the Qingyun Sect? Believe it or not, my master could eradicate you in an instant. The demon clan wouldn't dare to utter a sound. He remained unfazed by the opponent's threats. For as the demon's son, Jiuyou could not possibly be ignorant of Yun Yao's circumstances. Even the formidable tribulation experts of the demon clan showed utmost deference to Jiuyou. However, he was merely one of the demon's sons and lacked the authority to contend with an exceptionally powerful immortal. Should the adversary truly possess such capability, he would eagerly welcome their assault on the Qingyun Sect, thus allowing him to fulfill his mission. Having seen through the threat, Jiuyou's expression darkened. He indeed knew Yun Yao's true identity, but was taken aback that Zhang Xuan seemed equally informed. This fellow was no ordinary character. Noticing Jiuyou's silence, Zhang Xuan began to revel in his confidence. I advise you to release us promptly. Otherwise, if my master learns of the situation here, you shall face dire consequences. The expressions of Tan Lang and the others grew somewhat abnormal, yet Jiuyou maintained his composure. Do you believe we did not investigate prior to our arrival? The Qingyun Sword Immortal is currently absent from the southern wilderness. Your intimidation holds no weight. This time, Zhang Xuan's countenance stiffened. He had not anticipated that the opponent was aware of Xiao Yao's absence. Even he himself was uncertain of her whereabouts, indicating that the adversary had indeed made thorough preparations. However, Jiuyou was not as composed as he appeared. They had confirmed that Yun Yao was not in the southern wilderness, yet her current location remained unknown to them. The traces of an immortal were not something they could track. Their initial cautiousness, even establishing the blood plague great formation, was to avoid revealing their whereabouts and triggering unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. Seeing that Zhang Xuan was impervious to both threats and persuasion, Jiuyou lost his patience. Since you are unwilling to follow me, so be it. A hint of regret flickered across Jiuyou's visage before he continued. However, a person like you, if allowed to live, would only bring trouble to my demon clan. As the demon's son, I cannot permit your existence among the human race. Tan Lang, eliminate him. Without hesitation, Tan Lang prepared to strike. Unleashing the terrifying might of his tribulation, a force beyond the capacity of a golden core cultivator to withstand. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened in shock. What a fanatic. To destroy what he cannot possess? Though he had no fear of death, for he could reincarnate with the system, if he were to perish now, his mission would undoubtedly fail. Do not act. Zhang Xuan raised both hands, suddenly shifting his demeanor. I surrender. I am willing to be your subordinate. This declaration left everyone else utterly bewildered. Wait, weren't you just brimming with righteous indignation? Have you truly lost your nerve? The disciples of the major sects erupted in scorn. Qingyun Sect's young master, a lackey of the demon clan, I hold you in contempt. Indeed, you put on quite the act. If you have the capability, stand your ground. What a farce. I had thought you were a true martyr. The Qingyun Sect disciples also bore grim expressions, yet they expressed understanding. In the face of a life-threatening ordeal, how many could uphold their sense of justice? One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Zhang Xuan paid no heed to those ruffians. A group of youngsters who understood nothing. He was merely biding his time. Surrounded by formidable adversaries, he lacked the confidence to break free. So he opted to placate them for the moment, devising a plan for the future. Jiuyou, caught off guard by Zhang Xuan's sudden capitulation, momentarily faltered. Do you truly wish to follow me? Zhang Xuan, with a swift change of demeanor, replied with a smile, of course. I have only just come to the realization that it is better to endure life than to seek a noble death. You claim to be the scion of the demonic clan, with such a prestigious identity. Surely, aligning with you would be prudent. However, we did agree that you would grant me power and status. Hearing this, the disciples of various sects grew even more infuriated. What a petty man. Just look at his face. Damn it. I almost believed this guy had some integrity. How blind I was. They spat in outrage. A shameless scoundrel. I spit on you. Their fervent curses were not born from any deep-seated enmity, but rather from the opportunity to retaliate against Zhang Xuan, who had previously bullied them. Zhang Xuan retorted earnestly. You know nothing. A wise bird chooses its perch. What is the Qingyun Sect compared to the demonic clan? I am off to enjoy the luxuries of the demonic realm. I see nothing but jealousy in your eyes. As Zhang Xuan dared to speak back, the crowd's vitriol intensified. Unfazed, he welcomed the verbal sparring. For he had never feared a battle of wits. Silence. Jiuyou interjected with a cold snort, and the imposing figures of Tan Lang and his companions surged forward, causing the crowd to fall silent. Jiuyou turned his gaze to Zhang Xuan, a smile gracing his face. What a splendid choice. Rest assured, I shall grant you everything I promised. In the future, as I reign supreme in the demonic realm, you shall stand as my right hand, second only to me. Zhang Xuan felt as though he had struck gold, his countenance gleaming with flattery. Brother, you may simply call me Xiao Zhang from now on. From this day forth. Should you direct me east, I shall not venture west. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. While Jiuyou found some comfort in these declarations, he frowned slightly at Zhang Xuan's vow, which invoked the notion of inner demons. This fellow seemed rather fond of swearing by his heart's demons. However, no cultivator would jest about such matters, so he dismissed the thought. Very well, Tan Lang. Jiuyou commanded, turning to his companions. Prepare the teleportation array. We shall return to the demonic realm. Tan Lang nodded in agreement but queried, Master, what about these people? Jiuyou's gaze hardened as he surveyed the disciples below. Our emergence in the southern wilderness must remain a secret. Thus, not a single one shall be spared. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the various sect disciples shifted dramatically. No, my lord. I too wish to submit to you. I wish to join the demonic clan. I implore you, spare my life. Damn Zhang Xuan. A dog of the demonic clan deserves no mercy. Many pleaded for clemency, while others intensified their curses against Zhang Xuan, as if fearing that death would prevent them from expressing their disdain. Jiuyou paid no mind to their cries, and Tan Lang prepared to take action. The demonic clan was known for its decisive and ruthless methods. Seeing this, Zhang Xuan quickly interjected, Brother, why not allow me to handle them? You need not worry. I will leave no trace. After all, having just joined, it is only fitting that I secure my place with a show of loyalty, is it not? The group, including Tan Lang, raised their eyebrows in surprise. This young man adapted to his role with remarkable swiftness. Yet, they all harbored an unsettling instinct that he was not a man of virtue. Jiuyou cast a glance at Zhang Xuan, taken aback, and declared, All right. The task is entrusted to you. Zhang Xuan responded with a smile. Rest assured, I shall accomplish the mission. He then strode towards the disciples of various sections. Jiuyou narrowed his eyes and turned to Tan Lang, instructing, Keep a discreet watch. We cannot afford any unforeseen circumstances. Tan Lang nodded in agreement and subtly left a trace of spiritual awareness on Zhang Xuan. Of course, Jiuyou did not genuinely place his trust in Zhang Xuan. However, if Zhang Xuan were to handle these individuals, they would have no reason to remain in the southern wilderness and would be compelled to accompany him back to the demon clan. As for any potential resistance from these individuals, without the ability to wield their magical powers, eliminating them would be as effortless as squashing ants. Thus, Jiuyou felt no apprehension regarding any unexpected events. Zhang Xuan, aware of the additional trace of spiritual awareness upon him, chose to ignore it. Approaching the assembly, he was met with the tearful gazes of the disciples from various sections. "Scoundrel, if you have the audacity, in my life," one cried. "President, I am a member of the Radiant Society. I do not wish to die. May I accompany you back to the Demon Clan?" Another pleaded. "Zhang Xuan, can you spare me? I once carried your sedan chair." Chapter 53. Can Zhang Xuan break the formation? What a useless ally. In the face of life and death, the reactions of the crowd were starkly divergent. Some pleaded for mercy, others hurled curses, while some wore expressions of utter despair. Zhang Xuan cast his gaze towards the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, where Yun Yaohong was also present. Among them, some were likewise begging for clemency, while others vehemently denounced Zhang Xuan as a traitor. Yet, he paid them no heed. He focused instead on one particular cultivator who was vociferously cursing, dragging him out of the throng. "Are you enjoying your tirade?" Zhang Xuan exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to the man. This individual was a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, known for his fiery temperament. However, he was utterly powerless in Zhang Xuan's grasp, and blood spilled from his mouth as a result of the blow. "Curse me all you want. If you have the guts, just kill me. Haven't you eaten?" The Qingyun disciple continued to curse. Zhang Xuan, undeterred, escalated his aggression, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man flying into the distance, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing Zhang Xuan's brutal methods, the cacophony of curses from the crowd diminished significantly. "If you relish your insults, then keep at it," Zhang Xuan sneered. "In due time, I shall eradicate all of you. How dare a swarm of ants insult me? Watch as I bring about your demise." While he spoke, he discreetly transmitted a message to Li Xiaobai and Yun Yaohong. "Soon, the blood plague formation will falter. At that moment, you may utilize your cultivation to swiftly lead everyone to safety. Shatter the teleportation jade slips to exit the secret realm." Li Xiaobai and Yun Yaohong, who had been lying among the crowd, were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. The blood plague formation will encounter issues? What does that mean? Can Zhang Xuan truly break the formation? Zhang Xuan offered no further explanation. Did he really intend to close the formation through a hidden loophole he had left behind? Noticing their intense reactions, he quickly cautioned, "Be careful. Do not attract attention. There are watchful eyes on us." Li Xiaobai and Yun Yaohong glanced toward the likes of Tianlang and others, noticing that although those formidable beings were engaged in setting up a large-scale teleportation array, they were casting glances in their direction. The figure known as Jiuyou was fixated on Zhang Xuan. The two quickly composed themselves, lowering their heads, yet still inquired through their thoughts, "Brother Zhang, you truly are not of the demon race." "Damn it, the Qingyun Sect has conducted background checks. Do you still not know my identity?" Zhang Xuan replied. "What does it mean that the blood plague formation will encounter issues? Why ask so many questions? Just ensure everyone escapes swiftly." "Understood, but how do we inform the others?" "That is your dilemma. I shall gather you all together shortly and create an opportunity for you to flee. The rest is up to you to figure out." The three communicated frantically through thought, while Zhang Xuan maintained an outward demeanor of fury towards the crowd. He did not aspire to be a savior, yet he wished to prevent the Qingyun Sect from becoming the target of public ire due to the deaths of these individuals. While he entertained thoughts of others attacking the Qingyun Sect, it could not be a sacrificial pawn in any sense. The sect held special significance for both him and Xiaoyao. Thus, even at the risk of revealing his identity, some actions were necessary. Zhang Xuan kicked the disciple of a major sect who stood before him. "Stand up, all of you. Gather together and lie down in a heap. Soon enough, we shall all perish together. With over 20,000 individuals, how long must we continue this slaughter?" Zhang Xuan cursed vehemently, and the cultivator he had kicked shot him a glare. "I lack the strength to rise. How can I stand?" Smack. Zhang Xuan delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are speaking to? If you wish to die now, I can certainly oblige." With that, he seized the man's neck and hurled him into the distant crowd. The others fell silent, and the cultivators on the outskirts, under Zhang Xuan's urging, had no choice but to struggle to their feet and gather together, all casting fierce glares at him. At this moment, Jiuyou approached Zhang Xuan. "What is happening here?" Zhang Xuan looked at Jiuyou with a feigned humility, explaining, "Brother, there are too many of them. It would be too laborious to kill them one by one. I propose we have them cluster together so that with a single divine ability, they can all be obliterated." It would be akin to a grand fireworks display, truly magnificent. Upon hearing this, the faces of the various sect cultivators turned pale. What manner of demon is this? Especially given the vivid imagery with which Zhang Xuan spoke. It was entirely possible he had indeed committed such atrocities before. Jiuyou regarded Zhang Xuan with surprise. This lad truly possesses the makings of a fiend from the demonic path. Very well, expedite the process and avoid any unforeseen complications, Jiuyou advised, stepping aside to observe. Zhang Xuan patted his chest in assurance. Rest easy, brother. I shall provide you with a grand spectacle shortly. Turning to the assembled crowd, he noticed their accusatory stares and cursed once more. What are you all staring at? Dare to glare at me again, and I shall have your eyes. The crowd hastily lowered their gazes, fearing he might indeed follow through on his threat. However, shortly thereafter, many cultivators received a transmission, informing them that the great formation above would soon experience a malfunction, allowing them to utilize their powers. This message came from Li Xiaobai and Guyu Fangzheng, leaving no room for doubt regarding its reliability. After all, one hailed from the sacred land of the boundless realm, and the other was a scion of the longevity clan. Surely they had means of contacting the outside world. Could it be that aid was on its way to breach the formation? Joy surged within the crowd as they readied themselves for a potential escape, creating an unexpectedly tranquil atmosphere. Jiuyou observed this scene with a nod of approval. Zhang Xuan indeed possessed a remarkable talent. Merely by executing a show of force, he managed to instill a sense of compliance among all, compelling them to await their fates obediently. As Zhang Xuan noted that everyone had congregated, seemingly in agreement, he glanced towards the distant figures of the Tanlang and others, who were still engaged in setting up a large-scale teleportation array, clearly indicating that establishing a cross-boundary teleportation formation was no simple feat. Turning back to Jiuyou, he announced, "Brother, it is nearly time. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." With that, Zhang Xuan soared into the air, his sword aura radiating outward, enveloping all present in an overwhelming surge of supreme sword intent. Jiuyou raised an eyebrow. Aside from their initial encounter, he had yet to witness Zhang Xuan's capabilities firsthand, and he was uncertain just how formidable the young man truly was. At this moment, observing Zhang Xuan's commanding display, it was evident that he was not merely equal to Jiuyou, but perhaps even superior. Truly, he is the heir of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign. One can hardly fathom the might of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign in his prime. Similar thoughts emerged in the hearts of the likes of Tanlang, who were drawn by the commotion caused by Zhang Xuan's actions. At this moment, witnessing the magnificent sword energy enveloping the heavens, they felt as though they had transcended time and space, catching a glimpse of the figure of the legendary Zhangming Sword Sovereign from years past. Jiuyou's heart soared with aspiration. Invigorated by such extraordinary talent, is he not bound to follow in my footsteps? The blood-prisoned demon lord and the Zhangming Sword Sovereign, these unparalleled figures chronicled in the annals of immortals, he shall ultimately reach that pinnacle. The disciples of various sects lying on the ground were equally struck with awe upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's might. Li Xiaobai and Guyu Yaohong refrained from disclosing that the information had come from Zhang Xuan, leading them to believe that he was genuinely about to take lives. Such formidable power rivaled, if not surpassed, the unparalleled strike exhibited by Li Xiaobai, prompting the thought that Zhang Xuan might truly seek to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. Why had those outside not yet begun to break the formation? The cultivators of the various sects screamed in despair. Li Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the sword-wielding figure in the sky. Is this truly the heir of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign? Such supreme sword intent, I am utterly inferior. The moment the sword intent manifested, Li Xiaobai realized he was no match for Zhang Xuan. In the realm of the great Tao, others had already attained sword intent, while he merely possessed a clear heart. How could he compete? Unbeknownst to the crowd, Zhang Xuan noticed all eyes drawn toward him and called out to Jiuyou with a hearty laugh, "Elder brother, prepare to receive my strike." He gripped his sword hilt, refusing to unsheath it, and abruptly swung toward Jiuyou, who stood nearby. This strike, infused with boundless sword energy and overwhelming sword intent, directly enveloped Jiuyou. Simultaneously, he utilized the hidden passage he had left in the blood-plague great formation to disable it entirely. Boldness. The faces of Tanlang and his companions paled in an instant. Taken aback that Zhang Xuan had chosen to strike against the demon prince, they rushed towards Jiuyou in haste. The cultivators on the ground stood dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was Zhang Xuan attacking Jiuyou? Seeing the crowd frozen in place, Zhang Xuan erupted in exasperation. What the hell are you all dawdling for? Run. He had not anticipated that he would create such an excellent opportunity for escape, only to find this group of fools in a stupor, including Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefang. What a bunch of incompetent allies. Chapter 54. This child must not be allowed to live. I still possess one last sword. Are you, great cultivators, bold enough to receive it? Flee. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the crimson array in the sky had dimmed significantly. Was the external world dismantling the formation? Could it be that Zhang Xuan's recent actions were merely a ploy to buy them time and create an opportunity for escape? Spiritual power can now be mobilized. Someone exclaimed in sudden delight. At last, the crowd regained their senses, transforming into a kaleidoscope of brilliant light as they hurriedly retreated into the distance. There was no choice. Zhang Xuan's previous display had been utterly mesmerizing, capturing their complete attention. Zhang Xuan was at a loss for words. What kind of dim-witted individuals were these? He quickly regrouped with Gu Yuefang and the others from the Qingyun Sect. Upon his return, many disciples of the Qingyun Sect wore expressions of deep shame. Young master, we are truly sorry. We misjudged you earlier. Young master. Seeing that some still had the leisure to apologize, Zhang Xuan bellowed, save the apologies for later. We must flee at once. With that, he took the lead, soaring into the distance, followed closely by Gu Yuefang and the others. Regrettably, although Zhang Xuan's previous sword strike had been spectacular, it was of little consequence to those of the tribulation realm. Zhang Xuan. A furious roar echoed from the location of Jiuyou, who was drenched in blood and severely wounded, his face twisted in rage. Though the likes of Tan Lang had rushed to his aid, they had arrived just a moment too late. The might of Zhang Xuan's sword had not been entirely thwarted, leaving him on the brink of death. Yet, this sensation of being on the precipice of demise was not what incensed him the most. It was Zhang Xuan's mockery that truly fueled his anger. Devil spawn. Are you unscathed? Jiuyou glared at Tan Lang. Does this look like I am unscathed? Capture Zhang Xuan for me. Since he refuses to submit, he must be eliminated. Tan Lang and the others nodded, preparing to pursue, when suddenly their expressions shifted dramatically. This is bad. It appears the blood plague array has been deactivated. What is happening? What? Jiuyou nearly thought he misheard, quickly glancing toward the sky. Indeed, the array's brilliance had notably dimmed. How could this be? The blood plague array was a formidable construct devised by the blood prison demon lord, capable of withstanding even the influence of celestial beings. They had done nothing. So why would the array deactivate? Could it be Zhang Xuan? Jiuyou was startled by his own thoughts, yet he could not help but ponder further. The timing of their adversary's attack was impeccable. Under the shroud of the blood plague array, the various sect cultivators had been unable to communicate with the outside world, and Zhang Xuan surely could not have reached out either. Moreover, with no celestial beings among the cultivators of the southern wilderness, it was inconceivable that they could affect the array from outside. Thus, it could only be Zhang Xuan. But how had he achieved this? This is dire. The space is collapsing. This realm is on the verge of shattering. As Jiuyou's mind raced, Tan Lang's expression shifted once more as he spoke. Without the suppression of the blood plague array, the emergence of the tribulation realm cultivators indeed caused the surrounding space to shatter violently. If the space were to collapse entirely, Tan Lang and the other powerful beings might have a chance of survival, yet they would undoubtedly be unable to protect Jiuyou. Without hesitation, the greedy wolf unleashed the aura of tribulation, swiftly stabilizing the surrounding space, and commanded the others. The situation has changed. Quickly prepare the teleportation array to escort the demon prince away. Yet, Jiuyou's countenance darkened as he gazed at Zhang Xuan and the others, who were nearly escaping to the horizon, gritting his teeth and declaring, "No, we must eliminate Zhang Xuan. We have already offended him gravely. Such a character, if left unchecked, will undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, and two powerful beings among them spoke. "Demon Prince, you remain here. We shall take care of Zhang Xuan." "No, I shall accompany you. I want to witness his demise with my own eyes." Jiuyou clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in fury. The guardians furrowed their brows, clearly aware of Zhang Xuan's profound influence on Jiuyou. If the demon prince did not witness that young man's death, he might become a lingering psychological burden, affecting his future cultivation. Thus, the two mighty elders nodded and, with the injured Jiuyou in tow, hastened towards Zhang Xuan and his companions, while the greedy wolf and the others remained to secure the space and finalize the teleportation array. "This is bad. They are on our tail." Guyu Fangzheng suddenly spoke as the Qingyun Sect members were fleeing at great speed. Zhang Xuan turned to look behind him and saw the secret realm's space violently fracturing, with Jiuyou and others rapidly closing in. If this continued, they would soon catch up. Zhang Xuan sighed. His cultivation level was indeed too low. Although he had unleashed his sword intent and wielded his sword energy to devastating effect, sufficient to slay a nascent soul cultivator, the disparity against tribulation-level beings was still too great. However, the silver lining was that the blood plague formation had collapsed, causing the space to begin to collapse as well. The greedy wolf and his allies could not launch a full-scale attack, evidently preparing an escape route. The grim news, however, was that the collapsing space hindered their ability to promptly shatter the teleportation jade slip to exit the secret realm. Otherwise, they risked being swept into chaotic spatial currents. Additionally, two mighty beings were closing in behind them, powerful enough to obliterate them all. You all go ahead. I will hold them off. Zhang Xuan suddenly halted. Zhang, you must be jesting. Those are two tribulation-level powerhouses. We must leave quickly. We can shatter the jade slip and escape the secret realm. Guyu Fangzheng urged. Despite Zhang Xuan's strength, he could not possibly withstand two tribulation-level cultivators. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect chimed in. Young master, Elder Wang instructed us to protect you with all our might before entering the secret realm, so you must leave first. Indeed, young master, you are the hope for the resurgence of the Qingyun Sect. We may perish, but you cannot. Young master, please go. We will do everything in our power to delay them, even if it costs us our lives. In that moment, every disciple of the Qingyun Sect chose to stay behind. Even those who had previously scorned Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan was deeply moved. Truly, the cohesion of the sect established by Xiaoyao is formidable. Nonetheless, he scolded. Do not engage in such emotional theatrics with me. Jiuyou aims to subdue me. I am not so easily vanquished. If you remain, it is a certain path to death. Get out of here, all of you. None of you will escape. However, Jiuyou and his companions had already caught up. Jiuyou glared at Zhang Xuan with a fierce intensity, as if he intended to devour him whole. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened, and he positioned Guyu and Fangzheng behind him, coldly commanding, Leave. I have a way to survive. Your presence here will only be a burden to me. The disciples of Qingyun Sect looked troubled at his words, while Guyu and Fangzheng exchanged a deep glance. Brother Zhang, do you truly mean this? Have I ever deceived you? Very well, let us retreat. Guyu finally cast aside his hesitation and soared into the distance with all his might. The disciples of Qingyun Sect hesitated momentarily, but after Zhang Xuan shouted once more for them to flee, they reluctantly followed suit, determined to escape the secret realm and seek aid from the powerful outsiders for their young master. In the distance, numerous disciples from other sects witnessed Zhang Xuan's audacious choice to remain behind and confront Jiuyou and his entourage. Their faces were filled with admiration, though their feet did not falter in their flight. Nevertheless, his solitary figure remained etched in their minds. Want to escape? A powerful being beside Jiuyou coldly scoffed, preparing to strike at the fleeing disciples. Yet Zhang Xuan moved faster, launching a sword strike toward him. What audacity! The powerful being sneered, shattering Zhang Xuan's sword light with a palm, only to find his own hand marked by a wound. He had been injured by a mere golden core cultivator. Was this the prowess of a prodigy wielding sword intent? Truly, the inheritor of the Zhangming sword sovereign's legacy was formidable. The demonic child was right. If allowed to grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. The powerful being glared at Zhang Xuan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This child must not be allowed to live. Yet Zhang Xuan paid him no mind, dismissing the weakling who had barely reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. If he had been a few realms higher, he would have already cleaved him in two. Instead, he focused on Jiuyou, contemplating how to buy himself more time. Kill him. But Jiuyou had no desire for idle chatter. He directly commanded his protectors, and two Great Ascension experts swiftly surrounded Zhang Xuan, one in front and the other behind. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened in shock. Wait, you think you can just turn the tables and walk away? He hastily raised one hand and spoke, while his other hand cautiously gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to draw his celestial blade. I have one more strike. Do you Great Ascension cultivators dare to receive it? Chapter 55. Beware of the unsheathing. Have we been deceived again? Zhang Xuan's supreme sword intent erupted once more. A magnificent sword aura sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The pressure emanating from his Tao realm even caused two great masters to feel a hint of unease. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, It was the sword in Zhang Xuan's hand that commanded their attention. Jiuyou and the others fixated on the sword. Marred with cracks, in Zhang Xuan's grasp, their eyes filled with uncertainty. They had previously noted the sword, but dismissed it as merely a damaged magical weapon. However, at this moment, the aura emanating from it sent a shiver down their spines. This was no ordinary artifact. It surpassed even the finest of magical weapons. One of the great masters narrowed his eyes, involuntarily retreating a step. Magical weapons are classified into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, with the highest tier being the supreme grade, and beyond that lies the celestial artifact. How could a golden core cultivator possibly possess a celestial artifact, let alone wield it? Jiuyou and the others were incredulous. After all, upper-grade magical weapons were already exceedingly rare, typically wielded by great masters of the Tao. Supreme-grade artifacts could only be refined by those who had transcended the tribulation, thereby earning the right to use them. As for celestial artifacts, even the likes of Jiuyou, the demonic progeny, had no opportunity to behold them, for they belonged to the realm of immortals, crafted only by those who comprehended the profundities of the Tao, and even most immortals were unqualified to forge them. Yet, the sword in Zhang Xuan's hand exuded an aura that evidently transcended the supreme grade. It could only be a celestial artifact. The might of such an artifact was beyond their comprehension, and they now stood before an immense threat. I wield my sword towards the heavens, boldly facing the trials of existence. Do you dare to receive this sword? Zhang Xuan stood poised, his feet suspended in the void, gripping the hilt as if ready to unsheath at any moment. The celestial aura surged skyward, distorting the blood plague formation above. In that moment, he resembled a resplendent sun hung in the firmament, and the expressions of Jiuyou and the others grew exceedingly grave. Could it truly be a celestial artifact? In the distance, disciples from various sects were hastily fleeing, attempting to evade the effects of the collapsing space. As the aura of the celestial sword permeated the air, a wave of trepidation washed over them all. It felt as though the very fabric of this realm trembled, with the Tao itself recoiling in reverence. What was happening? Many cultivators halted, their expressions tense as they peered back. Some sword cultivators felt their own swords trembling, as if resonating with the aura of their ancestors. Li Xiaobai was equally astounded, desperately suppressing his own sword, before turning to glance behind him. What he beheld would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Zhang Xuan, wielding the celestial sword, stood against the heavens, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon the 2 great masters. A celestial sword? Li Xiaobai could scarcely believe it. Zhang Xuan possessed such a trump card. It is essential to note that wielding a celestial artifact requires not only the requisite realm and power, but also a profound resonance with the artifact itself, as each celestial artifact corresponds to a specific aspect of the Tao. Just how formidable must Zhang Xuan's swordsmanship be to command such a celestial sword? Yu Fengzhang also witnessed this scene, his eyes gleaming with intensity, his heart racing with excitement. Zhang Xuan astonishingly managed to restrain 2 formidable great ascension experts. He could indeed wield a celestial sword. He recognized the artifact, and it was utterly unexpected that the seemingly unremarkable object he held was, in fact, a celestial sword. However, Gu Weifang did not feel overly exhilarated, for Zhang Xuan's ability to activate the celestial sword did not imply he could unleash its full might. His cultivation level was still too low. Consequently, he turned to the equally astonished disciples of Qingyun Sect and urged, "Hurry. We must not squander the opportunity Zhang Xuan has created for us." The disciples of Qingyun Sect quickly regained their senses and accelerated their escape into the distance. Yet their hearts were profoundly shaken. They could not recognize the aura of the celestial artifact. But they understood that Zhang Xuan had indeed accomplished the extraordinary feat of confronting 2 great ascension masters with the power of his golden core. It was nothing short of miraculous. Other cultivators from various sects were equally astounded, regardless of any past grievances or resentments they may have harbored against Zhang Xuan. At that moment, all animosities dissipated, for Zhang Xuan had single-handedly obstructed the great ascension experts capable of annihilating them all, thus saving their lives. In their excitement, they cheered for their leader, yet the urgency to escape remained paramount. With the emergence of the celestial artifact's aura, the collapse of the secret realm accelerated. Meanwhile, at the location of the greedy wolves and their companions, they too sensed the aura of the celestial artifact and glimpsed Zhang Xuan's figure in the distance. Alongside their astonishment, they could not help but curse vehemently. The spatial collapse was hastening. They needed to reinforce the space. The teleportation array was also affected. They had to stabilize it quickly. Where on earth did this celestial artifact come from? How could this young man possibly activate such a weapon? The greedy wolves and their comrades, stripped of their former dignity, were drenched in cold sweat. The emergence of the celestial aura meant that the chaotic currents resulting from the realm's destruction would be far more perilous, leaving their survival in question. They had to arrange the teleportation array to escape this place promptly. Back at the original location, Zhang Xuan remained poised, as if about to draw his sword. The surrounding space shattered violently, yet the fissures dared not approach him. Even the collapsing space was forced to stabilize under the celestial aura's influence. Jiuyou and the others, seeing that Zhang Xuan had yet to draw his sword, seemed to finally grasp the situation. Hold on, he is merely at the golden core stage. Even if he can wield a celestial sword, how much power can he truly unleash? We have all been deceived. We must act swiftly, Jiuyou shouted. The two great ascension masters looked grim, as seasoned experts. They were indeed intimidated by a golden core cultivator. With a cold snort, they prepared to confront the celestial aura. Is that so? Then allow me to see if you can withstand this strike. Zhang Xuan sneered, and, with a low shout, he truly drew the sword, Xiaoxin. In that moment, the world was engulfed by a singular beam of sword light, cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder, as though intending to slice through the very fabric of the secret realm. The terrifying celestial might cause the space to tremble violently, and the great principles of the universe recoiled in fear. The expressions of the two great ascension masters and Jiuyou changed drastically. Could it be that he had genuinely unleashed the power of the celestial sword? This strike was comparable to that of an immortal, rendering them incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. It was over. After the flash of the sword, Jiuyou and the two great ascension venerables remained stunned in their places, while Zhang Xuan had already fled far away. Jiuyou spoke the truth. His current realm indeed prevented him from unleashing the full might of the celestial artifact. Had his sword, exclaimed, been intact, he might have been able to evoke a fraction of its power. Alas, exclaimed was damaged, and it was only through his sword intent that he could barely maintain its form. Although his mastery of the sword path allowed him to channel exclaimed, it merely enabled him to amplify its effects through the resonance of the Tao. Realizing that his opponent had been deceived, he knew he had to make a swift escape. Zhang Xuan, I shall kill you. Jiuyou finally regained his senses, enraged at being outwitted. Zhang Xuan scoffed, recognizing that the youth was still too naive. Even those two great ascension cultivators were somewhat inexperienced in their attempts to compete with him. He accelerated his flight, but the surrounding space was increasingly fracturing, with spatial rifts appearing everywhere. Although he utilized the celestial sword's aura from exclaimed to forcibly stabilize the space ahead, the incompleteness of exclaimed, combined with his movement, meant that this stabilization could not allow him to reach his utmost speed. Behind him, Jiuyou and the others pursued once more. Despite being hindered by the spatial rifts, they were still considerably faster than Zhang Xuan, given their superior cultivation realm. This realization darkened Zhang Xuan's expression. He knew he could not shake them off like this and had to devise another strategy. As he fled, he contemplated his options and then glanced up at the blood-plague grand formation in the sky. Chapter 56. The Will of the People. Is the young master beyond rescue? On the plaza of the Qingyun Sect, a sudden rift in space appeared, from which a group of cultivators clad in primitive garb descended. They were the disciples from various sects who had participated in the grand competition. After successfully escaping the collapsing confines of the secret realm, they crushed their jade slips and emerged. Each face bore the expression of someone who had narrowly escaped calamity, exhaling a long sigh of relief. At last, they were free. The sect leaders and elders, initially anxious after the disappearance of the light barrier, now felt reassured upon seeing their disciples return. It seemed that despite the unforeseen events within the secret realm, as long as their disciples were unharmed, all would be well. Li Yuanzhao hurriedly searched for the figure of Li Xiaobai, and upon spotting him among the Qingyun Sect disciples, he finally relaxed. Had anything happened to Li Xiaobai, he would have been at a loss as to how to explain it to the Wujian sword tomb and the Li family. Li Yuanzhao rushed to Li Xiaobai, presenting him with a premium healing elixir and quietly inquiring about his condition. Elder Wang Defa and the other elders quickly approached the disciples of Qingyun Sect, anxiously asking, "Are you all right? Where's the young master?" Gu Duofeng, appearing distressed, spoke solemnly, "Brother Zhang is still within the secret realm. The secret realm has fallen under the control of the demonic forces. Had it not been for Brother Zhang holding off the demon's powerful beings, we would never have escaped." Now, Brother Zhang is alone in confronting those formidable demons and is surely at a disadvantage. I implore the elders to go rescue him. The mention of demons startled Elder Wang Defa and the others, prompting them to inquire further about the situation. Simultaneously, disciples from each sect reported their experiences within the secret realm to their respective leaders. The expressions of the sect leaders and elders shifted dramatically. It was revealed that the shadowy figure was indeed a demon prince, and that the enemy possessed a tribulation stage protector within the secret realm, even setting up a devastating blood plague array to dominate the entire realm. Zhang Xuan had bravely confronted the demonic forces alone, wielding what appeared to be a celestial artifact. However, no one coveted the celestial artifact in his possession. After all, the ability to harness such an artifact required a resonance with the Great Tao, a rarity within their sections. Thus, the allure of the celestial artifact was not particularly enticing. What astonished everyone was that Zhang Xuan, a mere golden core cultivator, could contend against a great ascension master, an utterly incredible feat. Moreover, the sects expressed their outrage at the demon's audacity. How dare they plot against the prodigies of the Tai realm? Did they seek a full-scale war? The fact that their tribulation stage experts could infiltrate the secret realm and set up arrays suggested a premeditated scheme. This situation must be reported to the Celestial Alliance, ensuring that the demons pay a heavy price. As discussions ensued, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, particularly among the disciples of Qingyun Sect, who were visibly anxious. Elder Wang Defa soared into the sky, arriving at the location where the disciples had just escaped. Channeling his peak harmonization aura, he attempted to tear open the space to re-enter the secret realm. However, the space merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of an opening, which plunged Wang Defa's heart into despair. He turned to Li Yuanzhao and, with cupped hands, implored, "Sect leader Li, could you devise a way to breach the secret realm? Our young master remains trapped within." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao hesitated. Wang Defa increasingly grew anxious. As a mere harmonizer, he lacked the ability to forcibly traverse space and could only implore Li Yuanzhao, who was in the tribulation stage. Moreover, the secret realm had initially been established by the Ziki sect, and they undoubtedly possessed a means to assist. Thus, he once more beseeched, his tone tinged with humility. "I earnestly request that Sect Master Li open the passage to the secret realm. I, as an elder of the Qingyun Sect, shall enter to provide aid." Zhang Xuan is a prodigy destined for immortality. Such a talent, rare even in all of southern Jiang, must not be allowed to come to harm. Even though the elders dispatched from Qingyun Sect do not include a single great ascension, they are compelled to rescue the young master, for he embodies the hope of the sect's resurgence. As the leaders and elders of various sects observed this scenario, they exchanged glances in silence. They held great admiration for Zhang Xuan's solitary defiance against the formidable forces of the demon clan, which enabled their disciples to escape. Setting aside the questionable nature of his methods, he was indeed a remarkable individual. However, given Zhang Xuan's exceptional talent and cunning, it might be more advantageous for him to perish within the secret realm, especially for the larger sections. With Zhang Xuan possessing all the resources amassed for the sect's grand competition, should he emerge and manipulate the rankings, the larger sects would find their efforts rendered futile. Just as the leaders of the major sects remained taciturn, a disciple from a smaller sect suddenly spoke up. "I implore the Ziki sect to open the spatial passage and rescue young Master Zhang." All eyes turned towards this disciple, and some elders frowned, visibly displeased. Yet, before the higher-ups could react, those disciples who had escaped from the secret realm began to voice their support. "Young Master Zhang faced formidable foes alone to save us. We too must come to his aid. Indeed, I previously misjudged young Master Zhang. While his methods may be questionable, his heart is undoubtedly noble, and we cannot allow him to perish. Please, Ziki sect, open the passage to rescue young Master Zhang." In unison, the disciples of various sects called out, pleading for assistance for Zhang Xuan. Being young and naive, they were unaware of the intricate calculations of their elders, only knowing that Zhang Xuan had saved them, and thus they must reciprocate. This spontaneous display rendered the faces of the sect leaders and elders somewhat uneasy. Noticing their hesitance, disciples from smaller sects quickly urged their sect leaders, saying, "Master, all the resources we have gathered are in young Master Zhang's hands. If he cannot return, does this not render the grand competition meaningless?" Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of the smaller sects began to waver. Though Zhang Xuan was formidable, the power struggle lay primarily between Qingyun Sect and the other major sects, and currently, it had little relevance to them. Therefore, it seemed prudent to seize the immediate benefit. Consequently, the higher-ups of these smaller sects voiced their desire to rescue Zhang Xuan, which only deepened the discomfort of the leaders of the major sections. At the position of the Jiuyou sect, Lu Rian addressed Lu Aihua, saying, "Master, young Master Zhang has not wronged us in any way. He even saved the life of a disciple from our Jiuyou sect. I earnestly beseech you to intervene and provide assistance." At Tianxing Gate, Zhao Guanshan earnestly implored the sect leader, "Master, could we possibly rescue Zhang Xuan? Though his methods may be rather unscrupulous, he is undoubtedly not a wicked person." At this moment, Li Xiaobai's face was ashen, yet he turned to Li Yuanzhao and spoke, "Master, Zhang Xuan saved my life, and I must repay him. Otherwise, my heart's path will remain incomplete. I beseech you to open the spatial passage and aid Zhang Xuan." In that instant, all eyes turned to Li Yuanzhao. Tens of thousands of cultivators, disciples from hundreds of sects, united in their plea, a phenomenon unprecedented in the entire southern wilderness. Wang Defa was filled with excitement, astonished that the young master had garnered such renown among his peers after a mere sect competition. The people's will is indeed formidable. He truly is the young master. I implore you, sect leader Li, to open the spatial passage. Wang Defa once again bowed solemnly to Li Yuanzhao. Please, sect leader, open the spatial passage and rescue Zhang Xuan. The disciples of various sects spoke in unison, leaving the senior members of the major sects speechless. Li Yuanzhao could only manage a bitter smile. Given this situation, if he were to remain unyielding, the Purple Cheese sect would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain its standing in the southern wilderness. However, it was not that he was unwilling to open the spatial passage. Rather, the secret realm was already beginning to collapse, coupled with the demonic clan's control over it, leaving the Purple Cheese sect unable to establish contact with the realm. Li Yuanzhao shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, the faces of the disciples darkened. Wang Defa and the other elders turned pale, their hearts sinking to the depths. Could it be that the young master truly had no hope of salvation? Chapter 57. Unless he is the creator of the Great Array. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was swiftly navigating through the secret realm, meticulously avoiding the treacherous spatial rifts. Behind him, Jiuyou and others relentlessly pursued, the distance between them having significantly narrowed. It appeared that those adversaries had already escaped, not sensing the presence of Gu Yuefang and the disciples from various sects. Zhang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As for how he would escape the secret realm, he had several methods at his disposal. Thus he bore no concern for his own safety. "Zhang Xuan, don't run. You cannot escape," Jiuyou shouted from behind. Zhang Xuan chuckled. "Why should I heed your words? I am not your father. If you possess the capability, then come and catch me." He continued to flee. Yet the rate at which the secret realm's space was collapsing was evidently accelerating, particularly after he unleashed the aura of his celestial sword. It seemed that before he could exit the area affected by the collapse, the entire secret realm would shatter, though the destruction of the space would not solely affect him. Causing the two formidable demon lords behind him to hesitate, Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. Was he to traverse through the turbulent spatial currents? The chaos wrought by the collapsing space struck fear even in those who had transcended tribulations, but with his celestial sword in hand, he felt confident in his survival. However, navigating through the spatial turbulence would render his exit point uncertain. Who could predict where he might end up? Should he inadvertently arrive in another realm? Returning to the Qingyun Sect could take countless years. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Jiuyou behind him seethed with anger. He felt as though he had been toyed with by Zhang Xuan, and his expression grew increasingly menacing. "Forget about the space. Shatter it all and crush him," Jiuyou commanded the protectors. The two protectors felt helpless. It was utterly embarrassing for esteemed cultivators to expend so much time pursuing a mere golden core practitioner. Word of this would undoubtedly provoke laughter among their peers of the same rank. "My lord, we cannot. The secret realm's space is exceedingly fragile. Should we strike too forcefully, the entire realm will collapse, and we too shall be trapped," one protector cautioned. "My lord, perhaps we should cease the pursuit. If we venture too far and the space collapses entirely, we may find it impossible to return," the second protector added. Both of them now contemplating retreat, as they had already strayed far from the center of the secret realm. If they continued to chase Zhang Xuan and the space were to shatter completely, they would miss their opportunity to return via the already prepared teleportation array. No. This scoundrel must be eliminated. Jiuyou understood the gravity of the situation, yet he was unwilling to let Zhang Xuan escape, consumed by a fury of impotence. Seeing that Jiuyou and his companions appeared to be retreating, Zhang Xuan could not help but laugh. Come on, pursue me. If you catch up, I promise you will be in for a treat. Jiuyou clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. This insolent fellow dared to mock him? How infuriating. Just as his anger reached a boiling point, he suddenly received a message from Tan Lang. With a sinister grin directed at Zhang Xuan, he declared, Tan Lang has regained control of the Blood Plague Great Array, stabilizing the space. Capture him. I intend to seize the Chaos Infinite Sword Body. The eyes of the two protectors lit up, their restraint cast aside as they charged towards Zhang Xuan with renewed vigor. Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback as the two great masters traversed the spatial rift and appeared before him, seizing him in their grasp. Zhang Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Without the constraints of the environment, the disparity between the golden core and the great ascension was insurmountable. It seemed he had miscalculated. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, if worse came to worst. He could utilize the essence of the careful immortal sword to shatter the space entirely and plunge into the chaotic currents of the void. Jiuyou approached Zhang Xuan with a sinister grin, taunting, Why aren't you running? Go on, flee. Observing the madness in his opponent's eyes, Zhang Xuan maintained his composure, even contemplating how to further rattle him. Are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Do not forget that your recording stone is still in my possession. Do you truly wish for its contents to be made public? Failing to witness Zhang Xuan's regret or pleas for mercy, veins bulged on Jiuyou's forehead. This individual had the audacity to threaten him even now? Are you genuinely unafraid of death? You truly do not fear the repercussions of the recording stone being revealed? You seek your own demise. I shall seize your Chaos Infinite Sword Body and then subject you to 1,000 tortures. Jiuyou bellowed in fury. He realized that he could not afford to converse further with this man. The more he spoke, the more he feared he might succumb to the impulse to kill him outright. Now, he had returned to his original intent, finally recalling the coveted Chaos Infinite Sword Body. Observing Jiuyou's demeanor, Zhang Xuan shook his head. Was he already on the verge of breaking? He still had many tricks yet to employ. Subsequently, Jiuyou and his companions brought Zhang Xuan back to their initial location. The others, including Tan Lang, were still in the process of arranging the teleportation array, but it appeared they were nearing completion. Jiuyou, with a cold voice, commanded, Utilize the Blood Plague Grand Array to subdue this individual and strip him of his Chaos Infinite Sword Body. The Blood Plague Grand Array, aside from suppressing the magical energy of those within its bounds and refining their cultivation, could also refine their bodily constitution and bloodlines. This was yet another purpose for which Jiuyou and his associates had hastily set up the Blood Plague Grand Array upon their arrival, specifically to seize Zhang Xuan's Chaos Infinite Sword Body. Upon hearing this, Tan Lang and the others did not hesitate and promptly activated the Blood Plague Grand Array. Zhang Xuan's brows furrowed. An ominous feeling enveloped him. It was not that he feared the actual stripping of his Chaos Infinite Sword Body, but rather that the Blood Plague Grand Array would have no effect on him at all. He wished to utilize the careful immortal sword to shatter the space. Yet Tan Lang and the others were fixated on him, rendering him unable to summon it. He had no opportunity whatsoever. In the next moment, two beams of blood light descended from the crimson array in the heavens, enveloping both Zhang Xuan and Jiuyou. This caused Zhang Xuan's expression to darken further. Noticing the change in Zhang Xuan's countenance, Jiuyou sneered. Finally feeling fear? Although the Blood Plague Grand Array was ineffective before, the circumstances have altered. Stripping away your bloodline constitution, even if you possess demonic blood, will be of no consequence. Your innate talents and constitution shall henceforth belong to me. Jiuyou laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. But as he laughed, he suddenly halted and turned to Tan Lang. Tan Lang, has the array begun to strip that fellow of his constitution? Why have I not sensed any alterations in his physique despite being enveloped in this bloodlight for so long? Tan Lang responded after sensing, Master, the array has been activated. Could it be that it has no effect? Jiuyou furrowed his brow, perplexed by the lack of sensation. Zhang Xuan remained silent, hesitant to speak. Jiuyou instructed Tan Lang to examine the grand formation once more and to restart it. Yet, after a considerable amount of time, Jiuyou still felt nothing. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Could the formation be malfunctioning? No, I've checked it thoroughly. There are no issues. Tan Lang insisted. Shall we inspect it again? Surely. The fragmentation of space has caused some problems within the formation, Zhang Xuan suggested. Tan Lang shook his head in disbelief. That cannot be. I've already verified everything. There are definitely no issues. Zhang Xuan questioned, Are you so certain? I believe there must be a problem with the grand formation. Tan Lang retorted, Impossible. You are calling into question my professionalism. If I say there are no problems, then there are none. As tensions rose between the two, Jiuyou suddenly shouted, I understand now. His gaze fixed intensely on Zhang Xuan. The issue lies with you. Zhang Xuan's heart sank abruptly. No way. Please, not that. Jiuyou's eyes gleamed with insight as he analyzed the situation. The first time, the blood plague formation failed against you. At that moment, we suspected you possessed demonic bloodline. However, the formation's ability to sever bloodline traits is effective even against demons. Tanlang, being a master of formations, asserts that there are no issues. Thus the problem must originate from you. Are you so sure the formation is flawless? Zhang Xuan replied weakly. Tanlang scoffed. I am a transcendent of the path of formations. Having reached the divine tribulation, how could I make such a trivial mistake? The demon prince is correct. The problem lies with you. Jiuyou continued his analysis. The failure of the blood plague formation is unprecedented. Such an occurrence has never been seen among the demons. Moreover, when you attacked me, the formation was suddenly disabled. The timing was too precise, leading me to suspect that you were the one who deactivated it. The demonic warriors gasped in shock. They had harbored doubts at that moment, but dared not believe it, as the blood plague formation was created by the blood prison demon lord. Over the years, many formation masters had studied this formation, yet all had praised its perfection, declaring it flawless. Although they did not deploy the complete blood plague formation, it was not something easily invaded or controlled by a mere golden core cultivator. Now, however, the demon prince's analysis seemed to point to this very possibility. Jiuyou's eyes sparkled as he turned to Tanlang. Tanlang, what kind of issue could arise that would render the blood plague formation ineffective against him, allowing him to deactivate it? Tanlang was taken aback. Aren't you the one analyzing? Why are you asking me? Nevertheless, he instinctively responded. Such a situation can arise only if he is the creator of the formation. As these words left his lips, the air fell silent. Warning, the host is about to be recognized as the former blood prison demon lord. The mission is on the verge of failure. Current exposure value of the blood prison demon lord identity. 1. The host's 17th generation talent, the chaos demon bloodline, is passively activated. Zhang Xuan, recently. Some readers have expressed curiosity regarding the classification of realms. The author would like to clarify the realms and certain related settings. This book adopts the conventional structure of cultivation literature, which is divided into the following realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, out of body, Tao integration, true monarch, great ascension, venerable, tribulation crossing, heavenly venerable, scatter immortal. Those who have cunningly transcended the tribulation to become immortal or borrowed the path to immortality. An abnormal realm where lifespan matches that of true immortals, yet their power cannot compare, and they are unable to advance further on the path, and immortal. The Tao realms consist of 3 levels: heart-body, with various names, such as sword heart for the sword Tao, true intent, such as sword intent, and domain, such as sword domain. Previously, some readers questioned why immortals are unable to comprehend intent. The author will elucidate this setting. The realm of true intent in the Tao is intricately connected to the Tao itself. In simple terms, while an immortal may grasp the Tao and achieve immortality, it does not guarantee the comprehension of true intent. However, mastering true intent of the Tao assures one's progression toward immortality, thus earning the title of immortal seed. This implies that true intent of the Tao is a sufficient but not necessary condition for achieving immortality. Additionally, regarding the classification of magical artifacts, these are divided into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and supreme, with the latter being immortal artifacts. The disparity in artifacts may not be meticulously represented in this narrative, as it does not follow the traditional upgrade and battle format. Lower-grade artifacts are predominantly wielded by cultivators below the spirit transformation stage, exhibiting modest capabilities. They are often better suited to the specific divine abilities of the cultivator, hence the notion of a life-bound artifact. Middle-grade artifacts are utilized by cultivators from the spirit transformation to out-of-body stages, beginning to incorporate the laws refined by the cultivator. Encapsulating the power of these laws, further elaboration on specific cultivation nuances will be provided later in the text. Upper-grade artifacts are employed by those at the Tao integration and great ascension stages, imbued with an essence of the Tao, possessing boundless power. Supreme-grade artifacts are wielded by heavenly venerables during tribulation, where the essence of the Tao transforms into Tao rhythm, intricately linked with the corresponding Tao. Immortal artifacts are bestowed by immortals who imbue them with their own true intent of the Tao, enabling resonance with the Tao, effectively materializing the Tao itself, adorned with concealed Tao patterns. Note: here, magical artifacts primarily refer to life-bound artifacts, as the enhancement of these artifacts necessitates the cultivator's comprehension of the Tao. However, in the throes of battle, artifacts may sustain damage, which is why it is stated that the higher the grade of the artifact, the rarer it becomes. Although various grades of artifacts can be directly crafted, the crafting process demands considerable energy from the cultivator, alongside monetary and resource investments. Artifacts produced for sale may not suit the buyer, as they inherently embody the crafter's familiar laws and Tao rhythms. Thus, it is often more prudent to retain them for personal use. Even ancient powers typically allocate ordinary artifacts to their disciples, allowing them to gradually cultivate these items. Of course, ancient powers possess extensive resources, enabling them to repair artifacts even if damaged, and to provide resources for disciples to recreate them. However, this process is exceedingly time-consuming and energy-intensive. Talents are precious, and crafting artifacts of corresponding grades requires adherence to specific realms, making it more beneficial to nurture these artifacts gradually from the outset. Ultimately, the celestial artifact can only be refined into a true divine instrument by an enlightened celestial being who comprehends the essence of intention. However, it is notoriously challenging for most celestial beings to grasp such profound truths, rendering the creation of a celestial artifact that resonates with the great Tao a formidable task. For others who acquire these artifacts, the absence of a harmonious understanding prevents them from unlocking the true potential of the celestial instruments, resulting in a paradox where these powerful artifacts may remain unclaimed. Nonetheless, it is crucial to acknowledge that there are exceptions. The celestial artifact itself embodies the ultimate truth of the great Tao, offering others the opportunity to glean insights from it. This, however, falls under the category of borrowing the Tao, and even if one attains ascension, they would be merely a wandering immortal, regarded as the weakest among celestial beings. The above outlines some foundational concepts of this narrative. Should there be any inconsistencies or shortcomings, I warmly invite esteemed readers to provide their insights. I am sincerely grateful for your support. Chapter 58. Is Zhang Xuan truly the blood prison demon lord? It is time to test one's acting skills. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiuyou vehemently refuted. The creator of the blood plague formation is none other than the blood prison demon lord. If that were the case, would Zhang Xuan not be the blood prison demon lord himself? Jiuyou harbored no belief in the words of Tan Lang. It was not just him. Other powerful beings of the demon clan felt the same incredulity. Indeed, the blood prison demon lord is a figure of immense stature. How could he possibly be associated with this individual before them? Historical records indicate that to ascend to the position of demon lord, he had defeated dozens of celestial beings from our demon clan, solidifying his claim to the throne through sheer strength. Such formidable power was far beyond this person's capabilities. This fellow is merely the inheritor of the Tsang Ming sword sovereign and can in no way be linked to a demon lord. Even Tan Lang was taken aback after uttering those words. How could he have said such nonsense? This young man, in any light, bore no resemblance to the blood prison demon lord. Yet, in the next moment, an incredibly fearsome aura of bloodline pressure erupted from Zhang Xuan. Jiuyou and the others' expressions changed dramatically, their eyes widening in disbelief. This overwhelming bloodline pressure emanated from the demon lineage. The demon and beast races lack the various special physiques found in the human race. Thus, they place immense importance on bloodlines, with inter-bloodline suppression being extraordinarily daunting. Jiuyou, a golden core cultivator, commanded the utmost respect from Tan Lang and other tribulation-transcending guardians not solely due to his status as a son of the demon clan, but also because his bloodline was exceptionally pure. Should Jiuyou exert his bloodline suppression, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could render Tan Lang and the others incapable of making a move against him, just through the potency of his bloodline. He could suppress tribulation transcendence as a golden core cultivator, exemplifying the nobility of the authentic demon bloodline. Unless one ascends to immortality, no demon can withstand the pressure of bloodline suppression. Even among immortal demon beings, such pressures persist. In that instant, the demonic bloodline aura emanating from Zhang Xuan proved to be even purer than that of Jiuyou. The intensity was so profound that various phantoms of demon gods manifested around Zhang Xuan, making him appear as if a demon god had descended. Such an extraordinary bloodline had only been attained by one individual throughout the annals of demon history, the chaotic celestial demon bloodline. Jiuyou gazed at Zhang Xuan in disbelief. Was this not the bloodline of the blood prison demon lord? Thud. As he exclaimed this revelation, Tan Lang and the others had already knelt before Zhang Xuan, utterly incapable of resisting the aura of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline. The cohort of tribulation transcendents trembled in fear, their gazes filled with horror as they bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at Zhang Xuan. This was the suppression born from the bloodline of a demon lord. Only Jiuyou remained standing, though he too had succumbed to kneeling. His bloodline, while pure, paled in comparison to the chaotic celestial demon bloodline. How could you possibly possess the chaotic celestial demon bloodline? Jiuyou felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. The appearance of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline on Zhang Xuan implied that this individual was indeed the blood prison demon lord. This man was his idol? The pride of the demon clan? No, it could not be. How could a demon lord be such a shameless individual? He could not help but reminisce about the celestial tales of the blood prison demon lord. It was said that the blood prison demon lord achieved immortality after a millennium, possessing a bloodline that defied the heavens. The chaotic bloodline of the celestial demon allowed him to transform into a heart demon. As long as his heart endured, his soul could never perish. In the legendary battle that established his dominion as the demon lord, his chaotic bloodline had already reached its zenith. A fact attested by poetry, a myriad of calamities, 100 lifetimes of hardship, the passage of ancient times in the blink of an eye, an undying body, an unquenchable soul, unmatched throughout the ages. When the yin and yang are thrown into chaos, I shall stain the heavens with my demonic blood. Jiuyou found it utterly inconceivable that such a formidable figure as the blood prison demon lord could be represented by the individual before him, Zhang Xuan. A notion he found impossible to accept. Observing the continual shifts in Jiuyou's demeanor, the others, including Tan Lang, bowed before him. Zhang Xuan's eyes darted, and then, feigning bewilderment, he exclaimed, "What is happening? What are these things on me?" At this, Jiuyou and the others were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Xuan then began to act mad. "What have you done to me? Why did something enter my body during the formation? What do you intend to accomplish?" At that moment, the blood plague formation no longer dared to afflict him. In fact, with a mere thought, he could seize control of the formation and suppress Jiuyou and the others, as the foundation of the formation was also rooted in the demonic bloodline. However, Zhang Xuan refrained from acting hastily. He had anticipated this situation long before the formation had even manifested, though he had not expected it to truly occur. Now that the chaotic celestial demon bloodline had awakened, he had no choice but to activate his contingency plan. I had received an inheritance. As for Jiuyou and the others' recent thoughts, he could surmise that they likely believed the image of the blood prison demon lord had been shattered, rendering them unable to accept it. In such circumstances, Zhang Xuan deemed their reactions entirely normal. These individuals were still oblivious to the true nature of the blood prison demon lord. During his reign, the demon lord's methods were not much different. Yet the celestial tales were akin to a young maiden who could be embellished at will. When one achieves success, learned scholars will readily defend their legacy. Nonetheless, this was a fortuitous circumstance. At least Jiuyou and his companions were unaware of the true essence of the blood prison demon lord, making it far simpler to deceive them than to contend with Xiaoyao. Indeed, as Zhang Xuan's exclamations echoed, Jiuyou and the others were instantly filled with suspicion. Something had entered his body during the formation? What did that mean? Could it be that this man was not truly the blood prison demon lord? Of course. The blood prison demon lord was a figure of immense stature. How could he possibly be a mere mortal? Tan Lang and the others, emboldened, raised their heads to gaze at Zhang Xuan. Seeing that his ruse was effective, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of joy within. The time had come to test his acting prowess. "Who are you?" he suddenly exclaimed, a mask of terror adorning his face as he stared ahead. Jiuyou and the others, oblivious to the scene, looked utterly bewildered. "What? You claim to be the blood prison demon lord, harboring a trace of heart demon intent within the formation, and now you have bestowed upon me the chaotic celestial demon bloodline? The blood plague formation is ineffective against me because of your doing?" He began to converse with the air. The eyes of Jiuyou and the others widened. There was heart demon intent from the blood prison demon lord within the blood plague formation. Was Zhang Xuan conversing with the blood prison demon lord? Their hearts trembled, and they quickly lowered their heads, fearing to utter a sound. "No, no, no. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. How could I possibly be worthy of such an inheritance? Zhang Xuan earnestly protested. Are you suggesting that I possess extraordinary talent and am the most suitable candidate for the inheritance? How could I possibly accept such an accolade? The group, including Jiuyou, gasped in astonishment. Could it be? Oh my, it appears that you have indeed bestowed it upon me. I was just pondering why my body underwent such a sudden transformation. Zhang Xuan wore a look of realization. Although Jiuyou and the others could not perceive the blood abyss demon lord that Zhang Xuan spoke of, his words stirred tumultuous waves within their hearts. This young man has received the legacy of the blood abyss demon lord? What unfathomable fortune is this? At that moment, they finally comprehended that the blood plague formation was ineffective against Zhang Xuan. The sudden emergence of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline within him was the cause. The group lamented their oversight. How could the blood abyss demon lord's legacy lie hidden within the blood plague formation without them noticing? As for doubts, the bloodline aura emanating from Zhang Xuan was undeniably authentic. They dared not question it. Unless Zhang Xuan himself was the blood abyss demon lord, there was no other explanation for the chaotic celestial demon bloodline, leading them to wholeheartedly believe in the matter of inheritance. Noticing the change in expressions among the crowd, Zhang Xuan exhaled in relief. It seemed he had managed to deceive them. As long as his exposure value did not continue to rise, he would be satisfied. Yet, Jiuyou abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Zhang Xuan and exclaimed, "No, the blood plague formation was set up by the greedy wolf faction. How could there possibly be the will of a demon lord within it? You are deceiving us." Chapter 59. Only the dead can keep secrets. The arrival of Yun Yaohong. As Jiuyou's words fell, the others, including Tan Lang, gradually regained their composure. They had been momentarily startled, for their bloodlines were somewhat mixed. Upon sensing the aura of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline, they found their capacity for rational thought severely diminished. Now, reflecting upon the situation, it indeed seemed preposterous. They had set up the grand formation. How could they not know whether anything was concealed within? The group cast hesitant glances at Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. This fellow still possessed some intellect? Boldly, he thundered, "Are you questioning the authority of the blood prison demon lord?" Tan Lang and the others shuddered. Under the pressure of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline aura, Zhang Xuan's roar rendered them utterly speechless. Jiuyou, too, felt an overwhelming pressure, a suppression emanating from the bloodline itself. Lowering his head, he mustered the courage to speak. "I would never dare to question the demon lord. Yet I find it hard to believe that the legendary blood prison demon lord would bestow the inheritance of his bloodline upon someone like you." As he spoke, Jiuyou resisted the pressure and met Zhang Xuan's gaze. Witnessing this, Zhang Xuan felt a pang of annoyance. What did he mean by implying the inheritance was given to someone like him? Hadn't he just expressed faith in Zhang Xuan? Zhang Xuan could comprehend the underlying reasons for such skepticism. It was likely rooted in an imbalance stemming from his own inability to obtain the inheritance. Thus, he bellowed once more, "Are you not, then, questioning the demon lord's decision? If you claim I am deceiving, then where do you suppose my chaotic celestial demon bloodline originates?" Jiuyou fell silent. Indeed, if Zhang Xuan had not acquired the inheritance, did that not imply he was the blood prison demon lord himself? Was that not even more absurd? Observing Jiuyou's inability to respond, Zhang Xuan smirked, his mind racing with understanding. If Jiuyou harbored doubts, then surely the older members of the demon clan would be even more suspicious should word reach them, particularly those familiar with him from years past. Once they caught wind of this, they would prove far more formidable than Xiao Yao. Therefore, it was imperative that this information not reach the demon clan. As for the current performance before Jiuyou and the others, it was merely a tactic to prevent the exposure value from escalating further. A cold glimmer flickered in Zhang Xuan's eyes, and he suddenly turned his gaze to the air beside him. "Demon Lord, did you say I could directly control this blood plague grand formation?" Zhang Xuan exclaimed, feigning delight, and then closed his eyes. In the next moment, Tan Lang felt as though he had lost command over the blood plague grand formation. The crimson array in the sky erupted in a brilliant bloodlight, enveloping Zhang Xuan, who slowly ascended within the glow. Zhang Xuan opened his eyes and abruptly waved his hand, causing Tan Lang and the others to feel their powers entirely shackled. Their expressions shifted dramatically. In that instant, all doubt evaporated. The authority over the blood plague grand formation was seized with ease, indicating that the blood prison demon lord indeed harbored his essence within the array. Jiuyou's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Xuan floating above. Feeling the confinement of his own powers, he found himself at a loss for words to counter Zhang Xuan's assertions. Had the latter truly acquired the blood prison demon lord's inheritance? Zhang Xuan paid no mind to the reactions of those around him, instead continuing to fixate on the air beside him, his brow furrowed in quiet contemplation. Lord Demon King, isn't this rather inappropriate? You claim this is for my benefit? Very well, I understand. Zhang Xuan turned his gaze back to Jiuyou and the others, who appeared utterly bewildered. What had the blood prison Demon King said? Why did it seem so ominous? The Demon King had mentioned that his legacy was now manifesting in the world, likely to stir considerable turmoil, particularly from the Demon Clan, which could indeed incite unrest. Thus, for the stability of the Demon Clan and for the safety of me, the inheritor, the news of this legacy must remain undisclosed. Zhang Xuan declared aloud. Greedy Wolf and the others immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It was rumored that the current Demon King had once contended with the blood prison Demon King for supremacy. Should news of this spread, it could very well cause significant upheaval, potentially leading to chaos within the Demon Clan. Consequently, the group knelt before him, fervently pledging their silence. Rest assured, Lord Demon King, we shall not divulge this matter. Jiuyou, however, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. If the Demon King truly intended to leave his will within the Blood Plague Grand Formation, how is that different from being alive? Why would he still harbor such concerns? Especially with Zhang Xuan's recent maneuvers to manipulate human emotions, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Yet, the Demon King had stated that only the dead could keep secrets. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan shook his head. Greedy Wolf and the others felt a chill of dread. What did this mean? Did the Demon King wish for their demise? Their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy. Lord Demon King, spare us. I swear I will never disclose the news of this place. Lord Demon King, I am devoted to the Demon Clan. Please show mercy. Master Zhang Xuan, I implore you to explain our situation to the Demon King. I swear to serve you faithfully. Jiuyou's expression darkened. Zhang Xuan had indeed revealed his intentions. Their powers were currently suppressed by the Blood Plague Grand Formation, and should Zhang Xuan truly desire to eliminate them, they would be utterly defenseless. As for Zhang Xuan's words, he now believed none of it and only wished to escape. Jiuyou's thoughts raced as he suddenly glanced towards the nearby teleportation array. Although it was not fully set up, it should still be usable, right? In the face of their pleas for mercy, Zhang Xuan appeared helpless. This is the Demon King's command. I have no choice. My friends, consider this a sacrifice for the Demon Clan. With that, Zhang Xuan unsheathed his sword and, in a single stroke, struck down the strongest among them, Greedy Wolf, simultaneously activating the suppression of the chaos celestial demon bloodline. To slay a transcendent being while in the Golden Core stage, even with their powers suppressed, was no trivial task, thus necessitating the use of certain tactics. Greedy Wolf, clearly unprepared for Zhang Xuan's sudden aggression, had no time to react before his head was severed, rolling far away. A transcendent being had thus fallen, his expression frozen in disbelief. Unable to comprehend that the Golden Core insect he had once easily crushed had now turned the tables and slain him. As Zhang Xuan killed a transcendent being, the demonic energy surged within him, yet his heart remained unperturbed. In that moment, it was as if the shadow of the blood prison Demon King had manifested upon him. The remaining powerful beings, upon witnessing the scene, hastily begged for mercy, utterly devoid of any inclination to resist under the oppressive force of the chaos heavenly demon bloodline. Lord Zhang Xuan, I vow to never divulge any information regarding the inheritance. I implore you, spare my life. I regret this, for I harbor no desire to slay you. It is the blood prison demon lord who has compelled me to act thus. Lord Zhang Xuan, I am willing to serve you as a slave. I beseech you, grant me mercy. I too wish to spare you, yet the demon lord's will is beyond my control. Regardless of how these demon clan strongmen pleaded for clemency, Zhang Xuan's countenance remained one of reluctant determination, executing his actions without a hint of hesitation, severing heads with a single stroke. These adversaries had previously sought to seize his sword body and take his life. Now, the tables had turned. Empowered by the celestial sword and bolstered by the bloodline suppression alongside the blood plague formation, these formidable beings, despite their superior realms, exhibited no capacity for resistance, resembling mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Just as Zhang Xuan prepared to slay the final demon clan cultivator, Jiuyou suddenly surged forth, making a desperate dash toward the teleportation array. However, under the weight of the chaos heavenly demon bloodline suppression, He could not fully rise, nearly crawling towards the array. Zhang Xuan took note of this development. Raising an eyebrow. Oh, attempting to flee? He dispatched the last of the major demon clan figures and pursued Jiuyou. Zhang Xuan, you have slain my kin and deceived us with the demon lord's inheritance. We shall not let you escape. Jiuyou shouted frantically. Zhang Xuan chuckled. I am not deceiving you. I have genuinely acquired the inheritance, and slaying you is indeed the will of the blood prison demon lord. Jiuyou remained unconvinced, continuing his arduous crawl towards the teleportation array. Yet, he was ultimately a fraction too slow, just as he was a step away from the array. Zhang Xuan caught up with him. Hee, little brother, there is no escape for you now, is there? Alas, I do not wish to kill you. However, it is the demon lord's decree. Should you seek to place blame, direct it towards the blood prison demon lord after your demise, Zhang Xuan said with a benevolent smile. Raising his celestial sword, despair flooded Jiuyou as he beheld Zhang Xuan's smile, reminiscent of the first encounter when Zhang Xuan had threatened him with the recording stone. This man was, at his core, a demon. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to bring his sword down, a terrifying sword light suddenly erupted from the distant horizon. The radiant blade cleaved the heavens and rent the fabric of space, bifurcating the entire secret realm in two, shattering the celestial domain. The blood plague formation overhead, confronted by this formidable sword light, crumbled as if made of paper, severed in twain. This abrupt turn of events left Zhang Xuan momentarily stunned, while the destruction of the blood plague formation instantaneously restored Jiuyou's magical power. With no time to ponder, he dashed into the teleportation array, activating the transport in the fleeting moment of Zhang Xuan's distraction. Not good. Zhang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically as he sought to forcibly interrupt the teleportation. But he was a moment too late. Zhang Xuan, I shall return. I will exact my vengeance. You shall wait for me. Jiuyou shouted with a twisted expression, the array glowing brightly before he vanished in a flash of brilliant light. The teleportation array, hastily activated before full preparation, collapsed in an instant, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. Zhang Xuan hurriedly approached to assess the situation, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Given the circumstances, it seemed improbable that the young man would survive. The hastily activated teleportation array, incomplete as it was, rendered the destination uncertain, and there existed a grave risk of being engulfed by chaotic spatial currents midway through the transfer. Yet, a lingering doubt remained, leaving Zhang Xuan incensed. Damn it! Who could possibly be causing trouble at such a critical moment? He cursed under his breath and turned his gaze towards the direction from which the sword light had just cleaved through the boundaries of the secret realm. Suddenly, Yun Yaohong appeared before him, her expression fraught with urgency. Upon recognizing Zhang Xuan's countenance, she was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly her master? Zhang Xuan, wielding a serrated celestial sword, emanated a dense aura of demonic energy, his expression twisted in anger. How could it be little Yao? The air fell into an instant silence. Chapter 60. The Master of the Immortal Alliance. Is something awry with this master-disciple pair? Master, enough. Clang. Master, why have you come? Zhang Xuan felt somewhat flustered, and in his distraction, his sword clattered to the ground. Yun Yaohong furrowed her brow, sensing that her master had activated a cautious aura, leading her to believe he might be in peril, which prompted his arrival. Has master succumbed to demonic influence? Observing the swirling demonic energy enveloping Zhang Xuan and glancing at the corpses of the greedy wolf and his companions on the ground, Yun Yao's frown deepened. Demonic clan? A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Was the demonic clan plotting against her master? She could discern Zhang Xuan's golden core cultivation at a glance, ordinarily. One at the golden core stage would have no opportunity to fall into demonic influence, as such a fate typically awaited those who faced inner demons upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The emergence of demonic energy around her master, coupled with the presence of slain demonic cultivators, clearly indicated that the demonic clan was up to no good. Zhang Xuan stammered an explanation. No, I haven't succumbed to demonic influence. I'm not sure what is happening. Perhaps I've just been feeling unwell lately. This isn't demonic energy. It's merely a bodily discomfort. After all, for cultivators, any bodily ailments would manifest outwardly. Bodily discomfort? Yun Yaohong regarded him with a strange expression. Was this the best excuse her master could concoct? What was he concealing? She quickly connected the dots. Zhang Xuan nodded vigorously, indeed. This secret realm does not agree with me, hence my discomfort. I shall be fine shortly. As he spoke, he hastily suppressed the chaotic demonic bloodline, adopting an earnest demeanor. The demonic energy surrounding him gradually dissipated as the chaotic aura faded. Observing this, Yun narrowed her eyes. What was happening with her master? This was no ordinary demonic energy. It was the manifestation of a demonic bloodline. Just then, a light and ethereal voice resonated, followed by a graceful figure appearing before the two. The newcomer donned elegant yet simple attire in a muted hue, her ebony hair fashioned into a neat bun, revealing her slender neck, exuding an aura of competence. Her countenance was strikingly beautiful, her skin as pale as snow, seemingly untouched by worldly affairs, radiating a cold and aloof elegance. The rhythm of her celestial aura flowed continuously around her. Even in this fracturing secret realm, the spatial fissures struggled to approach her. An unfamiliar celestial being? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Upon her arrival, the visitor regarded Zhang Xuan with a hint of curiosity. You are the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign? The woman spoke softly. And you are? Zhang Xuan hesitated. Yun Yaohong interjected. This is the envoy of the Boundless Immortal Alliance, the master of the Tai Immortal Palace, Ling Wuxue. I have been in Zhongzhou these past years, and now my identity as an immortal has been exposed. The Qingyun Sect will also relocate to Zhongzhou. I was in discussions with Master Ling regarding this matter, and upon my arrival, she happened to be nearby, hence we came together. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan understood. It turned out that during her absence, Xiaoyao had gone to Zhongzhou. As for the relocation of the Qingyun Sect, he was not surprised, merely taken aback by the swiftness of the development, and that it was Xiaoyao who had taken the initiative to facilitate it. The identity of the immortal Xiaoyao established a sect in the modest region of southern Jiang, which was akin to a dimensional assault for other sections. Had Xiaoyao not maintained a low profile and concealed her cultivation, who among the other sects would dare to converse openly with the Qingyun Sect? Consequently, in the realms ruled by the human race across the 9 heavens and 10 domains, any sect or family with an immortal presence would relocate to the central regions, leaving the peripheral areas for ordinary sects to flourish. The prominent figures ought to engage in high-level affairs. This is the rule of the Immortal Alliance, a principle he had established when founding the alliance. In that era, the system allowed him to lead the human race and forge a hegemony, initially envisioning the creation of an immortal nation with a human emperor. However, he soon realized the human race was exceedingly fragmented. In the 9 heavens and 10 domains, traces of humanity could be found almost everywhere, resembling a chaotic mess, making unification impossible. Thus, he had to settle for an alliance. Presently, although Ling Wuxue hailed from the Immortal Alliance, Zhang Xuan had no recollection of this individual, likely a recent addition to the alliance from the human race, alleviating concerns of exposure. Yet, for the sake of caution, Zhang Xuan resolved to minimize his interactions with the Immortal Alliance. As he contemplated this, Ling Wuxue suddenly remarked, "The demonic aura you emitted earlier is troubling. Such aura can only emanate from a being of demonic bloodline. You are clearly of the human race. How could you possess demonic lineage?" Upon hearing this, Yun Yao's brow furrowed as she gazed at Zhang Xuan, who felt a jolt of alarm. This was no longer a trivial matter, and who could have anticipated Xiaoyao's return at this moment, accompanied by a member of the Immortal Alliance, thus placing him in a precarious position? What? I have no idea. Zhang Xuan decided to feign ignorance. After all, Xiaoyao was present. Could they really dissect him? Ling Wuxue narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, "I observed you dispelling the demonic aura earlier. Might you attempt to summon it again?" I believe that I cannot," Zhang Xuan replied, shaking his head. "What if it manifests again and reveals something?" Ling Wuxue's gaze sharpened, discerning Zhang Xuan's deception, and thus spoke with gravity. "This is no trivial matter. It could be a scheme by the demon race against you. The inheritance of the Songming Sword Sovereign you possess is of great significance. If the situation is not clarified, it could pose a danger to you." Zhang Xuan seemed taken aback, hastily responding, "Is that so? But I truly cannot summon it." Noticing Zhang Xuan's obstinacy, Ling Wuxue's displeasure grew. Yun Yao, concerned, inquired, "Master, what transpired during the sect competition?" She nearly let slip her thoughts, but managed to restrain herself in time. Though Yun Yao was nearly certain that Zhang Xuan was her master, revealing his identity was indeed inconvenient. Merely being the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign had already attracted the demon race's attention. Should her master's identity be fully unveiled, it could lead to even greater complications. The forces that once conspired against her master during the tribulation still lingered, some even among the human factions. Nevertheless, Yun Yao's unusual behavior caught Ling Wuxue's attention. "Master, shall we step outside to converse?" This secret realm seems to be collapsing, Zhang Xuan suggested. Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue surveyed their surroundings, the arrival of the celestial being exacerbating the already overwhelming burden of the secret realm, which had now collapsed by more than half. Only the area surrounding them remained relatively intact, influenced by the celestial's ethereal presence. However, this was certainly not a suitable place for conversation. Very well, let us speak outside. Ling Wuxue cast a lingering glance at Zhang Xuan before vanishing without a trace. Zhang Xuan exhaled in relief, contemplating how to explain the events that had transpired within the secret realm. Originally, his plan entailed offending all the major sects to provoke their ire against the Qingyun Sect, allowing him to atone for his sins through death and thereby fulfill the system's task. However, that scheme was now rendered unfeasible, as it relied on the other sects being unaware of the identity of the little fairy and on her absence. With her return and her willingness to reveal her celestial realm in preparation to relocate the Qingyun Sect, how could any other sect dare to disrespect them? Moreover, Zhang Xuan now faced the daunting task of cleaning up the mess left by Jiuyou and others. What a predicament! Damn it, Jiuyou, you better not be dead, otherwise I swear I will hunt you down. Zhang Xuan lamented inwardly. Yet a moment's reflection made him realize that if Jiuyou were to relay the events back to the demon clan, it would complicate matters even further. Forget it. Perhaps you should just remain dead. Resigned, Zhang Xuan picked up the small sword on the ground, preparing to leave with the little fairy. Upon noticing the sword, Yun Yaohong frowned, questioning how it had come to such a state. Zhang Xuan froze, observing the serrated edge of the small sword, and stammered, According to the guidance of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign's legacy, when I obtained this sword at Sword Mountain, it appeared like this. I didn't realize it was called Shao Xian. Was it not like this before? He replied with confusion. 3 black lines appeared on Yun Yao's forehead as she gazed at Zhang Xuan in silence. Zhang Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment but quickly regained his composure. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it is others who should feel that way. Indeed, moments later, Yun Yao succumbed to his bravado. After all, it is the Master's sword. Do as you wish. She huffed lightly, leading Zhang Xuan away from the secret realm. The two vanished from their location, leaving only the echoes of their conversation lingering in the void. So, this is the sword of my Master's master. No wonder it is so extraordinary. Surely, my Master's master must also be remarkable. Is it amusing for you to praise yourself, master? My master was merely jesting. I am praising the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. What relation does that have to me? Master, that's enough. In the next moment, the secret realm collapsed completely, leaving no trace behind. Swallowed by the void. Chapter 61, Zhang Xuan Square. Do you possess any manners? In the plaza of the Ziki sect, the various sects of the southern wilderness had yet to depart, lingering in fervent discussions regarding the secret realm. The first matter at hand was the issue concerning the demon clan, which each sect had resolved to report to the Immortal Alliance, demanding accountability from the demons. The second matter revolved around the results of the sect competition. The resources gathered by the disciples of each sect were now in Zhang Xuan's hands. With his near-fatal condition, it implied that the results of this sect competition were effectively nullified, leaving the higher-ups of each sect in a state of dismay. Was this sect competition to be rendered entirely futile? At the position of the Qingyun Sect, Elder Wang Defa and the disciples were all enveloped in sorrow. With the young master gone, how could they explain this to the sect leader upon their return? An elder lamented, seeking solace. What is there to explain? Wang Defa declared with righteous indignation, the young master was the beacon of hope for our Qingyun Sect's resurgence. The demon clan has grievously wronged our human race. We must urge the Immortal Alliance to apply pressure and ensure that demons face repercussions. The elders nodded in agreement, and the disciples were equally incensed. That such a prodigious young master should meet an early demise. How despicable the demons truly are. Gu Guofeng was also engulfed in despair. The secret realm remained inaccessible. And with so much time elapsed, it was feared that the entire realm had already collapsed. Did Zhang Xuan truly perish? He found the notion hard to accept. At that moment, a spatial passageway suddenly opened above the plaza, emanating a formidable aura. The expressions of the sect leaders shifted, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed upon the passage. Emerging from within was Ling Wuxue, her demeanor cold and haughty. An immortal? The assembled sect leaders, no ordinary cultivators, instantly recognized the aura of an immortal emanating from her. Li Yuanzhao furrowed his brow and stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands in greeting. May I inquire who this esteemed elder is? Tai Immortal Palace. Ling Wuxiwei replied icily, gesturing to produce a token. Upon receiving it, Li Yuanzhao's expression changed upon recognizing it as the genuine token of the Tai Immortal Palace, inscribed with the title of Palace Master on its reverse. It was indeed Palace Master Ling Wuxiwei. The Ziki sect has failed to extend a proper welcome. We hope for your understanding. The leaders of the various sects were taken aback, hastily bowing in respect. We are honored to meet the Palace Master. Ling Wuxiwei nodded lightly, her gaze directed at Li Yuanzhao. It seems there have been unexpected developments in the Southern Wilderness sect competition. I require clarity on what transpired. The high-ranking members of the sects were elated, astonished that the Immortal Alliance was so well informed, with the Palace Master of the Tai Immortal Palace arriving in person. Just then, there was a stir behind Ling Wuxiwei as the spatial passageway stirred once more, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Particularly, the aura of an immortal was once again discernible from within the passage. Two immortals descending? Li Yuanzhao pondered, questioning whether the news had indeed spread too rapidly. Moreover, the presence of the Palace Master felt somewhat unsettling. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Yun Yaohong stepped through the spatial passage, leading Zhang Xuan. Hey, I'm back. Did you all miss me? Zhang Xuan laughed heartily. He had anticipated a warm reception filled with flowers and applause upon his return, especially since he had rescued everyone within the secret realm and the resources collected during the sect competition still lay in his possession. Yet, the response was one of silence. Save for the direction of the Qingyun Sect, where a voice of surprise rang out. Young Master, it's the Young Master. Young Master, are you unharmed? How splendid. The sect leader has returned, and it is surely the leader who has rescued the Young Master. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect rejoiced immensely, and Gui Weifang finally revealed a smile. Wang Defa and the other elders exhaled in relief. Yet upon noticing the celestial aura surrounding Yun Yaohong, they were momentarily taken aback. The sect leader seems to have attained immortality? The silence among the other sects was also attributed to the divine presence exuded by Yun Yaohong. Everyone recognized the leader of the Qingyun Sect. Was she not the transcendent of tribulation? How could she have suddenly ascended to immortality? The crowd stood in stunned silence. Some of the larger sects, already aware of the situation, were not particularly surprised, such as Li Yuanzhao and his companions. Upon seeing Yun Yaohong return with Zhang Xuan, Li Yuanzhao was the first to clasp his hands in greeting. Greetings, Sword Immortal of Qingyun. Sword Immortal of Qingyun? Some sects, unfamiliar with the circumstances, were caught off guard, sensing that she did not appear to have just attained immortality. Yun Yaohong offered no explanation, disregarding the crowd's bewilderment, for they would soon discover the truth for themselves. Zhang Xuan, however, felt somewhat disgruntled, as if he were being sidelined. I say, has the sect competition concluded? Have you established the rankings? Upon his utterance, the higher-ups of various sects regained their focus. The smaller sects looked at Zhang Xuan with uncontainable excitement, while the larger sects furrowed their brows. Now that Zhang Xuan had returned alive, would the rankings of the sect competition not be dictated by his preferences? Yet, glancing at the serene figure of the Sword Immortal standing quietly behind Zhang Xuan, they dared not voice their concerns. Congratulations. I knew the young master of the Qingyun Sect was destined for great fortune and would surely be safe. Indeed. With young Master Zhang's remarkable achievements at such a tender age, what could the demon clan possibly pose as a threat? Young Master Zhang, what rank can our sect achieve? We were contemplating a rescue mission for you. A multitude of higher-ups from smaller sects chimed in cheerfully, as their fortunes appeared to have blossomed. The leader of the Qingyun Sect was an immortal, a being of an entirely different caliber. They could not flatter her. However, they could certainly extol the virtues of the young master. What? You say it is shameful to flatter a junior? His master is an immortal, and he possesses considerable capabilities himself. How could that be shameful? Moreover, it is for the advancement of our sect. There is no disgrace in that. The higher-ups from the smaller sects felt no embarrassment. Instead, their enthusiasm only intensified. This left their disciples somewhat bewildered, as their leaders were not usually so effusive. Nevertheless, they were genuinely pleased to see Zhang Xuan return safely, for he was indeed their savior. Ha ha ha, merely a stroke of luck. Just luck. Reveling in the compliments, Zhang Xuan basked in their praise. Who does not appreciate kind words? Given the eager anticipation, it was now time to unveil the rankings of the sect competition. I declare Qingyun Sect as the first. Do any of you dissent? Zhang Xuan spoke with commanding authority, transforming the plaza of Ziki Sect into Zhang Xuan's domain. The multitude of smaller sects shook their heads in unison. No dissent, of course, there was no dissent. With a figure like young Master Zhang in the Qingyun Sect, they must indeed claim the top spot. Indeed, if Qingyun Sect cannot be first, who dares to oppose me? Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction, and then proceeded to announce the second place. He methodically listed the names of the various small and medium-sized sects, distributing the resources from the secret realm. The leaders of the sects that were named were filled with astonishment. Our Falling Cloud sect actually made it into the top 10. My heavens, I wouldn't have dared to dream of this. The Explosive Heaven Gang also secured a spot in the top 10. This is an incredible profit. Our Axe Gang placed 11th. Our ancestors are truly manifesting. The leaders of the smaller sects were so elated that they danced with joy. It felt as though fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon them, and such a grand fortune at that. Naturally, they all recognized Zhang Xuan's contributions. Had he been a disciple of their sect, they would have inscribed his name on the first page of their ancestral records, if it weren't wholly inappropriate. Some leaders of the smaller sects might have even considered bowing to Zhang Xuan, for the resources they received were sufficient to sustain their sects for centuries. Meanwhile, the leaders of the larger sects wore increasingly sullen expressions, for none of their names had been called by Zhang Xuan. Were they truly being excluded from the rankings? However, the ethereal presence of Yun Yaohong compelled them to suppress their anger within. At this moment, Li Xiaobai, Zhao Guanshan, and other distinguished figures from the major sects could only offer bitter smiles, although they had anticipated such a scenario if Zhang Xuan had emerged alive. They had not expected it to be so farcical. The rankings for the sect competition in the southern frontier were unexpectedly determined by a golden core cultivator, a phenomenon that had never occurred in the annals of southern frontier's celestial history. Ironically, this was now unfolding brazenly, and none of the major sects dared to voice their objections, for Zhang Xuan had not violated any rules. Enough. Just as Zhang Xuan continued with the rankings, Ling Wuxuwei suddenly spoke up, seemingly displeased at being left aside. I am not concerned with your southern frontier sect competition rankings. What I wish to know is what truly transpired in the secret realm. The leaders of the major sects were elated at this. Before Zhang Xuan's return, this round of sect competition might have been in vain for them. Although they felt somewhat uncomfortable, they were now eager to complicate matters. Thus, some leaders were about to speak up. However, Zhang Xuan interjected first. Do you have no manners? Can't you see that I am ranking the sects? If you are uninterested, you need not listen, but this sect competition in the southern frontier is a grand event that occurs once every millennium. One should respect local customs. Do you understand? You have no sense of respect at all. As soon as these words were uttered, the square fell into an abrupt silence. Chapter 62. Zhang Xuan shielded the members of the Qingyun Sect behind him. Do you dare to challenge the Qingyun Sect? This audacious youth actually dared to confront a celestial being? Everyone gazed at Zhang Xuan in disbelief, questioning how he could show such disrespect towards a celestial figure. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, with the higher-ups of the major sects observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. Although the sect leader of Qingyun Sect was also a celestial being, Ling Wuxue held the esteemed position of the Celestial Palace's leader. The Tai Celestial Palace could be regarded as the highest law enforcement authority in the Tai realm, and Ling Wuxue's power stood at the pinnacle of this domain. Even the ancient forces and long-lived families were compelled to show her deference. Zhang Xuan, a mere golden core cultivator, so brazenly defying Ling Wuxue was akin to courting death. Even Gu Yufengzing furrowed his brow, sensing Zhang Xuan's recklessness. While he was aware of Zhang Xuan's general disdain for celestial beings, Ling Wuxue was no ordinary figure. She was backed by the human alliance of celestials. At that moment, Gu Yufengzing recalled the words of Guyu Mountain Yin before his departure. This impudent youth's lack of respect for celestial beings would surely lead to catastrophe. What did you say? I am impolite? Ling Wuxue's gaze fixed on Zhang Xuan, seemingly incredulous that a mere golden core cultivator dared to speak to her in such a manner. Is that not the case? Zhang Xuan retorted, his brow furrowing. The grand competition of the sects in southern wilderness, occurring once every millennium, is currently underway. You deem it acceptable to interrupt? On a smaller scale, it is a sign of disrespect. On a larger scale, it signifies a blatant disregard for the entirety of southern wilderness. Is this how the Celestial Alliance conducts itself? He felt a surge of discontent. Had the leader of the Celestial Palace become so haughty? When he initially established the Celestial Alliance, the individuals involved did not exhibit such arrogance. While it is inevitable for organizations to encounter issues of corruption over time, especially in a realm where human power is magnified, it was disheartening to experience such a situation personally. Yet, upon further reflection, Zhang Xuan considered that this might present an opportunity. Thus, he inwardly exclaimed, "Are you angry? Do you wish to fight me? Do you wish to annihilate the Qingyun Sect? If so, make your move. Just try to stop Xiaoao, and I shall dare to die." Seemingly still unsatisfied, he stoked the flames further. "You call yourself a celestial being, yet does the Celestial Alliance not teach even the most fundamental principles of etiquette and morality?" Zhang Xuan's expression was one of disdain. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Zhang Xuan's words were a blatant affront to the entire Celestial Alliance. Was this fellow always so audacious? Perhaps it was true. If he were not bold, he would not have accomplished such feats in the secret realm. Ling Wushue's expression darkened. How dare a mere golden core cultivator instruct her on matters of etiquette and morality, even extending it to the entire Celestial Alliance? What audacity! An aura of celestial might emanated from her, causing the surrounding rules of heaven and earth to descend into chaos, and the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. When a celestial being is enraged, the heavens and earth can be turned upside down. In the next instant, another surge of celestial energy erupted, shrouding the world in a somber gloom, as if heralding the end of days. Yun Yaohong spoke calmly. "Ling Palace Master, please remain composed. Given the significance of the Millennium Sect competition in Southern Wilderness, it is indeed inappropriate to interrupt. If you wish to understand the events of the competition, it would be better to wait until the rankings conclude. Surely, Ling Palace Master does not lack this bit of time." The two individuals were engaged in a clash of energies, causing the onlookers to pale, their earlier amusement vanishing entirely. Yun Yao's words served as a staunch endorsement for Zhang Xuan, indicating a willingness to confront directly. They had underestimated the complexities of celestial beings. Should the two truly come to blows, the cultivators present would likely be caught in the turmoil, with none spared from the fallout. Fear gripped the crowd, with some disciples so frightened that they lost control. Ling Wushu narrowed her eyes, despite the apparent parity in their confrontation. She recognized that Yun Yao was not truly a match for her, having previously sparred with her in Zhongzhou. She had anticipated that Yun Yao would yield, perhaps uttering some conciliatory words while she chastised Zhang Xuan, allowing the matter to resolve amicably. After all, Zhang Xuan had publicly defied her and disrespected the Celestial Alliance. As the leader of the alliance, she could not simply overlook such an affront. Yet, Yun Yao's unwavering stance caught her off guard, leaving her at a loss. Was a physical confrontation truly on the horizon? A defeat would not only bring her shame but would also tarnish the reputation of the Celestial Alliance. Damn it. What kind of mindset do these master and disciple possess? Ling Wuxue cursed inwardly, though she sensed something was amiss. Yun Yao had always been exceedingly courteous in Zhangzhou. Adept in her dealings, why was she so irrational when it concerned that young man? She recalled how Yun Yao had sensed Zhang Xuan's peril and had set aside all else to hasten back to the southern wilderness. The latter had crossed the void recklessly, returning so swiftly to the southern wilderness, a method fraught with danger even for celestial beings, as one could easily become lost in the void. Was that young man truly of such importance? There was undeniably something peculiar about their relationship. Ling Wuxue scoffed internally. Yet, now was not the time for such musings. She needed to consider how to extricate herself from this predicament. The two glared at each other, Zhang Xuan's eyes alight with fervor. "Let the battle commence. Strike now. As soon as you engage, I shall rush in amidst the aftermath. And I must involve the Qingyun Sect." Thus, Zhang Xuan urgently exclaimed, feigning terror and indignation. "You dare to strike at me? You intend to attack the Qingyun Sect? Is this the demeanor of a Celestial Alliance envoy? As the young master of the Qingyun Sect, have I spoken in error? Should you wish to lay hands on the Qingyun Sect, even as a celestial being, I shall not cower." Adopting a stance of righteous defiance, he shielded the members of the Qingyun Sect behind him. The crowd from the Qingyun Sect was instantly moved. This was their young master, willing to stand resolutely at the forefront even in the face of a celestial being. Only Gu Yuefeng appeared both terrified and oddly reminded of a familiar scene from the past. Hadn't he, their 13th ancestor, arrived at the Qingyun Sect in a similar manner? The other sect cultivators observed the unfolding drama with admiration. Although the young master of the Qingyun Sect employed cunning tactics, his character was beyond reproach. Even when confronted by celestial beings, he prioritized his sect above all else. They couldn't help but think that if their own sect had such a disciple, they would surely awaken from dreams with smiles. Meanwhile, Ling Wuxue, locked in her standoff with Yun Yao, felt her expression darken. Who the hell suggested attacking the Qingyun Sect? You little rascal, was that deliberate? Yet, she found herself unable to clarify. Such an explanation would weaken her stance. leading others to believe that the leader of the celestial palace feared Yun Yaohong. The two individuals remained locked in a tense standoff, their celestial auras intensifying, suggesting that a confrontation was imminent. The onlookers were increasingly filled with dread, yet only Zhang Xuan wore a face of exhilaration. Let the clash commence. Let the battle unfold. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Yuanzhao, under immense pressure, stepped forward and implored, "Esteemed Celestials, I beseech you to temper your divine powers. If the esteemed Lord Ling wishes to comprehend the specifics of the competition within the secret realm, I am at your service to enlighten you." Furthermore, the distribution of rankings for the sect competition by the beloved disciple of the Qingyun Sword Immortal need not be interrupted. We may discuss it in detail at a more opportune time. He had no desire to intervene, as taking a side could easily lead to displeasure from either party. Although the Celestial Alliance wielded significant influence, Yun Yaohong was no ordinary immortal, and the Qingyun Sect, having navigated the boundless domain, possessed some understanding of the situation. However, this was within his own Qingyun Sect. If a genuine conflict erupted, it would spell disaster for his sect. Yun Yaohong remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ling Wuxue, who mirrored her intensity but soon turned her attention to Li Yuanzhao. "Very well, enlighten me on the particulars at once." Ling Wuxue gritted her teeth. Today would undoubtedly be a day of humiliation, but if a physical confrontation were to ensue, it would only exacerbate her disgrace. Any attempts to salvage her reputation afterward would merely serve to redeem the Celestial Alliance, bearing no relevance to her personal honor. Thus, it was better to halt the proceedings here. Of course, she would remember this mentor-disciple pair, particularly that young man named Zhang Xuan. How terrifying. I nearly believed my life was forfeit just now. Is this what it means to be a celestial? Truly, it is awe-inspiring. As the two refrained from engaging, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Zhang Xuan, however, wore a look of disappointment. He discerned that Ling Wuxue seemed reluctant to strike, likely due to her belief that she could not best the young Yun. This revelation prompted him to mentally scoff. Another coward. As for Ling Wuxue's fleeting glance in his direction, Zhang Xuan paid it no mind. He had no shortage of adversaries, both among mortals and immortals alike. Losing sleep over one timid woman was of no concern to him. Should she dare approach the Qingyun Sect, he would meet her challenge head-on. Chapter 63. The Aftermath of the Blood Plague Array. Why is the young master of Qingyun Sect unharmed? Zhang Xuan continued to rank the sect competition, while Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue followed Li Yuanzhao aside to learn about the events that transpired within the secret realm. After Zhang Xuan's intervention, even though the major sects harbored dissatisfaction regarding the results of the sect competition, they dared not display their displeasure openly. Meanwhile, certain high-ranking members of these sects were taken aback. The leader of Qingyun Sect appeared nothing like someone who had just ascended to immortality, standing firm against the palace master of the Celestial Hall without losing ground. Who would dare provoke Qingyun Sect now? However, they all understood that since Yun Yaohong had openly revealed her celestial prowess, Qingyun Sect would likely not remain in the southern wilderness any longer. The rules of the Celestial Alliance were to be adhered to by the human race, which brought a sigh of relief to the various sections. The disciples of each sect, however, were not burdened by such considerations. They gazed at Zhang Xuan with envy, longing for a celestial master like his. Particularly, they marveled at how fiercely protective his master was, willing to confront the palace master for his sake. They wished for such fortune for themselves. Before long, the rankings of the sect competition were finalized, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. The smaller sects that secured a place on the rankings reveled in delight, nearly elevating Zhang Xuan to a pedestal. In stark contrast, the larger sects remained silent, their countenance reflecting the somber atmosphere of the Qingyun Sect's plaza today. Zhang Xuan, satisfied, clapped his hands and returned to the Qingyun Sect's side. Elders such as Wang Defa and the disciples greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. Gui Weifang stood nearby, smiling, feeling an immense sense of reassurance. It seemed that Qingyun Sect was gradually starting to coalesce around Zhang Xuan as its core, though no one had yet realized it. Just as matters appeared to be settling, an exclamation of surprise erupted from Ling Wuxue among the conversing group of Yun Yaohong and others. "Are you saying that the demon clan has set up the blood plague array within the secret realm?" Upon hearing this, many turned their attention toward her. Li Yuanzhao, perplexed, inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" Ling Wuxue scoffed, "The problem is substantial." She then addressed the crowd. "All disciples from various sects who have been affected by the blood plague array, Quickly check if you can still absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. At her words, the cultivators from various sects were somewhat bewildered. However, since a celestial being had spoken, the disciples complied. Zhang Xuan suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly turned to the disciples of Qingyun Sect and Guwei Fang. Fangzhang, you must immediately attempt to cultivate. And all of you, swiftly see if you can still engage in cultivation. Upon hearing their young master's command, the disciples of Qingyun Sect grew increasingly confused, yet they complied. Guwei Fang, too, appeared baffled, but as he tried to absorb spiritual energy and circulate it, his expression changed dramatically. Something is amiss. I can absorb spiritual energy, yet my cultivation and magical power show no signs of increase. Zhang, what is happening? Guwei Fang quickly turned his gaze to Zhang Xuan. The other disciples of Qingyun Sect also recognized this troubling development, their faces filled with alarm. I cannot cultivate. What is going on? I, too, can absorb spiritual energy, but my magical power and cultivation remain stagnant. How could this be? Does this not imply that we are destined to become mere shells of our former selves? Not only the Qingyun Sect, but disciples from all other sects that entered the secret realm have also discovered this dire situation. The faces of the disciples were filled with terror, and the sect leaders and elders appeared equally shaken, all casting their gazes toward Ling Wuxue. Observing the scene unfold as she had anticipated, Ling Wuxue spoke coldly. The blood plague formation was established by the blood prison demon lord, a notorious figure in the annals of the demon race. This formation can refine the cultivation of practitioners, suppress their magical powers, and strip away their bloodline and physical constitution. A complete blood plague formation can even affect immortals, rendering it exceedingly insidious. Most alarmingly, the effects of this formation do not dissipate upon leaving. Instead, they persist, akin to a virulent disease, which is the origin of the formation's name. At this point, Ling Wuxue cast her gaze upon the crowd, her eyes growing colder. If my conjecture proves correct, not only are the disciples of all sects unable to cultivate, but their powers will also regress over time, ultimately rendering them mere mortals. Gasps of horror rippled through the assembly, horrified by the malignancy of such a formation. Yet, the most pressing concern was the ongoing influence of the blood plague formation on the disciples. Those who entered the secret realm to participate in the competition were the elite of their respective sects. If what Ling Wuxue said holds true, that they would henceforth be incapable of cultivation and potentially revert to mere mortals, it would spell disaster for this generation of disciples. Particularly since the sects involved in the secret realm competition hailed from across the southern wilderness, this would effectively mean the end of an entire lineage of elite disciples. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened as he realized he had overlooked this critical detail. In truth, Ling Wuxue's assertion was not entirely accurate. The continuous refining effect of the blood plague formation only existed initially, during a time when the demon lord had yet to ascend to power, employing unsavory methods to achieve certain objectives. However, once he attained the position of demon lord, he eliminated this effect, as one must cherish their reputation after achieving success. Even if the means were somewhat unsavory, it was simply unforeseen that Jiuyou and others would reinstate this effect when they set up the formation. Was this not a purely malicious act? How insidious of the demon race, attempting to sever the roots of the southern wilderness. The demon lord who created the blood plague formation must undoubtedly be a formidable villain. Otherwise, how could one conceive such a malevolent array? Master Ling, is there any remedy for the plague of this blood plague formation? The higher-ups of the sects condemned the demon race and the blood prison demon lord, while some turned their hopeful gazes toward Ling Wuxue in search of a solution, particularly from the Ziki sect. Li Yuanzhao was in a state of utter panic upon learning the situation. This was exacerbated by the fact that Li Xiaobai had also been affected. Being a candidate for the sword child of the boundless sword tomb, and not a disciple of the Ziki sect, if there was no resolution, how could he explain this to the Li family and the boundless sword tomb? With faces filled with hope, the crowd looked to Ling Wuxue. She shook her head in resignation, stating that even within the demon race, the blood plague formation would not be easily employed, as its effects were fundamentally irreparable. The demon disciple Jiuyou and his cohorts had likely set the blood plague formation with the intention of targeting the young master of the Qingyun Sect, aiming to seize the legacy of the Tsongming sword master and the chaos magician sword body. The leaders of various sects were indifferent to the intentions of figures like Jiuyou. However, upon hearing the inexorable effects of the blood plague formation, a wave of despondency washed over them, and those affected disciples wore expressions of utter despair. Li Yuanzhao's countenance turned ashen in an instant. It was over for him. The Ziki sect was likely to suffer significant consequences as well. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. Glancing at the equally despondent Jiuyou, his hesitation palpable. In truth, the effects of the blood plague formation were not insurmountable. His chaotic, demonic bloodline could indeed dispel it. For he was the very architect of the formation and thus possessed the means to rectify the situation. Yet, should he assist the disciples of the Qingyun Sect and others in alleviating their afflictions, would he not be inadvertently exposing his own vulnerabilities? What a predicament this was. Zhang Xuan felt torn. Even secretly aiding the Qingyun disciples would leave traces that could be discovered, rendering the situation utterly exasperating. At that moment, Ling Wuxia turned her gaze toward Zhang Xuan, her expression laced with curiosity. I am quite intrigued as to why the young master of the Qingyun sect remains unaffected. According to Sect Master Li, while the disciples of various sects were suppressed by the blood plague formation within the secret realm, you appeared to be immune. You seem to still be unscathed. Could you perhaps elucidate this? As her words hung in the air, the high-ranking officials and disciples of the various sects began to grasp the implications. Indeed, the young master of the Qingyun sect seemed perpetually untouched by the blood plague formation. What could this signify? All eyes turned towards Zhang Xuan. Chapter 64. The various sects of the southern wilderness besiege the Qingyun sect. Is there a great calamity awaiting Qingyun sect? Zhang Xuan sighed deeply, recognizing that this matter could not be brushed aside, as so many had witnessed the events in the secret realm. Nevertheless, he chose to feign ignorance. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is simply that each individual possesses a different constitution, he responded with a perplexed expression. The others, however, were clearly not convinced, and several disciples began to voice their dissent. No, I recall that Jiuyou mentioned the blood plague array targets everyone except those possessing the bloodline of the demon race. One exclaimed, Indeed, Jiuyou suspected you possess such a bloodline. You must be one of them. I suspect this entire affair is a conspiracy between you and the demon race. Otherwise, why would you remain unscathed? You are undoubtedly a spy for the demons. The voices of dissent came from various sects, including many disciples from smaller sects who had recently benefited from Zhang Xuan. Now, upon realizing their bleak future and impending descent into mortality, they desperately sought an outlet for their frustrations, and Zhang Xuan was conveniently available for their ire. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. Was this blatant slander? Yet, before he could retort, the disciples of the Qingyun sect spoke up on his behalf. How can you unjustly vilify him? The young master single-handedly confronted the powerful demons in the secret realm to save you. One protested. Indeed, a pack of ingrates. If the young master were truly allied with the demons, would he need to go to such lengths? Gu Yuefeng also chimed in, as just mentioned by Master Ling. The demons set up the array to seize Brother Zhang's sword body. Jiuyou has openly acknowledged this objective. If you wish to defame someone, you must provide evidence. On what grounds do you assert that Brother Zhang is connected to the demons? Despite these defenses, the disciples of the various sects remained unfazed, launching into heated exchanges. Who knows if he is not merely acting alongside Jiuyou? It is utterly absurd for a golden core cultivator to confront a great ascension cultivator. I suspect he has long been in collusion with the demons. Another shouted. His underhanded tactics in the secret realm confirm he must be one of them. I even suspect that the Qingyun sect has ties with the demons. The verbal conflict escalated, with Qingyun sect disciples engaging in a fierce literary battle against all the sects of the southern wilderness. The leaders of the various sects cast dark glances at Zhang Xuan, evidently harboring similar suspicions. However, out of respect for Yun Yao's celestial authority, they refrained from speaking out, yet showed no intent to quell their disciples' accusations. Initially affected by the tumultuous exchange, Zhang Xuan soon regained his composure. Observing the united front of the sects against Qingyun, he realized this presented an opportunity to fulfill his task. However, admitting to the slander and then sacrificing himself in atonement would tarnish the reputation of Qingyun sect, leaving him in a state of hesitation. System, if I were to perish in defense of the sect's honor, would that count towards completing the task? Zhang Xuan inquired inwardly. That does not count. The Qingyun sect must face a life and death crisis, and the host must die to protect the sect to complete the task. Currently, even with a tarnished reputation, the Qingyun sect will not face obliteration. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhang Xuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he soon became aware of a pressing concern, a life and death crisis for the sect. As the leader of the sect, Xiaoyao has ascended to the realm of immortality. Her power undeniable. The ancestral figure of the Jiuyou family and the lord of the immortal hall are no match for her. What kind of crisis could possibly threaten the Qingyun Sect? Is it possible that a great calamity lies ahead for them? Zhang Xuan felt a sense of unease. Indeed, this task was far more complex than it appeared. Just then, while he was lost in thought, Yun Yao suddenly spoke. The aura of an immortal surged forth, instantly pressing down on everyone present, rendering them speechless. Zhang Xuan snapped back to reality, sensing that Xiaoyu seemed enraged. Could he, Zhang Xuan, possibly have any ties to the demonic clan? Surely, the esteemed leader would not be oblivious to such matters. What ulterior motives do you harbor in maligning the Qingyun Sect's young master? Yun Yao's cold gaze swept the room, her expression as frigid as ice. Had it been when she first attained immortality, those who dared to slander her master would have met their demise at the edge of her sword. With her wrath evident, no one dared to utter another word. Yet, many among the higher echelons of various sects, as well as their disciples, continued to cast doubtful glances at Zhang Xuan. Their fear of Yun Yao's divine presence not enough to quell their skepticism. Friend Yun, please remain calm. Ling Wuxue stepped forward. Having discerned that Zhang Xuan was indeed a sensitive subject for Yun Yao, had they not been master and disciple for less than a decade? How could their bond be so profound? Ling Wuxue was puzzled and deeply intrigued by Zhang Xuan's circumstances. Regardless of his potential connections to the demonic clan, it was evident that his immunity to the blood plague array within the secret realm was concerning. Furthermore, she recalled that when she and her companions arrived at the secret realm, the demonic cultivators had already perished, yet Zhang Xuan was replete with demonic energy. What exactly transpired? According to sect leader Li, all other disciples had exited the secret realm, leaving only Zhang Xuan and those demonic cultivators behind. Could Zhang Xuan elucidate the events that transpired during that time? Ling Wuxue regarded him intently. Her words were measured and did not directly accuse him of being affiliated with the demonic clan, yet the insinuation was unmistakable. Zhang Xuan's expression soured. He felt targeted by the woman before him. Surely, she bore a grudge for the embarrassment he had caused her earlier, now intent on making his life difficult. The expressions of the sect leaders and disciples shifted dramatically, particularly upon hearing that those demonic cultivators had perished before Ling Wuxue and Yun Yao arrived. How could one not ponder the implications? Was it conceivable that a mere golden core cultivator could vanquish those who had undergone tribulation and ascended to the great ascendance? Once more, all eyes turned towards Zhang Xuan. However, he was not taken aback by the scrutiny, for he had already prepared his defense. Just as he was about to speak, Yun Yao interjected, I was the one who killed those demonic cultivators. I cleaved open the secret realm and dispelled the blood plague array, which inadvertently affected them. Ling Hall Master, you arrived a step later. Hence your lack of knowledge regarding this matter. She took it upon herself to shield Zhang Xuan from blame. Though she was unaware of how her master had dispatched those demonic cultivators, it was a secret she would protect. After all, the secret realm had collapsed, leaving no trace behind. Ling Wuxue was suddenly enlightened, realizing the circumstances. It was indeed true that she had arrived at the secret realm a moment too late, which made everything reasonable. The other cultivators from various sects nodded in agreement. However, Zhang Xuan felt a sense of helplessness within. What tricks was Xiao Yao attempting to play? He had intended to explain that those individuals had perished due to the backlash of the blood plague array, and that he had sensed some situations because he was controlled by the array at the time. Yet, if he were to fabricate a lie, any subsequent revelations would only implicate him. Now that Xiao Yao had interjected, the situation had become complicated, with a celestial being aiding in his concealment. Should any discrepancies be uncovered later, it would likely attract the attention of the celestial being, especially since others were aware of this matter. Whether or not Jiuyou was truly dead remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Zhang Xuan understood that Xiao Yao was trying to assist him, which touched him deeply. The girl had a good heart. Zhang Xuan, my young friend, could you elaborate on the events that transpired within the secret realm? Ling Wuxue inquired once more. Casting her gaze towards Zhang Xuan, he sighed inwardly and reluctantly adjusted his original phrasing. He did not alter the course of events too much. He recounted the moment he unleashed the aura of the celestial weapon until he was captured by Jiuyou, who sought to seize his sword body. He spoke the truth about this segment. However, he modified the later part regarding the awakening of the chaos celestial demon bloodline, stating instead that when Jiuyou was about to seize his sword body, Xiao Yao appeared to save him, resulting in the demise of Jiuyou and his companions. Zhang Xuan could only hope that Jiuyou was indeed dead, otherwise, it would truly become troublesome. After listening to Zhang Xuan's account, Ling Wuxue and the others found no flaws. everything was coherent and reasonable. Although it was surprising that Zhang Xuan could invoke the aura of the celestial sword, he explained that he possessed the sword intent of the Tsangming sword sovereign, making it quite natural for him to summon the aura of the sword sovereign's weapon, leaving no room for further objections. Just when it seemed the matter could reach a conclusion, Ling Wuxiwei questioned again. Wait. You have not explained why you were unaffected by the blood plague array. Additionally, when I saw you at that time, there was demonic energy emanating from you, which can only manifest in those of demonic bloodlines. How did such energy come to be present within you? Chapter 65. The Valley of the Medicine King. Is it truly a coincidence? Master, please no. Ling Wuxiue's inquiry was incisive, prompting everyone to cast their gaze once more upon Zhang Xuan. Shaking his head, Zhang Xuan replied, I have stated before that I do not comprehend why the blood plague formation has no effect on me. It may be due to the variances in individual constitutions. As for what Ling Dian's master observed regarding the demonic energy surrounding me, he paused, seemingly lost in contemplation. I surmise it is a consequence of the blood plague formation. At that moment, Jiuyou was preparing to seize my sword body using the formation. But master arrived and dispelled it, resulting in Jiuyou's immediate demise. A portion of the demonic energy he possessed seemingly resonated back to me, but it has since dissipated. Upon hearing this, many furrowed their brows. They were unfamiliar with the intricacies of the blood plague formation, unable to ascertain the veracity of Zhang Xuan's claims, yet logically, there appeared to be no discrepancies. Ling Wuxiue also frowned, evidently dissatisfied with this explanation. You, Ling Dian's master. Just as Ling Wuxiue was poised to pursue her line of questioning, Yun Yaohong interjected, cutting her off. Shouldn't we be devising a means to alleviate the effects of the blood plague formation? What purpose does delving into these matters serve? Must Zhang Xuan also be afflicted by the blood plague formation for you to be content? Noticing Yun Yao's rising ire, Ling Wuxiue clasped her hands and replied, Taoist friend Yun, that was not my intention. This matter must be investigated. Furthermore, the plague of the blood plague formation is indeed insurmountable, and I am at a loss in that regard. The assembly fell into a state of despondency, the disciples of various sects increasingly engulfed in despair. Yet, Yun Yaohong spoke calmly, I am aware of a place that may provide a resolution to this predicament. At her words, the eyes of the sect leaders and elders gleamed with renewed hope, and the disciples' spirits brightened as well. Master Yun, if you can truly resolve the effects of the blood plague formation, our Ziki sect shall be eternally grateful. Li Yuanzhao was the first to bow toward Yun Yaohong. His urgency palpable. If Li Xiaobai were to be rendered incapable due to this, both he and the Ziki sect would face ruin. The other high-ranking members of the various sects also expressed their gratitude in unison. Master Yun, if this issue can be resolved, the Qingyun Sect owes Qingyun Sect a favor. Master Yun, where can we find the solution to this plague? We shall depart at once. Pray, inform us of the location. All eyes turned to Yun Yaohong. Filled with hope, Zhang Xuan felt a twinge of confusion. Were there others capable of addressing the influence of the blood plague formation? Yun Yaohong sighed inwardly, knowing that for the sake of her master, she would have to betray her friend's secret identity. Without reservation, she declared, the Valley of the Medicine King. The valley's master is my dear friend and a being of celestial stature. She may hold the key to resolving this matter. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the sects were momentarily taken aback, for they recognized the name. The Valley of the Medicine King was a renowned alchemical sect in the southern wilderness. Historically reclusive and uncontentious, having never participated in the grand competitions of the southern wilderness. The valley's master, Bai Li, was reputed to remain within the confines of the sect, rumored to be merely a high-level practitioner. Yet now, the master of Qingyun Sect claimed she was also a celestial being. When had the southern wilderness become home to such a multitude of concealed immortals? The high-ranking members of various sects were in a state of uproar. However, since the leader of the Qingyun Sect claimed that the other party could resolve the issue of the blood plague array, they assumed it to be true. Yet, given that the leader of Yawang Valley was an immortal, it was uncertain whether they would receive any favor upon visiting. Thus, everyone turned their gaze to Yun Yaohong. With a sense of helplessness, Yun Yaohong addressed them, there is no need for concern. The disciples from each sect affected by the blood plague array may accompany my Qingyun Sect disciples to Yawang Valley. I will plead with my friend to ensure the healing of all. The crowd erupted in joy, bowing in gratitude towards Yun Yaohong. In the eyes of the sect disciples, hope ignited. Surely, with an immortal personally intervening, salvation was imminent. Guyu Fangzheng let out a sigh of relief. He still had hope. He glanced at Zhang Xuan, who bore an odd expression, his countenance seemingly troubled. Brother Zhang, what troubles you? Guyu Fangjing inquired. Zhang Xuan turned to him. Are you familiar with Yaohong Valley? Reflecting for a moment, Guyu Fangjing replied, I have heard of it during my travels in the southern wilderness. It is said that the valley's master, Bai Li, is a consummate practitioner of alchemy. I never anticipated that she was, in fact, an immortal. His excitement was palpable. However, Zhang Xuan's heart sank. Yaohong Valley? Bai Li? The names were eerily identical. Could it truly be the Bai Li he feared? Surely, it was mere coincidence. The Bai Li he knew was a practitioner of Gu, not alchemy. Yet, he could not take the risk. Feeling anxious, Zhang Xuan turned to Yun Yao. Master, must I accompany you to Yaohong Valley? Yun Yao furrowed her brow. No. As the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign's legacy, my master has already attracted the attention of the demonic clans. It would be perilous to leave her side. So I have decided to keep her close for protection. Why? Zhang Xuan was bewildered. No means no. From now on, you must remain by my side. And if I refuse, that is not for you to decide. Yun Yao declared, swiftly raising her hand to bind Zhang Xuan with her immortal power. Under its influence, should he stray more than 100 miles from her, he would be instantly transported back to her side. Zhang Xuan recognized the function of this power and exclaimed, Master, please. Yet, Yun Yao paid him no heed. This was for the sake of her master. Zhang Xuan felt despondent. Rebellious disciple. I must go now, even if I don't wish to. He could only hope that the Yaohong Valley and Bai Li in the southern wilderness were not as he feared. Otherwise, calamity would surely follow. Not far away, Ling Wuxue observed the duo with narrowed eyes. There was undoubtedly something amiss with these two. The sky was shrouded in darkness. Swirling black clouds occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. The air around them was infused with spiritual energy, mingling with faint traces of demonic aura. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the thunderous skies erupted with fury, and amidst the cacophony, a spatial rift tore open, from which emerged a figure drenched in blood. A figure fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, seemingly lifeless, with only a faint movement after a long while. In the realm of the great Luo, I have returned. I am not dead. Zhang Xuan gasped out a few words before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. In the depths of the southern wilderness, within the Medicine King's Valley, the Valley Master, Bai Li, adorned in crimson attire, possessed delicate brows and starry eyes. Her graceful figure captivating, her fair, oval face radiating an alluring charm. At that moment, she sat before her chamber's bed, gazing at the lifeless body. Her ruby lips parting slightly. My dear husband, did you truly believe I would accept your death? A soft, mocking laughter escaped her. You are the god of medicine. As long as you wish to live, how many in the 9 heavens and 10 domains could truly end your life? My love, we have yet to wed. How could you leave me so soon? How could you die? The room resonated with Bai Li's tender, crystalline voice, fluctuating in pitch, sometimes sweet and gentle, other times sharp and reminiscent of a wronged wife. The corpse on the bed remained unresponsive, its expression holding a faint smile. Bai Li's delicate fingers gently caressed the lifeless face, her eyes brimming with affection. My dear, it is late. You must rest. With that, she lay down beside the body, embracing it as she drifted into slumber. Into Volume 1, P.S. The first volume, The Sword Master Arc, has concluded. However, the tale of the Sword Master is far from over, and readers can anticipate more to come. The next installment will delve into the protagonist's other identity. To ensure a seamless transition in the narrative, the author has laid the groundwork for certain characters and events, allowing for a smoother reading experience. Additionally, constant high-energy plot lines can be quite exhausting. Thus, there will be a few lighter transitional chapters, but not too many. Furthermore, most notable characters introduced in the first volume will continue to appear in subsequent chapters, so readers need not worry. The author hopes that the characters within the story will be well received. There are many aspects of the first volume that could have been improved, but the author's abilities are limited. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. The author is committed to enhancing the quality of future installments and hopes for your continued support. The author has also established a reader discussion group. Interested parties may wish to join and find the contact method for the QQ group within. This concludes the narrative of the Swordmaster arc. The next volume, the Medicine God arc, awaits your eager anticipation. A little more free love to fuel the writing would be wonderful. For every 1,000 units of support, an additional chapter will be added, with no upper limit. Chapter 66, A Plan to Escape. Bai, do you wish to comprehend the essence of the sword? On a flying vessel departing from the Qingyun Sect towards the Medicine King Valley, Disciples from various sects of the southern region gathered, accompanied by several esteemed elders. Rest assured, I have contacted my friend, and she has agreed to assess the situation for the disciples of each sect. Should there be any hope, she will undoubtedly intervene. Yun Yaohong stated calmly. Ling Wuxue also spoke in a cold tone. I have relayed a message back to the Immortal Alliance, requesting information on a solution to the blood plague formation. I believe it will not be long before we receive a response. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan Zhao and the senior members of various sects let out a collective sigh of relief, their gazes filled with gratitude towards Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue, while hope blossomed on the faces of the disciples. Only Zhang Xuan appeared troubled, his heart in turmoil. Although he was uncertain whether this Medicine King Valley was indeed the one he feared, he was resolute in his desire to avoid it. If the valley's master was indeed the White Li he dreaded, he would be walking into the jaws of a tiger. Yet, his current circumstances left him no choice. The influence of Xiao Yao's celestial power rendered him powerless to act. The awakening of the chaos celestial demon bloodline had alleviated his slow cultivation of the 5 inferior spiritual roots. Yet relying solely on his own advancement to eradicate Xiao Yao's celestial energy seemed an exercise in futility, requiring an eternity. I must devise a way to escape. Zhang Xuan resolved inwardly. He glanced over at Yun Yaohong and the others engaged in conversation, his mind racing to formulate an escape plan. The vessel, provided by the Qingyun Sect, was capable of accommodating many passengers due to the number of disciples seeking treatment for the plague, yet it boasted a swift speed, capable of reaching the Medicine King Valley in but a month. This meant he had a mere 30 days to find a solution to the celestial energy left by Xiao Yao. Celestial power can only be resolved by celestial beings. Zhang Xuan turned his gaze towards Ling Wuxue, the only immortal present who possessed the ability to assist him. However, how could he persuade this woman to help him, especially after having inadvertently offended her? Zhang Xuan. Just as he pondered these thoughts, Gu Yuefeng approached, accompanied by Li Xiaobai, Zhao Guanshan, and even Lu Ruan. The group approached, with Zhao Guanshan speaking first in a hearty manner. In the secret realm, young Master Zhang saved us. We have yet to express our gratitude, so I would like to thank you here. Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruoyan also clasped their hands in appreciation. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter. I merely acted to rescue my Qingyun Sect disciples. Regardless, you saved our lives. Consider me in your debt, Li Xiaobai replied coolly. Lu Ruoyan nodded in agreement. Presently, their ability to cultivate was hindered. Although they could still wield some magic, it dwindled with each use, like a rootless reed. Thankfully, this woman had refrained from employing her charms again. Zhang Xuan wished to ignore the group as he sought a means to escape. However, upon seeing Li Xiaobai, a thought struck him, and he inquired, by the way, Xiaobai, I have something I wish to inquire about. Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai's lips twitched. Though you saved my life, are we truly that familiar? In order to maintain his aloof demeanor, he refrained from elaborating, merely nodding and stating, Master Zhang, please speak your mind. I recall you expressed a similar sentiment in the secret realm. What is it that you wish to inquire about? Zhang Xuan did not hasten to respond. Instead, he cast a glance at Gu Yufengzing and the others, recognizing Zhang Xuan's intent to keep their conversation private. Gu Yufengzing promptly took Zhao Guanshan and Lu Rian aside. Observing their departure, Zhang Xuan silently acknowledged the young man as perceptiveness. Then, he casually draped an arm over Li Xiaobai's shoulder and inquired softly, How well do you know my master? Li Xiaobai glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, inhaled deeply, and replied, What aspect do you refer to, Master Zhang? Certainly, I mean my master's past. As you know, my master is an immortal and appears quite formidable. So as his disciple, I naturally wish to learn about his illustrious history, Zhang Xuan chuckled. He chose to approach the subject indirectly to avoid arousing suspicion. Li Xiaobai, not dwelling on it, reflected and said, I do not know much about the Qingyun Sword Immortal. As much of her history dates back hundreds of thousands of years. I have gleaned some information from the Chronicles of Immortals, but my understanding is not comprehensive. When the Tsangming Sword Sovereign fell, the Qingyun Sword Immortal had yet to attain immortality and remained silent for a considerable time due to the Sword Sovereign's demise. After she ascended, she sought answers from many ancient powers across the boundless realms, including my boundless sword tomb, but all her efforts ended in failure. In the subsequent hundreds of thousands of years, there has been little of note upon hearing this. Zhang Xuan's heart stirred. Why had Xiao Yao inquired about the ancient powers? Was it related to his own demise? Indeed, at that time, he was merely in his first life. lacking experience in plotting his fall and leaving behind numerous vulnerabilities. With his strength at the time, the tribulations of immortality were trivial. However, many were intent on preventing him from overcoming them. He had sensed some machinations and, opting to play along, feigned his death, which, in hindsight, seemed rather hasty. What ancient powers did my master inquire about? Zhang Xuan pressed. Li Xiaobai, after a moment of recollection, shook his head. I cannot recall. There were many. I only skimmed through that particular section of the Chronicles of Immortals, and my recollection is not vivid. Had it not been for the inclusion of my boundless sword tomb, I might not have paid much attention. Zhang Xuan nodded, choosing not to delve deeper. He had a rough idea of the forces that had conspired against his tribulation, and perhaps those entities had indeed troubled Yun Yao. He coldly smirked, vowing to assist Xiao Yao in reclaiming justice. Subsequently, Zhang Xuan posed further inquiries regarding Yun Yao to avoid raising Li Xiaobai's suspicions. However, Li Xiaobai's knowledge was indeed limited, given the considerable passage of time. And this young man was merely a golden core cultivator. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan contemplated how to deal with the boundless sword tomb, knowing without a doubt that they had troubled Xiao Yao in the past, and he could not let them off the hook. Suddenly, he spoke. Xiaobai, I perceive that you have attained a profound clarity in your swordsmanship. Would you like to comprehend the essence of sword intent? If you express your desire, I can offer you some guidance. Li Xiaobai regarded Zhang Xuan with a hint of skepticism. Although you, young Master Zhang, possess strength that surpasses mine and have inherited the sword intent of the Zhangming sword master, I believe your understanding of the sword path may not be as superior as you assume. Moreover, directly inheriting another's sword intent is merely a borrowed path, not the authentic way. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you challenging my comprehension of the sword path? You, my friend, are the first to do so. Watch as I enlighten you. I understand your perspective, but while questioning me is permissible, you cannot cast doubts upon the Zhangming sword master. Can you? To be frank, when I received the Zhangming sword master's legacy, I also inherited his insights into the sword path. Within his reflections, there are many that pertain to the emotionless sword path. If I am not mistaken, that seems to be the path you are cultivating, correct? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai was indeed taken aback. Although the Wujing sword tomb harbored some animosity towards the Zhangming sword master due to perceived ideological conflicts, there was an undeniable respect for him. As a practitioner of the Wujing sword tomb, Li Xiaobai had been influenced to regard the Zhangming sword master as a supreme existence in the realm of swordsmanship. The revelation that Zhang Xuan had inherited the Zhangming sword master's insights into the sword path sparked a glimmer of hope that he might indeed offer valuable direction. With a serious countenance, Li Xiaobai hesitated before asking, then, what does the sword master believe is the proper way to cultivate the emotionless sword path? Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan grinned. It's quite simple. You just need to make more female friends. Chapter 67. The True Path of the Heartless Sword? The Passionate Swordsman and the Heartless Blade. Cultivating more relationships. Li Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated Zhang Xuan to utter some profound insights. Yet he was met with such an absurd suggestion. It was utterly ridiculous. The Heartless Sword Path emphasizes the severance of emotions to achieve a swift and unencumbered strike. Are you jesting at my expense? Filled with indignation, Li Xiaobai believed Zhang Xuan was mocking him. Do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. How could I ever jest with you? Zhang Xuan reassured him, gently patting Li Xiaobai's shoulder. Li Xiaobai scoffed, eager to see what further nonsense Zhang Xuan would concoct. I ask you, how much emotion can one person possess? Zhang Xuan inquired. Li Xiaobai furrowed his brow. How would I know? Such a thing is hardly quantifiable. Zhang Xuan nodded. Indeed, it cannot be quantified, but it can be broadly assessed. As he spoke, he extended a finger. Consider this. An individual's emotion can be likened to the number 1. If one devotes their feelings solely to one person, does that one not become whole? Li Xiaobai nodded in agreement, but soon questioned, what does this have to do with the Heartless Sword Path? Patience, Zhang Xuan continued. When this one is whole, it is indeed abundant. However, if it is infinitely divided, does each fragment not approach the state of nothingness? You have stated that the Heartless Sword Path requires the severance of emotions. Thus, when you infinitely divide your emotions, does it not equate to having none? At this, Li Xiaobai paused, contemplating the logic. Perhaps there was merit in this reasoning? Observing Li Xiaobai deep in thought, Zhang Xuan pressed on. Now let me ask you, how did the sword cultivators of your Wujing sword tomb practice the Heartless Sword Path? Li Xiaobai reflected. They distanced themselves from the mundane world. cultivating a tranquil heart and desires in order to achieve emotional detachment. Incorrect. Zhang Xuan shook his head. That is a grave misunderstanding. How can one sever emotions without ever experiencing desire? It is akin to claiming you dislike a fruit you have never tasted. Does that reasoning hold? Li Xiaobai sank into contemplation, realizing the validity of this argument. Yet, he quickly countered, so, according to your reasoning, did the predecessors of our Wujing sword too err? Many of them have indeed comprehended the essence of the heartless sword. How do you explain that? Zhang Xuan recognized that mere sophistry would not suffice to persuade Li Xiaobai, so he continued with gentle guidance. I do not assert that your predecessors were mistaken. Undeniably, they succeeded through their approach. But I believe their understanding of the heartless sword path is flawed. The heartless sword path should not embody complete heartlessness. Even your predecessors could not achieve that, or else why would they practice swordsmanship? The purpose of cultivation is the pursuit of longevity. Does this not denote desire? The goal of the sword cultivator is the quest for the Tao. Does this not also signify desire? Therefore, in your pursuit of the heartless sword path, to grasp the essence of the heartless sword, you must embody both detachment and the pursuit of the Tao. Is this not a contradiction? Li Xiaobai was left speechless, confronted with the apparent contradiction. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart, prompting him to inquire, so, according to your assertion, the emotionless sword path cannot possibly exist? Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I believe the emotionless sword path begins with detachment, but ultimately leads to a path of profound affection. As I previously mentioned, if you were to infinitely diversify your emotions, would you not achieve a state of emotional detachment? However, the emotions you disperse do not vanish. Rather, they compel you to care more deeply. Consequently, your reasons for wielding the sword multiply, embodying great love. As the saying goes, when one achieves greatness, they benefit the world. When you master the sword path, your love will encompass all beings, and your swordsmanship will harness the strength of the multitude. This is the true path to enlightenment. Li Xiaobai was utterly taken aback. The emotion-filled sword path? The path of great love? Indeed. Zhang Xuan nodded. How could one truly sever all emotions and desires? Even immortals cannot achieve such a feat. If one were to extinguish the 7 emotions and 6 desires, would they still be human? What is the purpose of cultivating immortality? What is the essence of living? Zhang Xuan provocatively posed timeless philosophical questions. Who are you? Where are you headed? Why do you exist? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai fell into deep contemplation. He had never pondered these questions before, as the elders of his sect had taught him that achieving clarity of sword heart was sufficient, that understanding sword intent was enough, and that mastering the sword path was all that mattered. Now, Zhang Xuan had ignited a spark of thought within him, leading him to recognize the inherent contradictions. So, does this imply that I should indeed cultivate more romantic relationships? Li Xiaobai hesitated. Indeed, a teachable spirit. Zhang Xuan chuckled. The emotionless sword path should ultimately culminate in the path of great love. True detachment is, in essence, selflessness. The heavenly way is impartial, treating all things as mere fodder. And thus the emotionless sword path should reflect this. This is the genuine essence of the emotionless sword path. I encourage you to cultivate more romantic relationships. This is the refining of the heart amidst worldly affairs. As the adage goes, a passionate swordsman wields the emotionless sword. If you succeed in refining your heart, the emotionless sword intent will naturally follow. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap resounded in Li Xiaobai's mind. Theoretically, the emotionless sword path might indeed be non-existent. The heavenly way is impartial, treating all as mere fodder. Could this be the true meaning of the emotionless sword path? The path of great love. A passionate swordsman wields the emotionless sword. Li Xiaobai experienced an epiphany. The elders of his sect had been mistaken. This was the authentic, emotionless sword path. He gazed at Zhang Xuan, his eyes brimming with reverence, and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Indeed, the understanding of the sword path by the esteemed sword master Zhangming is truly extraordinary. I am grateful for your teachings. In that moment, he began to comprehend why the sword master Zhangming had achieved such mastery. The elevation of his thoughts was distinctly different. Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded, pleased that the young man had finally grasped the essence. However, such discourse would only serve to enlighten someone as naïve as Li Xiaobai. Those who had already established their own paths would remain unconvinced, for they had developed their own theoretical frameworks. Cultivators are inherently obsessive, otherwise, how could one persist for millennia in pursuit of a singular goal? Now that you understand, it is well and good. However, you must refrain from discussing these thoughts too openly with the elders upon your return to the boundless sword tomb, Zhang Xuan advised. Li Xiaobai was suddenly perplexed. Why? They had strayed from the path of their great way, and as a disciple of the boundless sword tomb, I feel it is my duty to guide them back. Zhang Xuan sighed and said, the insights I have shared regarding the heartless sword path are drawn from the teachings of the sword master Tsangming. You are aware that the boundless sword tomb holds a rather dismissive view of Tsangming. I fear they will entirely reject my words because of this. I understand your loyalty to the boundless sword tomb, but until you achieve success, they will not heed your counsel. Thus, it may be more effective to address their faults only after you have truly succeeded. By then, your words will carry much more weight. He felt compelled to issue a warning to the young man. What if, after having just indoctrinated him, the boundless sword tomb were to forcibly suppress him? As for his reasoning, it was theoretically sound. If Li Xiaobai were to truly master the heartless sword path, and a multitude of practitioners were to accompany their partners to confront the immortals of the boundless sword tomb, only to declare that they were on the wrong path, what a spectacle that would be. Li Xiaobai absorbed this, his expression darkening as he recalled the stubbornness of his elders. I understand now. Thank you for enlightening me, young Master Zhang. Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded, having offered you my guidance. Can we still refer to me as young Master Zhang? Call me Brother Xuan instead. Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of embarrassment. The sudden shift from the heartless sword path to the affectionate sword path was something he struggled to adapt to. However, Zhang Xuan's guidance truly aided him. A debt of gratitude he felt profoundly. Thus, he stammered, Xuan, Brother Xuan. Indeed. Zhang Xuan nodded with satisfaction. This generation of heartless sword practitioners has, in a way, been preliminarily trained. As for what follows, once this young man experiences the taste of desire, who would fear he might abandon it? Since you've come to this realization, why not start looking for a girlfriend right away? That Lu Ruyan seems quite suitable. She could serve as your practice partner, Zhang Xuan encouraged. Li Xiaobai's expression stiffened. So soon? Of course. You are destined for great love in this world. If you don't seize the moment, when will you? But I have no idea how to proceed. Do not worry. I shall teach you. You? Li Xiaobai was immediately skeptical. Brother Xuan, not that I doubt you. But you don't even have a girlfriend. How can you teach me? Zhang Xuan was taken aback. What are you saying? You may not realize. But I am a master of romance, gliding through the flowers without a single petal clinging to me. Zhang Xuan proclaimed confidently, hands clasped behind his back. Though he had never had a girlfriend, he had certainly seen enough of the world before his transmigration. He had watched countless videos and read enough quotes from those notorious for their romantic pursuits. Li Xiaobai paused, suddenly recalling how Zhang Xuan appeared unperturbed even when faced with the allure of the Jiuyou sect. Perhaps he was indeed a master in this realm? He remained somewhat skeptical but resolved. Then I shall rely on you, Brother Xuan. Rest assured, I will take care of it, Zhang Xuan declared, thumping his chest with confidence. The two engaged in hushed conversation, yet Li Xiaobai's doubts grew. Brother Xuan, is this truly possible? Absolutely. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Chapter 68, Li Xiaobai's bold maneuver. The Master's secret? Soon, Zhang Xuan and his companion concluded their conversation. Brother Xuan, are we really going for it? Li Xiaobai asked timidly, glancing nervously at Lu Ruyan, who was engaged in discussion with Gu Yufengxing and Zhao Guanshan. Of course we are. Take that courageous first step and believe in yourself. You are exceptional. Zhang Xuan encouraged him. He was surprised, as the boy had previously exuded confidence, yet now appeared so timid in this situation. However, Zhang Xuan understood that Li Xiaobai was inexperienced. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobai nodded. All right, Brother Xuan, I shall go. Go with confidence. You will be fine. With Zhang Xuan's encouragement, Li Xiaobai approached Lu Ruyan and the others, wearing a faude of bravado. The group noticed Li Xiaobai's approach, and Gu Yufengxing spoke first. Have you finished your conversation with Brother Zhang, Taoistly? Li Xiaobai did not respond. Nor did he look at them. Instead, he turned his back to them, gazing coldly into the distance. The group was taken aback. What did this mean? Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow and asked gently, could it be that Taoistly did not enjoy his conversation with young Master Zhang? Enjoy? Of course I did. Zhang Xuan quickly interjected with a smile. What was Li Xiaobai up to? Was this how he was taught? Li Xiaobai slowly turned around, still avoiding eye contact, and began to caress the sword in his hand. Alas, in this vast world, the only peer capable of challenging me in the southern wilderness is Brother Zhang. How unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan and the others were momentarily speechless. Was this fellow unwell? Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. What are you playing at, you fool? Li Xiaobai continued to lament, turning to Zhang Xuan. Brother Zhang, do you know the origin of the sword I wield? Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Confused by his inquiry, Li Xiaobai mused aloud. This sword was forged by the master craftsman of my Wujing sword tomb, though it is merely a low-grade magical artifact now. Its materials are exceedingly rare, crafted from heavenly essence stones, purple sand, and dreamless marrow, among other precious materials. Its sharpness rivals that of mid-grade magical artifacts. It shall grow alongside me, and when I one day comprehend the essence of the sword and attain immortality, it shall become an immortal weapon. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan, resembling a foolish heir from a wealthy family. Lu Ruyan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Was he flaunting his wealth? Zhang Xuan smacked his forehead in disbelief. What an utter fool. Li Xiaobai's antics were far from over. He waved his hand, producing a pile of spirit stones and elixirs from his storage ring, causing them to accumulate in front of him, dazzling the onlookers. Oh dear. How shall I spend so many spirit stones? If only someone could help me spend them, he lamented. And these elixirs, all top-notch potions for enhancing cultivation, some even possessing inscriptions. Who can assist me in sharing the burden? The group could no longer contain themselves. Zhao Guanshan's lips twitched uncontrollably as he said, Ladies and gentlemen, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lu Ruyan also clasped her hands and said, It seems an elder from my Jiuyou sect is calling for me. I must go and see. The two swiftly departed from the area, pondering the peculiar state of mind exhibited by Li Xiaobai, who seemed to have been rendered somewhat foolish by his sword practice. Upon witnessing Lu Ruyan's departure, Li Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, turning to Zhang Xuan with confusion. Brother Xuan, why haven't you intervened? Zhang Xuan's expression darkened considerably. What on earth are you doing? Is this how I instructed you? But Brother Xuan, didn't you say that when pursuing a woman, the focus should not solely be on how to chase her, but rather on how to captivate her, showcasing one's own strengths and charm? You also mentioned that money is merely for women to admire, not for them to spend. I was just following your advice. Li Xiaobai replied, utterly bewildered. Zhang Xuan was at a loss for words. Is this truly your idea of showcasing charm? You are quite the character. Sighing, he resolved to provide more concrete guidance. It was evident that this lad was utterly ignorant of matters beyond swordsmanship. Brother Xuan? At this moment, Jiuyou, who had been observing, inquired with curiosity, Did you instruct Li Daoyu to approach it this way? Indeed. I was teaching him how to pursue Lu Ruyan, Zhang Xuan confirmed with a nod. He then relayed his advice to Li Xiaobai, considering that he might need to devise a means of escape himself, and perhaps Jiuyou could keep an eye on this young man. Jiuyou was astonished at the notion of a cold-hearted swordsman seeking a romantic partner. A sentimental swordsman with a heart of stone? Is it truly possible to approach it this way? Yet, with Zhang Xuan's profound insights into the swordsmanship of the Tsangming sword sovereign, Jiuyou found himself unable to counter his logic. After contemplation, he began to see merit in Zhang Xuan's theory, pondering its potential viability. Regrettably, he lamented that the insights of the Tsangming sword sovereign pertained solely to swordsmanship. Otherwise, perhaps Zhang Xuan could offer him guidance as well. Zhang Xuan, undeterred by Jiuyou's musings, resumed instructing Li Xiaobai. Remember, when encountering her, approach at a 45-degree angle, allowing for both offense and defense. During conversation, you must spark her interest while maintaining your own allure, leading her rhythmically as you engage. This time, he meticulously covered every detail, advising Li Xiaobai on the appropriate gestures, expressions, and tones to employ when interacting with Lu Ruyan. Li Xiaobai nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with newfound understanding. It appeared that Brother Xuan truly possessed remarkable skills. Jiuyou, too, was impressed by Zhang Xuan's adeptness, surprised by his profound knowledge. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yun Yao and others seemed to have concluded their discussions. Come with me for a moment, Yun Yao called out to Zhang Xuan. He nodded, quickly reminding Li Xiaobai and Jiuyou. Did you remember everything? This time, be sure to follow my instructions carefully. Brother Fangzheng, keep a close watch on him. Both nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Brother Xuan, I will ensure everything proceeds smoothly, Jiuyou assured him, although Zhang Xuan still harbored some doubt. He recognized that Yun Yao likely needed him for something important, leaving him no choice but to comply. Very well. Remember what I said and do not deviate from my guidance, Zhang Xuan reiterated as he made his way toward Yun Yao. The two watched him depart, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon following Yun Yao into the cabin of the flying vessel, Zhang Xuan inquired with a hint of confusion. Master, is there something you need? I am quite occupied at the moment. However, once Yun Yao entered the room, she swiftly waved her hand, enveloping the entire space in a binding spell and establishing a soundproof barrier. Master, what are you doing? Zhang Xuan immediately grew wary. Yun Yao turned her gaze towards Zhang Xuan and asked, "It seems that you are reluctant to visit the Medicine King Valley?" Surprised that she had discerned his feelings, Zhang Xuan paused and, with a weary expression, admitted, "Yes, I have experienced quite a bit in the secret realm and feel rather exhausted. I wish to return to the Qingyun Sect to rest." Understanding his sentiments, Yun Yao nodded. "Rest assured, Master, you can indeed find respite in the Medicine King Valley. However, for your safety, I must insist that you refrain from wandering during this time." Zhang Xuan managed a wry smile. "Please, do not address me in such a manner. You are my master, and what danger could I possibly face?" "Master." Yun Yao's tone suddenly elevated. "I do not comprehend why you refuse to acknowledge your identity. I will no longer press you to admit it." Zhang Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, pondering if little Yao had come to terms with the situation. Yet, he remained concerned. Even in her current capacity as a mere heir, she had attracted the attention of the demonic clan. If he were to leave her unguarded, it would undoubtedly cause her distress. Yun Yao's demeanor softened, her previously frosty exterior replaced by warmth as she gazed at Zhang Xuan. "In the past, you have always protected me, and now it is my turn to protect you. I understand you may harbor some secrets, and while I can overlook them, I sincerely hope that you will regain your strength in the future, and we can acknowledge our bond formally." Zhang Xuan sighed inwardly, realizing that little Yao's concern for his well-being was rooted in this very reasoning. "Master, I assure you, I am not the Songming Sword Sovereign." A flicker of disappointment crossed Yun Yao's gentle eyes, though it vanished swiftly. "Do not worry, I do not expect you to acknowledge it now. However, it seems you may indeed possess some issues. Once we reach the Medicine King Valley, perhaps I can have my friend examine you." A sense of unease gripped Zhang Xuan. The dark energy surrounding him had indeed caught little Yao's attention. He had already deemed it a great risk to venture to the Medicine King Valley, and now to undergo a physical examination? The methods of immortals were unpredictable. What if something were to be uncovered? No, that won't he do. He promptly rejected the notion. Yun Yao was taken aback. Realizing her tone may have been too forceful, Zhang Xuan quickly clarified, "There is no need for an examination. I am well aware of my own condition. There are no issues, so you need not worry." "Is that so?" Yun Yao hesitated, suspecting it might be related to his secrets. "Of course, what could possibly be wrong? I am fit as a fiddle." Zhang Xuan chuckled. "I understand your concern for my safety, but my presence in the Medicine King Valley would be of little use. Perhaps I should simply return to the Qingyun Sect instead? Rest assured, I will not stray once I am back." Yun Yao narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that Master S' aversion to the Medicine King Valley in the examination was indicative of deeper issues. "This will not do. You must remain by my side. If you are unwilling to be examined, that is one matter, but we must still proceed to the Medicine King Valley. Once this situation is resolved, I shall take you with me to the central continent." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan realized that persuading Xiaoyu was an impossible task. He would have to devise his own solutions. However, it seemed that Yun Yao perceived his thoughts and suddenly remarked, "If Master wishes for Hall Master Ling to assist in dispelling the celestial power from your body, you might as well abandon that thought. I have already spoken to Hall Master Ling, and she will not assist you." Zhang Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Did this mean a trip to the Medicine King Valley was unavoidable? Noticing Zhang Xuan's expression, Yun Yao felt a slight sense of triumph. "Master, how could I not understand you? Once we arrive at the Medicine King Valley, I shall ensure Bai Li conducts a thorough examination for you." Chapter 69, The 36 Stratagems of Love. A couple's affection, a trio's joy. Zhang Xuan emerged from the cabin, his expression as despondent as if he had just lost a loved one. The celestial energy left on him by Xiao Yao, though solvable through various means, indeed, merely by blocking it out, was a problem that could not be resolved in a mere month. The only individual aboard the flying vessel capable of swiftly addressing this celestial energy, Ling Wuxue, had been cautioned by Xiao Yao, leaving Zhang Xuan momentarily at a loss. Perhaps this apothecary valley is not the one I envisioned? Zhang Xuan reassured himself. Furthermore, even if I arrive at the apothecary valley, as long as I avoid meeting the valley's master, I should be fine. Yet, I must prepare for other contingencies. Fortune should not be relied upon. With his brow furrowed, Zhang Xuan began to contemplate how to tackle the potential situations that might arise. However, He soon realized another pressing matter. If the Apothecary Valley could not resolve the plague of the blood epidemic formation, he would need to discreetly assist. As disciples of the Qingyun Sect were also susceptible to the infection. This is truly troublesome. At that moment, Jiuyou Fangzheng approached. Brother Zhang, you have returned. Zhang Xuan nodded, inquiring, and what of Li Xiaobai? Jiuyou Fangzheng replied with a smile. He has already gone to find Lu Ruyan. The two are conversing quite well. I must say, Brother Zhang, you are indeed impressive. Zhang Xian's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Finally, a piece of good news. Where are they? Take me to see them. I must keep a close watch. Certainly, they are at the bow of the ship. The two hurried towards the front, where they indeed found Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan engrossed in conversation, with no one else around, creating a world of their own. Zhang Xian was astonished. Well done. They have directly arranged a meeting. This lad is not as foolish as he seems. It's all thanks to Brother Zhang's good teaching, Jiuyou Fangzheng remarked, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. But I find it odd, Brother Zhang, as you seem to be without a girlfriend yourself. How is it that you possess such theoretical knowledge? Zhang Xian's expression darkened. If you cannot speak wisely, you need not speak at all. He quickly shifted the subject. Come. Let us move closer and listen to their conversation. They edged nearer and faintly caught snippets of the exchange. Miss Lu, the weather today is quite pleasant. It has been decent lately. Do you have any hobbies? Hobbies? Does cultivating count? Certainly. I too enjoy cultivation. Is that so? Upon hearing their dialogue, Zhang Xian's expression soured. He looked at Jiuyou Fangzheng and exclaimed, You call this a good conversation? Jiuyou Fangzheng nodded. Indeed, they are conversing. Zhang Xian slapped his forehead. This was utterly awkward. How naive of him to expect a romantic novice to suddenly transform into a master of courtship. Yet, it was indeed a step forward that they were able to engage in conversation, and Zhang Xian could not afford to be overly demanding. Very well. One step at a time. When Li Xiaobai concludes his conversation, summon him to me. I must give him further instruction. After listening for a while, Zhang Xian found it unbearable and returned to the cabin. Jiuyou Fangzheng nodded, continuing to eavesdrop in place, exuding an air of earnestness in his quest for knowledge. In response, Zhang Xian could only shake his head in resignation. Subsequently, during the day, Zhang Xian would teach Li Xiaobai and Jiuyou Fangzheng, while in the evening, he encouraged Li Xiaobai to invite Lu Ruyan for practical experience. As for Ling Wuxue, Zhang Xian, undeterred, made several attempts to seek her out. Yet she displayed no inclination to assist him, instead inquiring incessantly about his circumstances. Realizing that this avenue had been completely obstructed, Zhang Xian relinquished his hopes and devoted himself to instructing Li Xiaobai. The curriculum he meticulously devised was titled The 36 Stratagems of Love. He emphasized the importance of emotional interplay between two individuals, highlighting the delicate dance of advance and retreat. She approaches, you withdraw, she withdraws, you advance. He likened this to the subtle allure of a veiled lute, creating an irresistible longing in her heart, a tactic of deliberate emotional manipulation. Women, being creatures of sentiment, require stimulation of their emotions. This is akin to cutting off the fuel to the fire. Furthermore, in the pursuit of a woman, one must have the right time, place, and circumstances. For instance, the heroic rescue of a damsel. In the absence of a crisis, one might even fabricate one, or feign injury to elicit sympathy, a strategy akin to blossoming flowers on a tree or the art of self-sacrifice. Zhang Xian imparted all the romantic wisdom he had amassed before his transmigration to Li Xiaobai and Jiuyou Fangzheng without reservation. Each class, the two adopted the demeanor of earnest students, listening intently and even taking notes. This brought Zhang Xian great satisfaction. He feared not dull students, but rather apathetic ones. Under Zhang Xian's attentive tutelage, Li Xiaobai's skills in wooing women rapidly improved, and his relationship with Lu Ruyan indeed grew closer. Brother Xian, I am off to invite Lu Ruyan, Li Xiaobai declared one day after class, bidding farewell to Zhang Xian as he made his exit. Jiuyou Fangzheng sought to follow, but Zhang Xian halted him. Wait a moment. Jiuyou Fangzheng, puzzled, inquired, What is it, Brother Zhang? Speaking of which, I am teaching Li Xiaobai how to pursue girls. Yet he is doing so to cultivate his swordsmanship. You study so diligently every day, and yet you sneak eavesdrop on his dates. What is the reasoning behind that? Zhang Xian asked. Jiuyou Fangzheng was taken aback and stammered, This. I am merely keeping an eye on brotherly for you. Moreover, you previously mentioned that I lack social acumen, so I am here to learn. Is that so? Zhang Xian questioned skeptically. Of course. I shan't dwell on this further. Brother Zhang, I must keep watch over brotherly. I shall report any developments to you promptly, Jiuyou Fangjung hastily replied before darting away. Zhang Xian's expression turned peculiar. Wait a moment. Is it reasonable to apply social knowledge to the pursuit of women? He pondered, casting a curious glance in the direction Jiuyou Fangjung had departed. At the bow of the flying boat, under a starry moonlit sky, two figures sat side by side, their proximity intimate. Li Xiaobai gazed at the moonlight. Smiling as he spoke, the moonlight tonight is truly enchanting. It is indeed beautiful, Lu Ruyan replied, nodding with a smile as she admired the celestial orb. At that moment, Li Xiaobai suddenly turned towards Lu Ruyan, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Lu Ruyan froze at the unexpected intimacy, her cheeks flushing. No matter how beautiful the moonlight, it pales in comparison to your radiance. Li Xiaobai gazed into Lu Ruyan's eyes, filled with affection, reaching out to gently caress her face. Lu Ruyan, feeling shy, turned her head away. Senior brother Li, please, don't. Not like this. Li Xiaobai flashed a wicked smile. Not like what? You. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, flushed with embarrassment and irritation. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of joy within. Shuangge's words proved true. Men must possess a hint of mischief to capture a woman's heart. Whether he could win Lu Ruyan's affection hinged on this very night. He boldly grasped her shoulders, turning her to face him, and asked with a smile, Junior sister Lu, I invite you out every evening. Surely you must be aware of my intentions? Lu Ruyan's face deepened in color, her voice barely a whisper. What intentions does senior brother speak of? How could I possibly know? In truth, she was acutely aware of Li Xiaobai's feelings and harbored a budding fondness for him. He was handsome, with a formidable background, and it was impossible not to be moved by his proactive advances. Yet, having never experienced such moments, her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Li Xiaobai pulled Lu Ruyan into his embrace, resting her head against his chest, his voice low and resonant. Then, dear junior sister, listen closely and observe well. The moon symbolizes my heart. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a spell. Though merely a simple illusion, it was perfectly suited for the occasion. At that moment, the moon in their eyes transformed into the shape of a heart. Despite being a disciple of the Jiuyou sect and having practiced enchanting arts, Lu Ruyan had never encountered such a spectacle, and her heart raced uncontrollably. She was captivated. Senior brother. Don't speak. Kiss me. Under the moonlight. The two shared a kiss, much to the delight of Jiuyou Yaohong, who watched from the shadows, excitement bubbling within him. Wow, incredible. Li Xiaobai truly succeeded in winning her over. Brother Zhang's teachings are indeed effective. Although he had also learned similar techniques, he never considered employing them. He found watching others pursue romance to be far more engaging and thrilling than chasing girls himself. Initially, Jiuyou Yaohong had reservations about this approach. But recalling Zhang Xian's exploits in the secret realm, his minor indulgence seemed trivial by comparison. In that moment, though it was the love of two, the joy was shared by three. Chapter 70. Have we strayed too far? Arrival at the Valley of the Medicine King. After successfully capturing Lu Ruyan, Li Xiaobai's confidence soared. This accomplishment marked a significant advancement in his pursuit of the ruthless sword path, representing a milestone victory. Zhang Xian also expressed his approval, encouraging Li Xiaobai to boldly pursue other female cultivators. He was ready for action. Li Xiaobai did not disappoint, extending his charm to other female cultivators. In merely a month, he managed to win over more than 10 disciples from the Jiuyou sect. This left Zhang Xian somewhat astonished. Could the techniques touted in short videos truly be that effective? Unbeknownst to Li Xiaobai, a pair of watchful eyes observed him during each of his rendezvous. One day, the three stood upon the deck of the flying vessel, gazing ahead. Xiangu, Fangjung, you have no idea how delightful it is to kiss a woman. That sensation, Li Xiaobai smacked his lips, reminiscing. He had completely shed his former aloof demeanor. The cold and unfeeling Li Xiaobai was now a thing of the past, replaced by a roguish charm that was, admittedly, a bit infuriating. Zhang Xian's expression darkened. You're reminiscing about it now? Realizing he had misspoken, Li Xiaobai quickly corrected himself. My apologies, Xiangu, you surely understand. It was my thoughtlessness. This eased Zhang Xian's demeanor. Li Xiaobai had evidently been thoroughly trained after a few days of romance. He had nearly forgotten the reasons why he had embarked on this journey of love. He turned to Jiuyou Fangjung, only to find him wearing a similarly nostalgic expression, leaving Zhang Xian momentarily bewildered. What are you up to, you rascal? Huh? Jiuyou Fangjung snapped back to reality. I was just pondering what Li Xiong described. What is that sensation like? Zhang Xian's expression darkened further. He hadn't expected Fangjung to be led astray as well. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. At least this way, he would not struggle to find a partner in the future. Communicate among yourselves. Do not disturb me, Zhang Xuan admonished. Feeling increasingly anxious as they approached the Valley of the Medicine King. Oblivious to Zhang Xuan's concerns, Li Xiaobai and Guyu Fangzheng continued their discussion. Fangzheng, let me tell you, during those intimate moments. Is it like this? I still find it hard to imagine. Perhaps Li Xiong could use a recording stone to capture the moment, so I can experience it vicariously? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Fear not, a discreet recording will suffice, and no one will notice. As their conversation veered further off course, Zhang Xuan hastily intervened. Enough. If you continue down this path, you will be committing a crime. The two immediately ceased, realizing that such discussions in public were indeed inappropriate. However, their eyes continued to communicate. Clearly eager to explore this topic privately, Zhang Xuan, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Had these two strayed a bit too far? In the distance, Zhao Guanshan observed Zhang Xuan and the others with a puzzled expression, wondering when their relationship had become so amicable. Just as everyone's thoughts diverged, Yun Yaohong emerged from the cabin of the flying vessel, accompanied by Ling Wuxue and Li Yuanzhao, along with other elders from various sections. We have arrived at the Valley of the Medicine King, Yun Yaohong announced coolly. The crowd stirred, their expressions shifting. They had finally arrived. Zhang Xuan also gazed ahead, where in the far distance, the silhouette of a valley emerged, shrouded in mist. Towering peaks flanked the valley, reaching into the clouds, a sight of breathtaking grandeur. Snow began to accumulate from the mountain's midsections, exuding a vibrant aura. Though the valley appeared obscured by clouds and fog, wafts of fragrant herbs wafted through the air. Although referred to as a valley, the distance between the two peaks spanned vast miles, indeed, hundreds of thousands, due to their imposing stature, which rendered the valley's shape somewhat discernible. As the flying vessel drew closer, the valley transformed, resembling a substantial landmass, halting before it. The vessel, which had originally accommodated over 20,000 cultivators, now seemed diminutive as dust before the valley's grandeur. At that moment, the mist within the valley suddenly dissipated. It was revealed to be an illusionary barrier of the Medicine King Valley, unveiling the interior to the onlookers. Within, spiritual beasts galloped, and rare herbs flourished abundantly, creating an ethereal paradise. Yet, portions of the valley remained enshrouded in fog, evidently not open to outsiders. Merely witnessing the scene tightened Zhang Xuan's heart. This was problematic. The Medicine King Valley before him bore an almost identical layout to the one etched in his memory, with only slight variations in size. However, wasn't he that Medicine King Valley located within the Tailing domain? At this moment, he felt a 6 or 7 out of 10 certainty that the valley's master, Bai Li, was indeed the Bai Li he remembered. Such a coincidence was too uncanny to dismiss. Fortunately, he had prepared himself. As the disciples from various sects marveled at the spectacle of the Medicine King Valley, a young maiden suddenly soared forth from within, clad in a flowing green gown. Her skin was as delicate and translucent as cicada wings, her hair styled in a charming bun atop her head. Her round, adorable face was adorned with bright, spirited eyes. Yun Zongzhu. Upon emerging from the valley, the maiden gracefully approached Yun Yaohong and bowed deeply. Despite exuding merely the aura of a transformation stage cultivator, she showed no signs of trepidation in the presence of the various sect leaders and the celestial beings Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue. A chi, Yun Yaohong said with a smile, nodding and introducing her to the assembly. A chi is the apprentice of my dear friend Bai Li. The crowd understood and returned the gesture. Yun Yaohong inquired, "Where's Bai Li?" "The master knows that you, Yun Zongzhu, have arrived today and is waiting for you inside the valley," replied the girl named Chi, her demeanor seemingly innocent and cheerful. "However, the master has specified that only you, Yun Zongzhu, and the palace lord of the celestial hall may enter the valley. The others must wait outside." Upon hearing this, the elders from various sects exhibited discomfort. Yet, considering the possibility that the valley's master might be a celestial being and that they were there to seek assistance, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Yun Yaohong, unfazed, nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, however, Ling Wuxue suddenly regarded a chi and coldly remarked, "A spirit from an elixir?" This statement left the elders and disciples momentarily stunned. An elixir? Is this a chi and elixir? Their eyes widened in astonishment, filled with intrigue. Could it be that this young woman was an elixir crafted by the master of the Medicine King Valley? It was rumored that once medicinal pills reached a celestial grade, they could develop sentience and cultivate independently. Who would have thought this to be true? To refine the elixir of immortality. Only those enlightened in the true essence of alchemy can achieve such a feat. Could it be that the master of the Medicine King Valley is indeed an alchemist of celestial stature? The elders of various sects engaged in incessant discussion, with many casting fervent glances at Aki. It is rumored that the elixir can resurrect the deceased and even grant insights into the great Tao. However, the presence of two celestial beings, including the master of the Medicine King Valley, tempered their ambitions. The disciples of various sects were equally astonished, realizing the potential of medicinal concoctions to attain sentience. If the master of the Medicine King Valley truly is an alchemist of celestial origin, could they not be saved? Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes as he observed Aki. He recalled that Bai Li was a master of the Gu Dao. Had she perhaps cultivated the path of alchemy over the years and grasped its true essence? He remembered leaving her some insights on alchemy before his downfall. Perhaps that had facilitated her success in alchemical pursuits. Additionally, Bai Li's attention to the actions of Xiao Yao and Ling Wuxue reassured Zhang Xuan that he need not enter. Amidst the varied thoughts of the crowd, Aki's expression shifted subtly. Few were aware of her true identity as the essence of the elixir. Yet this woman before her had discerned it at a glance. Is this the master of the celestial palace? Now, she truly felt apprehensive about venturing outside. Aki, please lead the way, Yun Yaohong spoke calmly, evidently aware of Aki's identity. Aki nodded but suddenly added, by the way, Sect Master Yun, my master requests that you bring along your newly accepted disciple. As she spoke, she surveyed the crowd, seemingly searching for Zhang Xuan's figure. Zhang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Bai Li wishes to see me? What does this mean? Could it be that I have already been discovered? Chapter 71. Indeed. It is Bai Li. Has my disciple and fiancé become close friends? Come along with us, Jiuyou said, glancing at Zhang Xuan. Qi, observing the scene, also looked over, pondering, is this the inheritor of the Tsangming sword sovereign? He appears rather handsome, yet seems to possess no extraordinary qualities. Master, since you are engaged in conversation with your elders, I shall refrain from intruding. Zhang Xuan quickly waved his hand in refusal. I've been feeling somewhat unwell these past few days. It would be best for me to remain here and rest. Upon hearing this, Yun Yaohong furrowed her brow. Master, what seems to be the matter with your health? Just as Zhang Xuan was about to explain, Ling Wuxue interjected. Feeling unwell is quite fortuitous. The head of the Medicine King Valley is an immortal adept in alchemy. Perhaps she could examine you. Her gaze was playful, evidently still probing into the matter of the demonic aura surrounding Zhang Xuan. Yun Yaohong nodded in agreement. Indeed. It would be prudent to have Bai Li check on your condition. Zhang Xuan realized he could not evade this situation. However, he felt no sense of self-sabotage, as he had intentionally made this statement. Little Yao and Ling Wuxue were evidently concerned about the demonic aura he bore. Thus, it would be better to undergo an examination than to continue deceiving them. He had taken measures to conceal the chaos celestial demon bloodline over the past month, and he believed that even an immortal would find nothing amiss. During his time as the Blood Prison Demon Lord, he had built his reputation on bloodlines, making him quite authoritative in this regard. As for whether Bai Li from the Medicine King Valley was indeed that Bai Li, Zhang Xuan had grown less anxious after a month of contemplation. Each of his incarnations bore a different appearance. As long as he did not give himself away, he was confident he would not be recognized. The fact that the identities of the Sword's Sovereign and the Demon Lord had been exposed was merely coincidental. With this thought, Zhang Xuan lowered his head and flashed a charming smile. I refuse to believe that there will always be surprises. Seeing that Zhang Xuan had acquiesced, Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue were somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated that persuading him to undergo an examination would require considerable effort, yet he had readily agreed. Could it be that Master has prepared for this, confident that the immortal would not discern any issues? Yun Yaohong hesitated momentarily before shaking her head internally. Perhaps Master truly had no problems at all. Perhaps she had merely been overthinking. Follow me. With the decision reached, Qi spoke first and soared toward the valley. Zhang Xuan and the others followed closely behind, while the others remained on the flying vessel, awaiting news. Before long, Zhang Xuan and his companions entered the Medicine King Valley with Qi. The scenery around them was nearly the same as what they had observed from the outside, albeit with greater intricacy. The ground was strewn with spiritual herbs and grasses, and the valley's forest was lush and verdant, showing little sign of human alteration, retaining a rather primitive charm. As they flew through the Medicine King Valley, the air was infused with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs, combined with the natural beauty surrounding them, imparting a sense of tranquility and rejuvenation. They encountered numerous disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Yet these students were not of the human race. They merely bore a resemblance to humans. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan and his companions, they all greeted them, primarily acknowledging Qi and Yun Yaohong, clearly recognizing Yun Yaohong. As they progressed along their path, Zhang Xuan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. If, previously, he could only be 60 to 70% certain that this Medicine King Valley was indeed the Medicine King Valley, he now felt 90% assured. This conviction stemmed from the fact that the Medicine King Valley in his memory was not a faction of the human race, but rather a stronghold of the spirit clan from the realm of Tailing. The spirit clan comprises beings of nature, often manifesting as the essence of flowers, trees, rocks, and the very winds, all entities that have gained sentience from their previously inanimate forms. Some mortals refer to these sentient flora and fauna as monsters, which is not entirely inaccurate, for in ancient times, monsters were categorized into beasts and natural entities. However, the ancestors of the spirit clan distanced themselves from the bloodthirsty beasts, choosing instead to identify as the spirit clan due to their lack of emphasis on bloodlines. As the ages progressed, the term spirit clan became increasingly recognized within the realm of cultivation, leading to the present-day classification where monsters refer specifically to beast kind, while natural entities are considered part of the spirit clan. As for the figure of Bai Li, whom Zhang Xuan remembered, she too was a practitioner of the spirit clan. It was said that her ancestor was the first to attain sentience from the premier celestial herb of the 9 heavens and 10 domains, naturally inclined towards certain paths of nature. Nonetheless, the bloodline of the spirit clan is more challenging to inherit compared to that of the monster or demon clans, making such peculiarities difficult to pass down. Even so, this uniqueness allowed Bai Li's lineage to cultivate more easily in disciplines closely aligned with the natural way, such as the arts of poison and alchemy. In the 9 heavens and 10 domains, aside from human cultivators, other races possess distinctive traits that draw them closer to certain grand paths, a reflection of their bloodlines or innate talents. Yet, humanity boasts the advantage of being unbound by such peculiar gifts or bloodlines, capable of pursuing any path of cultivation. The so-called spiritual roots merely serve to moderate their pace of advancement, while humans also possess various exceptional physiques. This very adaptability is why other races often choose the human form during their transformations, as the human body is revered as the embodiment of the grand path. In his 5th reincarnation, Zhang Xuan had practiced the art of alchemy within the spirit clan, ultimately achieving the status of the medicine god. Thus, it appeared that this Medicine King Valley had been relocated from the realm of Tai Ling by Bai Li. What business could she possibly have in the Tai realm? Zhang Xuan found himself somewhat at a loss. Although he had yet to meet the leader of the Medicine King Valley, he was already nearly certain of her identity. She was one of the most troublesome individuals in his life, as she could be considered his fiancée. His demise as the medicine god had been hasty and somewhat reckless. He had choked to death on water. This incident led Bai Li to search for him throughout the 9 heavens and 10 domains for thousands of years, utterly disbelieving that he had perished. Yet, had he not died then, he would have had to marry her, which was simply unacceptable. Lost in these thoughts, Qi led Zhang Xuan and the others to a palace. The palace was not opulent, and indeed appeared somewhat shabby, constructed entirely from unique stones. Yet it exuded a distinctive beauty of nature. The entire structure was modest in size, measuring only 1,000 feet in length and width, serving as Bai Li's abode. Master, the Cloud Sect leader and the others have arrived. Qi called out loudly as they approached the palace, continuing forward without pause. Zhang Xuan and his companions followed suit into the interior. Upon entering, they beheld a woman in red seated at the head of the hall, her demeanor cool and ethereal, evoking a sense of distance that was not entirely unapproachable. Indeed, it was her. Upon encountering Bai Li, Zhang Xuan felt a sudden tightening in his chest. To his surprise, she was indeed present in the Tai realm. However, he concealed his emotions perfectly, lest they be discerned by others. At that moment, he retracted his previously nonchalant demeanor, adopting a serious expression that was a stark contrast to his earlier self. Bai Li and Yun Yaohong greeted him with a graceful bow, the former expressing a hint of remorse. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your tranquil cultivation at the Medicine King Valley. Zhang Xuan and Ling Wuxue reciprocated the gesture with a bow, though they remained silent. You have already communicated with the Immortal Alliance, so what more can I do? Bai Li lamented, her voice tinged with melancholy. I only hope the Immortal Alliance will permit the Medicine King Valley to remain in the southern wilderness. We assure you, we will not compete with the local cultivators. We merely seek a modest plot of land for our practice." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Ling Wuxue, and she greeted her expressionlessly. "Greetings, Palace Master Ling Wuxue," and nodded with a smile, assuring her, "Rest assured, as long as the Medicine King Valley adheres to the regulations of the Immortal Alliance, remaining in the southern wilderness is indeed feasible. The Alliance can acquiesce to this." According to the rules of the Human Race Immortal Alliance, the Medicine King Valley, being comprised of immortals, was expected to relocate to the central continent. However, the Medicine King Valley was not a traditional sect of the human race, and over the years, it had not engaged in competition with the local sects of the southern wilderness, nor did it recruit disciples from the human race. Thus, the Alliance's regulations were not particularly stringent in this regard. Even so, the Alliance possessed the authority to forcibly expel the Medicine King Valley. Yet, given the necessity of the disciples from various sects in the southern wilderness to seek the Medicine King Valley's healing services, the Alliance took a step back, permitting the valley to continue its presence in the region. This arrangement was contingent upon the valley's ability to treat the disciples of various sects, and it would remain under the scrutiny of the Immortal Alliance. These matters had already been discussed during their journey, unbeknownst to Zhang Xuan. Consequently, Yun Yaohong felt a pang of guilt towards her friend. "You, indeed, have brought great trouble upon the Medicine King Valley," Bai Li chided playfully, casting a reproachful glance at Yun Yaohong. The latter offered a wry smile. "I truly apologize. I acted out of necessity." Noticing that Bai Li, while teasing Yun Yaohong, bore no genuine anger, it seemed their relationship was quite amicable, prompting Zhang Xuan to ponder a question. How did they come to know each other? His first disciple and his fiancée, from his fifth life, appeared to have become close friends. Zhang Xuan felt an odd sensation wash over him. At that moment, Bai Li suddenly turned her gaze toward Zhang Xuan, her expression curious as she asked, "Is this your newly accepted disciple?" She had not scrutinized Zhang Xuan earlier, but now, upon closer inspection, she furrowed her brow. Zhang Xuan inexplicably struck her as familiar. Had they met before? Chapter 72. Who truly is the master? The real crisis of Qingyun Sect? Strange. Bai Li observed Zhang Xuan with a furrowed brow. She was certain that the two had never met before. This was indeed their first encounter. Yet how could such a feeling of familiarity arise? "No, indeed, this was unmistakably my disciple," Yun Yaohong remarked, her expression somewhat unnatural. Beside her, Ling Wuxue's demeanor shifted slightly. She sensed an odd tension in the atmosphere. Zhang Xuan felt a bit anxious under Bai Li's unwavering gaze. However, seeing that she did not press further, he let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, she had not recognized him, and as long as he did not give himself away, everything should be fine. "Greetings, esteemed Bai Senior," Zhang Xuan said with utmost formality, bowing respectfully, his demeanor exuding politeness. This behavior left both Ling Wuxue and Yun Yaohong in a state of surprise. Why had their master suddenly become so serious? Indeed, Bai Li smiled and nodded. "It is no wonder you were able to inherit the legacy of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign. This must be why Yun Yaohong was willing to reveal her immortal identity and relocate the Qingyun Sect to Zhongzhou." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that Yun Yao's decision to move the sect was motivated by other reasons? Bai Senior, what does this mean?" he hastily inquired. Bai Li raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yun Yaohong in surprise. "He is unaware?" "Bai Li," Yun Yaohong interjected quickly, appearing somewhat anxious. Zhang Xuan's curiosity deepened. He had previously wondered why Yun Yaohong would proactively approach the Immortal Alliance in Zhongzhou regarding the relocation of their sect. It now seemed there was more to this story. "My master has not spoken to me about this. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me, Bai Senior," Zhang Xuan stated earnestly. Yun Yaohong shot a warning glare at Bai Li, her eyes filled with caution. Bai Li stifled a laugh behind her hand, returning the glare. "You have already ensnared me with your involvement in the Medicine King Valley. Do you still expect me to keep your secrets?" "Truthfully, there is little to worry about. It is primarily because Yun Yaohong does not feel assured of your safety," Bai Li replied nonchalantly. "Bai Li," Yun Yaohong called out sternly once more. However, Bai Li paid her no mind and continued, "The emergence of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign's legacy is certain to attract numerous covetous eyes. There will be times when Yun Yaohong cannot protect you alone. Had it not been for my good relationship with Yun Yaohong, I would have considered stripping away the chaotic and boundless sword body from you to examine it. It is for this reason that Yun Yaohong chose to relocate the Qingyun Sect to Zhongzhou, where the strength of the Immortal Palace is most formidable, allowing for more effective deterrence against the covetousness of other clans. Naturally, There are also individuals within the human race who harbor ill intentions. But I believe Yun Yao has already reached some agreements with the Immortal Alliance to ensure they keep a close watch on you, preventing any internal strife from arising. As she spoke, Bai Li cast a sly glance at Ling Wuxue. Ling Wuxue's expression darkened. For it was a well-known fact that the human race often engaged in internal conflict, leaving her with little to counter. Zhang Xuan, however, suddenly understood. So this was Yun Yao's plan all along. He turned to look at Yun Yao, internally marveling at how she had been so concerned for his well-being. Yun Yao, realizing the futility of concealment, sighed and candidly admitted to Zhang Xuan, once the Qingyun Sect relocates to the central continent, your safety will be significantly assured. At the very least, similar schemes from the Demon Clan will be a thing of the past, allowing you to compete openly with your contemporaries. What agreement has my master reached with the Immortal Alliance? Zhang Xuan inquired directly, disregarding Yun Yao's words. Yun Yao shook her head. This is my affair. Is my master unable to disclose it to me? Zhang Xuan pressed, gazing intently at her. Yun Yao opted for silence. Master? Zhang Xuan insisted, his tone growing more urgent. Beside them, Ling Wuxue's expression grew peculiar. Who exactly is the master here? Bai Li, equally perplexed, wondered about the nature of this master-disciple relationship. Meanwhile, Qi, standing in the corner, exhibited wide-eyed curiosity, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Yun Yao continued to shake her head, offering no response. However, Ling Wuxue interjected. The Qingyun Sword Immortal has pledged to serve in our Immortal Alliance for a millennium, during which he will spend 1,000 years stationed at the outer battlefield. In return, our Immortal Alliance will ensure the uninterrupted legacy of the Qingyun Sect for 10,000 years. And the Qingyun Sword Immortal will also have access to the resources of the Immortal Alliance to safeguard your path for a millennium. Master Ling. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao shot a piercing glare at Ling Wuxue. Ling Wuxue, with a knowing smile, replied, What? Such a significant matter. And you intend to keep it from the Qingyun Sect and your disciple indefinitely? They will learn of it eventually. Wouldn't it be better to inform them sooner? This is a matter of the Qingyun Sect. There is no need for Master Ling to concern himself. Yun Yao retorted coldly. Both Zhang Xuan and Bai Li were taken aback, astonished that Yun Yao had acquiesced to such terms from the Immortal Alliance. Serving a millennium in the Immortal Alliance might not be extraordinary, as most human immortals typically engage with the Alliance for a period to expand their networks. However, being stationed at the outer battlefield for 1,000 years was rather unreasonable. Beyond the 9 heavens and 10 domains lies chaos, a boundless expanse teeming with formidable chaotic beings that threaten the safety of the realms. Some of these beings grow in strength by devouring realms, rivaling the power of immortals. Thus, the myriad races of the 9 heavens and 10 domains have established defensive lines beyond their borders, known as the outer battlefield. The outer battlefield is rife with turmoil, where even immortals face the risk of perishing. Those sent to guard the outer battlefield are often individuals with limited lifespans, seeking to contribute one last effort for the 9 heavens and 10 domains. Although Xiao Yao is merely tasked with guarding for a millennium, who can guarantee that no mishap will occur? It is surprising that she would willingly accept such a daunting task for the sake of his growth. Master, is it possible to decline? My safety need not be a concern, Zhang Xuan stated solemnly. The Immortal Alliance does indeed protect talented humans, but does not overly focus on any one individual. Xiao Yao seems to desire a special consideration from the Immortal Alliance for Zhang Xuan, hence her acceptance of such unreasonable conditions. Yun Yao shook her head. Your acquisition of the inheritance has spread far and wide, just as Bai Li mentioned. I cannot oversee everything alone. With the Immortal Alliance watching over you, I can be at ease. You need not worry excessively. I will not be dispatched to the outer battlefield anytime soon, at least not until after your transformation into a deity. Moreover, given my capabilities, merely guarding for a millennium poses no challenge. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xuan felt a twinge of discomfort. Throughout each of his lifetimes, he had risen from humble beginnings, leveraging the system's predictive abilities to accumulate strength, thus finding little support along the way. Now, to have someone invest so much in him, particularly his first disciple from his initial life, stirred a myriad of emotions within him. It was no surprise that Xiao Yao had been absent for years, nor that Ling Wuxue, the master of the Immortal Palace, had not departed for a month, remaining close to Yun Yao. It became evident that an agreement had been forged between them. Presumably, Ling Wuxue awaited the relocation of Qingyun Sect to Zhangzhou, intending to accompany Yun Yao to serve in the Immortal Alliance. I understand now. I shall not disappoint my master's earnest intentions. Zhang Xuan realized that Xiao Yao had made an irrevocable decision. At this juncture, he could only accept it and seek ways to prevent Xiao Yao from heading to the outer battlefield. Simultaneously, another thought crossed his mind. Since the agreement between Xiao Yao and the Immortal Alliance was set in stone, where did the impending doom for Qingyun Sect, as indicated by the system, originate? The term doom implied that everyone in Qingyun Sect, including Xiao Yao, faced a life-threatening crisis. The Immortal Alliance had vowed to ensure the legacy of Qingyun Sect endured for millennia. It was no small feat to threaten Xiao Yao's safety under such circumstances. Damn it! Why has this final task grown increasingly intricate? Zhang Xuan lamented inwardly. The silver lining was that he no longer needed to create crises. Yet the downside was that the threat could be substantial. Such a peril would be easy for him to face alone. But safeguarding both the entire Qingyun Sect and Xiao Yao would prove to be a daunting challenge. He needed to bolster his strength to confront the impending crisis. Thus, he resolved to accelerate his cultivation. Zhang Xuan remained vigilant, uncertain of when the crisis might arise. Seeing that Zhang Xuan had accepted her plans, Yun Yaohong let out a sigh of relief. She had concealed her intentions, fearing her master would be unable to accept them. Thankfully, he understood her heart. It was good to have spoken openly, Bai Li remarked with a smile. Speaking of which, I truly did not anticipate the bond between you two would be so profound. I imagine Yun Yaohong has placed her longing for her master upon you, especially since you have inherited the legacy of the Zhangming Sword Sovereign. Bai Li gazed at Zhang Xuan with a smile, reminiscing. In the past, Yun Yaohong accomplished quite a bit for her master. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Xuan's demeanor also changed, while Qi in the corner perked up with keen interest. Was there more to this story? Did Bai Li possess knowledge of Yun Yao's past? Zhang Xuan chuckled, delighted to have found a means of understanding, unexpectedly presented to him. I implore you, Senior Bai, please elaborate. Chapter 73. Blood Prison Indeed. You have not perished. The exposure value has increased, and the demonic aura erupts. In the Jiuyou heavenly domain, the demon abyss looms. Jiuyou is being escorted by a formidable demon clan cultivator, soaring towards a distant palace. Behind the palace lies an enormous fissure, cleaving the earth in twain. From within this chasm, terrifying waves of battle occasionally reverberate, causing the very laws of nature to quiver. This is the demon abyss of the Jiuyou heavenly domain, a place long subdued by the demon clan. The peril of the chaos beyond the domain does not merely stem from external threats. Within the Jiuyou heavenly domain, this abyss also connects to the outside world, necessitating the vigilance of the demon clan. During the era of the blood prison demon lord, Zhang Xuan proposed the notion that the demon lords should guard the nation's gate, leading successive generations of demon lords to establish their palaces here, safeguarding the demon abyss. Logically, given Jiuyou's identity and cultivation, he should not be present in the demon abyss at this moment. In fact, had he not aspired to become a demon lord, he would not need to serve here at all. His presence today is a consequence of being held accountable by the current demon lord regarding matters related to the Tai realm. Wounded and battered, Jiuyou managed to traverse the interdomain using an inadequately set-up teleportation array, a testament to his extraordinary fortune. Yet, with the demon lord's inquiry today, his ability to retain his position as the demon son remains uncertain. Soon, the demon cultivator escorts Jiuyou into the grand hall of the palace and then withdraws. The hall is empty, save for Jiuyou, who kneels at its center, his heart filled with trepidation. Suddenly, a breathtaking figure descends upon the main seat at the front of the hall. Enveloped in a faint demonic aura, her visage remains obscured. Yet the visible aspects evoke boundless imagination. Upon her arrival, the atmosphere within the grand hall transforms, becoming enchantingly vibrant, as the laws of nature shift incessantly. Such fluctuations in the laws are potent enough to awaken the most primal desires for procreation within living beings. However, Jiuyou feels a tremor in his heart. Daring not to lift his gaze towards the figure seated above. Salutations to the demon lord of enchantment. Jiuyou hastily bows, burying his head low. Demon son Jiuyou? The woman on the throne speaks in a tone devoid of emotion, yet her voice resonates like a myriad of enchanting melodies, stirring the imagination. The demon lord of enchantment. The contemporary ruler of the demon clan, hailing from the alluring succubi lineage, adept in the arts of seduction. I have heard that you ventured into the Tai realm and employed the blood plague array against the human cultivators? The demon lord of enchantment inquires with a chilling detachment. Jiuyou bows deeply, striking the ground with his forehead, and responds, "Indeed. The Celestial Alliance now seeks an explanation from me. What shall we do?" The tone of the demon lord remains frosty, seemingly a question. Yet Jiuyou understands it as an inquiry of accountability. Despite the superficial maintenance of peace among the myriad clans, veiled competition and dark deeds abound. However, once a misstep is brought to light, it becomes a matter of culpability. Now, with the Celestial Alliance highlighting Jiuyou's misdeed, the demon clan must extend apologies and recompense. I acknowledge my failure to act with sufficient discretion and willingly accept punishment, offering my contrition to the Celestial Alliance, Jiuyou declares with conviction. Yet, the demon lord of enchantment remains silent, and the grand hall descends into an oppressive stillness. In this tense atmosphere, Jiuyou felt a pounding anxiety in his heart. Yet he gritted his teeth and spoke, "I have a matter to report. A human cultivator has emerged, possessing the legendary inheritance of the Songming Sword Master. My initial intention was to seize his chaos infinite sword body. However, within the Blood Plague Great Formation, he unexpectedly acquired the inheritance of the Blood Prison Demon Lord, awakening the Chaos Celestial Demon bloodline and gaining control over the Blood Plague Great Formation, which ultimately led to my failure." He divulged this information because it was rumored that the Yaoyu Demon Lord and the Blood Prison Demon Lord had contended for the title of Demon Lord. Given this antagonistic relationship, the emergence of the Blood Prison Demon Lord's inheritance, particularly within a human, would undoubtedly not be overlooked by the Yaoyu Demon Lord. His position as the demon child was likely in jeopardy, yet he still yearned for vengeance. The Blood Prison Demon Lord's inheritance. The tone of the Yaoyu Demon Lord indeed shifted, which brought a flicker of joy to Jiuyou's heart. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the change in her tone was merely the surface, beneath her demonic aura. The face of the enchanting and devastating figure widened her eyes in astonishment. While the world only knew of her rivalry with the Blood Prison Demon Lord for the title of Demon Lord, few were aware that she had once pursued him romantically. Yet, at that time, she had been rejected, resulting in a somewhat strained relationship. Since then, she had never employed her seductive powers on anyone else. Now, upon hearing of the resurgence of the Blood Prison Demon Lord's inheritance, her first reaction was one of excitement. What transpired in the Tai realm? Tell me the circumstances surrounding the Blood Prison Demon Lord's inheritance in detail. Not a single detail must be overlooked. Noticing the evident emotional fluctuations of the Yaoyu Demon Lord, Jiuyou felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, there was hope. He hastily recounted every detail of his encounter with Zhang Xuan in the secret realm, leaving nothing unspoken. After listening, the corners of the Yaoyu Demon Lord's sensuous red lips curled into a captivating smile. "Blood Prison, you are indeed alive." It was widely believed that the Blood Prison Demon Lord's bloodline was too formidable and that he had perished due to misfortune in his early years. The term early years was used because the Blood Prison Demon Lord had only reigned for a millennium before his downfall. A mere few thousand years from emergence to demise, an age that could be considered juvenile for an immortal. Yet, the Yaoyu Demon Lord did not believe that Blood Prison could have met such a hasty end, despite having personally witnessed the ominous signs surrounding him in the past. Now, it appeared that he had indeed returned. Jiuyou's claims of inheritance were met with skepticism from the Yaoyu Demon Lord. She believed that Zhang Xuan was none other than the Blood Prison Demon Lord. If the Blood Plague Great Formation held an inheritance, how could the demon race, having utilized it for so many years, have failed to uncover it? Especially considering Zhang Xuan's various audacious maneuvers within the secret realm, reminiscent of the cunning tactics employed by Blood Prison before his rise. "My Lord Demon," Jiuyou spoke once more, "now that our demon race's inheritance is abroad, how can we not reclaim it? I earnestly beseech the Demon Lord to take action and bring Zhang Xuan back to the demon race, to recover the Blood Prison Demon Lord's inheritance." He bowed deeply again, his fists clenched tightly. The Yaoyu Demon Lord frowned slightly, but then inquired, "Concerning the Blood Prison Demon Lord's inheritance, have you disclosed this information to anyone else?" Jiuyou shook his head, stating that since his return, he had been recuperating and had not spoken to anyone about it. This was the first time he mentioned it to Lord Demon Monarch. Jiuyou nodded, recognizing that if news of Jiuyou's return were to spread, it would be disastrous. What she could perceive, other celestial beings would likely discern as well. As Jiuyou described, Jiuyou was currently only at the Golden Core stage. Although she did not know the reasons behind it, it was prudent to keep Jiuyou's existence concealed. Naturally, Jiuyou could not remain among the human race. With signs of unrest in the demon abyss, I am unable to leave for the time being. And if I were to make a move, other factions would undoubtedly take notice. However, I will ensure that Zhang Xuan is brought back to the demon clan. The inheritance of the demon race cannot be left among humans. Moreover, the matter of Jiuyou's inheritance must not be mentioned to anyone else. Yaohong offered no explanations, as a mere golden core demon child was hardly worthy of such knowledge. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou rejoiced. Zhang Xuan was doomed, under the gaze of the demon monarch. He might as well await his demise. As for Yaohong's decision to withhold information, Jiuyou found it entirely reasonable. If word of Jiuyou's inheritance were to leak, many within the demon race would undoubtedly become restless, possibly even attracting the attention of celestial beings, which could lead to turmoil within the demon clan. Yaohong's choice to handle the matter discreetly might stem from a desire to monopolize the inheritance or to seek vengeance against Jiuyou. But such matters were irrelevant to him as long as he could exact his revenge. Subsequently, Jiuyou departed from Yaohong's palace. As for the initial matter Yaohong mentioned regarding reporting to the Celestial Alliance, she no longer brought it up, and Jiuyou dared not inquire further. In the southern region of the Tai realm, in the Valley of the Medicine King, Zhang Xuan was oblivious to the happenings within the demon clan. He had intended to ask Bai Li about Yun Yao's affairs from years past, but seeing Yun Yao's anxious and irate demeanor, Bai Li felt it inappropriate to delve deeper. Bai Li discerned that there seemed to be an issue between the master and disciple. Could such a bond, forged in merely a decade, be so profound? Bai Li's curiosity was piqued, especially as Zhang Xuan evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. There was undoubtedly something unusual about him. At that moment, Yun Yao shifted the topic to Zhang Xuan's physical examination. Bai Li, it seems my disciple is experiencing some health issues. Could you please examine him? Yun Yao inquired. Ling Wuxue also reacted, saying, indeed, when I first encountered him, he exuded demonic energy, a trait only those of the demon bloodline possess. Yet, that has since vanished. Could you investigate what the issue might be? Oh, Bai Li raised an eyebrow. Observing the curiosity surrounding Zhang Xuan's health, he realized that he had to produce a conclusive result today. Fortunately, he was well prepared and felt no trepidation. Since my master and Senior Ling are concerned for me, I would appreciate it if Senior Bai could conduct a thorough examination. It would certainly ease their minds. Zhang Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, inviting the examination. Very well. Bai Li nodded, eager to uncover the source of her sense of familiarity with Zhang Xuan. Just as she was about to proceed, a cold notification echoed in Zhang Xuan's mind. Warning. The identity of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord is under suspicion. Exposure level increased by 10. Current exposure level at 11. Exposure level increased. The chaotic celestial demon bloodline further awakens. In the next moment, an exceedingly malevolent demonic aura erupted from Zhang Xuan. Yun Yao and the others were momentarily stunned, while Bai Li's outstretched hand hung, suspended in the air. Zhang Xuan. Chapter 74. The Trial of Bai Li. Is this the test for the officials? This malevolent aura. Ling Wushue's gaze sharpened as she observed the dark energy enveloping Zhang Xuan. This was no ordinary demonic presence. Bai Li stood frozen, as the aura exuding from Zhang Xuan instilled an unsettling sense of dread within her. Yun Yao stepped forward, disregarding any potential offense to her master, and began to investigate the nature of the dark energy. However, upon probing, her expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? This dark energy emanates from within his bloodline. What is happening? Master is clearly of the human race. The group fixated on Zhang Xuan, uncertainty clouding their thoughts. In the corner, a Qi trembled involuntarily. Though she had attained the spirit transformation realm, her essence was that of an immortal pill, making her particularly susceptible to the demonic energy radiating from Zhang Xuan. Damn it, that brat Jiuyou is still alive. Zhang Xuan cursed inwardly, piecing together the sudden spike in his exposure level. It must have been Jiuyou who relayed information about the secret realm back to the demon clan. Why choose to reveal this now? What was the meaning of this timing? Bai Li could not help but inquire. Zhang Xuan feigned ignorance. I have no idea. What is happening? Why am I suddenly emitting demonic energy? Ling Wuxue replied coldly. This energy is not merely ordinary. It is derived from the bloodline of the demon clan. But I am clearly of the human race. How could I possess demonic bloodline? Zhang Xuan retorted. Unable to provide an explanation, he decided to shift the focus onto others. As he spoke, Ling Wuxue fell silent, and Bai Li expressed her astonishment. Only Yun Yao furrowed her brow, pondering whether this was a secret of their master. How could their master possess a demonic bloodline? She cast a discreet glance at Ling Wuxue, contemplating whether further inquiry was prudent. Since Ling Wuxue belonged to the Immortal Alliance, it might not be wise to reveal their master's secret if it pertained to the demon clan. Thus, she signaled to Bai Li, please assist Zhang Xuan in examining this dark energy and determine whether it poses any danger to him. Additionally, should we perhaps excuse ourselves during the examination? Bai Li promptly understood. Very well, I shall examine your disciple. You may wait outside. Yun Yaohong nodded and turned to Ling Wuxue. Shall we wait outside, Master Ling? Ling Wuxue, adhering to the traditional discretion of medical practitioners, nodded in agreement and exited the hall with Yun Yaohong, with the chief following suit. At this moment, Bai Li's demeanor returned to normal, her curiosity towards Zhang Xuan only intensifying. Please take a seat and recount the events surrounding the previous occurrence of this demonic energy, she inquired, refraining from immediate examination. With only Bai Li remaining, Zhang Xuan felt a rush of anxiety. Would she uncover something? He earnestly recalled the events and recounted the series of occurrences that had transpired in the secret realm, as he had previously shared with everyone. However, this time he was notably succinct in several areas. For instance, he merely glossed over the matter of threatening the disciples from various sects during the photo shoot, to prevent Bai Li from discerning anything amiss. As for whether the other party would learn the specifics afterward, it mattered little since he had told no lies, merely omitted certain details. After listening, Bai Li could not help but nod in agreement. Truly, he was a disciple esteemed by Yun Yaohong, capable of winning over disciples from other sects during the grand competition, facing off against the great ascension cultivators alone, and even manipulating the rankings of the competition. At his age, even Yun Yaohong might not have achieved such feats. Senior Bai, you flatter me. I am but fortunate, Zhang Xuan responded humbly. Simultaneously, he pondered a pressing concern. How much did Bai Li know about the Zhangming sword sovereign? Surely, she would not deduce anything from Zhangming's past deeds? Fortunately, Zhang Xuan felt relieved that Yun Yaohong had seemingly refrained from revealing her suspicions about him being the Zhangming sword sovereign to Bai Li. Otherwise, matters would likely grow more intricate. Observing Zhang Xuan's demeanor of a modest gentleman, Bai Li chose not to dwell further on the topic, simply explaining, I suspect that the demonic aura surrounding you is related to the blood plague great formation. At that time, Jiuyou intended to seize your sword body but was interrupted, likely suffering a backlash from the formation, resulting in some of his bloodline entering your body. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Xuan nodded, realizing the truth of it. He felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was wise to pass the issue on to another. Furthermore, this reasoning aligned closely with his previous justifications, which should appease others. Yet Bai Li shook her head, stating, this is merely a conjecture. I cannot ascertain the specifics, as I have never encountered a situation like yours before. Moreover, whether this demonic bloodline affects you requires careful examination. Zhang Xuan promptly assumed a pose of feigned anxiety, yet maintained his composure as he cupped his hands and said, Is that so? Then I shall trouble you, Senior Bai. Bai Li nodded and refrained from elaborating, but an odd sensation brewed within her. She felt that everything before her seemed somewhat disingenuous, as if the very essence of this individual was a facade. The celestial intuition was seldom without merit. Stirring Bai Li's thoughts, this young man had only been Yun Yao's disciple for a mere decade, yet their relationship appeared excessively close. Even if Yun Yaohong had projected her affections for her master onto this youth, it should not manifest in such a manner, should it? Bai Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that Yun Yaohong had been deceived by this young man? Concern for her friend began to rise within her. Despite Yun Yaohong being several 100,000 years old, she remained naive in matters of romance. If she were truly deceived, it would be disastrous. A simple test would reveal the truth. With her thoughts in motion, Bai Li spoke, Relax, I shall examine you. Zhang Xuan nodded and closed his eyes, not overthinking the situation. The chaotic demonic bloodline was evidently no longer concealable, so he resolved to abandon any pretense. Moreover, judging by Bai Li and her companion's apparent limited understanding of the chaotic demonic bloodline, perhaps he could leverage this opportunity to mislead them. An explanation for why they did not recognize the protagonist's bloodline will be provided in the next chapter. As he contemplated this, Bai Li had already pointed her finger at Zhang Xuan's brow. At first, Zhang Xuan merely felt a surge of ethereal energy coursing through his body, which seemed quite ordinary. However, as this energy lingered for half a day without any sign of departure, Zhang Xuan began to feel perplexed. Elder Bai, have you discerned any issues? Does this demonic bloodline stem from Jiuyou, and what implications might it hold for me? He called out, but received no response. Upon opening his eyes, he found that Bai Li had mysteriously vanished, leaving him alone in the vast hall. What could be the reason for this? Just then, Yun Yao unexpectedly entered, her eyes glistening with affection as she gazed at Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan, master? He furrowed his brow, instantly sensing something amiss. Little Yao referred to him as master in private, never by his name. Could it be that this person before him was not truly Little Yao? As this thought crossed his mind, Yun Yao's visage began to blur momentarily, only to return to clarity in the next instant. An illusion. Zhang Xuan realized in an instant that he had fallen into a mirage, and the one casting the spell must possess considerable skill, otherwise, the illusion could not be so vividly realistic. Most likely it was Bai Li, he mused. Only he and the other had been present in the hall. As Zhang Xuan suspected, his true self remained seated in the hall, with Bai Li's hand resting upon his brow. Yet why had Bai Li conjured an illusion? Zhang Xuan felt a wave of confusion. Could she have sensed something? While he pondered this, the Yun Yao before him suddenly approached, embracing him fervently and beginning to unfasten her garments. Zhang Xuan, master has feelings for you. Do you feel the same? Zhang Xuan was taken aback, as if struck by lightning. What was happening? Was this a test of character? He firmly grasped Yun Yao's hands as she attempted to undress, stating with utmost seriousness, Master, I hold only respect for you, devoid of any romantic inclinations. This is not appropriate. With that, he stepped back, creating a distance between them. Now that he recognized everything before him as an illusion, he was even more determined not to reveal any signs to Bai Li. Observing from the sidelines, Bai Li nodded, noting that the young man's filial piety remained untainted. However, mere words were insufficient. Perhaps the other was merely feigning. Bai Li resolved to intensify the challenge. Zhang Xuan, but I truly hold deep affection for you. With a sudden wave of her hand, Yun Yao bound Zhang Xuan to the chair. Her eyes glowed with fervor as she crouched before him, her gaze brimming with desire. Have I not shown you my affection through all I have done? I must have you, she declared, beginning to unfasten Zhang Xuan's garments. Master, this cannot be. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. Bai Li, enough, he exclaimed, struggling violently. Yet, Yun Yao remained undeterred, continuing her advances. Submit to me, dear disciple, my feelings for you are genuine, and I shall take responsibility. No, this cannot happen. Zhang Xuan struggled desperately, yet Yun Yao remained indifferent. Zhang Xuan, would you be my husband? In public, you shall be my disciple, and in private, my beloved. Master, this is inappropriate. It is incest. Master. As Yun Yao's actions grew increasingly outrageous, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of anger. He could no longer allow Bai Li to continue this farce. You are not my master, he bellowed. Bai Li, observing the unfolding scene, furrowed her brow. Had she been discovered? Her illusions were not particularly sophisticated, as she had not dedicated herself to this art. Thus, discrepancies between the illusion and reality were inevitable. However, she had no intention of retreating. Instead, she let out a cold laugh. It seems I have yet to unveil your true nature. Let me delve into the depths of your heart and uncover what lies within. With that, Bai Li waved her hand, summoning a goo worm into her palm. The memory goo, capable of linking to the deepest recesses of a cultivator's mind, possessed effects akin to soul-searching, yet it was subtler and less harmful. Though this particular memory goo was of low grade, it sufficed to deal with a golden core cultivator, especially since Bai Li, as a Gu Dao immortal, wielded such a tool with ease. It could unravel memories spanning millennia within the mind of any cultivator beneath the great ascension stage. Perhaps, through this, I might discern why this young man evokes such familiarity within me, Bai Li mused. Without hesitation, she directly injected the goo worm into Zhang Xuan's brow. Chapter 75. Is Zhang Xuan an old monster? A conspiracy between Yun Yao and Bai Li. Bang. However, as the goo worm entered Zhang Xuan's body, it detonated instantly. Bai Li stood dumbfounded. How could this be possible? She had thoroughly examined Zhang Xuan's physical condition. The chaotic infinite sword body was indeed extraordinary, capable of absorbing sword energy and even autonomously accumulating it. The demonic bloodline within him also sent shivers down her spine. Its malevolent and sinister aura made her feel as if she were confronting something vile, prompting her to avoid excessive contact. Yet, none of these factors should have led to the destruction of the memory goo, as she had personally employed it. And the celestial energy had severed the influence of both the sword body and the demonic bloodline. Thus, the only possibility for the memory goo's explosion was that it had been overwhelmed by memories. However, a golden core cultivator's lifespan was merely 500 years. and their memories could not exceed that duration. How could it possibly burst from memories? Could it be that this young man harbored memories spanning over 10,000 years? Bai Li regarded Zhang Xuan with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion, sensing she had stumbled upon a great secret. I must see just how many memories reside within your mind. With a cold snort, she once again summoned a higher-grade memory goo. This goo was effective even against tribulation-transcending celestial beings, capable of unlocking 30,000 years of memories from a cultivator's mind, and its creation had consumed considerable resources and effort. Bai Li never anticipated that such a powerful goo would one day be used on a golden core cultivator. Nevertheless, she hesitated not, plunging the goo into Zhang Xuan's forehead once more. Bang! Yet this time, even the memory goo, effective against tribulation-transcending celestial beings, exploded. Bai Li was utterly bewildered. 30,000 years was the utmost limit of lifespan for cultivators beneath the celestial realm. How could this young man possibly possess such extensive memories? Bai Li found it hard to believe. Beneath his youthful exterior lay the essence of an ancient being. Now that she had exhausted her highest-grade memory goo, the only means left to probe Zhang Xuan's memories would be to utilize a celestial goo. Yet, she had none of such caliber at hand and would need to gather resources for its refinement, which cast a shadow over her demeanor. This young man was undoubtedly extraordinary. She needed to consult Yun Yaohong. Bai Li retracted her hand from Zhang Xuan's forehead, ceasing her probing attempts. Zhang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, relieved to find himself back in reality. As for Bai Li's earlier examination using the memory goo, he had not sensed a thing, as the goo had failed to pry into even the slightest fragment of his memories. Senior Bai, what exactly is the situation with the demonic bloodline within me? Zhang Xuan inquired nervously, noticing Bai Li's somewhat grim expression. With a gentle sigh, Bai Li replied, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Zhang Xuan was taken aback by the complexity of her response. Let us hear the good news first. The good news is that the demonic bloodline can aid your cultivation. I notice that your spiritual root seems to be merely of the low-grade 5 elements, which is considered the worst talent. However, the emergence of the demonic bloodline will liberate you from the constraints of your spiritual root, allowing your cultivation speed to rival that of celestial spiritual roots, Bai Li explained. Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with hope, although he had been aware of this fact. He still feigned surprise. This is indeed a good thing, but what of the bad news? The unfortunate truth is that this demonic bloodline is exceedingly malevolent and will exacerbate your demonic nature. As your demonic essence intensifies, the inner demons you confront during breakthroughs to the nascent soul and subsequent realms will become increasingly formidable. At this juncture, Bai Li paused momentarily, her tone growing increasingly grave. Moreover, since this bloodline does not originate from your own being, it will clash with your human lineage. Your current lack of sensation is merely a result of your lower cultivation level, where your human bloodline is suppressed by the demonic one. As you ascend in cultivation, your human lineage will strengthen, and this conflict will become exceedingly terrifying. When that time comes, you will either be wholly human, entirely demonic, or perhaps a hybrid of both, which would be considered a fortunate outcome. The most likely scenario, however, is that your body will be unable to withstand the discord of these bloodlines, ultimately leading to your demise in an explosive manner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan's face turned pale. What should I do then? He asked, his anxiety palpable. Noticing Zhang Xuan's distress, Bai Li reassured him, there is no need for alarm. As I am a close friend of Yun Yaohong, and since you are her disciple, I shall certainly find a way to assist you. This will also provide us a greater opportunity to investigate your condition. Bai Li thought to herself. Zhang Xuan's expression brightened, and he hastily bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Bai. However, in his heart, he resolved that it would be better to avoid meeting Bai Li, lest he inadvertently reveal his true nature. His anxiety was merely feigned, for the scenarios Bai Li described were entirely fictitious. The notion that the chaotic celestial demon bloodline would amplify his inner demons stemmed from the fact that she herself had once transformed into an inner demon using that very bloodline. The inner demons, which cultivators dread like a ferocious beast, posed no threat to Zhang Xuan after he attained the blood prison demon lord status. He could easily manage them even without the chaotic celestial demon bloodline. His previous ability to swear without reservation using his inner demons was a testament to this confidence. As for the bloodline conflict, that was even less plausible, for the chaotic celestial demon bloodline was an unparalleled lineage he had cultivated through his own efforts, one he could completely master. Presently, The chaotic celestial demon bloodline within him had yet to fully awaken. It required certain nutrients from his inner demons to flourish. After discussing the situation, Zhang Xuan exited the hall, followed closely by Bai Li. Outside, several individuals awaited their return, and upon seeing them emerge, Yun Yaohong quickly approached to inquire about the outcome. "Bai Li, how is Zhang Xuan's condition?" she asked. Meanwhile, Ling Wuxue and Qi looked on with curiosity. Bai Li recounted her earlier conversation with Zhang Xuan, and upon hearing it, Ling Wuxue furrowed her brow. "The bloodline backlash from Jiuyou has affected Zhang Xuan?" she mused. She was not entirely satisfied with this explanation, yet it seemed to be the only rationale for the demonic bloodline within Zhang Xuan. However, it didn't seem fitting. Although Jiuyou was a demon offspring, his bloodline should not possess such overwhelming power. Ling Wuxue pondered. As an immortal, she could not be expected to be intimately familiar with a mere golden core demon offspring, and her knowledge of the specific bloodlines of the demon race was limited, as there were numerous branches to consider. Nonetheless, she found it hard to believe that a mere golden core demon offspring could wield such a formidable lineage. Moreover, Zhang Xuan was initially unaffected by the blood plague great array within the secret realm, a phenomenon that remains inexplicable. Ling Wuxue pondered this, suspecting there might be hidden truths, and realized that mere inquiries would likely yield no results. The breakthrough would likely lie within Zhang Xuan's demonic lineage. It was essential to investigate which demonic bloodlines bore resemblance to his own, and she silently resolved to have someone at the Immortal Alliance look into it. Upon hearing Bai Li's words, Yun Yao's focus shifted to the implications of the demonic bloodline. "Is there any hope for Zhang Xuan?" she asked anxiously. Bai Li calmly reassured her, "Do not worry. I will certainly find a way to save your disciple." This eased Yun Yao's tension slightly. "I appreciate your help. There's no need for formality, given our many years of friendship." Bai Li smiled, yet discreetly transmitted a message to Yun Yaohong. "Your disciple has issues." Yun Yao's heart stirred at this revelation. Casting a glance at Ling Wuxue, she confirmed that her companion was unaware of their exchange before hurriedly inquiring, "What have you discovered?" Bai Li replied, "His memories are problematic. When I used the memory goo to probe his recollections, it was a goo capable of examining the memories of tribulation stage cultivators. Yet it was overwhelmed by his memories." Upon hearing this, Yun Yaohong furrowed her brow. She was aware of the memory goo's capabilities and had already concluded that Zhang Xuan was indeed her master. Thus, it was only natural for him to possess a multitude of memories. Bai Li's actions, however, left her feeling unsettled. "How could you so casually invade someone else's memories?" she questioned. Bai Li hastily explained, "I was merely concerned for you. It is unusual for a master and disciple to cultivate such a deep bond in just over a decade. Furthermore, you have hardly seen each other during this time. Given your closeness, I feared you might be deceived by this young man." A simple probe revealed the anomaly. Yun Yaohong couldn't help but smile wryly. It made sense. But how could her master possibly mean her harm? This realization heightened her vigilance. Her feelings towards her master indeed seemed difficult to comprehend. And if Bai Li had noticed the irregularity, it was likely that Ling Wuxue and others had as well. However, suppressing such emotions was challenging, especially after finally reuniting with her master. She could only strive to restrain herself. Simultaneously, Bai Li's probing sparked an idea in Yun Yao's mind. If she could truly uncover her master's memories and present evidence before him, how could he deny his identity? Her eyes brightened at the thought. Even if her master refused to acknowledge it, she could gain insight into the reasons for his concealed identity. Moreover, she yearned to understand what her master had experienced over the years, and why the once great Songming Sword Sovereign now had to begin his cultivation from the mortal realm. "I understand now. Since the ordinary memory goo is ineffective against him, do you possess a memory immortal goo?" Yun Yaohong inquired through thought. Noticing her close friend had finally become alert, Bai Li sighed with relief, but she shook her head. "I do not have one. Crafting a memory immortal goo requires considerable resources, and I am still short on many. What resources do you need? I will assist you in acquiring them." Yun Yaohong promptly offered. Bai Li then listed a multitude of required resources. After listening, Yun Yaohong nodded thoughtfully. Some resources she already possessed, while others she had heard rumors about. She would procure them as swiftly as possible. In her determination to have her master acknowledge her identity, she was resolute this time. Bai Li smiled and nodded, assuring that once the resources were gathered, she would promptly commence the crafting of the memory immortal goo. She too was intrigued by the inexplicable familiarity she felt towards Zhang Xuan. Perhaps the answers lay within his memories. The two women, in perfect accord, began to devise a scheme against Zhang Xuan. Chapter 76. The Spirit of the Medicine God? You owe me the immortal sword. Noticing that everyone seemed lost in thought, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but remind, Master, esteemed seniors, shouldn't we check on the disciples affected by the plague? Upon hearing this, Yun Yaohong and the others returned to their senses. Ling Wuxue spoke up. Indeed, we should assess the situation of the disciples from various sections. Assisting the disciples in overcoming the effects of the blood plague array was the primary objective, and Zhang Xuan's situation had nearly caused them to forget this crucial task. Let a few disciples enter the Medicine King Valley. I shall examine their condition, Bai Li proposed. Qi, please take 2 or 3 individuals into the Medicine King Valley. The rest will wait outside. Qi nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Zhang Xuan and the others resumed their wait in the Grand Hall. Soon, Qi returned with 3 individuals, Guyu Fangzheng, Li Xiaobai, and Zhao Guanshan. All 3 were distinguished disciples of their generation, and their entry into the Medicine King Valley must have been the result of deliberation among the sections. Upon entering the hall, the trio bowed respectfully to Yun Yaohong and the others. Guyu Fangzheng and Li Xiaobai even cast a glance at Zhang Xuan, who maintained a serious demeanor as if oblivious to their presence. Bai Li looked at the 3 and said, "Clear your minds. I will now check your specific conditions." The 3 nodded and promptly sat cross-legged, their faces reflecting hope. Having been unable to cultivate during this time, the disciples of various sects found themselves at a loss, and the prospect of resolving the plague of the blood plague array filled Guyu Fangzheng and the others with anticipation. Without hesitation, Bai Li waved her hand, enveloping the 3 in her celestial energy, carefully investigating their conditions. Zhang Xuan and the others waited quietly, while others feared to disturb Bai Li. Zhang Xuan was simply maintaining his serious persona, captivated by the unfolding situation. No one questioned why Zhang Xuan required a separate examination, while Guyu Fangzheng and the others did not. Under the celestial energy, Guyu Fangzheng and the others frowned, seemingly uncomfortable, yet they offered no resistance. As Bai Li continued her examination, her brow gradually furrowed deeper with concern. Observing this, Zhang Xuan had already begun to surmise the outcome. The effects of the blood plague array were not easily resolved, and even with Bai Li's apparent mastery of alchemy, it seemed insurmountable. After retracting her celestial energy from the 3, Bai Li was immediately asked by Ling Wuxue, "Master Bai, what is the situation?" Guyu Fangzheng and the others also opened their eyes, looking at Bai Li with hopeful expressions. Bai Li shook her head. The blood plague array is indeed as formidable as rumored. This plague is deeply rooted in their bloodlines, and I currently have no means to resolve it. Upon hearing this, the hearts of Guyu Fangzheng and the others sank, while Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue also frowned. Bai Li, an alchemical sage capable of crafting intelligent elixirs like Qi, couldn't resolve this plague. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy. Zhang Xuan, having anticipated this, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he would have to devise a way to intervene discreetly. Bai Li, when you say there is no way now, does that imply it may be resolved in the future? Yun Yaohong suddenly inquired. Bai Li offered a faint smile, casting a glance at Yun Yaohong. Indeed, hope flickered anew in the eyes of Guyu, Fangzheng, and the others. With an air of intrigue, Bai Li turned her gaze towards the trio and spoke calmly. There are no insurmountable problems, only those that cannot be resolved at present. Since the Blood Prison Demon Lord has the capability to conjure such a plague, a remedy must surely exist. This peculiar pestilence, deeply rooted in the bloodline, is extraordinarily enigmatic. With thorough investigation, I may deepen my understanding of the alchemical principles, thus I shall assist you in finding a solution. The group was momentarily taken aback. Is this the spirit of a true alchemist? They expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Senior Bai. Guyu and his companions sighed in relief. Zhang Xuan, however, could not help but grimace. Had he not uttered similar words during his time as the god of medicine? People had once regarded that sentiment as the essence of the god of medicine. Yet, do not rejoice too soon. Bai Li abruptly shifted her tone. The path to discovering a solution is not one that can be traversed overnight. If the plague afflicting you remains unaddressed, within 10 years, your cultivation will dissipate, leaving you as mere mortals. Rest assured, I shall strive to formulate a method of suppression to prolong that timeline. Exchanging glances, Guyu and the others felt a pang of disappointment but bowed in gratitude once more. We shall rely on your expertise, Senior Bai. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. He could not afford to wait that long. If a solution was not found soon, would he and Yun Yaohong really be left to linger indefinitely? A plan must be devised to disseminate the means of eradicating the plague, he mused. As the test results emerged, Jiuyou and his companions were escorted out of the hall by a qi. Meanwhile, Yun Yaohong and the others remained inside, engaged in hushed discussions. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the way Yun Yaohong and Bai Li regarded Zhang Xuan sent an unsettling chill down his spine, prompting him to make his exit. Jiuyou and his companions were required to return to their flying vessel, while Zhang Xuan, due to his association with Yun Yaohong, was permitted to remain within the apothecary valley. The other sects lacked such privilege and were relegated to waiting outside. At this moment, Jiuyou and his companions appeared somewhat despondent, with Zhao Guanshan's eyes seemingly devoid of their usual spark. What if Senior Bai takes centuries to discover a solution? Zhao Guanshan lamented. Surely it won't come to that. Jiuyou hesitated. Li Xiaobai sighed. What else can we do? We must resign ourselves to fate. Though he still yearned for the sword path, a certain fervor seemed to have diminished. Zhao Guanshan noticed this change and inquired, Li, I've observed that you seem transformed. Even without cultivation, you appear unperturbed. Li Xiaobai chuckled. It's not that I am unfazed. I have simply discovered pursuits equally captivating as cultivation. Zhang Xian's lips twitched. Could it be that this lad had become ensnared by the entanglements of romance? Seeing the group's gloom, he offered words of comfort. Fear not. For Senior Bai is an immortal of the alchemical arts. She will surely devise a solution post-haste, and perhaps in a few days, you may resume your cultivation. Regrettably, his words of comfort seemed to have little effect, and the group remained despondent. Zhang Xuan felt it unwise to elaborate further. So he accompanied them as they made their way out of the valley. Along the path, he noticed that Aki, who was leading the way, seemed to be casting furtive glances in his direction, which piqued his curiosity. It appeared that this behavior had persisted since their time in the hall. Had this individual discerned something significant? As they neared the exit of the Medicine King Valley, Zhang Xuan could not restrain himself any longer and inquired, What is it that you keep staring at? Caught off guard, Aki appeared slightly embarrassed. Why wasn't he looking at you? I was admiring the sword in your hand. Is it a celestial artifact? She asked, her curiosity evident. Zhang Xuan realized that her interest stemmed from her innate nature as a celestial elixir, granting her a heightened sensitivity to items imbued with the essence of the Tao. It was no wonder she had recognized it so effortlessly. Their conversation did not go unnoticed. Jiuyou and Feng Zheng were drawn in by their exchange. By the way, Xiangu, we have yet to have a proper look at your celestial sword. Might you allow us the pleasure of witnessing it? Li Xiaobai remarked eagerly. Celestial artifacts can only be forged by those who have comprehended the true essence of the Tao, and even among the prestigious families and ancient powers, they are a rarity. Although Jiuyou and Feng Zheng possessed notable backgrounds, they had never encountered a celestial artifact, thus their curiosity was palpable. Seeing their keen interest, Zhang Xuan felt a swell of pride. He had been stifled by the pretense in the hall not long before. Why not? If you wish to see it, simply take a look. Our relationship hardly necessitates formality, he said nonchalantly, tossing the sword, Xiaoxin, to Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai caught it with a look of astonishment, feeling as though he were receiving a mere ordinary treasure. The group paid no mind to his reaction, quickly turning their attention to Xiaoxin with awe. Is this truly a celestial artifact? It is indeed extraordinary. Look at the patterns on this sword. It is said that celestial artifacts bear Tao patterns. Could this be one? They marveled. How intricate. I cannot comprehend this Tao pattern at all, they exclaimed with excitement. Aki also joined in, scrutinizing the sword with earnestness. However, after a moment of observation, she furrowed her brows. Is this truly a Tao pattern? It doesn't seem to fit. Xiangu, may I draw it out for a closer look? Li Xiaobai asked. Zhang Xuan, still nonchalant, replied, Feel free to examine it. But I must caution you, celestial artifacts possess the essence of the Tao, so be wary that it does not adversely affect your cultivation in the future. Li Xiaobai and the others were well aware of this. To comprehend another's Tao essence is to tread the path of becoming a celestial being, the least esteemed among them. They were all paragons of their generation, uninterested in such trivialities, merely eager to experience the celestial artifact. As for the potential influence of the artifact's essence, a little caution would suffice. Besides, Zhang Xuan, the master of the celestial sword, was present. Fear not, Xiangu, we are well aware, Li Xiaobai chuckled. Then grasped the hilt and slowly drew Xiaoxin from its sheath. However, as the celestial sword emerged slightly, a shower of fragments tumbled from the sheath. Li Xiaobai and the others froze in shock. What on earth? Zhang Xuan exclaimed, springing up in excitement and pointing at Li Xiaobai and the others. Oh my goodness! My beloved sword of immortality! How could you all have damaged my treasured blade? You must compensate me for my sword. Chapter 77. The Gossiping Soul of a Qi. The master of the medicine god, Li Xiaobai, and the others were struck as if by lightning. Had they truly damaged the celestial sword? Their faces paled instantly, their expressions reflecting a terror greater than that of becoming mere mortals due to their inability to cultivate. For if the celestial sword were broken, even selling themselves would not suffice to cover the losses. Xingo, I did nothing. Li Xiaobai exclaimed helplessly. I merely tugged at the sword, and it broke. It's not my fault. Zhao Guanshan quickly took a step back, asserting, it's not my doing. I didn't even touch the celestial sword. It must have been you, Li Xiaobai. Gui Wefang remained silent, but her gaze at Li Xiaobai unmistakably echoed the same sentiment. A chill ran through Li Xiaobai's heart. Could it truly be that he was the one responsible for its destruction? Only a Qi, after a brief moment of shock, regained her composure. No, that's not right. The celestial sword was already faulty. Zhang Xuan picked up the fragments of the celestial sword from the ground, a sorrowful expression upon his face. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? When I handed you the sword, it was in perfect condition. Now it's broken, and you all shall bear the consequences. Li Xiaobai and the others felt a tightening in their chests. A Qi, however, confidently retorted, you're deceiving us. This celestial sword was defective from the start. The patterns on it are not runes, but pre-existing cracks. You are attempting to extort us. The young girl, typically unaccustomed to engaging in disputes, now flushed with urgency. Li Xiaobai and his companions began to piece things together, casting suspicious glances at Zhang Xuan. Brother Zhang, was this celestial sword truly functional before? Gui Wefang queried hesitantly. Realizing he had been exposed, Zhang Xuan awkwardly chuckled. I was merely joking. I noticed your spirits were low, and I thought to lighten the mood. Li Xiaobai and Gui Wefang sighed in relief, genuinely frightened moments before. Zhao Guanshan, however, appeared somewhat agitated, addressing Zhang Xuan in a serious tone. Young Master Zhang, this just is not amusing. Zhang Xuan, unfazed, replied. You were quick to sell out your teammates just moments ago. Now your true nature is revealed, and you're feeling anxious? Come now, we are friends. I would truly make you compensate. With that, he used his sword intent to gather the fragments from the ground, carefully reinserting them into the scabbard. Li Xiaobai and Gui Wefang exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. Had it not been for a Qi's awareness of the situation, they might have genuinely believed Zhang Xuan was attempting to extort them. Understanding Zhang Xuan's character, they were not angered. His diversion had indeed lightened the mood. Yet a Qi and Zhao Guanshan continued to glare at Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan paid no mind to Zhao Guanshan's scrutiny. The youth had not been adequately trained in the secret realm and retained a bit of wildness, but he decided to tread carefully around a Qi, as she might just possess the remedy for the plague. All right, it was merely a jest. Let us move on, Zhang Xuan laughed, wrapping his arms around Li Xiaobai and Gui Wefang's shoulders as they soared towards the Medicine King Valley. A Qi huffed disdainfully, following suit. As for Zhao Guanshan, ignored by all, he could only resign himself to trailing behind. Soon, as Jiuyou, Fang Zheng, and the others were sent back to the flying boat, the leaders and disciples of various sects felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon receiving the news. However, since the master of Yaohong Valley had promised to provide treatment, there was still hope. Zhang Xuan had no intention of comforting anyone. He turned to head back to Yaohong Valley, and Qi did the same. Wait. Just as Qi was about to leave upon returning to Yaohong Valley, Zhang Xuan hastily called out to her. Qi turned back, glaring at Zhang Xuan, and said irritably, What do you want? Are you really angry? Surely not. Zhang Xuan pretended to be surprised. Qi huffed. The master said to stay away from bad people, and you are one of them. With that, she turned to leave, acting as if she were completely ignoring Zhang Xuan. Hold on. Zhang Xuan blocked her path with a smile. How can you be so certain that I am a bad person? Qi glared at him with resentment. You are trying to deceive people. That is wrong. You are indeed a bad person. Zhang Xuan shook his head. I already said that was a joke. Isn't it normal for friends to joke with each other? Qi furrowed her brow. But we don't seem to be friends, do we? Noticing her apparent lack of intelligence, Zhang Xuan's mind sparked. Well, if we get to know each other, then we will be friends, won't we? Qi paused. Is that how it works? Of course. Now that we are friends, I shall be your brother Xuan. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will definitely help you deal with them. I swear on my heart demon. Zhang Xuan patted his chest. Qi hesitated, completely unaware that her cultivation level was higher than Zhang Xuan's. Particularly, Zhang Xuan's oath on his heart demon made her believe him to a great extent. Which cultivator would joke about their heart demon? Moreover, His willingness to protect her certainly indicated friendship. All right, fine. But you mustn't get angry. I won't be angry. Seeing how easily she was appeased, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but muse how wonderful it would be if Xiao Yao were also this easy to manage. As for Qi's seemingly innocent demeanor, Zhang Xuan speculated that Bai Li must have rarely allowed this girl to leave Yaohong Valley, especially considering that alchemical pills typically required little intellect. Since we are already friends, there should be no secrets between friends. I would like to know some information. Can you share it with me? Zhang Xuan smiled. Qi immediately grew vigilant. Although she was naive and not very clever, she was not truly foolish. The Yaohong Valley cultivated numerous spiritual herbs, and Bai Li had even planted some celestial medicines. If the outside world were to learn of this, it would surely cause a stir throughout the entire southern border. Thus, Bai Li often reminded her not to disclose any information about Yaohong Valley to outsiders. So, she promptly replied, "You are indeed a bad person. You want to inquire about the situation in Yaohong Valley, and I will not tell you." Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "You are quite tight-lipped, aren't you? It seems I will have to reason with you. I have no interest in Yaohong Valley. I merely wish to know about my master and your master. You see, as my master's disciple, it would be rather impolite not to know about my master's friends, wouldn't it? Since your master is a friend of mine. Shouldn't I learn a bit about her?" Upon hearing this, Qi indeed hesitated, for Zhang Xuan had not attempted to pry into the affairs of Yaohong Valley. "It seems rather impolite. Indeed, could you share some details about your master?" Zhang Xuan, wary of drawing attention, quickly added that he was only interested in the connection between her master and his own, such as when they first met. Qi nodded, lowering her guard, and poured forth everything she knew. They had known each other for quite some time, back when the leader of the Yun Sect had just established the Qingyun Sect in the southern wilderness. As Zhang Xuan listened to her account, he gradually began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that Xiao Yao and Bai Li had met 2 millennia ago, at a time when Xiao was striving to solidify her position in the southern wilderness after the establishment of the Qingyun Sect, showcasing her tribulation strength far and wide. Subsequently, Xiao Yao encountered Bai Li, and they both recognized each other as celestial beings at a glance. Initially, they were quite cautious around one another, but gradually, they unexpectedly became close friends. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the unique nature of female friendships, which could form seemingly out of nowhere. Yet, upon considering how men sometimes forge bonds over a mere drink, it didn't seem so incomprehensible after all. Qi continued to chatter animatedly about the relationship between Xiao Yao and Bai Li, her expression animated and her narration detailed, as if she had witnessed it all firsthand. Seeing her enthusiasm, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that this celestial being had a penchant for gossip. "Let me tell you, Master actually has someone she cares for," she revealed. "I heard that she searched for this person for thousands of years without success, which caused her great sorrow. Now, she talks to herself in her room until midnight every night." Realizing that Qi was straying too far, even veering into her own matters, Zhang Xuan quickly interrupted. "All right, that's enough." Qi, somewhat disappointed, paused her recounting but suddenly posed a question. "By the way, I've shared so much with you. Do you have any interesting stories to share with me?" Seeing her eager expression, Zhang Xuan understood that to keep Qi engaged, he needed to reveal something intriguing. "Of course, we are friends after all, and I must share what I know." He lowered his voice and began recounting some novels he had read before his journey, which immediately elicited exclamations from Qi. "What? The Calabash brothers are actually the children of Sun Wukong and the 7 fairies? How could that be? Look, the Calabash brothers have 7 colors, and the 7 fairies represent 7 colors as well. After Sun Wukong captured the 7 fairies in the Peach Garden, he must have done something," she exclaimed. "Goodness, Lin Dong, such an impressive figure, is actually illiterate? Shoo, keep your voice down. That guy only knows how to fight. We don't want him overhearing this. Is there more? I want to know." "Indeed, there is. It is said that Li Feiyu is actually Han Li, and Su Fengyan cannot best his wife, while Tang San eats spicy rabbit heads every day." After a lengthy exchange with Qi, Zhang Xuan thoroughly satisfied her curiosity. When they parted ways, Qi wore a look of profound contemplation. In her words, Zhang Xuan had already become like a dear elder brother to her. Having successfully dealt with the celestial elixir, Zhang Xuan began to ponder how to discreetly convey the remedy for the plague through Aki. Aki's inquisitive nature was undoubtedly advantageous, yet it was imperative that the source of the information remained concealed. Thus, meticulous planning was essential. As Zhang Xuan soared through the Medicine King's Valley, he contemplated the surroundings. He had inquired of Aki regarding the origins of the valley's relocation to the Tai realm, but Aki was unaware. Having believed the valley to have always been in the southern wilderness since its inception, Zhang Xuan refrained from pressing further, wary of arousing suspicion. As he gazed upon the Medicine King's Valley, almost indistinguishable from years past, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. So many years had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Yet, he quickly returned to the pressing matter at hand, addressing the repercussions of the blood plague formation and persuading Xiao Yao to depart, for lingering here was ill-advised. Zhang Xuan mused internally. Despite Bai Li's current composed and graceful demeanor, he was acutely aware of her true nature. Should she discover his potential as the medicine god, it would be far more troublesome than dealing with Xiao Yao. Particularly unsettling was Aki's revelation that Bai Li conversed with herself until the midnight hour. Zhang Xuan surmised her condition was even more precarious than before. This was likely unknown even to Xiao Yao. Lost in thought, he passed a certain spot. But just as he was about to fly away, a momentary distraction seized him. The layout of the Medicine King's Valley in the southern wilderness mirrored that of the Tai Ling realm almost perfectly, and Zhang Xuan was taken aback that Bai Li had recreated this place. There was nothing remarkable about it, merely a grand tree surrounded by a common lawn. The reason for his distraction lay in the fact that this was the very place where he had once apprenticed under Bai Li's father. The old man had been a wiry figure, stubborn yet whimsically playful, which endeared him to Zhang Xuan. However, his obstinacy meant that had Zhang Xuan not promised to marry Bai Li, the old man would have refused to take him as a disciple. Now, standing before the origin of the medicine god, Zhang Xuan sighed. After all these years, the old man must have long since passed. He regarded the grand tree, careful not to approach too closely to avoid arousing suspicion, and stood at a distance, quietly reminiscing about the old fellow. In a fleeting moment, he imagined seeing the wiry old man in white robes, pacing beneath the tree while contemplating alchemical formulas. Old dang, Zhang Xuan murmured softly. Young man, did you call for me? The old man in white turned to Zhang Xuan, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. Zhang Xuan. Chapter 78. A reluctance to experiment with medicine. The only person who has ever referred to my father in such a manner was my husband. Could it be that? No, this old man cannot possibly still be alive. Zhang Xuan stood frozen as he gazed at the frail elder ahead. Clad in white robes, he bore no resemblance to an ethereal being. His skin, parched and wrinkled, could evoke a lament even from a mosquito, while his disheveled white beard added an air of untidiness to his appearance. Although his eyes were somewhat clouded, they seemed to harbor an extraordinary wisdom. Was this not Bai Changtian, Zhang Xuan's master from his fifth life? Young man, did you just call me? Bai Changtian approached Zhang Xuan, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized him. Zhang Xuan felt a wave of confusion and a twinge of panic. Could it be that the old man recognized him? Bai Changtian appraised Zhang Xuan from head to toe, a glimmer of curiosity in his gaze. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly inquired, "Do we know each other?" Zhang Xuan's heart raced at this question. No, we have never met before. This is our first encounter," he hastily replied. Each of his incarnations bore a different visage. Surely the elder wouldn't recognize him immediately? Then why did you refer to me as Lao Deng? Bai Changtian's voice rose in indignation. Zhang Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not been recognized. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Who could have known that the old man was still alive? My apologies, senior. I misspoke earlier. I sincerely apologize, Zhang Xuan said, demonstrating his ability to adapt and bowing in humility. The Medicine King Valley was becoming increasingly perilous. Not only was Bai Li present, but even Lao Deng was here. If his identity were discovered, it would spell disaster for him. He vividly recalled how Lao Deng had incessantly urged him to marry Bai Li in the past. Bai Changtian scoffed, waving his sleeve dismissively. The youth of today are becoming increasingly impolite. Zhang Xuan nodded repeatedly, forcing a smile as he sought an opportunity to depart. He had no desire to inquire why the elder was still alive. It was best to keep his distance. However, Bai Changtian was not inclined to let Zhang Xuan off the hook. You appear to be a cultivator of the human race. What brings you to the Medicine King Valley? Zhang Xuan answered candidly. Upon hearing his response, Bai Changtian understood. The young man was here to seek Bai Li for pestilence eradication. So, you must be the illustrious young master of the Qingyun Sect, recently the talk of the South Border? Zhang Xuan quickly waved his hands in modesty. I dare not accept such a title. I am merely a humble Karami. Then why the pretense? You come up to me calling me Lao Deng. Do you even know who I am? Bai Tian shouted again. 3 dark lines appeared on Zhang Xuan's forehead. Was this old man never going to relent? Yet, he could not afford to retort, so he once more offered a contrite smile. I was reckless, senior. I apologize. He executed a respectful 90-degree bow, his demeanor profoundly sincere. Bai Tian, however, remained unimpressed, still wearing an aggrieved expression. Ah, if apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for cultivation and strength? Let me tell you, I am quite angry, and the repercussions will be severe. Even if your master, Yun Yaohong, were here, this matter would not be resolved today. Realizing the elder's temperament, Zhang Xuan understood that this issue was unlikely to reach an amicable resolution. However, he truly did not anticipate that the other party was also present in the Valley of the Medicine King, and Xiao Yao had never mentioned it to him. Thus, Zhang Xuan inquired, what must this esteemed elder do to let this junior go? Bai Tian reined in his anger, scrutinizing Zhang Xuan once more, causing the latter to feel somewhat uneasy under his gaze. I see your talent and strength are quite commendable. Why not assist me in testing a medicinal pill? He proposed. Rest assured, my pills are undoubtedly effective. Many outside yearn for them, but cannot obtain them. If you agree to my request, we shall consider this matter settled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan instinctively took a step back. Test a pill? And you claim they are effective? Nonsense. He could not help but recall scenes from his past when he had learned alchemy under this individual. Although the old man's pills were indeed impressive, they invariably came with certain side effects. While not severely harmful to the body, they occasionally led to social embarrassment. For instance, the flatulence pill, as its name implies, causes the practitioner to uncontrollably pass gas, which, although it aids in purging impurities from the body, is quite an uncomfortable experience. Another example is the strength pill, which temporarily doubles a practitioner's strength but simultaneously results in the loss of all body hair. Then there was the suppository pill, which was designed for faster absorption through the rectum. Oh, wait, that one seems to have been his invention. In any case, the side effects of his pills were notoriously severe, and who knows what concoctions this old man has devised over the years. Hence, testing a pill was out of the question. Absolutely not. Zhang Xuan firmly rejected. Bai Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to refuse? Especially when he noticed Zhang Xuan's utter lack of hesitation, as if avoiding a plague. It only fueled Bai Tian's ire. Are you looking down on my pills? Mark my words, this matter shall not end here. Zhang Xuan retorted defiantly. It is impossible for me to test a pill. Even if you were to kill me or throw me out of the Valley of the Medicine King, I would never agree. Very well, Bai Tian exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Xuan in frustration. Come, we shall visit your master. I want her to clarify this. Is this how she instructs her disciples? To disregard seniority and bully the elderly? I shall see what she has to say about this. He seized Zhang Xuan's hand and flew towards Bai Li's residence. Brimming with indignation, Zhang Xuan merely snorted. Even if this escalated to Xiao Yao, he would not test a pill. Before long, they arrived at the palace where Bai Li resided. Yun Yaohong, is this how you educate your disciples? Bai Tian bellowed as he dragged Zhang Xuan into the hall, indifferent to whether Yun Yaohong and the others were in the midst of a discussion. Upon their entrance, Yun Yaohong and the others rose to their feet. Father, what brings you here? Bai Li inquired, puzzled. Ling Wuxue raised an eyebrow. Another immortal? The Valley of the Medicine King possesses 2 immortals? Bai Li introduced. This is my father, the Medicine King Bai Tian, who now resides here with me. Hearing this, Ling Wuxue frowned slightly. Medicine King? That title sounds quite familiar. She reminisced for a moment before her eyes suddenly widened in realization. Could it be the Apothecary King? Bai Li smiled and nodded, confirming that it was indeed the Apothecary King of the Tailing realm. Ling Wuxue was taken aback and promptly bowed respectfully to Bai Tian, saying, I am Ling Wuxue of the Human Race's Immortal Alliance. I pay my respects to you, Senior Bai. The title of Apothecary King bore immense significance, representing a titan of alchemy across the 9 heavens and 10 domains. Particularly noteworthy was the implication that this esteemed figure once had a disciple who was hailed as the foremost alchemist in the realm, the apothecary god. Regrettably, like the sword sovereign of Tsongming, this apothecary god was but a fleeting brilliance, having abruptly fallen after achieving immortality. Such extraordinary prodigies, akin to shooting stars that etched their names into the annals of immortal history, were not uncommon, yet most met with untimely demise soon after their ascension. It was speculated by some immortals from the boundless realm that these gifted individuals were perhaps too extraordinary for the heavens to tolerate, thus incurring divine wrath. Ling Wuxue had not anticipated that what she thought to be merely a secluded faction of ordinary spiritual beings was, in fact, presided over by the apothecary king Bai Tian. Reflecting on the name of the apothecary valley, she realized that there indeed existed an apothecary valley within the Tai Ling realm. Thus, the apothecary valley in the southern region was essentially the very same as that in the Tai Ling realm. She was astonished to discover that the apothecary valley had long flourished in the Tai Yi realm, governed by the leaders of the human race. Ling Wuxue felt somewhat remiss in her duties as the master of the Tai Yi Immortal Palace. Yet she was relieved to sense that the apothecary valley harbored no ill intentions towards humanity. In response to Ling Wuxue's greeting, Bai Tian paid her no mind, instead directing his gaze towards Yun Yao. Yun Yao, my dear, you are a good child, courteous and friendly with Bai Li. However, it seems your disciple lacks respect for their elders and disregards hierarchy, which is indeed a fault on your part, Bai Tian admonished in a tone befitting a senior. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao furrowed her brow, wondering if her master had inadvertently offended Senior Bai. She glanced at Zhang Xuan with a hint of exasperation, lamenting her master's inability to maintain decorum no matter where he went. Zhang Xuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Bai Li, standing nearby, seemed to have an inkling of the situation and could not help but smirk inwardly. This fellow had indeed been putting on an act earlier, and now, after a brief absence, his true nature had been revealed. Ling Wuxue, noticing that Bai Tian had not acknowledged her, felt no anger, recognizing the senior's stature. However, Bai Tian's words made her smirk internally. She had previously witnessed Zhang Xuan's irreverent demeanor towards immortals and was not surprised to see him continue this behavior even at the apothecary valley. It seemed this young man believed Bai Tian to be an ordinary elder, leading him to commit some discourteous acts. This was bound to be entertaining. Senior Bai, I am unaware of how Zhang Xuan has offended you, and I humbly offer my apologies on his behalf. Yun Yao spoke softly. Zhang Xuan felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting his disciple to have to apologize for him. Yet, he hoped her apology would suffice, for he certainly had no intention of partaking in any trials. Bai Tian, irate, glared at Zhang Xuan, pointing at him as he exclaimed, "This rascal addressed me as old ding right from the start, utterly lacking respect. It seems you are rather preoccupied and have little time to teach him. If that is the case, I shall take him under my wing and educate him myself." Zhang Xuan immediately became flustered. "You old thing, you still expect me to try the medicine?" "Absolutely not." Zhang Xuan hastily replied, "Master, I am still engrossed in my cultivation. Time is precious, and I do not wish to." As he spoke, his voice suddenly trailed off, for when he glanced at Yun Yao, he caught a glimpse of Bai Li from the corner of his eye. To his surprise, Bai Li gazed at him with a somewhat dazed expression, her eyes faintly reflecting a hint of nostalgia. This caused Zhang Xuan's heart to tighten instinctively. What is happening? Meanwhile, Bai Li seemed lost in thought, murmuring to herself, "Old dang, only my husband has ever referred to my father in such a private manner. Could it be that?" Chapter 79. Alas, my brothers must suffer. My lord, you shall not escape this time. Zhang Xuan's memories were evidently flawed, and there lingered an elusive sense of familiarity about him. This fellow was also a prodigy. Although his field differed from hers, his emergence was equally abrupt, and he hailed from a remarkably ordinary background. Bai Li swiftly sifted through the information she possessed regarding Zhang Xuan, comparing it meticulously with that of the medicine god and several others she had once believed to be the same. Her gaze gradually brightened. After the medicine god's demise, she had never accepted the abruptness of his death, always suspecting that he had faked his own passing to escape. Consequently, Bai Li spent countless years traversing the 9 heavens and 10 domains in search of the medicine god, during which she encountered many who bore a resemblance to him. Yet none had she seen in person. Now, with Zhang Xuan inadvertently revealing a slip, her heart raced with anticipation. Could he be her husband? Bai Li refrained from acting rashly, for she had discerned long ago that Zhang Xuan seemed to be evading her presence. The fact that she had never been able to meet those who resembled the medicine god was evidence enough. Now that he stood before her, it would be prudent to proceed with caution until she possessed irrefutable evidence. It appeared that the concoction of the memory immortal goo required urgent attention. "If you truly are my husband." Bai Li gazed at Zhang Xuan, her expression having returned to normal, yet her heart was already aflame with excitement. Observing her unperturbed demeanor, as if Zhang Xuan's presence were merely an illusion, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, the next moment, a warning tone from the system pierced through the silence. "Warning, The host's past identity as the medicine god has raised suspicions. Current exposure level, 1 host. Please proceed with caution. Zhang Xuan's heart sank. How had he exposed himself without any wrongdoing? It must have been Bai Li. Had she discerned something? Simultaneously, he pondered why this exposure had not triggered the awakening of his medicine god constitution. What was the meaning of this? If you can accompany Senior Bai, it would be beneficial for you. I believe it would not hinder your training, Yun Yaohong remarked nonchalantly. Zhang Xuan, however, grew anxious. He had already aroused Bai Li's suspicions. Being near the old man would only heighten the risk of exposure. Master, you cannot allow this. That ancient one. No, that venerable senior wishes to use me as a test subject for his elixirs. Can one speak of medicines so frivolously? What if something goes awry? Master, I am your only disciple. You cannot permit the elder to treat me this way. Zhang Xuan lamented, abandoning all pretense. At this point, his faade had begun to crumble, and the paramount concern was to avoid testing any elixirs, lest his illustrious reputation be tarnished, potentially leading to further exposure. Yun Yaohong glanced hesitantly at Bai Tian. Senior Bai, is it truly necessary for him to test the elixirs? Bai Tian awkwardly nodded. Well, indeed. There are some pills that require his examination. Yet, he soon regained his composure, asserting, but rest assured, my elixirs are of such quality that many outside would not even be deemed worthy to test them. I observe that your disciple possesses a commendable physique, making him an excellent candidate for testing medicinal elixirs. Wait, his constitution is not yet flawless. Fortunately, I have concocted a few pills that could enhance his condition. Zhang Xuan, upon hearing this, inwardly cursed vehemently. What utter nonsense. Is there truly anyone willing to try your pills? Yun Yaohong, hearing such an unreliable response, felt somewhat exasperated. She intended to gather materials for crafting the memory-enhancing immortal insect for Bai Li, and would not necessarily remain in the Medicine King Valley indefinitely. Initially, she believed that leaving her master in the valley under the watchful eye of Elder Bai would ensure safety, but given the current circumstances, that seemed uncertain. Elder, shall I assist you in finding another candidate for the medicinal trials? Yun Yaohong suggested tentatively. Bai Tian immediately hesitated. To be honest, he merely sought someone to test the elixirs, and the identity of the individual was of little consequence. It just so happened that Zhang Xuan had stumbled into the situation. However, it was not impossible to find another. Zhang Xuan, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly interjected, Yes, esteemed elder, I can help you find someone suitable for the trials. Would that be acceptable? Zhao Guanshan, with his muscular physique and rebellious spirit, would indeed be an excellent choice for testing, Zhang Xuan thought to himself. Bai Tian contemplated for a moment and was about to nod in agreement when Bai Li suddenly spoke up. Father, there appears to be an issue with the bloodline of the Qingyun Sect's young master. Perhaps you should examine him? Upon hearing this, both Bai Tian and Yun Yaohong felt a stir of intrigue, while Zhang Xuan's heart tightened. What issue? Bai Tian inquired. Yun Yaohong's eyes brightened as she quickly disclosed the matter regarding Zhang Xuan's demonic bloodline. Although Elder Bai's alchemical skills seemed somewhat dubious, his expertise in the art of alchemy was still slightly superior to Bai Li's. If Elder Bai intervened, perhaps he could mitigate the effects of the demonic bloodline on her master. After listening, Bai Tian gazed at Zhang Xuan with astonishment, as if observing a rare species. The fact that a human could harbor demonic bloodline? How astonishing. He waved his hand grandly. You shall remain by my side from now on. Do not worry. I shall devise a solution for your bloodline issue. Hearing this, Yun Yaohong was overjoyed and promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Elder Bai. It's nothing, really. Bai Tian waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Xuan, however, felt a sense of despair. Must he truly accompany this old man? Observing that Yun Yaohong had made her decision and could not refuse, he could only make a feeble attempt at salvation. Thank you, esteemed elder. But might I request that you refrain from making me a test subject? As he spoke, a sudden thought struck him, and he quickly added, by the way, the disciples from various sects are suffering from the plague induced by the blood epidemic formation. They are in urgent need of treatment. If testing is required, they could be brought in. Bai Tian was momentarily taken aback. Blood epidemic formation? Plague? Can't Ali handle that? Zhang Xuan quickly nodded and elaborated on the dire circumstances of the disciples from the various sections. Upon hearing this, Bai Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could there truly be so many individuals available for his research and elixir testing? What a splendid plague. Everyone immediately fixed their gaze upon Bai Tian. He hastily corrected himself. I meant to say, what a vicious plague. It is astounding that such a malevolent formation exists in this world. The creator of this blood epidemic formation is truly a fiend. The crowd's expressions softened slightly, and they nodded in agreement. Zhang Xuan felt a sudden flutter in his eyelids. Bai Li, with an air of authority, declared, "Rest assured, I shall take charge of this matter. I will collaborate with Ali to research this plague and ensure a swift resolution. However, I will require a few individuals to accompany me, as I need to conduct my studies at any moment." After speaking, he turned to Zhang Xuan and quietly added, "If others come to test the medicine, you need not participate." Zhang Xuan's heart swelled with joy at this revelation. He had no intention of testing the medicine himself. It would fall to his brothers to endure that burden. As for the concern of revealing their identities, they could only proceed with caution, ensuring no further slips occurred. The others expressed no dissent, and Bai Li nodded in agreement. Allowing 2 or 3 individuals to enter the Medicine King Valley would not disturb the disciples' secluded cultivation. Zhang Xuan's series of reactions did not escape Bai Li's notice, further solidifying her suspicions. He resembled her husband far too closely. Her spouse had once embodied a similar reckless spirit, and his character bore a certain levity. Particularly, Zhang Xuan's adamant refusal to test the medicine piqued Bai Li's curiosity. Could it be that he was aware of the side effects of her father's elixirs? Yet, this information was known only to the disciples of the Medicine King Valley. How could he possibly know? Bai Li harbored a cold smile, her peripheral vision subtly fixed on Zhang Xuan. "My dear husband, if it truly is you, this time you shall not escape." Chapter 80. The Secrets of the Valley of the King of Medicine. Departing from Bai Li's residence, Zhang Xuan found himself increasingly agitated. He had hoped to evade Bai Li and Bai Changtian, yet fate had other plans. Although Bai Changtian did not recognize him, Bai Li had begun to harbor suspicions, which only intensified Zhang Xuan's unease. He had certainly noticed the ambiguous glances she cast as he left. Given Bai Li's temperament, had she truly recognized him, she would likely have rushed to confront him directly. Therefore, he reasoned, perhaps he was still safe. As Zhang Xuan contemplated this, Yun Yaohong, walking ahead, suddenly turned back. "Ah?" Zhang Xuan instinctively responded, only to quickly realize the awkwardness of the situation. He added with a bemused expression, "Master, please refrain from addressing me that way. It sounds rather peculiar." He genuinely worried that if Yun Yaohong grew accustomed to calling him that, he might inadvertently reveal his true identity. Yun Yaohong, suppressing a smirk, maintained her calm demeanor. "Master, I must depart for a time. During my absence, you should remain in the Valley of the King of Medicine. I trust that Elder Bai will be able to resolve the issue concerning your demonic bloodline. Furthermore, as the King of Medicine, Elder Bai can impart knowledge of alchemy to you." With that, Yun Yaohong promptly lifted the confinement of celestial energy that bound Zhang Xuan. Startled, he quickly inquired, "Where are you going? Can I accompany you?" He preferred to stay by Yun Yao's side rather than in the Valley of the King of Medicine. For even if she had acknowledged his identity, she refrained from pressuring him to admit it. Yun Yao's expression grew slightly awkward, for she intended to assist Bai Li in procuring materials for the concoction of memory-altering elixirs, a matter she could not disclose to her master. "I am seeking materials to address the plague afflicting the disciples of various sections. The journey may prove arduous, so you should remain here in the Valley of the King of Medicine to cultivate and address the effects of your demonic bloodline," she explained. Understanding her reasoning, Zhang Xuan still insisted, "It's fine. I am not afraid of hardship. Please take me with you." His face was a portrait of pleading. He would do anything to avoid being left behind in the valley. Yun Yaohong, however, resolutely shook her head. "No. The issue concerning your demonic bloodline is of utmost importance and must be resolved without delay." Recognizing her unwavering determination, Zhang Xuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he sighed deeply. The little girl had grown up, her wings had strengthened, and she was leaving him, an ancient soul, behind in someone else's abode. Yun Yaohong felt a twinge of guilt at the sight. After all, she was indeed scheming against her master. There is no need for master to be so averse to Elder Bai. He is a formidable figure in the realm of alchemy across the 9 heavens and 10 domains. If you could glean even a modicum of alchemical knowledge from him, it would be a fortunate opportunity. Zhang Xuan's lips twitched. Did he truly need to learn alchemy? Yet, Yun Yao's assertion held merit. Although Elder Bai's concoctions were not without their side effects, their potency was undeniably superior, often yielding results at least twice as effective as ordinary elixirs. This is also the reason why Zhang Xuan, in his 5th reincarnation, felt compelled to seek the other as his master. Certain matters cannot be accomplished through solitary efforts. "I understand, master. Whether I learn or not remains to be seen," Zhang Xuan replied, his enthusiasm waning. Yun Yao, believing Zhang Xuan lacked interest in alchemy, refrained from further discussion and merely reminded him, "By the way, master, please be patient when interacting with Senior Bai, as he has some issues with his memory." Zhang Xuan was taken aback by her words. "What do you mean? Is the old fellow suffering from dementia?" he inquired, voicing his perplexity. Yun Yao chuckled softly and shook her head. "Senior Bai does exhibit some symptoms of this condition, though the specifics are different. This is something I should not have disclosed, as it pertains to Bai Li's family matters and the secrets of the Medicine King Valley in the southern wilderness. However, since you will be accompanying Senior Bai for a while, I thought it prudent to inform you, but please ensure this remains confidential." Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He had previously wondered why the Medicine King Valley, which had been thriving in the Tailing realm, had moved to the Tai realm. It seemed there was a hidden story behind it. Yun Yao continued, "Logically speaking, at Senior Bai's age, he should have long since passed away, even as an immortal. However, he is Bai Li's only relative, and she has employed forbidden methods to extend his life. The Medicine King Valley was originally a force in the Tailing realm, but due to its unique location, the depths of the valley release the source of the Tai realm every 10,000 years, providing an opportunity for Senior Bai's longevity. Thus, the Medicine King Valley relocated to the Tai realm. This is also why the valley has remained secluded. Senior Bai cannot leave. And due to the unnatural extension of his life, which contravenes the natural order, he sometimes appears disoriented and his memory falters." Zhang Xuan understood now. He had been curious about how the old man was still alive, and this clarified everything. The source of the realm is immensely valuable even to immortals. And should this information leak, it would undoubtedly attract countless covetous gazes. This also elucidated why the Medicine King Valley has maintained such a low profile in the southern wilderness. The released source of the realm had minimal impact on the Tai realm, as it was merely surplus. Had it posed a significant threat, the Immortal Alliance would have noticed long ago. However, Zhang Xuan soon realized another matter. "Wait, if the old man is forgetful, how can he still practice alchemy?" he queried. "He should be able to, right?" Yun Yao replied, somewhat uncertain. "After all, Senior Bai is the Medicine King, even with memory issues. His understanding of the Tao remains intact. That is an innate ability of immortals." Zhang Xuan's eyelids twitched in alarm. Fortunately, he did not have to test the potions himself. Yet, if that were the case, it was quite possible that the old man had forgotten him entirely. Was there no risk of exposure in his dealings with the old man? He admonished himself to remain vigilant and exercise caution. Simultaneously, the old man's forgetfulness might be leveraged to his advantage. Perhaps he could extract the method to resolve the blood plague formation from him, alongside a qi. Zhang Xuan swiftly calculated in his mind, reflecting on the implications of the old man's condition with a hint of melancholy. In reminiscing, he realized that he had learned quite a bit from the other party back in the day.